Irving basked in his moment of glory beneath the awakening platform, while Omer was coldly called up by the principal with a stern face. The crowd's eyes were filled with ridicule as they naturally parted to create a path for him, whispers buzzing incessantly. Omer rubbed his eyes and walked sluggishly into the magic circle. The formation hummed upon activation but showed no abnormality. The next moment, a puff of dense black smoke hissed out from beneath his feet, choking the front-row examiners into coughing fits. As the smoke dissipated, blood-red letters lit up on the testing device. Grade F, profession, beggar. Omer summoned a skeletal creature less than half a meter tall. The skeleton's bones were gray and frail, and it clutched a rusty iron sword. As it took a single step forward, there was a clatter as its left arm bone dropped to the ground. Momentarily stunned, it bent down, using its iron sword to scrape the bone back in front of itself, and slowly reattached it to its shoulder. The entire crowd went silent for 10 seconds before erupting into uproarious laughter. Holy crap! A drafty, broken-down skeleton soldier. This thing can't even stay together. How's it supposed to kill a chicken? The examiner spoke with a straight face. Omer, F-level ordinary profession, necromancer. Initial companion summon. Damaged skeleton soldier. The big screen's chat panel instantly flooded with comments. LOL. F-tier trash. A gust of wind will blow him apart. The Omer family's face just got thrown into the dirt. In the stands, Omer's father, Eugene, had veins bulging on his forehead as he angrily pointed at the stage, roaring, "You disgrace! You've brought nothing but shame to the Eugene family." Zola, Omer's stepmother, curled her lip in disgust as she clutched Irving's hand. "If I had known, I never would have brought you back." Irving feigned a sigh. "Dad, Mom, don't blame him. He grew up in a slum with poor nutrition. It's no surprise he awakened a profession like that." Omer looked down at the small skeleton at his feet, ignoring the jeers and fury from the stage. He was fully aware that this seemingly fragile, broken skeleton was, in reality, a living catastrophe cloaked in skeletal form. Thanks to his core talent, Disaster's Descent, all summoned creatures would inherit 100% of his attributes unconditionally while receiving a mandatory 10,000-fold amplification. He nudged the skeleton's shin bone with his foot. "Come on, Bones. This place is too noisy. Let's find somewhere to chill." Omer turned and walked off the stage, the rattling skeleton clattering after him. The laughter around him grew louder and louder, but his focus remained solely on the power that had just awakened deep within his soul. Crunching the numbers, a regular little skeleton had a strength of 5, agility of 4, and constitution of less than 3. After a 10,000x amplification, strength hit 50,000, agility 40,000, constitution 30,000. These stats far exceeded the several thousand-point benchmarks of a level 50 Golden Lord. This skeletal creature, which looked like it might shatter from a light breeze, was actually a walking calamity in disguise. With a swing of its rusty sword, this damaged skeleton could turn a level 50 Golden Lord into nothing but pulp. And under Omer's command, he had an army, a staggering billion of these terrifying skeletal warriors. "Guess I'm starting off overpowered." He couldn't hold back a laugh. No need to grind monsters in the wild, no need to compete for resources. He could just sit back and relax. If anyone dared provoke him, he'd send a billion skeletons over to flatten their entire lineage. He pushed open the VIP lounge door. Bang! A porcelain teacup smashed at his feet, tea splattering across the floor. "And you've still got the nerve to come back." Eugene jabbed a finger at Omer's face, his voice thundering with rage. Inside the lounge, it was just the 3 members of the Eugene family. Eugene was trembling with fury. "Do you even realize how much shame you brought me today? F-level cripple of a necromancer. I've been making a name for myself in Jiang, Nen City for decades and never suffered such utter humiliation." He stormed closer, raising a hand to slap Omer. Omer stood unmoving, and the soul flames in the small skeleton's hollow eye sockets flickered slightly. "Dad, don't be impulsive." Irving quickly grabbed Eugene's arm. "Brother grew up in the slums. It's already impressive that he could even awaken." Eugene sneered. "A slum-raised bastard is just garbage. If I'd known you'd turn out like this, I would have never taken you back." Avoiding the shards of porcelain on the ground, Omer swaggered over and sat heavily on the sofa, biting into an apple from a nearby platter. "Done yelling? If you're done, I'm going to sleep." Zola shot to her feet, glaring down at him. "What kind of attitude is that? Your father is rightfully upset with you. Hand over your stipend card." Omer paused mid-bite, then looked up at her. Zola's voice turned sharp with scorn. What use is money to an F-level failure like you? Irving awakened the SSS-level Frostbone Dragon, and dragon feed costs tens of thousands per pound. As the older brother, is it not your duty to sacrifice for him? Irving hid behind Zola, his head bowed in mock humility. Mom, let it go. That money belongs to brother. Zola patted Irving with concern. No. You're the family's only hope. We can't afford risks. She turned her glare back to Omer and barked, hand over the stipend card. It's the least you owe the Eugene family. The room fell silent, broken only by the clattering of the skeleton's bones. Omer tossed the apple core into the trash and leaned back on the couch, sweeping his eyes over the three of them. In a cold voice, he said, handing over my stipend? Not a chance. You might as well rob a bank if you want to feed that lizard of his. Omer brushed Irving's hand off and left without looking back. Irving stood rooted, shouting tearfully, Brother, don't go. The people in the hallway eyed Omer like he was an ungrateful wretch. Unbothered, Omer kept walking, a hint of a grin tugging at his lips. He wasn't part of the Eugene family anymore. From this moment onward, no one could control him. Omer looked at Irving and smirked mockingly. Cut the act. There's no camera here. Save those pitiful tears for Mom and Dad. Now that I'm out, the entire Eugene estate is yours. Bet you're throwing a party about it in your head. Irving's expression froze for a second, a flash of malice darting through his eyes before he quickly put his grieved face back on. Here is the translated and formatted content according to your request. Brother, how could you think of me like that? Enough. Omar cut him off, uninterested in hearing any nonsense. He patted the man's shoulder and said coldly, Save your disgusting act, green tea. Don't bother me anymore, or I won't hesitate to turn that frost lizard of yours into a pile of shattered bones. With that, he turned and walked out of the Awakening Plaza without looking back. Owen stood where he was, his expression of grievance fading into one of cold contempt. Pulling out his communicator, he spoke in a low voice. Wang Biao, Omar has been expelled from the Owen family. He's heading toward the slums. Intercept him at the abandoned factory in the outskirts. Break both his legs, shatter his career crystal, and leave him crawling for the rest of his life. Wang Biao chuckled darkly. Don't worry, young Master Owen. Taking care of an F-rank trash is a piece of cake for me. Owen hung up the call, a gentle smile returning to his face as he turned back toward the resting lounge. Outskirts of Jiangnan City. The road was rugged and overgrown with wild grass. Omar walked along the gravel path, feeling surprisingly relaxed. Finally free of those lunatics, he stopped, letting his mind sink into his soul interface. Name, Omar. Class, Necromancer, F-rank. Level, LV.1. Strength, 5. Agility, 4.
Constitution, 3.
Spirit, 8. Talent, Apocalypse, unique. With these stats, he was definitively at the bottom tier of first high school. His gaze shifted toward the tiny skeleton at his feet, which was currently digging in the dirt with a blank expression. Talent, passive. All summoned creatures inherit the summoner's attributes with a 10,000x enhancement. The skeleton's hidden stats unfolded right before his eyes. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, Common. Level, LV.1. Strength, 50,000. Agility, 40,000.
Constitution, 30,000.
Spirit, 80,000. Omar drew a sharp breath. 50,000 in strength? The strongest berserkers in Jiangnan City, even decked out in full gold-grade gear, barely reached 4,000. Just then, the little skeleton suddenly froze. A grayish glow started coursing over its bones, which thickened and became crystalline. Its rusty iron sword upgraded into a dark gold bone blade. The half-meter-tall skeleton now emitted an overwhelming aura, powerful enough to crush everything within 100 meters. Suddenly, a mutation occurred. A LV.3 bloodthirsty Fong boar burst out of the nearby brush, baring its fangs as it charged viciously at Omar. Omar didn't even lift an eyelid. The half-meter-tall dark gold skeleton took a single step forward. Boom! The full weight of Omar's stats, enhanced by 50,000 points across all attributes, exploded outward. The bloodthirsty Fong boar charged like it had rammed into a steel wall. It let out a strangled squeal before slamming into the ground, trembling so hard it couldn't move. Seconds later, it even lost control of its bladder, yellow liquid trickling down its legs. LV.3 ferocious wild beast, reduced to this state by the aura of an F-rank skeleton. Omar raised an eyebrow and addressed the dark gold skeleton. Go! Finish it off! The skeleton lifted its foot and lightly stomped down. By the time it lifted its foot again, only an intact pigskin remained in the crater. Omar scratched his chin thoughtfully. Broke as hell right now. Guess I'll hit a beginner dungeon tomorrow to gather some starter funds. The next morning, the dungeon entrance was packed with people. The Owen family convoy pulled up, and Owen stepped out in his gleaming silver armor, for LV.10 plus bodyguards trailing behind him. The mass of reporters immediately flocked to him. Owen proudly declared he was attempting nightmare difficulty, sending murmurs of awe rippling through the crowd. At that moment, a figure unlike any of the others appeared on the periphery of the gathering, Omar. Wearing a faded white t-shirt, flip-flops, and holding a plastic beach chair in one hand and a bag of ice-cold soda in the other, he ambled leisurely toward the teleportation gate. Owen quickly stepped in front of him, raising his voice dramatically. Brother, you don't even have armor. It's too dangerous inside. What if? Omar cut him off by shifting the beach chair to his left hand. A good dog doesn't block the path. Owen's face froze in humiliation. Omar added nonchalantly, save your little nightmare difficulty act for the reporters. Don't bother me. I've got places to be. Then he shoved past Owen and made directly for the teleportation gates. Unconcerned, Omar continued his path straight to the red, abyss difficulty gate. The crowd stared, dumbstruck, as this one-man team in flip-flops and a beach chair simply walked on through the portal nobody dared approach. The plaza fell silent. Abyss difficulty? By himself. Is he insane? That's a death wish. Owen froze in place before sneering. If this guy wanted to seek his own death, so be it. Ignoring the gasps and murmurs, Omar stepped through the red portal. Inside the abyss dungeon, the skies were dark crimson. Charred earth was littered with dry bones. Omar picked a flat spot, unfolded his beach chair, plopped down, and popped open a can of ice-cold soda, sipping with complete satisfaction. In the monitoring room, faculty members watching the live feed froze in disbelief. He's on vacation? The lead supervisor, shaking with rage, barked orders. Mark him as dead in the system and prep a body bag. Inside the abyss, Omar finished his soda and dropped the empty can. The moment it hit the ground, the horizon filled with a massive pack of elite shadow wolves, numbering over 100. They quickly surrounded him. Omar yawned, casually lifted a finger, and snapped it. 10 dark gold skeleton warriors erupted from the ground, forming a protective circle around him. The alpha wolf howled, signaling the attack. The pack surged forward like ink-black shadows. Leaning back, eyes shut, Omar lazily issued his command. Finish them. Don't waste time. With a single wave of its bone blade, one dark gold skeleton unleashed a devastating shockwave boom. The sheer force of its 50,000 strength attribute tore through the air, sending a dozen white torrents of energy streaking outward. The first line of wolves didn't even have time to react before being obliterated on impact. Flesh, bones, everything was pulverized into nothingness, leaving behind a cascade of blood rain. The shockwave didn't stop until it smashed into a towering black boulder, shattering it into fine dust with a deafening crash. One-hit KO. The remaining 9 skeletons charged into the wolf pack, cutting through them like scythes in a wheat field. No spells, no techniques, just pure, unrelenting carnage fueled by numbers that defied reason. Let me know if you need any further adjustments. Omar reclined on the beach chair, energy surging wildly from the depths of his soul. The level barrier shattered instantly, LV.2, LV.3, LV.4, skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket. In under 3 minutes, more than 100 elite shadow wolf creatures were massacred. Silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving only scraps of flesh and the thick stench of blood. Stretching lazily, Omar smirked, leveling up by lounging around. This is the life. Just as he was about to summon his skeletons back, he noticed they weren't idle. Instead, they busied themselves, bone blades in hand, rummaging through the heaps of remains. One small skeleton pulled something from the blood-soaked ground, a glowing shadow wolf crystal core, and toddled over to place it neatly next to his beach chair before scurrying off to collect more. The 10 tiny skeletons worked like an assembly line. They carefully scavenged all loot dropped by the enemies, obsessively sorting and organizing everything. Crystal cores stacked into a small pyramid, wolf pelts folded neatly into squares, and wolf fangs lined up in perfect order by size. Omar's lip twitched. What did I summon? Battle-ready janitors with OCD. He picked up one of the elite crystal cores, tossing it lightly in his hands. Each one fetches thousands on the market, and this pile was worth at least a few 100,000. Enough for a down payment on a house. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the instructor and the admissions officer were animatedly throwing compliments at one another while watching Omer's performance. The guild leader of the War God Guild looked flushed with excitement. The intern instructor whispered, "Why is the monitor for the Abyss dungeon blacked out?" The admissions officer glared at him. "An F-rank failure going into the Abyss dungeon? And you think he's coming out alive? I already crossed his name off the list." Unbeknownst to everyone, in the death trap of the Abyss dungeon, the so-called doomed waste of a rich playboy was kicking a growing mound of crystal cores at his feet, looking annoyed. "No backpack. Awkward." He turned to his skeletons. "Each of you grab a bundle. Drop so much as one piece, and I'll use your bones as firewood." Upon hearing the command, their soul flames flickered with alarm, and they jumped to action. 2 used wolf pelts to bundle up crystal cores. A few hefted wolf fangs over their backs, and in no time the squad looked stuffed like overburdened delivery workers. Omer wandered along, stopping occasionally as waves of monsters fell like mown grass before him. He led the charge, clearing the path, while 5 skeletons trudged along, carrying the spoils like a walking general goods store. After a while, Omer paused and glanced at the cheap digital watch on his wrist. "This speed isn't cutting it," he muttered. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he sighed. "The Abyss dungeon is too big. If I rely on only you 10 to chop through it all, I'll be missing dinner tonight." With a resigned huff, Omer raised his right hand. Snap! A crisp snap of his fingers. Ahead, the ground rumbled as 90 orbs of golden light burst forth from the earth. Adding to the original 10, 100 half-meter-tall dark gold skeleton warriors lined up in impeccable formation. Their hollow eye sockets burned with ghostly blue flames, and their sheer collective aura of 5,000 level total stats per leader fused into an oppressive presence that pushed the crimson mist back dozens of meters. Omer nodded in satisfaction. "Now that's more like it." He waved a hand nonchalantly. 10 stay as porters. The other 90 spread out. From here to the dungeon boss, I don't want to see anything breathing. No survivors. Got it. All 90 skeletons raised their glowing black gold blades in eerie unison. In the next instant, they shot forward like a flood breaking through a dam, charging into the dungeon depths with violent momentum. Poison frogs barely had a chance to spit venom before being diced into bloody chunks by dozens of blades. Cave spiders poked their heads out only to be immediately cleaved in half midair. Ambushes and traps became pathetic jokes under the weight of sheer, overwhelming force. Omer didn't even catch a glimpse of the monsters, hearing only the constant stream of screams, sonic booms, and crashing sounds ahead. Meanwhile, his experience bar inched upward at a ridiculous speed. LV.5, LV.6, LV.7. The glowing effects of leveling up sparkled around him nonstop. Even the smaller skeletons tasked with hauling loot didn't waste a moment. The moment a monster died, they rushed forward to collect resources, steadily assembling another towering pile of spoils behind him. Omer frequently stopped walking just to wait for his short-legged labor crew to catch up. 30 minutes later, the ominous crashing noises ahead fell silent. Rounding a bend past the obsidian rock piles, he emerged into an open space, a basin as wide as a soccer field. This was the dungeon's last, deepest area. At the heart of the Abyss dungeon, Omer clapped his hands, brushing off the dust. His 10 dark gold skeletons stood by, neatly packed loot bags ready. The dungeon boss lay defeated. Remnants sprawled across the ground. A massive stone tablet rose from the basin's center. Wrinkling his nose disdainfully, Omer selected anonymity, snapped his fingers, and led his skeletal battalion into a swirling portal of light. Back in the newbie dungeon square, players milled about, chatting idly. Suddenly, the sky darkened as a pillar of dark gold light burst through one of the portals, accompanied by a booming announcement echoing across Jiangnan City. "Congratulations to Anonymous for solo clearing Abyss Tier Newbie Dungeon. Completion time, 3 minutes 20 seconds. Achievement rate, 100%. A new century record for Jiangnan City." The square fell deathly silent. A teacup slipped from Oh Jinhai's hand, shattering on the ground unnoticed. 30 seconds later, pandemonium erupted. Solo cleared Abyss Tier? 3 minutes. The entire square descended into chaos. This isn't even enough time to clear the stage boss. Even a level 50 awakened can't be this fast. In the VIP seating, the top figures sprang up in shock. The president of the War God Guild grabbed his assistant by the collar. "Investigate. I want to know who the anonymous guy is, even if we have to spend a fortune. He must join the War God Guild." The deans of top colleges were panicking too, frantically dialing their phones. Principal. Jiangnan City just produced a monster who solo cleared the abyss in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. At that moment, the nightmare teleportation gate flickered, and Owen, along with his team, stumbled out in utter disarray. His silver light armor was in shreds, his face covered in dirt and blood. Owen clutched his head, trembling. The reporters' and students' eyes immediately lit up. The timing was too perfect. Other than Owen, who else could cause such a massive commotion? The crowd surged forward, surrounding him completely. Young Master Owen, how did you solo clear the abyss in 3 minutes and 20 seconds? Why go anonymous? Was it to stay low-key? Owen's mind was buzzing. He'd just been chased to the point of wetting his pants by minor mobs in the nightmare-level dungeon and hadn't even cleared the first stage. But seeing the odd expressions of those top leaders, the deferential looks from the principals, Owen suddenly clamped his mouth shut. Since the real hero chose to remain anonymous, then why shouldn't he take the credit? Wiping the grime off his face, Owen stood up weakly but managed a determined smile. The abyss is indeed challenging. I took a minor injury. Remaining anonymous was just my way of staying humble. Didn't think you'd figure it out anyway. His teammates stared at him, wide-eyed with terror, about to speak when his icy glare silenced them. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheer. Father Owen lunged forward and hugged his son tightly, tears streaming down his face. Good son, you're the pride of the Owen family. Aunt Zola smugly looked around. My little Owen is a dragon among men. Those losers don't even deserve to carry his shoes. Father Owen immediately whipped out his communicator and yelled, "Throw money at it. I want my boy trending at #1 in 5 minutes. Title it, Owen. Forever the pride of Jiangnan City." He waved his hand grandly. Tonight, I'm reserving the entire Marriott Hotel to celebrate my son. Before he could finish, a red abyss gate shimmered again as another figure emerged at a relaxed pace. It was Olmo, dragging 10 skeletons behind him, arms full of top-tier loot. He glanced toward the plaza center, where Owen was basking in everyone's admiration, the Golden System announcement still glowing over his head. Cracking open a leftover can of soda from the dungeon loot, Olmo took a sip, a smirk playing on his lips. I've seen people pick up cash, even pick up insults, but someone stealing credit for another's hard work and slapping it on their own face? That's a first for me. Olmo couldn't be bothered to expose the charade. Turning toward the fire escape, he slipped away and headed straight to the Black Gold Consortium. Carrying 2 large woven sacks, wearing a beat-up t-shirt and flip-flops, he swaggered into the building. Dropping the bags onto the appraisal counter with a thud, he was met by a receptionist who barely glanced at him before sneering. "Student, you're at the wrong place. We don't deal in junk here." Olmo didn't respond, instead fishing out a fist-sized, purple-black crystal core from the sack and tossing it onto the counter. In the next instant, the oppressive aura of a high-level abyssal boss exploded outward. The receptionist's legs gave way beneath her as she collapsed behind the desk, pale and quivering. Even the Tier 2 security guards froze in their tracks, sweat pouring down their faces. Silence swept across the hall as all eyes locked onto Olmo. An older man, known as Master Zwa, stormed out of the office, his face dark with urgency, scanning the surroundings. Where's that abyssal-level oppression coming from? Who brought high-tier boss materials in plain sight? His gaze fell on the terrified receptionist, who instinctively pointed a trembling hand toward the counter. Masters were rushed over, abandoning dignity as he leaned over the desk to scrutinize the purple-black crystal core. His pupils constricted. Hurriedly donning white gloves and grabbing a magnifying glass, he gingerly picked up the core. For a moment, the hall fell deathly quiet again, as everyone watched Jiangnan's top appraiser trembling over the item. Beads of sweat rolled down his temple. His hands shook as his teeth chattered. An abyssal, 15-level abyssal lord. The cursed tree demon's core, he exclaimed in a voice trembling with disbelief. The receptionist, on the verge of fainting, nearly passed out. She'd just told a client carrying this kind of material to leave. Leaning casually against the counter, Olmo tapped his fingers impatiently. You done gawking? Came here for a price. Gotta head home and catch some sleep. Masters was snapped his head up, eyes locking onto the flip-flop-wearing young man before him. His voice, tremulous. Sir, the value of this crystal core transcends monetary measurements. Look here, its surface is flawless without a single blemish. Its energy structure? Unbroken. The purity? Absolute perfection at 100%. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Normal engagements with an abyssal lord would leave combat marks. For such an untainted core to drop, there's only one explanation. This lord didn't even get to unleash a skill. You one-shot it. The hall erupted in an uproar. A one-shot kill on a level 15 abyssal lord? What sort of monster could do that? Olmo raised an eyebrow. Less chatter. There are 2 more sacks. Full of dungeon loot. So, you buying or not? With quaking hands, Masters unzipped the remaining bags, and with just a single glance, lost all strength, collapsing to the ground. The bags were stuffed full of dark gold materials, rare crystal cores, all free of scratches or imperfections. This wasn't dungeon raiding. This was going wholesale in the abyss itself. Simultaneously, in the top-floor office of the Black Gold Consortium, the president lounged in his chair, puffing on a cigar as he watched the live feed from the Awakening Plaza. News of Owen's supposed 3-minute solo abyss clear dominated the headlines. Scoffing, he muttered, "Fooling the masses is one thing, but claiming that an undeveloped frostbone dragon managed this? I haven't been running this business for decades just to be taken for an idiot." The security chief's communicator began flashing incessantly. "President, you need to check the first-floor surveillance right now." Frowning, the president clicked on the feed. He arrived just in time to see Masters was sprawled helplessly on the ground, trembling at the sight of 2 battered woven sacks. Standing behind the counter was a young man dressed in a cheap t-shirt and flip-flops. The guild president played an audio recording, and the line from Elders "One-hit kill on the Abyss Lord," rang directly in his ears. His hand shook, dropping his cigar, which burned a hole in his pants. Yet he didn't even flinch as he stared intently at the screen showing the young man. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to clear the instance. A flawless Abyss Lord crystal core, 0 wear and tear. 2 pieces of evidence clicked together instantly. The guild president shot up from the sofa. "What kind of crap is this about the eldest master of the O family? This guy. That's the real anonymous pro who broke Jiangnan City's century-old record." Inside the Black Gold Merchant Association's Grand Hall, Qian Fugui burst out from the security corridor, panting heavily, and rushed to the appraisal desk. He glanced at Elder Zhua, who was lying on the ground, then locked his eyes onto the purple-black crystal at hand, before narrowing his focus on OMO. The female receptionist shakily got up, about to speak, but Qian Fugui waved her off impatiently. "Shut it. Are you blind? You dare offend an important guest? Go to accounting, settle your pay, and don't come back." 2 guards dragged her away like a discarded rag doll. Qian Fugui immediately adjusted his expression. A warm smile plastered on his face, as he walked briskly over to OMO. "Little brother, my subordinates were ignorant and caused you displeasure. I'm Qian Fugui. Shall we move our discussion to the VIP room upstairs?" OMO grabbed his 2 snakeskin bags and nodded. "Fine. Make it quick." In the VIP suite upstairs, Elder Zhua, hands trembling more by the second, carefully inspected the materials with white gloves. "President, these are all flawless in purity. The quality of this batch, easily the best in the association's last decade." Qian Fugui slid a cup of Dahong Pao tea toward OMO, leaning in as he spoke in a quieter voice. "So the buzz outside is deafening, claiming it was the O family's eldest son who broke the record. What's your take?" OMO leaned back on the sofa. "People love slapping labels. Nothing to do with me. I'm here to sell. You're here to pay." Qian Fugui slapped his thigh. 30 million. No nonsense pricing.
Umono dead.
Fair. Producing a confidentiality agreement and a VIP Black Gold membership card, Qian Fugui stated, "The 30 million has already been credited, usable continent-wide. Additionally, you'll receive a 30% discount on future purchases." OMO signed the agreement, casually tucking the card into his pocket. "Do you have storage rings available? The bigger the capacity, the better." Qian Fugui instantly instructed Elders what to fetch one. Soon, a sleek, silver, high-capacity storage ring was placed in front of OMO 100 cubic meters. Original price is 3 million, but discounted to 2.1 million. OMO put it on without hesitation. "Do you also have skill books that take effect over a wide area but don't require manual activation?" Qian Fugui pulled out a shimmering golden tome. "A golden tier weaken aura. Reduces the total attributes of hostile targets within a 100-meter radius by 10%. Discounted to 3.5 million.
Umono dead.
Sold. Anything to instantly boost levels? I'm not fond of grinding out in the wild." Elders rolled his eyes beside them. Someone who cleared an Abyss Lord in 3 minutes and 20 seconds said they disliked grinding monsters? Qian Fugui smirked, wiped his forehead, and pulled out a sleek silver briefcase from the association's safe. Inside were 50 neatly arranged vials of glowing blue liquid. Top-grade experience capsules, 10,000 per vial, refined entirely from advanced magical beast cores. Drink it down for an immediate surge of experience. Omo's eyes lit up and, without a word, he bought the entire batch. After this massive shopping spree, the 30 million credit balance had been slashed in half. Omo stored the skill tome and the case of experience capsules into the storage ring. Stretching lazily, he said, "All right, I'm done for the day." Qian Fugue personally escorted him to the back exit. Watching the young man in flip-flops walk away, Qian Fugue took a deep breath. The skies in Jiangnan City are starting to change. Leaving the Black Gold Merchant Association, Omo turned into an unlit, narrow alley. From the Awakening Plaza, several tails had been trailing behind him. His lips curled into a cold smile as he deliberately entered the alley. When he reached the end, he leaned against the wall, then turned around. "Followed me all this way without getting tired? Show yourselves already." A cold chuckle echoed from the mouth of the alley. 5 or 6 burly men stepped out from the shadows, led by the bald Wang Biao, who toyed with a dagger. Behind him, his henchmen unsheathed machetes. Wang Biao pointed the dagger at Omo's nose and sneered, when Xiao gave the order. "A disowned mutt like you still dares act tough? Tonight, I'm breaking your arms and legs." The group smirked cruelly, sealing off all exits. As they raised their machetes to swing toward Omo's legs, Omo remained relaxed, hands still in his pockets. He exhaled a single word, calm as ever. "Idiots." Before the word finished echoing, the air behind him shimmered. Emerging silently from the distortion was a half-meter tall skeletal figure gleaming in dark gold. Its hollow eyes burned with ethereal blue flames, and its magic-infused gold bone blade glinted menacingly. Omo lazily glanced at the descending machetes and remarked indifferently, "Don't kill them, just smash their kneecaps. Too noisy otherwise." A golden blur streaked through the alley. 40,000 agility points made its speed completely imperceptible to the naked eye. The dark gold skeleton didn't even use the blade's edge, just the flat of the weapon, to hammer one thug's kneecap. Crack! The sound of bones splintering erupted in the narrow alley. The man hadn't yet processed what happened before his vision shifted downward. A split second later, searing pain consumed him as he crumpled to the ground, screaming in agony. His knees bent in the wrong direction entirely, with jagged bone fragments tearing through his pants, blood gushing wildly. Before another thug could react, the golden skeleton was already at his side. The weapon rose. The weapon fell. Another sharp snap. Within moments, the second man fell, kneeling involuntarily on shattered knees reduced to powder. In under 2 seconds, every thug surrounding Wang Biao was immobilized, writhing in agony on the ground with thoroughly demolished knees. Wang Biao's smug grin froze, eyes wide and unblinking. He stared at the dark gold monstrosity darting through his men like a phantom. It was too fast. He, a proud level 25, 2-job advanced assassin, couldn't even track its movements. Snap, crack. One by one, every kneecap in his squad was obliterated. The dark gold skeleton, after wiping blood off the flat of its blade, lurched toward Wang Biao. Its cold blue eye flames locked onto him. Wang Biao felt a chilling sensation surge from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his trembling hands shook like leaves in a storm. He wanted to back away, but his legs felt like they were weighted with lead, unable to move an inch. The dark gold little skeleton raised its bone blade and ruthlessly swung it down toward his knee. Crack! Wang Biao let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Yos! Ao's Henhai's family finally appeared, heading straight for the front row on the first floor to take their seats. As soon as Ao's Henhai sat down, he exhaled with a mix of pain and resignation. "For tonight, we even sold 2 plots of land in the east end of town at a loss." Zora's eyes sparkled. "It's worth it. That weapon Frostbane Whisper is made for one. If he takes the top spot in the province, the O family will surely become Jiangnan's #1. Ao's Henhai nodded resolutely. "Exactly. Even if it bankrupts us, I'm getting that staff tonight." The gentry from nearby immediately crowded around, offering flattery as if pouring out waves of honey. Young Master O solo clearing the Abyssal Dungeon. His record is legendary across Jiangnan City now. Owen stood gracefully, humbly returning bows to the crowd's praises. He wore a faint smirk as he soaked in the admiration, but an air of smug arrogance glimmered clearly in his eyes. Meanwhile, in one of the second-floor private boxes, Omo nonchalantly spat out a grape seed, leaning on one hand as if enjoying a show. President Qian, this auction is quite peculiar. They're not even selling items. Instead, it's all just theatrics. Qian Fugui followed his gaze downstairs, his expression somewhat strange. If you're unhappy with it, Master Mo, I'll have these clowns thrown out of here immediately. Omo took a casual sip of mineral water, his tone indifferent. Free comedy. Why not watch? I enjoy seeing fools make a spectacle of themselves. Qian Fugui instantly caught his drift. You're absolutely right, Master Mo. Let them carry on entertaining us for a while longer. Ao Henhai suddenly raised his paddle, announcing a bid of 10 million out of the blue. The entire venue fell into an abrupt silence. Starting bid was 5 million, and President O doubles it straight away. Who's still going to compete with that kind of devotion? The room's laughter was led by the Tiger Guild Master. That item suits young Master O perfectly. We won't fight for it. Other major families also followed suit, withdrawing and showering compliments. Ao Henhai felt a rush of pride, a beam of satisfaction practically splitting his face as applause and sycophantic remarks poured in. He was ready to seal the deal when a lazy voice drifted faintly from the direction of the private boxes upstairs. 20 million. The voice wasn't loud, but it struck Ao Henhai like a bucket of ice water dumped over his head. The room froze still, the silence so thick it was almost tangible. Ao Henhai's head whipped upward, his face going pale as paper. Zora stood stunned stiff, her heart racing wildly. Through the crack of the glass window in the second-floor box, the dim light illuminated a languid profile once more. Zora couldn't breathe properly anymore. Umu! She screamed internally, but no sound escaped her lips. Yos! Ao Henhai, face flushed bright red, clasped his hands together to address the crowd. Thank you, everyone, for showing your courtesy. I'll host a gathering soon to thank you all with some fine drinks. Zora tilted her chin upward like a proud peacock, basking in the awe of those surrounding them. Owen meticulously adjusted his suit, rising to bow slightly toward the audience, embodying the elegance of a gentlemanly air. But the auctioneer could barely hide his frustration. This frost crystal heart, which could have easily soared to 15 million in bids, was now stuck at the starting price. Still, he had to continue the standard process. President O's bid is 10 million. Is there a higher offer? The hall was silent. All eyes were on Ao Henhai, their smiles full of subtle amusement. 10 million going once. Ao Henhai confidently sipped his tea, radiating certainty. 10 million going twice. Zora had already begun chatting excitedly with Owen about commissioning a custom staff from one of the master craftsmen tomorrow. The auctioneer prepared his hammer to conclude the deal. But just as the wooden hammer was about to strike the podium, a drawling voice broke through from the VIP box upstairs. 20 million. Clink. Ao Henhai dropped his teacup, hot liquid splashing down his pant leg. The room fell deathly silent. All at once, every eye turned toward VIP box number 1 on the second floor. Was this madness? Who in their right mind would raise the bid by 10 million out of nowhere? Ao Henhai's face turned beet red, snapping his head upward to glare at the second floor. Zora turned ghastly pale. She knew that voice. Owen's forced smile hardened. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. The auctioneer recovered. Box number 1 bids 20 million. Any higher offers? Ao Henhai, trembling with rage, struggled to speak. The combined value of his eastern plots plus liquid assets totaled only around 26 million. For someone to casually bid 20 million was a deliberate move to bury him. 25 million! The hall gasped audibly. This was already over double the starting price. Ao Henhai's desperation was clear. Having shouted his bid, he slumped back into his seat, utterly drained. Inside, his heart bled. 1 second. 2 seconds. The silence stretched thin. Omo, paying no attention to the theatrics below, lazily popped another peeled grape into his mouth. Barely sparing a glance downward, he pressed his bid button with the flick of a finger and drawled, 50 million. I just want to hear the sound. Boom! The entire venue erupted. Disbelief flashed across every face. 50 million for a silver-grade material? Just for the thrill? Qian Fugui wiped sweat from his brow. Omo only had 30 million left in funds at most. But that didn't matter. The true worth of his words lay elsewhere. Ao Henhai's head swam. A high-pitched ringing filled his ears. 50 million would require selling the entire O family estate. And even then, it wouldn't be enough. This wasn't an auction. This was an execution. A mountain of gold had just crushed Ao Henhai utterly. Omo had stomped the O family's pride to dust with a single move. Zora screamed, rushing to catch a half-collapsed Ao Henhai from slipping out of his chair. Owen bit down hard enough to draw blood from his lip. The prized staff? Their chance for top rank? Gone. Everything gone. The hall murmured with hushed mockery. The same top brass who had once flocked to cozy up to the O family now watched amusedly from the sidelines. Where was that legendary genius now? Their vaunted hero could not even raise a squeak in front of the real heavyweight. Aushenhai's breathing turned ragged. He shoved Zora away, rising with trembling fury to bellow shakily at the second floor. 50 million! Who the hell can afford to throw out numbers like that? What's the Black Gold auction house doing? Aren't you verifying his funds? All eyes turned eagerly to box number 1, awaiting the promised humiliation. Then the door to the box swung open. A young man walked out slowly, wearing a worn-out t-shirt and a pair of cheap flip-flops. In one hand he casually held half a plate of jade-like grapes. He stopped at the railing, looking down at the first floor with leisure and indifference. This is section 7/23. Following the provided structure, keeping original formatting and layout intact, here is the process translation. Zola's knees buckled, nearly collapsing. Aushenhai and Owen's eyes were wide with disbelief. How could this worthless trash appear in the VIP box number 1? Aushenhai reacted first, cursing furiously. You little bastard! How the hell did you sneak in? Trying to ruin your brother's future. Owen immediately put on a pained look. Brother, if you hate us, take it out on me, but don't cause trouble here. Get down and apologize to Mom and Dad. Aushenhai shouted at the auctioneer. Call security and get him out. He couldn't even afford $100. The auctioneer stared at him as if he were an idiot and didn't respond. At that moment, the Chamber of Commerce president, Qian Fugui, walked out with a stern look. He first accepted the fruit platter from Umo, then slammed his hand down on the railing. Aushenhai? Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to yell on my turf. Aushenhai instantly deflated, awkwardly smiling. President Qian, this kid's just a penniless nobody. I was only worried about the chamber's honor. Qian Fugui sneered coldly. Open your eyes and look clearly. Mr. Umo here is our Black Gold VIP. He could buy your entire O family 10 times over. The room erupted. Aushenhai froze as if struck by lightning. Zola's face turned ashen, and Owen's smugness crumbled entirely. Umo yawned, casually pulling a black gold card out of his pocket and tossing it to Qian Fugui. Swipe it. This worthless stone is mine. Standing by the elevator, Umo adjusted his robe, his gaze falling on Aushenhai and Zola's faces before his lips curved into the faintest smirk. He carelessly tossed the premium crystal core worth 50 million to the skeleton at his feet, as if feeding a dog. The skeleton opened its mouth, crushed it with a crunch, and silence blanketed the room. In Owen's eyes, a flicker of anger ignited. Aushenhai's legs trembled, and tears streamed down Zola's face. They finally understood. They had pushed away a gold mine with their own hands. That night, atop the Imperial Hotel, as the elevator doors opened, Umo walked out, holding a can of iced cola, and bumped into 2 people blocking his way. Zola forced a smile and stepped forward. Dear Umo. Umo took half a step back, raising his eyes. Say what you need and get on with it. Zola squeezed out 2 tears. That night was a test for you. Aushenhai struck a stern, fatherly pose. The O family has a large business. You've been a wild child. Hand over the card, and we'll deposit it into a trust fund for you. Umo shook the cola can, laughing lightly. Aushenhai's hand froze mid-air, unable to come down. 2 cold, dark golden bone blades suddenly pressed against their throats. Umo finished the last sip of his cola, casually crushed the can, and tossed it into the trash. Well, why'd you stop? His voice was calm, yet it sent chills down everyone in the hallway. Aushenhai broke into a sweat, his lips trembling, too terrified to form words. Zola's legs gave out entirely, dropping her onto the carpet, shaking like a leaf. Low chuckles came from the onlookers. TSK, these parents can really act. Now that their son's successful, they're crawling back for money? The nerve. Aushenhai and Zola's faces burned, turning a deep red purple with humiliation, unable to raise their heads as the others' mocking words cut into them like knives. Looking at the once lofty parents before him, Umo's gaze turned icy. He turned away, his back to them, and left behind one cold word. Scram. The hallway was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Aushenhai and Zola couldn't hold themselves up any longer. Trembling all over, they stumbled back a few steps before turning and fleeing in disgrace. Around them, elite businessmen and senior guild members watched their retreat, letting out contemptuous chuckles. Umo didn't look back, tossing his trash into the bin. I've told you already. Stop bothering me. He took a step forward, looming over the couple with a glacial stare. From the moment you signed that disownment agreement in the lounge, we became strangers. Your shameful antics and business failures have nothing to do with me. Don't come playing at a deep parental connection. It's disgusting. The guests around the hallway were utterly dumbfounded, staring at the two dark golden skeletons. Gasps echoed amongst them. What kind of summoned creatures are those? A Lord-tier summon. The O family actually kicked out a true god. Aos Henhai and Zola's knees shook as the surrounding whispers slapped their faces like open hands. Leaning in slightly, Umo's voice dropped low, but every word was crystal clear. This is your final warning. Take your greed and lies and get out of my sight immediately. If you dare to come near me again, I won't hesitate to make the entire O family in Jiangnan City vanish without a trace. Not even a brick left. As his words fell, the dark golden bone blades vanished into streaks of light, and the two skeletons disappeared into the void. Aos Henhai gasped for air, unable to utter a single word as he grabbed Zola and stumbled into the elevator in panic like a pair of beaten dogs. As the elevator doors closed, Umo turned and headed back to his room. The crowd dispersed, but whispers about the O family's disgrace would persist well into the night. Back at the O family villa, the living room was a wreck. Aos Henhai smashed an antique vase onto the ground, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. That little bastard! How dare he hold me at knife point? Zola's face was deathly pale, a gauze pad covering her neck, as she sat on the sofa, sobbing. What a curse! How did our O family end up with such a wretched menace as him? Owen calmly descended from the stairs, holding a cup of tea. Mom, Dad, calm down. Have some tea to steady yourselves. Aos Henhai slumped into the sofa, clutching his head. Calm down? How can I calm down? Our family's reputation was utterly destroyed at the Imperial tonight. Owen lowered his gaze, speaking softly. Dad, with Big Brother now backed by the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, he's bound to be more trouble. Next week's senior field training, if he encounters a high-level magical creature. Owen paused meaningfully. Well, no one would ever trace it back to us. Silence filled the room. Zola gritted her teeth. Owen's right. He cuts all family ties. He will ruin the O family sooner or later. If he doesn't want this home, then he shouldn't fault us for being ruthless. Greed and hatred took over completely in Aos Henhai's gaze as he locked eyes with Owen. The last fragments of his restraint shattered. All right, if he won't leave us any way out, then let's send him on his way ahead of schedule. O Jinhai's eyes turned cold as he said to Owen, this isn't something you can handle. I'll personally reach out to the underground black market mercenary group, Bloodskull. Their leader is a level 30 second-tier berserker, and every member is a stone-cold killer. I'll offer 20 million to take out that kid. They'll set up an ambush in the wilderness, disguising it as a monster outbreak, leaving no trace. Owen, hearing this, felt reassured. He sipped his tea to hide the glimmer of excitement at the corners of his mouth. Spending 2 million to hire a level 30 killer group to handle a newbie? That's like killing a mosquito with a cannon. No matter how eerie Omo's skeleton minion might be, it wouldn't withstand a fully armed mercenary team. Owen looked out into the night through the window, smug with his thought. This wilderness training trip would become Omo's death sentence. Once that kid was devoured by monsters to the point where not even his bones were left, the title of Jiangnan City's top talent would belong solely to Owen. Inside the presidential suite of the Emperor Hotel, Omo locked the door, hung the Do Not Disturb sign, and sat on the genuine leather sofa. He opened the silver suitcase gifted by Chen Fuguei. Inside were 50 vials of top-notch, azure blue experience capsules, neatly lined up. Popping one cap off, Omo gulped it down in one go. An explosion of energy surged through him, his experience gauge instantly filling up and pushing him from LV.10 to LV.11. But one bottle at a time was too slow for his liking. He grabbed 6 more and chugged them one after another. The empty vials clattered to the carpeted floor. In less than 10 minutes, all 50 capsules, a total of 5 million experience points, were consumed. His level skyrocketed, shooting up until LV.14 and stopping just shy of the LV.15 threshold, where his progress halted at 90%. Omo knew that LV.15 was a significant barrier. If it's not enough, then I'll just add more. He opened his spatial ring and poured out a pile of high-tier monster cores, which quickly covered half the living room floor. Without hesitation, he picked up an Abyss Gold Poison Swamp Frog core and bit into it, crunching it to bits. Then, he grabbed a handful of Silver Magic Wolf cores and crunched through them like snacks. After devouring over a dozen premium monster cores, energy began reaching its peak. Finally, he picked up the scarlet subcore of an abyssal overlord's associate, sinking his teeth into it with force. Boom! A ferocious abyssal energy erupted within him, raging like a volcanic explosion. Omo's soul trembled violently as his experience bar hit max capacity. Crack! An invisible barrier shattered as an overwhelming surge of magic power rushing back into him increased tenfold. LV.15. Barrier broken. His eyes shot open, glinting with golden light. His movements radiated a surge of power, and even his breath carried palpable heat. Panel. Name. O Montag. Class. Necromancer Summoner, F rank. Level. LV.15. Strength. 850. Agility. 780.
Constitution, 800.
Spirit. 1200. Talent. Calamity Descent. Unique.
Umosmurkt.
These attributes were beyond anything an F rank should possess. At this point, he wouldn't even need his summons. His own body alone could pin that weakling Owen to the ground. What intrigued him more, however, was his Calamity Army. A message echoed from his soul. Summoned entities inherit 100% of the summoner's stats, then are amplified 10,000-fold. 850 million strength, 780 million agility, and spirit stats breaking into 10 million territory. Even a level 60 third-tier city lord, fully equipped with legendary gear, would only have tens of thousands in attributes. Now, if he summoned a basic skeleton, it would utterly obliterate the city lord in a single strike. Not to mention, he had over 1 billion of them. OMO walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and shifted the curtain slightly to gaze into the city view. Practice this later. His growing powers but elemental sparks nor calator do remainsa. Turning, rest end out. This is section 9/23. Below is the process translation while maintaining the original structure, paragraph breaks, and overall layout. Next week, the school is organizing an outdoor training for senior high school students. That green tea younger brother from the O family seems to be planning some shady moves out there. He went ahead to scout in the advanced zone, getting used to the wilderness rhythm, probably to avoid being awkward when killing. OMO turned around and looked at the 2 mutated skeletons in the living room. Both skeletons lifted their heads in unison, and the ghostly blue flames flickering in their vacant eye sockets suddenly flared. The mage skeleton lifted its small staff, and a red glow flickered across its skull. The shield skeleton slammed its tower shield hard onto the ground. They had no vocal cords to let out roars, but the burning, feverish light in their sockets clearly conveyed an intense craving. They understood their master's intent. They thirsted for slaughter. OMO chuckled and casually grabbed a jacket, throwing it over his shoulders. Let's go. I'll take you out there for some killing. At the outskirts of Jiangnan City, at the entrance to the blood-red wasteland. The air was filled with a red toxic mist. This was the kind of place where even the bravest few dared not step forward lightly. 100,000 credits. Not a cent less. Behind a roadblock, He Biao held his massive battle axe and shouted arrogantly. He was a minor leader of the Wild Lion Guild. He spat on the ground, his gaze sweeping disdainfully over the scattered independent players assembled outside. Starting today, the blood-red wasteland is under our Wild Lion Guild's control. Want to go in and gather materials? Pay 100,000 credits for the toll, or leave a piece of silver-tier equipment as collateral. Can't afford it? Get lost immediately. The crowd erupted in anger. 100,000? Why don't you just rob us? It was only 5,000 yesterday, now it's 20 times that. This is a public field area. What gives you the right to block the way? A young mage in glasses trembled with anger and pointed at He Biao, shouting, You're violating the Awakened Charter. Just watch. We'll report you to the city guard. Not only was He Biao unafraid, but he also burst into wild laughter. After he laughed enough, his expression snapped cold. He grabbed the mage by the collar, yanking him over the steel cheval de frise, and swung a hard slap across his face. Bang! Half of the mage's face instantly swelled up. His glasses flew off, and he collapsed into the muddy ground, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He Biao planted a foot on the mage's chest, sneering coldly. Go ahead, report us to the city guard. See if they dare meddle in the Wild Lion Guild's business. He lifted his head, scanning the remaining independent players with arrogant eyes. Let me tell you, our guild master broke through to level 30 yesterday and became a second-tier berserker. Here in Jiangnan City, he's the F*** law. Upon hearing this, The scattered players who were previously furious instantly went silent. A level 30, second-tier berserker was absolutely a force to reckon with in Jiangnan City. As for these struggling independent players, what could they possibly use to fight back? He Biao snorted smugly. Pay up or leave. Keep whining, and I'll smash your profession crystal cores. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Several financially strapped players sighed and prepared to leave. But just as this stifling atmosphere reached its peak, a peculiar sound broke out from the back of the crowd. A pair of flip-flops tapping against the gravelly road. Tap, tap. Without thinking, the crowd parted to make way. Dressed in a faded, worn-out t-shirt with his hands in his pockets and yawning lazily, OMO strolled out from the rear. He completely ignored the bloodied mage lying on the ground, bypassed He Biao and his group of henchmen, and walked directly toward the steel roadblock. He Biao frowned. Where the hell did this beggar come from? Can't you see the Wild Lion Guild is handling business here? Get lost. OMO stopped in front of the barrier, lazily glancing up at He Biao. You're blocking my way. Move this pile of scrap metal. Silence. The surrounding crowd stared with wide eyes, disbelief written across their faces like they were watching a madman. He Biao froze for a moment, then burst into laughter so loud it brought tears to his eyes. Did I hear you right? You're telling me to move the roadblock for you. Abruptly, his laughter stopped. His gaze turned cruel. Fine, if you can cough up 100,000 credits, I'll personally carry you through. If not, I'll chop you into dog meat today. OMO let out a faint sigh, pressing his fingers against his temples in mild frustration. I really hate when people talk nonsense. He raised his right hand, rubbing his index and middle fingers together. Snap. A clear snapping sound. The ground beneath OMO suddenly convulsed violently, and two dark gold lights erupted from beneath the soil. Two small skeletons, half a meter tall, wobbled into position in front of him, their arms hefting dark gold tower shields twice their height. The sight was positively absurd. One of He Biao's henchmen couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. What the hell is that? Summoned creatures? Are they here to sell cute merchandise, or what? He Biao's face was filled with mockery too. Kid, you really think you're gonna force your way through with these diaper-wearing piles of bones? You must be brain-dead. OMO's voice carried over lightly. Clear the path. The moment his words dropped, the blue soul fire in the eye sockets of the two giant shield skeletons surged explosively. Instead of dashing forward, they crouched low, gaining momentum. Tower shields raised high, they charged directly into the steel roadblock. 4,000,000 units of force exploded out. The front row of the Cheval de Frise, as if made of paper, twisted and shattered instantly. Steel shards scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the tower shield slammed straight into He Biao and his gang of enforcers. The sound of bones snapping echoed continuously. He Biao's vaunted defensive equipment shattered on impact. He, along with over a dozen burly men, was sent flying with blood spraying from their mouths. They slammed heavily into the ground dozens of meters away, lying unconscious in newly formed craters. The Wild Lion Guild's defensive line was torn open, making way for a broad path. The remaining henchmen were paralyzed with fear, their weapons trembling in their hands. The scattered independent players gasped sharply, their gazes shifting from sympathy to sheer terror. Without a second glance at the wreckage, OMO kept his hands in his pockets, flip-flops slapping softly against the ground as he strolled leisurely through the path, heading deeper into the blood-red wasteland. This is the processed result based on your request while maintaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. It wasn't until his figure completely disappeared into the red poisonous mist that gasps erupted at the entrance. He's insane. That kid actually went in. He took down Black Panther, one of the core officers of the ferocious Lion Guild. The mage with the swollen face climbed up from the ground, his shattered glasses scattered everywhere. It's over. He's a dead man. The ferocious Lion Guild is notorious for protecting its own and being ruthless. Its leader is a level 30 berserker. He doesn't even care about the city guards when he loses his temper. The blood-red wasteland is full of their eyes. He's not coming out. Everyone unanimously concluded that today's fate was inevitable. Omer was done for. Meanwhile, deep in the heart of the blood-red wasteland, a towering man standing 2.5 meters tall, with muscles like boulders and a scarred face, the guild leader of the ferocious lions, was tearing into raw, bloody meat in massive bites. One of his subordinates, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, "Boss, Black Panther and his group have been wiped out," and someone forcibly entered the gates. Within the blood-red wasteland, wearing flip-flops, Omer strolled onward casually. After walking for about 10 minutes, the terrain suddenly opened up before him, revealing an enormous basin. This will do. Nice and spacious. With a flick of his wrist, a faint glow shimmered from his silver spatial ring, and a folded beach chair materialized onto the ground. Omer lay back onto the chair, stretched contentedly, and pulled out a chilled soda from his ring. With one hand, he snapped the tab open and tilted the can back, downing a large gulp. Just as he lowered the can, a deep growl erupted from the depths of the basin. The earth trembled violently. The poisonous red mist was shredded by a ferocious wind. Hundreds upon hundreds of scarlet eyes lit up from the depths beyond the mist. It was a monstrous horde, composed of level 20 armored rhinos, level 25 bloodthirsty wind wolves, and level 30 wasteland grizzly bears. The deafening roars made the ground quiver beneath their feet. Leaning back lazily on his beach chair, Omer didn't spare a glance as he raised an eyebrow. Can't a guy have a peaceful meal? With a resigned sigh, he set the soda down on the muddy ground beside him. He slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers in midair. Snap. The snap might have been faint, barely noticeable amidst the cacophony of beastly roars. But in the next instant, the ground before him burst into blinding golden light. Omer's dark gold eyes reflected the sight as 1,000 orbs of light exploded forth, forming a dense line across the land before his beach chair. As the light dissipated, 1,000 skeletal figures in pointed hats gripping skull-adorned staffs emerged in perfect alignment. Pure magical energy surged within their hollow sockets as a colossal mental pressure descended upon the wasteland, freezing the beast horde in place. The leading armored rhinos collapsed to their knees under the weight. Omer yawned, picked up his soda, and said flatly, "Too noisy. Mage squad, clear the area." In unison, the 1,000 skeleton mages raised their staffs high. No spells were drawn, no chants were uttered. Magic formed through sheer willpower. Boom! 1,000 2-meter-wide black orbs ignited in the air like miniature black suns, evaporating the poisonous mist and warping the surrounding air with an ear-piercing hum. Go! The orbs plummeted like a meteor shower into the beast horde. The ensuing cataclysmic explosion tore across the wasteland as towering black-red mushroom clouds rose skyward. Level 20 and 30 monsters alike vaporized instantly in the intense heat, unable even to utter a death cry. The bombardment lasted 30 seconds while Omer lounged in his chair, savoring the view of the fireworks. As the dust settled, the land before him had been carved away, leaving behind a massive charred crater at least a meter deep. It was bare, devoid of life, with only shimmering stacks of rare loot, materials, and high-grade core crystals dazzling brilliantly amidst the devastation. A satisfied smirk tugged at Omer's lips as he prepared to have his skeleton mages pack up the spoils. But out of the corner of his eye, he noticed an unexpected group on the hilltop. A few moments earlier, carrying a massive blood-grooved battle axe, Ferocious Lion Guild leader charged forward, his 100 elite enforcers following close behind, their hostility palpable. "Move it! Don't dawdle! Whoever dared mess with my guild, I'll skin him alive today." The scar-faced second-in-command smirked obsequiously as he tried to flatter. "Boss, isn't it a bit overkill to bring the whole crew to take out some punk in flip-flops?" The guild leader snorted coldly. Black Panther was a level 20 warrior, and he got instantly taken down. That kid's using some kind of devilish trickery. I'm level 30. It's the perfect chance to assert dominance. As the squad crested the hill, the guild leader raised his axe to let out a triumphant roar, only to have the words jam in his throat, completely strangled by the scene below. 1,000 dark gold mage skeletons stood in flawless formation. 1,000 black fireballs rose, igniting the evening sky before pouring down in a storm, their explosive impact deafening, scorching heat searing the air. Stunned into silence, the guild leader and his followers froze in place, their jaws slack as their gazes fixated on the crater below, now a meter deeper and littered with glowing treasures. Clang! The blood-grooved battle axe slipped from the guild leader's hand, smashing into his foot. He didn't even flinch. His brain was utterly blank, churning only with a single, overwhelming thought. What the hell is that monster? Omer drank the last gulp of his soda and casually tossed the can into the charred pit before turning his calm, indifferent gaze toward the stunned members of the Ferocious Lion Guild on the hill. "You lot. Since you're here, don't just stand around." He gestured toward the massive, glittering pile of rare materials in the crater. "Get down and sort it all out. If a single core is missing, you'll be staying in that pit for good." The air in the blood-red wasteland reeked of burnt earth as Omer reclined on his beach chair, ignoring the petrified crowd on the hill. His focus was entirely on the interface within his soul. Those 1,000 black fireballs had wiped out several thousand monsters, all level 20 or higher. An endless flood of experience points surged through the contract and into his body like a dam bursting, as his system's level bar skyrocketed before his very eyes. Level 16, level 17, level 18, level 19, until an unseen rumble echoed in his mind, marking a breakthrough. Level 20. Another significant checkpoint was crudely breached. Omar felt his bones and muscles undergoing a transformation, his organs seemingly emitting a radiant glow. Strength, agility, and mental acuity surged exponentially. He exhaled slowly, releasing a deep breath. This insane power gained just by lying down. This truly was addictive. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the slope on the basin's edge. The group from the Wild Lion Guild stood frozen, not a single one daring to take even a step forward. Wild Lion's palms, gripping his massive axe, were drenched in cold sweat. He was a level 30 second-tier berserker, the overlord of Jiangnan's underground circles, but now he was being bossed around like a laborer by some young guy wearing flip-flops. If news of this got out, how was he supposed to show his face in the community? The scar-faced vice president sidled up to him, his voice trembling. "Boss, what do we do? This kid's totally freaky. Those 1,000 skeletons, able to cast high-level magic, definitely aren't normal summons." Wild Lion gritted his teeth, glaring intensely at Omar in the pit below. "What are you panicking for? An F-class trash like him couldn't possibly have this kind of god-tier combat prowess. Those things must be illusions created by using an ancient forbidden spell scroll. These scrolls are rare. He's probably just putting up a bluff." The more Wild Lion thought about it, the more convinced he became. Forcing down half of his fear, he picked up his heavy, blood-grooved axe and began marching forward with a show of bravado. "Follow me, all of you." With over 100 elite enforcers at his back, Wild Lion stepped into the basin, gradually advancing toward Omar. The closer they got, the hotter the ground became. Thick-soled leather boots started hissing and melting from the rising heat. Stopping a mere 10 meters from Omar, on the outer edge of where the skeletal mage army loomed, Wild Lion observed the flickering red light in the sockets of those hollowed skulls. Scarface was about to utter another curse when Omar, already bored of wasting energy on him, casually flicked a finger. The leading skeletal mage's sockets flared with crimson brilliance. With a deafening roar, a fireball the size of a millstone erupted, tearing through the air just above Scarface's head. The fiery sphere scorched away his hair instantly, leaving his scalp charred and black. The fireball kept going, obliterating the nearby hill directly in its path. Boom! The hill was flattened on the spot. Debris and dust showered relentlessly onto the members of the Wild Lion Guild. Scarface's dagger slipped from his grasp as his eyes rolled back. He fainted on the spot. Wild Lion's ferocity and pride were utterly shattered. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, sliding closer to Omar's lounge chair. Stopping 2 meters before him, Wild Lion began kowtowing furiously, his voice trembling. "This territory is yours now. We'll leave immediately." He then roared at his subordinates. "Pick up every single material. If anyone leaves even a scrap behind, I'll skin them alive." Omar yawned lazily. "Make it quick. I've got supper plans tonight." Jiangnan City Underground Black Market, Shadow Brotherhood Safehouse. Owen slid a black card across to the thin, elderly man seated before him. 10 million. I want Omar dead." The old man chuckled lightly. The eldest young master of the O family sure knows how to spend big. Owen's face darkened. The old man continued, "Relax. We do business professionally. No leaks about employers." Owen snorted. "That kid's got some kind of mutated skeleton. It's insanely fast. All the second-tier professionals I sent ended up with their kneecaps shattered. I want your top ace, leave no trace. Finish him cleanly." From the shadows of the private room, a cold voice pierced the air. "I'll take this job." Owen's head whipped around, finally noticing someone seated leisurely on a sofa in the dim corner. Dressed entirely in tactical black, the figure toyed with a jet-black dagger in their hands. The informant provided an introduction. "This is the Brotherhood's ace. Codename, Wraith. He's a level 35 second-tier Shadowstep assassin." Owen narrowed his eyes and sized Wraith up. "Level 35? Can you handle that freakish skeleton?" Owen asked Wraith. "Guaranteed kill?" Wraith's movements froze, slowly raising his head, his emotionless, deathly eyes locked onto Owen's. "Last month, a provincial tycoon hired 4 level 40 bodyguards to protect their S-class prodigy day and night. I slit his throat right in front of them and walked out untouched. Owen sucked in a sharp breath. Sheathing his blade, Wraith said coldly, "An F-class summoner? Slice his throat, and his summons are powerless. Better prepare a burial for him, Mr. Owen." The instant the words left his mouth, Wraith's form blurred and melted into the suffocating darkness, disappearing entirely. Owen stared at the now empty corner, his heartbeat gradually stabilizing. A sinister smirk tugged at his lips. A level 35 Shadow Step assassin? Omar won't survive the night. Late at night, in the O family's mansion, Owen emerged from a long bath, glass of Romanée-Conti in hand. Standing before a floor-to-ceiling window, he murmured to himself, "Dear brother, did you honestly think backing the Black Gold Society would be your salvation?" He smirked coldly. "Tonight, you'll perish in the wilderness." Deep within the Bloodscar wasteland, Omar retracted his skeletal mage and shield skeletons into his storage ring, pulling out the luxurious inflatable tent moneybags Chin had gifted him. Post-bath, he sprawled onto a velvet mattress and quickly fell asleep. Outside, only 5 or 6 tiny skeletons milled about aimlessly, guarding the camp. As the night deepened, a dark shadow slithered noiselessly across the terrain, stopping behind a boulder 30 meters from the tent. Wraith adjusted his night vision goggles, coldly observing the bright tent and the undersized, seemingly useless skeletons wandering around. A sneer tugged at his lips. 10 million. Easiest payday of my life. Shadow Step activated. Wraith blurred into a ghostly form, silently gliding toward the tent. He moved directly through the 2 bumbling skeletons near the entrance, passing less than a meter away. They didn't react in the slightest. Effortlessly reaching the tent, Wraith peered through a small opening to see Omar sprawled out, deep in slumber. Smirking coldly, he raised his poison-laced dagger. All it took was unzipping the entrance, and Omar's throat would spill. And then, his scalp tingled with a chilling realization. From the very shadows of the tent, 5 diminutive skeletons emerged silently. Clad in blackened bone and clutching darkened daggers, their hollow eye sockets swirled with an abyssal vortex. Assassin skeletons. This is the content of paragraph 12/23. I will process it according to my logic while maintaining the paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. Below is the processed result. The Spectre's level 35, absolute invisibility, completely failed. Just as he tried to retreat, 5 small skeletons transformed into black shadows, their speed like a dimensional strike. The Spectre swung his dagger to block, but the blade snapped instantly, and the recoil tore his palm. The skeleton assassins fought with brutal simplicity. The first strike severed his hand tendons, the second cut through his foot tendons, and the third destroyed his profession core. He couldn't even cry out before they stuffed his mouth and dismembered him on the spot. Not a single drop of blood made it onto the mattress. Owen was savoring his red wine with satisfaction, calculating how the Spectre's mission must have succeeded. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and the old butler walked in with a wooden box. Owen eagerly opened it, only to find 2 broken blade fragments inside, glowing with an eerie green venomous light. It was the weapon the Spectre had wielded last night. The smile froze on his face as his heart sank like a stone. Owen's pupils constricted, and a wave of cold surged from his feet to the crown of his head. The Spectre's weapon broke? His hands trembled as he picked up the white paper beneath the blade fragments. Scrawled in mocking, blood-red characters were the words, "Your money was wasted. See you at the grand exam." Boom! Those words hit him like a hammer in the chest. Owen's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor. His wine glass toppled, crimson liquid spreading across the ground.
Impossible.
The commotion startled Owen Jinhai, who rushed downstairs to see the broken blade and bloody message. His face immediately turned ashen. A level 35 assassin couldn't even touch a hair on him? Owen Jinhai grabbed the bloodied note, his chest tightening as his eyes seared into the mocking words. Regret gnawed at him like a venomous snake. He regretted. If only he hadn't severed ties, the Owen family could have soared directly to prominence through Umo. "You useless, good-for-nothing fool." He kicked Owen hard, roaring, "You ruined everything." Owen lay sprawled among the broken glass, blood dripping from his fingertips, but all of a sudden, he let out a cold, low chuckle. The laughter grew louder, darker, more deranged. He lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. "The grand exam, huh? Umo, you've pushed me to the edge. When the time comes, I'll make sure you die in front of everyone." The central square of Jiangnan City was packed with 100,000 high school seniors preparing to awaken, making it completely impenetrable. The grand exam officially began. In the floating spectator stands, the mayor, principals, guild leaders, and others surrounded a woman in a silver-white trench coat, pouring on flattery with smiles. Her name was Su Qinghan, a special representative for Dragon God Academy admissions, level 40 at just 20 years old, an SSS rank ice swordmaster. Leaning nonchalantly against her chair, Su Qinghan looked thoroughly bored until her peripheral vision caught a figure emerging from the corner of the square. A young man in an old t-shirt and flip-flops, carrying fruit with charcoal in one hand and a stainless steel barbecue grill in the other, with a bundle of skewers tucked under his arm, strolled toward the teleportation array. Su Qinghan didn't even bat an eyelid, but the corner of her mouth curled into a smirk. Another one here to slack off. She couldn't muster the interest to look again and turned her attention back to the chief examiner. On the square, the candidates were already losing it with laughter. Bringing a barbecue grill into Despair Wasteland? Is this guy out of his mind? Flip-flops and skewers? He must think this is some picnic trip. Mocking comments flew every which way. Umo didn't even blink, taking his admission badge and casually striding into the teleportation beam. A flash of red light. He disappeared from sight. Even up in the VIP stands, some of the dignitaries couldn't help but shake their heads. This year's candidates. The quality is just getting worse. For once, a flicker of surprise crossed Owen's face. Someone absurd enough to bring a barbecue grill into a high-risk dungeon? His eyes narrowed, locking onto the 100 surveillance feeds on the giant screen. Waves of teleportation energy pulsed wildly, scattering 10,000 candidates across Despair Wasteland. As soon as Owen landed, his legs sank into a black swamp. Rotten corpse hounds leapt at him, but he commanded his frost bone dragon to freeze them into ice sculptures, splattering muddy blood onto his shining white armor. Far off, a few other candidates, chased by mutated two-headed wolves, cried out in terror as they shattered their life-saving talismans and were immediately eliminated. Grinding his teeth as he trudged through the swamp, Owen cursed bitterly in his heart. That flip-flop-wearing idiot is probably already torn to pieces by now. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dungeon, crystal-clear lake water, lush green meadows, a flash of red light. Umo landed in his flip-flops, leisurely set up his stainless steel barbecue grill, and reclined in a beach chair. With a casual snap of his fingers, 500 dark gold skeletons, each half a meter tall, erupted from the ground. 250 of them fanned out to eliminate any magical creature within 10 kilometers. The rest went to work chopping trees, catching fish, slicing meat, and skewering kebabs in perfect synchronization. 10 minutes later, the coals were glowing red, and oil was dripping down sizzling meat skewers. Lounging in his beach chair, Umo sprinkled cumin powder as the aroma of grilled meat spread across the lakeside. While others were still stuck in the mud fighting monsters to the death, Umo had already turned the deadly dungeon into a pastoral barbecue retreat. On the floating stands, the main monitor cut to Owen's feed. The mayor, trying to curry favor, smiled at Su Qinghan as he praised, "That young man's combat instincts aren't bad. He'll be a future pillar of society." Su Qinghan calmly sipped her Blue Mountain coffee as her icy gaze swept over the scene. His casting preparation is too slow, and his positioning is full of flaws. Against agile monsters, he'd already be dead meat. The mayor's smile froze on his face. Su Qinghan, bored, flipped through the monitors, mostly finding scenes of candidates getting chased and struggling miserably against monsters. She felt no interest and was about to turn the screen off when her hand suddenly froze in place. What appeared on the monitor wasn't a bloody fight but the gentle curl of smoke. Frowning, she zoomed in. By the lakeside, the flip-flop-wearing young man reclined in a beach chair, flipping meat skewers on a grill. Two little skeletons stood by his side, one holding a plate and the other waving a fan, working with perfect coordination. Pfft. Su Qinghan spat her coffee all over the control console. She shot up from her chair, her eyes glued to the screen. Sure. Here's the translation while maintaining the original structure and format. In the trees and grass by the lake, a dense crowd of tiny skeletons were chopping wood, washing vegetables, and catching fish. Su Qinghan's heart raced as she counted. 250 of them. Impossible, she whispered in disbelief. A level 20 summoner managing 10 summoned creatures simultaneously was already a miracle. But this good-for-nothing had somehow called forth hundreds at once, and without any sign of mental exhaustion. Su Qinghan whipped her head around and pressed the mayor. "Who is he?" The mayor leaned in for a closer look, his expression turning peculiar. "Isn't that the true young master of the O family, the one they just kicked out?" "Umu." The principal of First High School recognized him as well and quickly explained, "Special Agent Su, Please don't get worked up. He only awakened as an F-rank necromancer. His summons are all hollow shells with no combat ability. They can only do basic chores. Su Qinghan sneered and pointed to the screen. Hollow shells. One of the small skeletons accidentally clenched a boulder by the lake, its fingers leaving 5 deep grooves in the granite. The mayor and principal gasped in unison. Ignoring them, Su Qinghan fixed her gaze back on OMO. On screen, the skeleton army dragged a massive boss from the forest, a level 25 area boss, the iron-armored poison crocodile. Its head had been smashed open, leaving it lying lifeless on the ground like a beaten dog. OMO didn't even glance at it. Instead, flipping the skewers over his grill, he muttered nonchalantly, "This crocodile meat's too tough. It's not tasty." He frowned in distaste, then turned to instruct the tiny skeletons nearby. Clear out everything within a 10-kilometer radius. Leave no survivors. 250 dark gold skeletons blurred into motion, vanishing instantly into the wilderness. Elsewhere, O1, leaning on his staff and panting heavily, watched as his frostbone dragon took down the last of the ghouls. Smirking, he opened the leaderboard.
Un saint place, Wen 3,000 points.
At the very bottom, OMO still sat comfortably at 0.
Wen chuckled mockingly.
0 points? Probably got his neck bitten off as soon as he entered. He was about to move forward when the leaderboard suddenly lit up bright red. OMO's score, from the very bottom, started skyrocketing like a maniac. 500, 1,500, 8,000, 20,000, and then effortlessly crushed Wen's 3,000. Finally, it stopped at 50,000 points. The room fell silent. The mayor blinked in disbelief. The principal of First High School slumped to the ground, and Su Qinghan clenched her fists tightly. On the screen,
Un saint place, Umo 50,000 points. Second place, Wen 3,000 points.
every monster in the outskirts of the ruins must have been annihilated. Only a forbidden spell could manage such destruction. The silence lingered. Director Zhang from the Jiangnan City Education Bureau, his rolls of fat shaking uncontrollably, stormed up to the control console and slammed his fist on the server. "Investigate! Look into this immediately!" His high-pitched voice screeched like a cat whose tail had been stomped on. 5,000 points? This has to be a hacker. What is he? A one-man army? Desperation overtook him as he stomped his feet and yelled toward the technicians. "Get the IT team in here. Shut the servers down now." Before he could shout further, Su Qinghan's icy gaze landed on him. Director Zhang froze like a rooster suddenly grabbed by the neck. He backed away several steps, lips clamped shut. Su Qinghan's sharp eyes returned to the screen. 50,000 points. Even with over 200 summoned skeletons, it seemed impossible OMO had cleared 10 kilometers so quickly. She strode to the control panel, her slender fingers moving briskly across the virtual keyboard. Activate examiner level access. Lock coordinates, Eastern Ruins, Crescent Lake. The mayor cautiously leaned over for a look, his breath hitching. "Special Agent Su, what are you planning?" "That area's territory is guarded by a level 30 Lord-ranked mutant rock drake." Su Qinghan's lips curled into a cold smirk. "I want to see how deep his waters run." She pressed, "Enter." Despairing Ruins, near Crescent Lake. OMO was holding a skewer of oil-dripping pork belly, just about to take a bite. Boom! An ear-splitting roar erupted from the dense forest on the far side of the lake. The ground shook violently. A colossal beast, over 20 meters long, stormed out like a living bulldozer, smashing through trees in its path. A level 30 Lord-ranked mutant rock drake. Its predatory gaze locked onto OMO, who was calmly barbecuing by the lake. With a furious roar, it charged toward him, shaking the earth beneath its massive weight. Trees were flattened, and a powerful wind carrying dust and leaves swept across the lakeside. The sand and grit scattered onto OMO's grill. OMO frowned at his now dirt-covered pork belly skewer, displeased. "The dust just ruined my skewer." With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it away. Next to him, a little skeleton turning skewers on the grill suddenly tensed, its hollow eye sockets igniting with flickering blue flames. It tossed the tongs aside and pulled a long, red-hot iron spit from the charcoal fire. Without a moment's hesitation, the robust skeleton, armed with the skewer, blurred into a dark gold lightning streak and shot toward the mutant rock drake. In the hovering observation stands, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen. Su Qinghan folded her arms and watched coldly. She was waiting for OMO to press the emergency button to forfeit. On the screen, the rock drake barreled to within 50 meters of the lakeside, its gaping maw ready to devour. At the last possible second, a streak of dark gold light flashed above its head. The small skeleton gripped the glowing red iron spit in both hands and plunged it downward with force. Thunk! A muffled sound echoed. The spit pierced through the drake's indestructible head scales as though they were tofu, penetrating its brainstem. The charging mutant rock drake jerked violently, frozen mid-stride. Its massive, lifeless body collapsed with a resounding crash as momentum dragged the corpse forward, gouging a ditch into the ground. When it finally stopped, the beast lay motionless 5 meters in front of Omo's beach chair. The tiny skeleton effortlessly landed, pulled the spit from its kill, wiped the brain matter off on the grass, and casually ran back to the grill. It resumed flipping skewers, as though all it had done was swat a fly. The crowd in the observation stands fell completely silent. The mayor's jaw almost dropped to his chest, and the principal's eyes nearly popped out. A single iron skewer instantly killing a level 30 Lord Earth Dragon? Just what alternate dimension did the skeleton come from? Su Qinghan gripped the control console tightly, her face showing an unprecedented level of shock. Her entire worldview was shattered. She, a sophomore SSS-level genius, had to give it her all to take down that Earth Dragon. And yet, here came an F-level barbecue skeleton, finishing it off with just one stab. In the wasteland of despair, Omer stretched lazily. The massive amount of experience from the level 30 Lord had instantly shot him from level 20 to level 22. He picked up a skewer of meat, took a bite and said, this one's grilled pretty well. By the lakeside, a mountain of materials and mana cores piled up. Omer snapped his fingers, stashing them all into his dimensional ring before lounging back on his beach chair. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A massive bloody vortex, spanning kilometers, tore open, immediately flooding the wasteland with the stench of blood. Omer frowned and muttered, "What now? It's way too early for this nonsense." Across the wasteland, 100,000 examinees simultaneously looked up. Someone shouted excitedly, "Special exam boss! Bonus points incoming!" The next second, tens of thousands of abyssal creatures poured out of the vortex. Four-armed demon apes, bloodthirsty twin-headed serpents, abyssal stitched horrors, all of them over level 30. A demon ape landed and instantly tore a student in half. The exam site became a bloodbath, filled with screams and cries of despair. Teleport talismans failed, and candidates screamed in hopeless terror. Behind a pile of rubble near the wasteland's edge, Owen and his 4 bodyguards huddled against a boulder, trembling. Just 10 meters ahead stood a level 35 abyssal demon general, its massive bone-cleaving blade dripping with gore. Owen, pale as a sheet, gritted his teeth and whispered commands. "You 4 distract it from the left. I'll have the bone dragon attack from the right with its ice breath." The bodyguards bolted out, shouting to draw attention. The demon general turned with a roar, swinging its blade wildly. One of the knights barely deflected the attack with a shield and shouted back, "Young Master Owen, now's your chance." But Owen didn't give the bone dragon any orders. Instead, he climbed onto its broad back and urged it away in the opposite direction, fleeing at full speed without looking back. "Owen, you bastard!" The bodyguards cursed in despair. Owen, sprawled on the dragon's back, heard their dying screams but only smirked cruelly. "A few dogs paid to get the job done. It's a privilege for you to buy me this escape window." Meanwhile, in the central city square, the floating platform was in complete chaos. Sirens blared across the skies as the giant screen displayed a terrifying drop in examinee numbers. Each number vanished represented a young life lost. The mayor collapsed onto the ground, his face gray with despair. "It's over. It's all over. That's an S-rank abyssal rift. How did it appear in a newbie dungeon? 100,000 children. They're all going to die in there." The head of the Education Bureau was so frightened he wet himself. The responsibility was overwhelming. Execution 100 times over wouldn't suffice. Su Qinghan strode to the edge of the platform, her face icy cold. Her silver-white trench coat billowed despite the lack of wind. "All of you, shut up." With a backhand twist, she unsheathed her frost sword and leapt from the edge, slashing a devastating sword aura dozens of meters long directly at the dungeon's teleportation array. Boom! A pitch-black barrier materialized, reflecting the sword aura. When she landed, Su Qinghan's hand holding the blade was slightly numb. "The abyssal laws have sealed it." The mayor scrambled over to her. "Special Agent Su, is there no way in?" Su Qinghan's voice was frigid. "The Abyss Rift's rank is too high. It's completely rewritten the underlying logic of the Wasteland of Despair. This place is now a sealed cage. No one from outside can." Omer stood at the forefront of his army of 10,000 skeletons, hands in his pockets. Without turning his head, he said quietly, "Step back. Don't want you getting blood all over yourselves." The demon general raised its massive bone-cleaving axe, laughing maniacally as it swung down toward the shield skeleton. Several students squeezed their eyes shut and screamed. Clang. The axe shattered into useless scrap metal on impact, the rebound force exploding the demon general's arm into a bloody mess, sending it crashing to the ground. Omer dug at his ear. Man, that laugh was annoying. Finish him off. At Omer's command, 5,000 mage skeletons raised their staves simultaneously. No chance. No charging. Thousands of pure black fireballs formed instantly, raining down like a meteor storm and lighting up Demon's Gorge brilliantly. The demon general looked up just in time to see the spectacle, its mouth barely opening to beg for mercy when thousands of fireballs struck with terrifying precision. Boom! Not even a second. Its entire body, skin to bone, blasted into ashes and scattered with the wind. And that was just the start of the slaughter. The tens of thousands of abyss monsters behind it, driven mad by abyssal laws, trampled over the corpses of their kind in a frenzy, charging toward the skeletal walls, only to meet their deaths upon touching them. The shield skeletons didn't even move. Their insane constitution triggered a reflected damage effect that turned everything into chunks of meat. The mage skeletons, meanwhile, continued their indiscriminate bombardment. Fireballs, icicles, and wind blades rained across the beast horde like a lawnmower slicing weeds. Omer, surrounded by his legion of 10,000 skeletons, yawned lazily, not even bothering to lift a finger. Less than 5 minutes later, the screams died out. The once endless dark swarm of beasts was wiped clean. A mountain of broken limbs piled outside Demon's Gorge, and rivers of dark red blood flowed in all directions. In the back, over 1,000 examinees stood dumbfounded. Several boys fell to their knees, while one just started crawling toward Omer's feet, pleading, "Young Master Omer, my dad will give you $1 billion for this life-saving favor." Without glancing back, Omer only said, "Shut up. I only saved you because you were too noisy. One more word, and I'll finish you off too." Terrified, the boy scrambled away. Omer wrinkled his nose with disdain. "Clean this mess up. Extract the mana cores." The skeleton army immediately dispersed, knives in hand, expertly slicing through carcasses. More practiced than most butchers. Meanwhile, back in the city square's platform, the massive screen flickered back on. The mayor and the education bureau head lunged toward it, staring at the broadcast. They expected a blood-drenched battlefield littered with student remains, but what they saw instead was a wasteland filled with dead abyss monsters. Thousands of skeletons diligently pried out mana cores and scurried back to Omer like eager children who'd done well on their chores. Omer, annoyed, frowned. "Wipe them off better before handing them over. They're way too pungent." The mayor stammered. 5 minutes. He wiped out over 10,000 on his own. The education commissioner gasped sharply. This wasn't an exam. He was restocking. The principal of First High School turned pale. He'd called him trash earlier. Now it was painfully clear that the joke was on himself. Su Qinghan gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, her eyes fixed on the face on the screen. A face so nonchalant it stoked a raging tempest in her heart. The so-called prodigies of the imperial capital were nothing but clowns in contrast. And these folks down south, did they seriously treat this monster as a reject and kick him out? Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed across the square. Su Qinghan's gaze remained fixed on the screen, her voice trembling. "This can't be F-rank. A one-man army, crushing the abyss. This is a nation-level strategic weapon." The blood-red vortex shattered completely, and the exam countdown timer reappeared. A flash of white light, and the surviving examinees were teleported back to the central city square. Omo landed softly on both feet. He hadn't even crushed the soda can in his hand before hundreds, if not thousands, of bloodied examinees surrounded him in an instant. Everyone instinctively stopped 3 meters away, forming a massive circle with worshipful, fervent eyes. One boy, face streaked with blood, suddenly bent low in a bow. "Thank you, O God, for saving our lives." Thousands of voices followed suit, their collective bow and thunderous gratitude shaking the square to its core. Omo, annoyed, tossed his empty soda can into a trash bin. "Move it, you're blocking my way home. I need a nap." The crowd instantly parted, clearing a path. As he casually walked off, another teleportation array lit up. Out stumbled O1 in a flurry of tumbles, covered in lacerations, his hair a disheveled mess. "Xiao Wen!" Zola shrieked tearfully, rushing over to pull him into an embrace. Oh Jinhai ran over as well, his eyes reddened with emotion. Owen immediately donned his pitiful victim expression, tears streaming unchecked. Dad, Mom, it was terrifying. There was an abyssal commander. I led my squad, fighting tooth and nail to resist. To protect my team, I drew the commander away on my own. I almost didn't make it back. Nearby reporters instantly raised their microphones. Zola caressed his dirt-smeared face in distress. My brave child, you're a true hero. Oh Jinhai puffed out his chest confidently. My son isn't just an SSS rank prodigy. He's also a born leader. Bullshit. A furious roar erupted from the crowd. A bloodied knight stumbled out of the teleportation array, his left arm twisted unnaturally, bloodshot eyes glaring. Ignoring Oh Jinhai entirely, the knight strode straight up and swung his uninjured right arm. He delivered a blistering slap to Oh Wen's face with full force. Smack! Blood and a few teeth shot from Oh Wen's mouth as he crashed to the ground. Xiao Wen! Zola shrieked in hysteria, lunging to shove the knight away. The knight easily flung her aside, pointing accusingly at the crumpled Oh Wen on the ground. Pathetic! He's unfit to be anyone's leader. Don't let this fraud deceive everyone. The knight turned to face the media and the crowd directly. When we encountered the Abyssal Commander, he had us 4 charge ahead as bait while he rode off on the Frostbone Dragon. The assassin in the crowd stepped forward, expression heated, teeth clenched as he added, "Exactly. He told us it was an honor for us dogs to buy time for him. If not for some powerhouse clearing out the monsters later, we'd all be dead. Protect his team? He's nothing but a cold-blooded coward." Surrounded, bombarded by reporters, Owen's face turned ghostly pale as he clutched his swollen cheek. His once pristine image of noble elegance had shattered under the weight of slaps and relentless questioning. Oh Jinhai, panicking, spread his arms wide to shield his son, roaring threats. "Stop filming. Get lost. This is slander. I'll be suing every last one of you." Zola, too, devolved into a hysterical frenzy, clawing desperately to grab at reporters' cameras. But the grieving parents who'd already lost their children weren't so easily intimidated. One burly father, his face consumed by hatred, led the charge with a kick straight to Oh Jinhai's gut. "Bankrupted? I'll make sure you regret every breath today." The floodgate broke. Enraged parents and solo players surged forward, raining punches down in a frenzy. Oh Jinhai and Zola were pinned on the ground, mercilessly beaten, their tailored attire torn to shreds, their watches crushed under boots, their wails drowned by furious curses. Across the square, OMO watched coldly from the sidelines, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Without a word, he turned away, slipping his hands into his shorts pockets as his flip-flops echoed faintly with each step. Su Qinghan's gaze remained locked on his retreating silhouette. Her voice low, she commanded her attendant, "Prepare the Dragon God Academy's highest priority recruitment package. Whatever terms he wants, give them to him." High above on the hovering viewing platforms, a piercing wail rang out as Su Qinghan stepped forward, her voice carrying over the chaos below. The first round, Wild Survival Trial, terminated early due to the Abyssal Rift. Now, announcing the point rankings, she read aloud.
Second place, Wen.
Points, 3,500. 01, previously curled into himself on the ground, jerked his head up suddenly. A glimmer of joy broke across his swollen, bloody face. Sukingan Esnered. A coward who sacrifices his team for his own escape. That score is nothing but an insult. The square echoed with thunderous boos. Owen's expression twisted further, his bottom lip trembling until it bled. Meanwhile, Su Qinghan's voice rose above the noise, commanding attention. First place. The crowd fell silent, every pair of ears straining to hear. Every eye turned toward the slender teenager standing lazily in flip-flops. Umu. Her gaze bore into him. Points, 1,500,000. Boom. The number detonated like a bomb across the square. 1.5 million. On the viewing platform, jaws of principals and guild leaders alike practically hit the floor. Second place scored 3,500, and he outpaced that by 500 times. Oh Jinhai crumpled, collapsing to the ground in shock, his bulk quivering pathetically. Dumbfounded, he stared across the sea of chaos at the son who hadn't spared him a single glance. 1.5 million. If OMO were still part of the family, this victory would have brought glory to their name. But now it was over, all of it gone. At the edge of the square, OMO yawned. Only 1.5 million? Should have had the skeletons plow through the dirt too while they were at it. Su Qinghan placed a hand over her chest, exhaling deeply. This is the 16th out of 23 sections. I will process the content logically while maintaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. Below is the processed result. In front of the entire crowd of elites, she shattered the rules. Student Omar. Her tone was firm. On behalf of the Dragon God Academy Admissions Office, I am officially extending you a direct recruitment invitation. The entire venue fell silent. Dragon God Academy's special recruitment? No one in Jiangnan City had ever received such an honor. As long as you agree, Su Qinghan continued offering conditions. You'll go straight into the core class. Full scholarship. Access to the treasure vault. Take whatever you want. I'll even personally be your mentor. The principals and presidents in the audience were utterly stunned. Dragon God Academy was essentially rolling out the red carpet. Owen, covered in mud, stared with reddened eyes. This was supposed to be his moment. Omar, however, just scratched his head. Skipping the exams. Sounds pretty convenient. He glanced at Su Qinghan. Does it include meals and housing? Because if the bed is too hard, I'm not going. The entire audience burst into laughter. Su Qinghan paused for a moment, then nodded. I'll arrange a private villa for you. You can have whatever kind of bed you like. Omar nodded, satisfied. All right, but let's talk after tomorrow's exam. I still want to claim the top scorer prize. Su Qinghan gave him a glance. The gates of Dragon God Academy will always be open for you. She turned to announce that the second round of exams would proceed as planned and then left. The crowd dispersed. Omar, hands in his pockets and wearing flip-flops, walked away casually. He didn't spare a glance at the three members of the O family. O Jinhai slumped to the ground, looking like he had aged 10 years in an instant. He turned his furious gaze toward Owen, who was still filthy from head to toe. Look at what you've done. 1.5 million points. And you call him a good-for-nothing? You've disgraced the entire O family. At the O family mansion, deep into the night, the living room lights were off. Broken antiques littered the floor. O Jinhai had sent all the servants away, leaving the house in utter silence. He sat on the sofa, gripping his hair with both hands, his expensive shirt torn to shreds, and his bloodshot eyes blazing like a cornered wolf. Zola sat beside him with a swollen face, quietly sobbing, while Owen huddled in a single armchair, clutching a red berserk potion tightly. What are you crying for? Haven't you embarrassed me enough? O Jinhai roared suddenly, startling Zola into clapping a hand over her mouth. O Jinhai stormed into a hidden chamber and emerged carrying a worn black wooden box, which he slammed onto the coffee table. The lid popped open to reveal a deep blue diamond-shaped gemstone emanating a chilling, eerie aura. This is the O family's forbidden heirloom, the tear of the sea god, O Jinhai rasped. When embedded into your body, it absorbs your opponent's life force in battle and converts it into a defensive shield. The harder you fight, the thicker the shield, the faster your opponent dies. Owen gasped in shock. This thing has side effects, doesn't it? Of course it does. After using it, you'll spend half a month bedridden. In pain so intense it feels like ants gnawing your bones? O Jinhai sneered. But compared to the future of the O family, what does that matter? Without hesitation, he ripped open Owen's shirt, ignoring his screams, and ruthlessly pressed the tear into his chest. Owen howled in agony, collapsing onto the carpet as a glowing blue mark seared into his chest. O Jinhai poured out a pile of syringes and pills. These are stimulants and explosive potions I bought from the black market by selling off shares. Take all of them before the match tomorrow. Combined with the sea god's tear, even if Omar summons thousands of skeletons, they won't break through your defenses. Grinding his teeth, O Jinhai snarled. No matter the cost, you must completely crush that brat tomorrow. Owen, panting heavily, his eyes aflame with murderous intent, growled. All right, tomorrow, I'll make sure he dies in front of everyone. Meanwhile, the presidential suite of the Empire Grand Hotel remained brightly lit. Omar had just finished showering, walking into the living room in a bathrobe. Colorful high-tier crystals were scattered across the carpet, and his skeleton minions were sorting them by type and attribute. Omar strolled over to the largest pile, high-level abyssal warlord crystals, and casually grabbed a handful, popping them into his mouth like candy. Crunching on another crystal, the explosive energy surged through his body. While it would have torn an ordinary person apart, Omar's soul-dominant talent forcibly compressed it into raw experience points. His level, which had stopped at 25 after the last instance dungeon, skyrocketed instantly, breaking through to 30 with a loud boom. Closing his eyes to savor the rush, Omar felt his bones harden, muscles swell, and even his breathing carry a palpable pressure. His soul panel had evolved again, with all summoned creatures receiving another massive boost. With an amplification of 10,000 times, even summoning an average skeleton would produce stats that could make examiners fall out of their chairs in shock. The most thrilling upgrade, however, was his newly unlocked mutated form. Omar stepped into the center of the living room and snapped his fingers. All right, let's get a bold one out here. Time to meet my newest creation. With a hum, a dense golden black light erupted, far more intense than anything before. When the light faded, a skeletal figure stood about a meter tall, its frame encased in phantom golden muscles. Its head bore a red bandana, a tattered black tank top clung to its torso, and its legs were clad in bright red boxing shorts. Blood-stained wraps were wound around its fists, and flames of burning determination flickered in its empty eye sockets. Its appearance screamed underground MMA muscle-bound maniac. The moment Omar looked at it, a name automatically flashed in his mind: Skeleton Muscle King. Its stats were overwhelmingly geared toward melee combat, with dual crushing and armor-piercing effects in every punch. The skeletal fighter threw out 2 swift jabs, boom boom, the shockwaves flipping a solid wood coffee table nearby. Its raw physical force was hair-raising to behold. Perfect! Omar applauded with a satisfied grin. This'll be fun. Tomorrow's one-on-one duel would be all about raw melee strength. Owen, that weakling, must have banked everything on countering him tonight. The entire O family was probably racking their brains, trying to concoct a plan. Smiling wickedly, Omar leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, taking in the city's nightscape as he stretched lazily. Owen, I hope that lizard skeleton of yours is tough enough. Otherwise, it won't even be worthy of being a punching bag. The following is the translated and processed content maintaining the original structure, paragraph formatting, and overall layout. The next day, the Top 100 Arena Tournament at Gymnasium No. 1 officially kicked off. The stadium was packed with crowds, with live streaming broadcasting to the whole network. In the VIP box, the mayor, the director of the Education Bureau, and the presidents of various guilds sat solemnly. The main seat, however, was still occupied by Suzu Qinghan, the special envoy from the Imperial City. Yesterday's sudden incident had already been sealed off, officially explained as a high-difficulty hidden test. Omar strolled into the players' corridor in flip-flops, yawning like he had just woken up to buy soy sauce. Among the fully armed star students, he stood out in his laid-back demeanor. The examinees around him quickly stepped aside, as none of them wanted to face him in the first match. The wall of size with 10,000 skeletons yesterday had already scared this group of top-tier talents out of their wits. A holographic projection lit up, and the head referee's booming voice declared, the first match of the Top 100 tournament, Omar from First High versus Wang Meng from Third High. Omar slowly made his way to Arena No. 1, where his opponent, Wang Meng, was already waiting. This guy was nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging like rocks, veins popping out, and wielding 2 massive mountain-splitting battle axes weighing over 100 pounds each. Known as Third High's top prodigy and a level 15 berserker, Wang Meng hadn't witnessed Omar's map-clearing feats firsthand but had heard the stories. He wasn't convinced. Omar, others may fear you, but I, Wang Meng, do not. Wang Meng slammed his axes together, sparks flying. In the wild, you relied on numbers to win. The arena is small. Your skeleton army won't have space to spread out. Today, I'll make you, the so-called top scorer, kneel before me in front of the entire network. Omar, hands in his pockets, didn't even lift an eyelid. You sure talk a lot. He casually snapped his fingers. Wang Meng felt utterly humiliated. This supposed level 15 prodigy found himself facing only a single basic F-rank skeleton. The skeleton walked clumsily, its bones creaking as if they might fall apart in a gust of wind. You dare look down on me? Wang Meng roared, his skin turning crimson, his eyes bloodshot. Berserk stance. Crimson whirlwind slash. He swung his massive axes, transforming into a crimson tornado that roared toward Omar with devastating momentum. Omar stood his ground, remarking in an indifferent tone, "Go slap him." The little skeleton's ghostly blue fire flickered as it strode straight toward the tornado. It reached the storm, gently raised a bony claw, and delivered a casual backhanded slap. Smack! A crisp slap echoed across the arena. The crimson tornado stopped abruptly. Wang Meng's giant axes went flying, and his towering 2-meter frame was sent hurtling backward at 10 times the speed it had come. His face swelled into a purple dumpling, and several bloody teeth flew out before he hit the protective wall with a thud, knocked unconscious and firmly stuck in place. The entire crowd fell silent. The timer froze at 2 seconds. The live stream's chat exploded instantly. From then on, the competition became Omar's solo elimination show. In the second match, a genius mage managed to chant only 3 spells before the skeleton used a single step to close the distance and sent him flying with a kick. Time taken, 1.5 seconds. In the fifth match, an assassin cloaked themselves and attempted a stealth attack from behind. Without even turning, the skeleton backhanded the invisible assailant, knocking them out cold. Time taken, 1 second. In the eighth match, a ranger barely had time to draw their bow before the skeleton casually flicked a chunk of broken stone, destroying the bow and the ranger in one go. Time taken, less than 1 second. 10 consecutive victories. No matter how flashy the opponents were, they were all dispatched in a single move. That seemingly fragile, always on the verge of falling apart F-rank skeleton became everyone's nightmare. In the VIP box, the mayor and guild leaders were utterly dumbfounded. As Suzu Qinghan fixated on the skeleton on the arena, her astonishment grew with each passing moment. She was a level 40 SSS rank Frost Swordmaster, yet she couldn't discern the skeleton's exact attributes. What is the true power limit of this summoned creature? Her gaze shifted to Omar, who stood yawning with his hands in his pockets. Omar seemed dissatisfied, as if the matches were delaying his nap time. Suzu Qinghan clenched her fingers tightly as an unprecedented sense of foreboding arose in her heart. She realized that if she were on that arena facing that ordinary skeleton, there was no certainty she could deflect that slap from earlier. The top 100 tournament at the first gymnasium progressed swiftly. Arena number 1 became a forbidden zone. Every opponent who faced Omar was sent flying by that skeleton with a single slap, leaving the crowd shell-shocked but eventually numb. Meanwhile, Arena number 2 was a different story, filled with bloodshed and brutality. Owen fought his way to the finals. During the semifinals, he faced the top shield warrior of 4th High. The warrior's heavy hammer struck Owen, only for a deep blue shield on Owen's chest to retaliate, draining the shield warrior's health by half, leaving him weak and kneeling. Owen's eyes glowed red as he cackled maniacally, using frost magic to freeze the warrior's legs and smashing their kneecaps inch by inch for the live stream audience to witness. If not for the head referee's timely intervention, the shield warrior would have been tortured to death on the spot. Owen's ruthless tactics sent shivers through the crowd. Now the final match had arrived. Jiangnan City Entrance Exam, Grand Finals. Omar from 1st High versus Owen from 1st High. Owen rose on the platform, clad in dark red battle armor, with stimulants coursing wildly through his veins. He glared at the opposite corridor, brimming with murderous intent. Omar slowly strolled in, wearing an old t-shirt and flip-flops, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a half-empty bottle of cola, not even sparing a glance toward Owen. Through clenched teeth, Owen muttered, "Omar." Then he threw his head back in a hoarse cackle. "You didn't think I'd make it here, did you? The wild terrain gave you an advantage, but now it's one-on-one. Your skeleton horde has no room to spread. I'll see what tricks you can pull now." He pointed his staff directly at Omar's face. "Trash will always be trash. Today, I'm going to make sure you open your eyes wide and see what an SSS-ranked legacy really means. I'll crush you into the dirt for the entire network to witness." In the front row of the spectator stands, Owen's father, Zhenhai, and Zora gripped the railing tightly, their hair disheveled. They'd gambled their family's entire fortune on performance-enhancing drugs and even borrowed from loan sharks. A loss meant certain ruin. Hearing Owen's maniacal laughter, Zhenhai appeared nearly else. "This is the 18th out of 23 segments. I have processed the content according to your instructions. Below is the result, preserving the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout." Erwin roared at the top of his lungs, clawing open his chest as the deep blue tear of the sea god lit up. A sapphire blue shield instantly encased him and the frostbone dragon, sealing them off securely. Several prominent figures in the audience turned pale. The mayor gasped aloud, "That's the Owen family's forbidden treasure." The education board director was equally alarmed, crying out, "Using something like that in a one-on-one duel is downright shameless." Su Qinghan spoke coldly, "It's not against the rules. Heritage is part of strength." With his shield activated, Erwin felt invincible and laughed boisterously. "Omar, what do you have to break my defense?" Behind him, the frostbone dragon let out an ear-piercing roar, unleashing a torrent of its icy breath straight toward Omar. The audience collectively held their breath. That attack could crush even a level 30 tank-class warrior. Omar, hands stuffed casually in his pockets, stood motionless. He simply turned to the small skeleton beside him and uttered 2 words, "Shatter it." In the next moment, the small skeleton bent its knees slightly and sprung into the air like a cannonball. Its rusty iron sword slashed downward, slicing the frost breath cleanly in 2. The split breath barely grazed Omar, crashing into the shield and setting off a shrill alarm. Using the momentum, the small skeleton plummeted downward, aiming directly at the nearly unbreakable level 40 sapphire shield in front of Erwin. Erwin suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. "Fool, do you think this shield is made of paper? This is the tear of the sea god. If you dare touch it, I'll drain the life out of you." His laughter echoed throughout the arena, only to cut off abruptly in the very next second. The small skeleton disregarded him entirely. With a swing of the rusty sword, accompanied by a sharp whoosh, it struck the sapphire shield. A soft crack was heard. The shield shattered. Cracks spread across the hemispherical barrier, and in the blink of an eye, it dissolved into countless fragments of blue light, drifting onto the arena floor. From the stands, Owen Jihai let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Impossible!" Su Qinghan gripped the railing tightly, their pupils trembling violently. As the shield shattered, the backlash surged like a raging tide. Erwin spewed a mouthful of black blood, the diamond-shaped mark on his chest exploding into mangled flesh. The rusty iron sword, its force unrelenting, struck directly at the Frostbone Dragon's massive skull. Bang! The Frostbone Dragon let out a sorrowful wail as its skeletal structure disintegrated in an instant, dissolving into radiant white light. Erwin screamed in agony, convulsing as the shattering of his soul contract subjected him to dual backlash. His meridians ruptured one after another. The once pristine SSS-rank genius, Erwin, had been reduced to a cripple unable to care for himself. "Little Erwin!" Zora shrieked as she collapsed beside her son, trembling hands searching in vain for an intact part of him to hold. Her face streaked with smeared makeup, she howled hysterically at Omar on the stage. "You ungrateful beast! How could you do this to your own brother?" Owen Jihai stood frozen like a withered tree, staring at the mangled heap on the ground. The tether in his mind snapped with an audible twang. The Owen family had sold off their eastern properties and borrowed from loan sharks to buy frenzy potions, going all in, only to be effortlessly crushed by Omar's rusty iron sword. The Owen family was bankrupt, drowning in mountains of unpayable debt. Hands in his pockets, Omar gazed down at the despairing couple beneath him, his voice calm yet piercing as it resonated through the entire arena. "This is the genius you went broke trying to cultivate?" Owen Jihai's throat tightened, rendering him speechless. His vision went black and he fainted on the spot. Erwin lay in a pool of blood, his consciousness fading, but that mocking remark cut through loud and clear. Humiliation, despair, and regret churned in his chest, yet he lacked even the strength to lift a finger. The stadium fell into a brief 2-second silence before erupting into chaos. Omar, the god! Unreal! He shattered an SSS-ranked summon with one swing. A true dimensional crushing. The thunderous cheers swept through the stadium like a tidal wave, threatening to blow the roof off. Guild masters and school principals in the stands were flushed with excitement, their bodies trembling as they celebrated. Su Qinghan abruptly stood up, eyes blazing with fervor. In the audience, those who had once been bullied by the Owen family stood and pointed fingers, cursing vehemently at Owen Jihai. Terrified, he scrambled to hide behind the security guards. Just then, the mayor's deliberate cough echoed. Holding a microphone, he stepped forward, first shooting a deferential glance at Su Qinghan before coldly surveying Owen Jihai. Omar turned and walked off the stage without a second glance. His hands still in his pockets, he strode down the contestants' tunnel wearing a pair of casual flip-flops. Owen Jihai and Zora collapsed to their knees, pounding the ground as they sobbed and begged Omar to show mercy, but he didn't even spare them a glance. With his hands in his pockets, he stepped into the tunnel without looking back. Zora's wailing was soon drowned out by the security guards and creditors. The Owen family shattered in an instant. Mere moments ago, they'd wielded power as the top family among the city's Big Four, yet now every asset under their name was frozen. 800 million in debt, the couple was promptly taken away. In a corner, a hotel manager shivered uncontrollably. These level 40 to 50 big shots could flatten the hotel with a single skill. Who would dare intervene? Inside a room, Omar sprawled across the bed in a large X shape, cotton stuffed in his ears and a pillow pressed hard over his face. He muttered, "So annoying." Bang! The door burst open, kicked in as an old admissions officer from the Shanghai War Academy. Old Zhao squeezed in, locking the door behind him with practice speed. He shoved past the desperate crowd outside. With a flattering grin, Old Zhao whipped out a gold-rimmed contract. Omar, my boy, we'll give you a 300-square-meter villa in the city center, 10 million in cultivation resources annually, and 3 retired generals over level 50 as personal mentors. Omar peeked out from under his pillow lazily and asked, "Do I have to clean by myself? And show up for morning roll calls?" Old Zhao slapped his chest. "We've got a full housekeeping staff, and it's all military-style management." "Not interested." Omar lowered the pillow back over his face. Old Zhao, on the verge of tears, was about to plead further when the door was kicked open again. Su Qinghan strode in wearing military boots, sneering, "Military management? You think you're qualified to teach him? A measly 10 million in resources for a walking calamity-level genius?" Scram. Old Zhao's face turned pale. Clutching his bag, he slinked away in defeat. The other admissions officers in the hallway saw this and dispersed in utter despair. This is section 1923. Content has been processed as requested, maintaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. Su Qinghan pulled a sofa over, sat down, and tossed the agreement stamped with the flying dragon seal onto the nightstand. Her voice was icy cold. "How does it feel to be surrounded and having everyone knocking on your door?" Qinghan looked at Omar, who was still covering his face with a pillow on the bed, and her lips curved slightly. Omar yanked off the pillow and let out a long sigh. "Terrible. It severely disrupted my plan to spend the day lying around and digesting." Su Qinghan leaned against the back of the sofa and cut straight to the chase. "The highest-level special admission agreement for the Dragon God Academy. The first and only one in the 100 years since Jiangnan City was founded. Sign it." Omar glanced briefly at the metallic gold agreement but didn't even bother lifting his eyelids. "I heard what that bald guy offered just now. He's talking about gifting a mansion and adding 10 million on top of it." He stared directly at Su Qinghan. "What are you guys at Dragon God Academy offering?" She sneered, her tone carrying the arrogance of the number 1 academy. "Tasteless. The Dragon God Academy doesn't negotiate money with geniuses." Fixing Omar with her gaze, she slowly dropped the first bomb. "First, the Academy's central treasure vault will be unconditionally open to you. As long as you have the capability to break the defensive formations, the high-level crystals and premium equipment inside, take as much as you want." Omar raised an eyebrow. "Sounds interesting. And what else?" Su Qinghan leaned forward, her eyes piercing into his. "I know about your days in the Despair Ruins. And your motto, why stand when you can lie down?" She dropped the real trump card. "At the Dragon God Academy. No early morning drills. No roll calls. No mandatory tasks of any kind. As long as you crush everyone beneath your feet during the final exams, no one will bother you the rest of the time." Her voice dripped with temptation. "That means you could sleep in your private villa for all 4 years, and no one would dare knock on your door." Omar's eyes lit up instantly. No one in charge. Absolute freedom to laze around. This was, sitting in the luxurious space jet, Omar chewed on ice as he gazed out the window. Qian Fugui, all smiles and creases, kept waving his hand and saying it was part of his duty. Being able to serve the living legend who had wiped out tens of thousands of abyssal monsters with a flick of his hand was nothing short of a lifetime blessing. Outside the car window, Jiangnan City's skyline zipped away rapidly. Along the route, every massive screen and floating advertisement panel was looping the same news 24/7. All focused on Omar. Professors and experts were passionately debating on TV, even hyping up the flip-flops Omar once wore as some sort of divine artifact. Omar paid no attention to this post-event glorification. He was just about to pull down the blinds and take a nap when his gaze halted on a shadowy street corner. At a stinking garbage station, a pair of disheveled figures, a man and a woman in tattered clothes, were wrestling with some homeless people over empty plastic bottles. The man's hair was streaked with gray, and his face was battered and bruised. The woman's face was filthy, like a crazed hag, clutching a moldy half-bun protectively. This was none other than Jiangnan City's former tycoon Ao Wenhai and Zora, mere days ago basking in riches and glory. Not far behind them was a battered wheelchair, where the once celebrated SSS-level prodigy Owen lay slumped. His twisted limbs, foul drool dripping from his mouth, and lifeless eyes resembled a dying stray dog fixated on rotting vegetable leaves. In just a few days, the once-admired family of 3 had been reduced to the lowest of background props. Qian Fugui followed Omar's line of sight. His flabby cheeks trembled before he hurriedly leaned in, dropping his voice to a whisper. Young Master Omer, these 3 eyesores. Should I make some calls and have them tossed into the wilds to feed the beasts? Omer withdrew his gaze, crunching an ice cube, and said calmly, No need. Death is too easy for them. Let them spend the rest of their lives in the filth, scavenging trash every day while watching my name on those big screens. That's enough. Qian Fugui shuddered, his reverence for Omer deepening. This kind of cold indifference was 100 times crueler than death. The extended Okan drove up directly onto the airfield, stopping at the private space jet's tarmac. A sleek, silver-white jet awaited, its doors already open. 2 rows of tall flight attendants in tailored uniforms bowed in perfect synchrony, their 90-degree bows lined with sweet, honeyed voices. Welcome aboard, Mr. Omer. Omer shuffled up the ramp in his flip-flops, stifling a yawn. Qian Fugui escorted him to the door, bowing deeply. Young Master Omer, wishing you the best of luck in the capital. Without turning, Omer simply waved a hand in casual dismissal. Entering the plush first-class cabin, Omer threw himself onto a $1 million genuine leather sofa, sighing with comfort. One of the most stunning flight attendants knelt beside him, reverently offering a chilled bottle of premium champagne, her head bowed and even her breathing cautious. Taking the champagne, Omer sipped and said lazily, Unless I call for you, no one enters this cabin. The flight attendant, released like a benediction, quickly backed out, carefully closing the door. Now alone in the cabin, Omer set the glass down and slowly closed his eyes. His thoughts were interrupted by uniformed security personnel walking in, carrying a black lockbox. Qian Fugui rushed to place the box on the coffee table. Omer leaned back on the sofa, sipping his champagne. The box popped open, revealing an unregistered black card and a prismatic soul crystal. 1 billion cash on the card, a special bonus. Qian Fugui's voice quivered as he gestured toward the crystal. And this is a myth-tier soul stone. A gift from the director of the Department of Education. Accept it, and Jiangnan City will always have your back. Omer didn't even glance at the $1 billion card. His eyes locked onto the soul stone. It pulsed with energy, awakening a wild stirring in his very soul. Leave it here. All of you, get out. Qian Fugui was quick to take the hint, retreating swiftly with the others. Alone in the cabin, Omer picked up the soul stone. The moment his fingers brushed its surface, it dissolved into a swirling stream of rainbow light, surging into his body. The overwhelming energy rampaged through him, filling him with blissful exhilaration. Cataclysm Descent, automatically activated, his status interface unfolding as his experience bar overflowed. Talent Evolution initiated, unlocking the core passive ability. Attribute Feedback, this is Content 2023. Following your request, I have preserved the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. Here's the processed result. Hosts gain a 1% stat bonus from all summoned creatures. Omer did a quick calculation in his mind. His summons were monsters with stats 10,000 times the norm. Even if he only gained 1%, that was still equivalent to 100 times his base stats. Not to mention, it could stack. He could summon 1 billion skeletons, and if he layered 1% of their stats onto himself, the result would be unimaginable. Omer stood up and casually threw a punch into the air. No magic involved, just pure physical power. Space distorted instantly, and the shockwave slammed against the bulletproof glass, spreading out spiderweb cracks across its surface. Omer looked at his fingers and chuckled. With this kind of physical strength, he could now crush trash like Owen into pulp with a single punch. He used to think his body was fragile. Well, not anymore. Anyone wanting to assassinate him would end up as dust before they even had the chance. Outside the room, 4 level 40 security captains were standing guard. The moment Omer threw his punch, a small sliver of his aura leaked out, sending chills down their spines. The lead captain's knees buckled, and he dropped into a kneeling position, cold sweat drenching his body. A team member's hands trembled. Who's in there? The captain took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Shut up. The one inside is a true god who could swallow the heavens and the earth. And those so-called geniuses of the imperial capital? Even if you bundled every last one of them together, they'd barely be enough to fill the gap between his teeth. The sky cruiser flew 10,000 meters above the surface as it made its way toward the imperial capital. Halfway through its journey, it landed at the East China Hub Airport for refueling. Su Qinghan hitched a ride with a few others heading to the capital. Just as Chu Ran was about to lose his temper, Omer slowly opened his eyes. The air froze in an instant, Before Chu Rant's lightning whip could lash down, an invisible force snuffed it out like a candle's flame. The next second, a shadow-cloaked assassin skeleton materialized behind him like a ghost. Its dark gold bone blade pressed steadily against Chu Rant's neck, slicing through his protective mana shield with ease, leaving a shallow cut. A single drop of blood slid from the wound, staining his expensive combat uniform. 0.5 millimeter more, and the heir of Zhongzhou's richest family wouldn't have a head on his shoulders. The private cabin fell into a deathly silence. The second-generation heirs standing behind Chu Ran froze in place, their laughter caught in their throats, their legs trembling. Omer strolled lazily toward the pressure monument, while Chu Ran, still drenched in cold sweat and unable to stand, retreated frantically into the crowd at the mere sight of him. A second-year senior with a crew cut was smirking smugly, mocking Omer for bringing 2 small skeletons to embarrass himself. Omer accepted the juice handed to him by one of the little skeletons and took a slow sip. The next moment, he stepped into the monument's range. The entire pressure monument shuddered violently, as if something enormous had struck it. Countless fine cracks spread across the monument's surface, and the sole pressure it emanated instantly exploded by tenfold. All the freshmen around the monument instantly fell to the ground, screaming and vomiting all over the place. Even second-year seniors turned pale, barely managing to stagger backward under the colossal weight. Chu Rant's legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees. The wound on his neck reopened, blood spilling freely. Meanwhile, Omer acted as if none of it concerned him. Wearing flip-flops, he walked across the cracked monument as if it wasn't even there. 50 meters, 60 meters, 70 meters, he didn't even flinch. Behind him, the 2 skeletons followed with a clattering rhythm, not even spilling a drop of juice. The crew-cut senior could no longer stand, his legs trembling uncontrollably as his voice cracked. This is impossible. Omer walked up to the base of the monument, throwing out a casual comment without even turning around. So noisy. With a straw in his mouth, Omer took another sip of juice, his eyelids barely lifting. Which stray dogs barking out here? Digging at his ear lazily, he muttered dismissively. The Imperial Capital's greenery programs are pretty good, but they should really keep crazy dogs tied up. The senior's face turned as dark as ink. He, an esteemed second-year elite, was actually being called a mad dog by a mere freshman. His mana flared up instantly. You're dead. Su Qinghan shot him a cold glance. Recognizing the infamous Lady Death, the crew-cut senior forcibly swallowed his mana back down. Omer then stepped directly into the pressure monument's range. Where regular freshmen would have buckled under the weight, he looked entirely unbothered. With stat feedback activated and stats from a billion summons merged into him, this pressure didn't register as anything more than a light breeze. Finding it tedious to have his skeleton minions carry things for him, Omer snapped his fingers idly. A ripple of gray light spread across the ground, and over 100 small skeletons crawled out in neat formation. They fanned him, carried his coat, and even cleared his path, resembling a mafia boss on a stately stroll. The crew-cut senior's eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. The 80-meter high-pressure zone that even third-year upperclassmen struggled to endure? Omer strutted through it calmly with over 100 skeletons in tow, as if taking a leisurely walk in his backyard. Other freshmen gasped for air from the ground, wide-eyed and dumbstruck by the display. In the nearby pavilion, an old professor registering their scores spat out his tea in shock. 90 meters, 95 meters, 100 meters. Omer casually waltzed into a sacred zone that no one had ever managed to enter. The next moment, a pressure monument that had stood unyielding for a century physically cracked under the weight of Omer's soul strength. The professor's treasured clay teapot fell to the floor and shattered, his voice trembling. This boy's soul strength, it's over 10,000. With the key to the Dragonhead Villa in hand and followed by a dozen small skeletons, Omer wandered off toward the dormitories. His skeletons balanced luggage on their heads and clutched ice-cold sodas, resembling elderly men out walking their prized birds. Arriving at his villa, he found a crowd of people blocking the path. At the forefront stood a towering man nicknamed Iron Fist, 2 meters tall with bulging muscles, ranked 100th on the dragon rankings. He glared down at Omer, his fists cracking loudly. This villa had been his goal for a year. He'd already paid his contribution points, only for it to be snatched away and reassigned to a freshman. You're that Omer? Iron Fist sneered down at him menacingly. Do you think you can still strut around like you own the place? Just 'cause you brought a couple of broken bones? That was it, Iron Fist snapped. Without another word, he ripped off his shirt as his overwhelming mana surged. SSS level talent, Titan Soul. This is the content of section 21/23. Following your instructions, I have translated and formatted it while maintaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. The next moment, Leijon's body suddenly expanded, towering over 3 meters tall. His skin turned into a dark bronze color, his muscles bulged like solid rock, and ancient magical tattoos surfaced across his body. He resembled a mobile, steel-like mountain of flesh, with every breath strong enough to sting the faces of those around him. The students watching from the sidelines quickly took several steps back in fear. Boss Iron Fist is furious now. He even activated the Titan Soul. Last time, he punched and obliterated an entire hillside. That freshman is doomed. Everyone stared at Omer like they were looking at a dead man. Omer, on the other hand, just cast a calm, indifferent glance at Leijon. Time's up. Though his voice was soft, it made Leijon's pupils contract instantly. The next moment, before Leijon could even make a move, his vision blurred. Omer had vanished from where he was standing. To everyone else's eyes, Leijon was no longer a man but rather a primal beast, wearing a human skin. A scrawny youth like Omer didn't stand a chance and would surely be smashed into pulp with one punch. Leijon lowered his gaze to glare down at Omer, his expression filled with a cruel, wild madness. Kid, next time you reincarnate, open your eyes wider. Boom! He stomped on the ground with his right foot. The stone tiles cracked and exploded underfoot as he launched himself like a runaway truck toward Omer, his massive bronze-colored fist the size of a cooking pot aimed straight at Omer's head. Omer didn't even blink. If his opponent wanted to compete in raw strength, then Omer would oblige. He snapped his fingers. The ground split open, and a fissure emitted blinding dark gold light into the sky. A newly unlocked mutated unit, an armored dragon knight skeleton. The 2.5-meter-tall dark gold skeletal warrior stood firmly between Omer and Leijon, its massive, sinewed bones engraved with dragon-scale patterns, exuding the oppressive aura of an ancient dragon.
Leijon sneered coldly.
Think you can stop me with just some oversized bones in a new color? Crush it. He threw all his strength into a punch aimed at the chest of the skeletal warrior. The armored dragon knight skeleton nonchalantly raised its right arm, spreading its scaled skeletal claw wide, and caught Leijon's punch with bone-crushing precision. Bang! The deafening explosion sent a shockwave rippling 10 meters around, students tumbling and staggering in its wake. As the smoke cleared, gasps filled the air. Leijon's colossal, Titan-powered punch had been entirely caught, locked in place by the skeletal claw. The ground within a 5-meter radius shattered into fragments, forming a crater half a meter deep. Yet, the armored dragon knight skeleton stood tall, its spine straight and immovable, without taking a single step back. The vicious grin on Leijon's face froze, his pupils constricted, and his eyes looked ready to pop out of his head. His full-powered punch had landed not on an enemy, but on an unshakable mountain. The recoil made his own arms tremble violently. Omer then promptly finished Leijon. There was no drawn-out battle, no back-and-forth trading of blows. Just one move, clean and overwhelming. The numerical advantage was clear. Omer dropped the Dragon Rankings Top 100 Iron Fist in an instant. The crowd of over 100 students was completely dumbfounded. Leijon, the notorious sophomore bully who had always roamed the campus like he owned it, was taken out by a mere freshman and a skeleton whose name no one even knew yet. Without sparing Leijon another glance, Omer turned his attention to the sophomore cronies standing nearby. They immediately collapsed to their knees, too terrified to even meet his eyes. Take this trash and get out. The lackeys scrambled to carry Leijon away, retreating like whipped dogs. The crowd parted instinctively to make way, and every pair of eyes on Omer now held a mix of awe and terror, as if looking at an ancient demon wrapped in human skin. At the fringes of the crowd, Su Qinghan folded her arms and watched Leijon being dragged off, her eyes betraying not a shred of sympathy. She had known this outcome all along. That skeletal creature of Omer's, capable of slicing clean through a level 40 full-powered strike, wasn't something Leijon should have ever dared provoke. Still, even she couldn't help the waves of shock surging through her mind. That newly unveiled dragon-scaled skeleton shattered every notion she had of Omer's strength. Within 10 minutes, the incident seemed to sprout wings, spreading like wildfire across the entirety of Dragon God Academy. The official forums erupted with chaos, bold headlines flashing in bright red atop the front page. Breaking news! Dragon Rankings Top 100 Iron Fist, one-shot by a freshman. Absolutely terrifying. What tier is that skeleton that caught Titan's punch? The rising dragon from Jiangnan, A freshman's fist smashes the sophomore's pride. Countless top talents hid behind their screens, watching blurry leaked footage of the event, their hearts pounding and breaths caught. Meanwhile, Omer pushed open the grand doors of the Dragon Head Villa, greeted by a wave of dense spiritual energy. He nodded in approval, tossed his backpack to the small skeleton following him, and instructed it to prepare the softest mattress. He didn't rush to rest. His mind was still reviewing the performance of the Dragon Knight skeleton during the fight. Its melee combat was brutally domineering, but sheer melee strength wasn't enough. If he wanted to truly operate like a one-man army, long-range firepower was an absolute necessity. If I'm at the top academy, I might as well milk it for all it's worth. Omer turned and headed straight for the omniscient library. The pyramid-shaped structure seemed to defy gravity. At the front desk sat a gaunt old man with glasses, his nose buried in a tome of magical texts. He didn't even glance up as Omer approached. Omer knocked on the desk twice. "I need to borrow some books." The old man turned a page and replied, "Freshmen can only access the first floor for basic theory materials. The upper levels are off-limits." Omer flippantly slapped his dark gold special admission crystal card onto the desk. The old man peered over his glasses, catching sight of the card, and his dull eyes immediately shone with sharpness. "So, you're the one who took down Lejean today, huh?" Omer yawned. His bones were too brittle. "Not my fault." The old man smirked coldly and pushed the card back. "Young people having pride is good, but don't get too cocky. Now, tell me, what do you want to read?" "Books on mutated undead summons, soul consumption, and class evolutions," Omer said bluntly. The old man frowned. "Undead evolution? Why bother with such niche, esoteric subjects? A summoner ought to focus on increasing the quantity and attributes of their summons. Getting into frivolous mutations will just make you a jack of all trades and a master of none." Omer gave his ear a casual rub. "Are you a library worker? Or my personal academic advisor? Just give me the books and skip the lecture." The old man scowled, exhaling sharply. "Brat, how rude." With a disgruntled huff, he tapped on an arcane formation in front of him. A dozen dust-covered, heavy ancient tomes materialized and landed on the desk with a thud. "Here, take them, and good luck. This is segment 22/23. Processed according to your request, maintaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and layout." Omer picked up the book and walked to the corner sofa, casually flipping open Origin of the Undead. A passage soon caught his attention. Low-level skeletons that devour the remnants of archer souls can evolve into skeletal marksmen. Devouring the remnants of heavily armored warrior souls allows them to evolve into bone-armored behemoths. Omar's eyes narrowed slightly as a wild idea quickly took shape. If they could evolve into archers, what if they were infused with the concept of modern firearms? Imagine an army of 10,000 skeletons upgraded into assassins wielding heavy sniper rifles. The thought alone was breathtaking. "Cold weapons are too limited in range and firepower," Omer murmured to himself. "But if I could create a skeletal sniper battalion, 10,000 snipers firing simultaneously, no deity could withstand the slaughter." A sudden tremor in his innate soul panel interrupted his thoughts, and a dark golden notification emerged in his mind. Host strong desire detected. Beginning simulation of a new undead mutation branch. Simulation successful. Unlocking new long-range mutation. Omar's lips twitched as he saw the cost. 10 billion experience points. 10 billion experience points, enough to upgrade a level 50 professional straight to level 60. But to someone with an infinite troop-spawning talent like Omer, this was no obstacle. He pulled out the bottle of premium experience pills he had just acquired, popped the cap, and poured the whole thing into his mouth, crunching loudly. With a boom, the energy within exploded, only to be instantly absorbed by the innate panel. Deducted, 10 billion experience points. Long-range mutation branch, Reaper Sniper unlocked permanently. Troop characteristics, extreme range targeting, absolute armor piercing, 100% headshot accuracy. Omer smiled in satisfaction. That 100% headshot accuracy, it was practically tailor-made for countering mages sniping from behind. He closed the ancient tome and got up to leave. The old man at the front desk had been watching him the entire time. Flipping pages, taking pills, grinning like an idiot, he shook his head with a sigh. "Another one who's lost his mind," the old man muttered, silently crossing Omar's name off the surveillance priority list. Dragonhead Villa, underground training field. Omer strolled leisurely to the center of the arena with a can of soda in hand. He snapped his fingers. 10 towering black-robed skeletons, each over 2 meters tall, emerged from spatial ripples, their bone-crafted sniper rifles emanating a murderous aura. Omar nodded approvingly. A thought activated his panel, revealing the data. Reaper Heavy Sniper Skeleton. Effective range, 10 kilometers. Traits. Absolute armor piercing. Ignores 30% defense, soul rupture. Stroking his chin, he led the group of 10 skeletons onto the rooftop. Under the cover of night, leaning against the railing, Omar pointed toward the distant silhouette of an abandoned shooting range atop a hill 5 kilometers away. Take a shot. Any one of you. One skeleton stepped forward, setting up its rifle. Ghostly blue soul fire coalesced as it squeezed the trigger. The dark golden bullet tore through the air in chilling silence. Standing on the balcony, Omar's white t-shirt flapped in the night breeze. 5 kilometers away, the peak of the hill seemed to warp momentarily. In the next instant, the entire mountain summit erupted from within, obliterated by an annihilative force. By the time the thunderous boom arrived, the sky was left with only a dark golden halo. The peak was gone, leaving behind a mirror-smooth, polished cross-section. Omar glanced at the soda cup in his hand, his grin twisting into something feral. That's not just ranged firepower. This is precision obliteration. He patted the skeleton sniper's bony shoulder. Good work. Steady aim. From now on, I won't need to lift a finger for dirty jobs. Anyone who pisses me off, well, you'll take them out from 10 kilometers away, one by one. The skeleton slung its sniper rifle and retreated into the formation, disappearing back into its black cloak. Meanwhile, pandemonium broke loose in the Imperial Capital City Defense Command Center. Alarms blared at the highest alert level. Red lights filled the hall. The watch commander stared at the screen, pale-faced, where a massive red dot had spiked their limits before vanishing just as quickly. Coordinates just outside Dragon God Academy. At Site 6, Abandoned Range Hill. He immediately dispatched the 1st Reconnaissance Battalion and contacted the Dragon God Academy's headmaster. 5 minutes later, a reconnaissance aircraft hovered over the hill, searchlights illuminating the area below. The squad leader leaned out to check, his face going ashen. Report. The hilltop is gone. No signs of abyssal entities or explosion residues. Only scattered white bone dust everywhere. Dragon God Academy, Central Plaza. In front of the Tower of Ascension, new students busily formed teams. Omar, dressed in a washed-out t-shirt, flip-flops on his feet, with a glass of iced lemonade in hand, yawned in boredom near the edge of the crowd. Nobody dared to approach him. Who would risk it after the notorious freshman who'd crippled a top 100 sophomore from the Dragon list on his first day? On the high podium, Su Qinghan stood expressionless among the examiners, her silver-white coat fluttering faintly in the breeze. The stout director furrowed his brows, pointing in Omar's direction. That freshman over there, is that Omar? Why is he still sipping his drink instead of forming a team? The balding instructor shook his head repeatedly. This kid's too arrogant. Crippling Lei Zhan doesn't mean he's invincible. Su Qinghan smirked coldly at their remarks. Worry about your own students, he doesn't need teammates. The examination bell chimed, sending thousands of freshmen rushing into the teleportation array. Omar casually strolled in. A flash of white light brought him to the 1st floor of the Ascension Tower. Dozens of venomous shambling corpses lunged at him. With a lazy snap of his fingers, 10 ordinary skeletons surged forward, smashing the corpses into bloody chunks with their fists. In less than 3 seconds, the teleport beam to the 2nd floor appeared. Casually, hands in his pockets, Omar stepped onto it. On the 2nd floor, over 100 shadow wolves snarled, only to be kicked into blood mist by the skeletons. On the 3rd floor, rampaging gargoyles didn't even get the chance to take flight before being ripped limb from limb. Outside, the thousands-meter-high crystal projection screen displayed the live leaderboard of freshmen in real time. Most were still stuck on the 1st floor. Occasional teams making it to the 2nd floor drew cheers from upperclassmen. The stout director stroked his stubble. This year's freshmen aren't bad. As soon as the words were spoken, the very top of the screen began to flash wildly. Omar, level 1. Omar, level 2. Omar, level 3. The name flickered so fast it was dizzying, shifting up a level every few seconds. The room fell into eerie silence. The Mediterranean-looking mentor's jaw practically hit the floor. How is this even possible? The name kept surging upward. The 4th floor, the 5th floor, the 8th floor, the 10th floor. In just 10 seconds, Omo had already left everyone 800 li behind. As he stepped onto the 11th floor, a blinding blood-red light suddenly erupted from the top of the Tower of Heaven. An alarm tore through the sky, and a cold mechanical voice rang out. Warning! Abnormally fast clear speed detected. The name on the giant screen froze directly at the 30th floor. The entire teaching staff exploded. The pot-bellied director grabbed his hair. 30th floor? Less than a minute. The Mediterranean-haired instructor's legs went weak. Cheating! It's definitely cheating. Su Qinghan stood at the very front, both hands gripping the pockets of her trench coat, her knuckles turning blue. The plaza fell into dead silence. Su Qinghan swept a cold glance over the few instructors, her voice not loud but carrying a killing aura. The Tower of Heaven is a divine array laid down by the first principle. Has it ever made a mistake in hundreds of years? Is it really that hard to admit someone else is a genius? The instructors were left speechless, all staring at the holographic projection in the center of the plaza. The live feed from the 30th floor of the Tower of Heaven. In the image, over 1,000 elite monsters packed the space so tightly it was nearly impenetrable, while blood-red, bloodthirsty light fixed intently on the slender figure in the center. Omo had both hands in his pockets. Facing the encircling monsters, he didn't retreat. In fact, he didn't even summon a bone wall. The pot-bellied director was so anxious he kept jumping in place. This kid's gone mad. The monsters are all closing in. Why isn't he still summoning skeletons? The freshman in the plaza didn't dare make a sound. Omo suddenly lifted his head, his gaze landing precisely on the monitoring crystal, and the corner of his mouth curled into a languid smile. To the examiners outside, "Can you still see clearly?" He slowly spread his arms, his voice clearly carrying across the entire venue. "Since you insist on seeing it, then I'll show you something big." A crisp snapping sound rang out on the 30th floor. The next second, the void shattered. Dark golden spatial rifts spread like spiderwebs, as blinding bone light surged forth. Crack, crack, crack. An army of 1,000,000 mutated skeletons marched out from the rifts. Heavy-armored Dragon Rider skeletons held shields in front. Reaper Sniper skeletons occupied the high ground, and Fist King skeletons growled as they clenched their fists. Those 1,000,000 skeletons, all with their attributes multiplied 10,000 times, instantly filled the entire space. The 1,000-odd elite monsters that had been swaggering moments ago didn't even manage to make a splash before being completely engulfed in this ocean of bones. The sky-reaching tower trembled violently, its structure emitting a mournful groan under the strain. On the square, thousands of new students went weak at the knees and knelt all over the ground. The instructors turned ashen-faced, and the pot-bellied director's breathing stopped. On the surveillance screen, the slaughter lasted only 2 seconds. The 1,000-odd elite monsters were left with not even slag. Hundreds and thousands of skeletons took the initiative to step forward and, atop the monster corpses, piled up a sky-high throne of white bones. Omer stepped upward through the blood and flesh and sat down on it with grand authority. 1,000,000 skeletons knelt in unison on one knee, the clashing of bones deafening, offering their utmost loyalty to their king. Omer propped his chin with one hand, his eyes burning with ghostly flames piercing through the surveillance crystal and into everyone's soul. On the high platform, Su Qinghan's heart pounded wildly, her blood boiling. She took out an encrypted communicator from her pocket and dialed the number of the Dragon Country's strongest combat force. An aged, imposing voice rang out, "Qinghan, what happened?" Su Qinghan stared at the pair of eyes burning with ghostly blue flames on the screen. Her voice was dry, yet trembling. "Principal, that catastrophe you predicted." Su Qinghan's voice suddenly sank as she fixed her gaze on the surveillance footage. "He's here." The image froze. On the 30th floor of the Tower of Heaven, 1,000,000 mutated skeletons instantly filled the space like a white tidal wave. More than 1,000 three-stage elite monsters didn't even have time to scream before they were crushed into dust. Omo sat grandly on a throne of bones, sipping iced lemon water, not even moving a finger. The array core began to settle the results, but then suddenly froze, the notification sound crackling like harsh static from an old radio. Golden characters flashed wildly, twisted, and overlapped. The experience value was directly boosted to 99999, and the screen was covered in mosaic blocks. The stone tablet's points shot up frantically, the zeros so many they were impossible to count. The pot-bellied director's legs went weak as he grabbed the railing. "It won't stop. The data's overflowing." Bang! A loud bang erupted from inside the stone tablet, and black smoke gushed from the top. The Mediterranean-haired mentor dropped onto the floor in fright. The ancient stone tablets scoring himself into smoke. All the names dimmed, and only the 2 characters Omo turned into a glaring blood red, dominating the top spot. The barrier of the 30th floor shattered, and void cracks spread like a spiderweb. The tower spirit warned in a tearful voice. "Load capacity overloaded by 100,000. The space is about to collapse. Please quickly recall the undead. Omo bit down on an ice cube. I already paid the entrance fee. I still haven't gone up to the 31st floor to take a look. The tower spirit directly forcefully cut off the connection, activating the highest level expulsion. A flash of white light swept by, and Omo was sent back to the plaza along with his throne. Not a drop of lemon water spilled from his hand. The plaza fell silent. Thousands of freshmen and the academy's higher-ups were all staring at him. Omo casually tossed away the paper cup and looked around. Why are you all kneeling? Is the welcome ceremony this grand? With just that one sentence, everyone in the crowd shivered at once. Su Qinghan looked at the stone tablet spewing black smoke, then at Omo who had landed safely, and a bitter smile appeared. This was not a bomb at all, but a nuclear bomb capable of destroying Dragon God Academy. In the monitoring room, every screen across the wall had turned to static. The principal stared at the blacked-out screen, slapped his thigh hard, and roared, "Is this damn guy here to tear down the building?" The central plaza was utterly silent, with thousands of eyes fixed on Omo. The ranking steel of the Tower of Heaven suddenly hummed, and golden light shot into the sky, enveloping his entire body. The mechanical voice trembled as it rang out. New student Omo cleared the 30th floor in 58 seconds, breaking the Academy's 300-year record. Overall rating, Supreme God Tier. The square fell instantly silent. Then the mechanical voice continued. Reward doubled. OMO receives 10 million Academy points and 3 chances to choose from the core treasury. With 10 million points dropped like a bombshell, the mentors all sucked in a sharp breath. A regular new student would only earn 50 points after a month of hard work. This number was more than enough to buy half the Academy outright. Behind the crowd, the vice principal pushed in with red-rimmed eyes, panting as he ran up to OMO, his tone pleading, Student OMO, that many points are too much for the Academy's treasury to bear. How about installments? We'll settle 100,000 each month first, and repay the rest slowly. OMO finished the last sip of lemon water, tossed the paper cup into the trash can, shoved both hands in his pockets, and spoke in a flat but unyielding tone. Old man, I never keep tabs. No credit. The vice principal's face stiffened. OMO had already turned and walked toward the exchange pillar. He inserted his ID card, and a virtual light screen popped up. He tapped repeatedly with his finger. Explosive falling star 100,000 each. Netherworld assassination 120,000 each. Absolute barrier 150,000 each. All selected. Clear out the inventory. The exchange pillar spun wildly, spitting out hundreds of high-tier skill books like they were cabbage, piling into a small mountain. OMO snapped his fingers, and several skeletons crawled out from underground. He casually tossed the explosive falling star to the mage skeleton, open wide. Just as OMO threw the skill book into the skeleton's mouth, the explosive falling star turned into specks of light and was swallowed. The red glow in the skeleton's eye sockets blazed suddenly brighter. A flame pattern appeared on its bones, and it even smacked its lips in dissatisfaction. Without another word, he continued tossing the skill books on the ground one after another to the other skeletons. Eat as much as you want. You're getting a full meal today. On the square, those upperclassmen from the 3rd and 4th years were instantly petrified. A 4th-year fire mage dropped straight to his knees, clutching his hair with both hands, his eyes bloodshot with rage. That's explosive falling star. I only saved up enough points for it after killing monsters in the back mountains for 3 years. And he's actually feeding it to a skeleton. Beside him, a 3rd-year assassin looked as pale as death. That's the lost Netherworld assassination. That rotten bone didn't even look at it before chewing it up. The freshmen watched with tingling scalps, while the seniors' hearts bled. The vice principal stared at the increasingly smaller pile of skill books, rolled his eyes back, and fainted on the spot. OMO dusted off his hands, turned to the seniors with faces full of indignation, and said the obvious. What's there to make a fuss about? If they're not full, how are they supposed to work? Deep beneath Dragon God Academy, in front of the anti-magic metal gate, the old principal personally led the way and opened the 3-meter-thick door. Inside was the core treasury the size of a football field. Standing in flip-flops and sipping cola, OMO glanced around lazily. Old man, cut the bragging. I'm in a hurry to get back and take a nap. The elder guarding the pavilion snorted coldly, thinking this upstart was ridiculously arrogant. OMO simply walked in with his hands in his pockets, and brilliant multicolored treasure light instantly burst forth. In midair floated hundreds, even thousands, of peerless treasures. The old principal enthusiastically introduced them. That sword was the personal weapon of the Sword Saint from 300 years ago, Absolutely armor-piercing. That jade bottle contains the essence blood of a 9th-tier dragon, capable of doubling the body's strength. Omo didn't even turn his head. He walked straight through the core area and went directly to the Mospuchian corner. There were only 3 shabby-looking items there. A dried black piece of wood, a cracked stone, and a tattered ancient tome with half its cover torn off. He reached out and touched that section of black wood. Boom! The innate panel deep within his soul was completely ignited. Omer's billion-fold amplification, talent activated silently. In the eyes of the old principal and the old man guarding the pavilion, the piece of wood was still just a dead log. But in Omer's eyes, the moment that black wood touched his fingertips, it burst forth with divine radiance a billion times brighter than the sun. The layers of withered bark peeled away, revealing ancient life essence so rich it seemed ready to burst forth. A Kongra gleam flashed in Omer's eyes, and he immediately grabbed the black wood without hesitation. Then he picked up the broken stone and the shattered ancient tome as well. The talent activated once again in secret. Those 2 scraps also stirred up monstrous waves in Omer's mind. Omer casually tucked all 3 items under his arm, then turned to look at the old principal. I'm done picking. These 3 will do. The old principal's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he hurried forward, his face full of frustration. Omer, are you out of your mind? Those are all trash no one has been able to use for hundreds of years. He pointed at the black wood. That's a remnant of the Abyssal World Tree. It's long dead, and doesn't even have a trace of magic power left. Then he pointed at the stone and the ancient tome. A broken shard of a divine personality. If you fail to recognize it as your master, it'll backlash and damage your spiritual power. That deathless necromantic forbidden spell book only has 2 pages left. Are you taking it back to use as toilet paper? The old principal was so anxious he kept slapping his thigh. You have 3 chances to choose any inherited treasure. Listen to me and quickly swap them for some life-saving divine gear. Omer ignored him, tucked the things under his armpit casually, and took a sip of cola. I just like collecting junk. These 3 suit my taste. The old man guarding the pavilion coldly interrupted the old principal. Since this top scholar has made his choice, there will be no returns or exchanges according to the rules. He sneered inwardly. This bumpkin was passing up divine weapons and instead picking up a few pieces of useless trash no one had used in hundreds of years. The old principal sighed helplessly and could only shake his head. All right then. Since you insist on choosing it, I hope you won't regret it. The heavy gate closed again. Omo declined the old principal's offer to send him back to the dormitory and walked alone along the path leading to Dragonhead Villa, wearing a pair of flip-flops. A night breeze blew past. He stopped, glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, and took out the 3 scraps. With a thought, the innate panel immediately popped up. Abyssal World Tree, Remnant, activated by a 10,000-fold amplification true state. Seed of the Awakening World Tree effect. Once planted, it can instantly grow into an ancient tree supporting a small world, providing all undead summons with a life revival aura. As long as the ancient tree stands, the skeleton army will never shatter. Omo's breathing grew heavy, and he looked at the gray stone again. Broken divine spark fragment repaired by a 10,000-fold amplification true state. Immaculate god of death divine spark effect. After devouring it, Dispens Eos, Yen Kuei was famously the living hell of Dragon God Academy. Hot-tempered and ruthless, he specialized in dealing with all kinds of unruly freshmen. Even the national top scorers were basically all trained into lowering their heads and admitting defeat in his classroom. Everyone, perk up your ears. Yen Kuei braced both hands on the podium, his hawk-like gaze sweeping across the room. This is Dragon God Academy, not some backyard make-believe playground from your hometown. No matter how impressive you were before, once you get here, dragons have to coil and tigers have to lie down. Anyone who dares put on airs, I'll smash their bones and throw them out. The moment he finished speaking, the sound of flip-flops suddenly echoed in the hallway. Omo stepped in as the tail end of the bell rang out, strolling in unhurriedly. He was wearing an old, washed-out t-shirt and yawning, with tears from sleep still hanging at the corners of his eyes. Behind him followed a half-meter-tall little skeleton, holding a huge palm leaf fan, huffing and puffing as it fanned him. The entire room fell instantly silent. Veins throbbed on Yen Kuei's forehead as he glared fiercely at this brazen intruder. Omo didn't even look at him, simply walked straight to the back row, crossed one leg over the other, and went back to sleep with his eyes closed. The little skeleton obediently sped up its fanning. Chu Ran sat in the middle, head lowered, but inside he was overjoyed. It's over now. Yen Kuei is a retired SSS rank big shot from the military. Omo dared to bring a summoned creature to sleep in the class of this living king of hell. He'll definitely get his legs broken and be thrown out. Yen Kuei strode down from the lectern and walked up to Omo's desk. You're Omo? The new top scholar who broke the Tongtian Tower record. Omo didn't even open his eyes. If you know, then stop spouting nonsense and give your lecture. Don't disturb my sleep. Yen Kuei laughed in anger and slapped the desk hard, the tabletop exploding instantly. Good, very good. You think clearing the 30th floor of the Tongtian Tower means you can ignore me? Get that pile of broken bones away right now and stand in the hallway to listen. Only then did Omo open his eyes and sit up straight, glancing at the cracks. I've read the student handbook. First, it doesn't say summoned creatures aren't allowed. Second, as long as I place first at the end of the term, whether I attend class normally doesn't matter to anyone. The fact that I'm sitting here today is purely because I'm giving the academy face. What are you, and what right do you have to teach me? The whole room erupted. Yen Kuei was completely enraged, and his SSS rank pressure burst out instantly. Looking for death. The new students in front of Omo were so frightened that they scrambled and fled toward the lectern. Even brushing the edge of the domain made them feel as if a heavy hammer had smashed into their chests, leaving them breathless. Chu Ren blended into the crowd, found a corner to hide in, and trembled with excitement all over. He stared fixedly at Omo, the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears. Crush him. Crush this country bumpkin to dust maesty with his bones. Yet at the very center of the gravity domain, Omo didn't even lift his eyelids. His legs were still propped on the desk, and he slept soundly. The terrifying gravity that could flatten fine steel felt to him like nothing more than a gentle breeze. The one truly unhappy was the gray-white little skeleton beside him, still waving a palm fan. As the gravity descended, the air instantly turned viscous, and the little skeleton's palm fan became as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The wind it fanned out went completely off course. It stopped its movements, slowly lifted its skull, and 2 clusters of ghostly blue underworld flames suddenly jumped as it stared straight at Yen Kuei. Yen Kuei's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, the little skeleton raised a bone claw and, facing the ochre-yellow domain before it, slapped it backhandedly. Crack! The 10 times gravity domain was like a piece of cheap glass, instantly covered in cracks, then bursting apart with a roar. The backlash instantly surged back into Yen Kuei. He let out a muffled groan and staggered back 3 big steps, each one leaving a deep crater in the solid wood floor before he slammed heavily into the blackboard. The fishy sweetness shot straight up his throat. He forcefully swallowed that mouthful of blood, but a trace still leaked from the corner of his mouth. Yen Kuei's mind buzzed as he stared at the little skeleton's hand, still fanning away. A dignified SSS rank berserker mage, actually blown back and made to cough up blood by a summoned creature whose only job was fanning? The force on that bone claw ran so deep it was impossible to measure. If it had landed directly on his head,
Jan Kuisiveret.
The entire classroom fell deathly silent for half a minute. The 1,000+ freshmen widened their eyes, staring at Omo as if he were a deity. The ecstatic expression on Chu Ran's face froze instantly. His teeth clacked hard, nearly biting off his own tongue. He covered his mouth and shrank under the desk, trembling like a sieve. Even the retired king of hell had been slapped back and made to spit blood by a skeleton fanning itself? How was anyone supposed to play this game? Yen Kuei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forcibly suppressed the roiling chi and blood in his body. He raised his head and looked at Omo, who was still asleep. The killing intent and fury vanished in an instant, replaced by a smile full of appreciation and warmth. Yen Kuei suddenly clapped hard and praised loudly. Good! Very good! Everyone in the classroom was stunned and turned to look at him in unison. Clearing his throat, Yen Kuei announced, Student O's practical combat experience is first-rate, and his summoned creature is powerful, but his composure is even stronger. The first practical sparring session ends here. Student O may continue resting. Everyone else, open your textbooks to page 1. The entire class was thrown into chaos. Who didn't know he had just wanted to use someone to establish his authority? And now that he couldn't beat him, he changed his tune to practical sparring and even told him to rest? Where was the king of hell's bottom line? In the corner, Omo rolled over and changed sleeping positions, saying to the little skeleton, Fan faster. Those few dog barks just gave me a headache. The little skeleton fanned even more vigorously. Yen Kuei's brows and mouth twitched violently, and pretending not to hear it, he lowered his head and flipped through his lesson plan. When the bell rang, Yen Kuei closed the lesson plan, gave Omo a deep look, and turned to leave. As soon as the King of Hell stepped out the door, the whole class let out a breath at the same time, and quite a few people collapsed onto their desks. OMO stretched and patted the little skeleton. All right, stop fanning. Just as he was about to get up and return to the villa for more sleep, the front door was suddenly kicked open. With a bang, 6 or 7 people strode in arrogantly, all wearing custom school uniforms and pure gold dragon coiling badges pinned to their chests, looking insanely arrogant. The leader was Zhuotianzi, a senior in his 3rd year and a level 45 wind mage. A suppressed cry went up in the classroom. It's people from Longyuan Pavilion. Vice Pavilion Master Zhuotianzi. Zhuotianzi headed straight for the corner of the back row and walked up to Omo's desk, covering his nose as he looked disgustedly at the flip-flops and little skeleton. You're OMO? I heard you broke the sky-piercing tower record. OMO had just stood up when he sat back down with a plop. You're blocking my way. Zhuotianzi's underlings immediately moved to flare up, but Zhuotianzi stopped them and curled his lips into a cold smile. It's understandable for young people to be proud. After all, Jiangnan is a backwater. Being able to take the top spot is only standing out among the short ones. I'm not here to cause trouble today. On the contrary, I'm here to offer you tremendous fortune. The Pavilion Master said we can make an exception and invite you to join Longyuan Pavilion. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire class sucked in a sharp breath, their eyes full of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Chu Ran was hiding under the desk, his teeth clenched so hard they nearly shattered. Zhuotianzi looked satisfied at the shock on everyone's faces, lifted his chin slightly, and waited to see Omo's grateful, overwhelmed expression. Rules are rules. Your background is too low, so it's impossible for you to join as a formal member. Start as an outer functionary first, running errands and doing odd jobs for us on normal days. He lowered his voice, his eyes greedy. Didn't you just get 10 million points? Hand over 5 million and those 3 items in the core treasury too. Turn them in together as your meeting gift. The whole class felt a chill run down their spines. This was blatantly robbery. Zhuotianzi straightened up. If you hand these over, I'll back you. Can you even live up to this honor? OMO leisurely picked at his ear and blew out a breath. Finished. He lifted his eyelids and stared at Zhuotianzi like he was an idiot. That fart you just let out was a bit long. It stank up my nose. Zhuotianzi's face turned livid, veins bulging. You dare insult me? Longyuan Pavilion?
Omo sneered.
Never heard of it. A bunch of trash who rely on family backing and cling together. And you still dare collect protection money from me? He pointed at the classroom door. Want me to join? Fine. Go back and tell your Pavilion Master to get over here right now and kneel to polish my shoes. He can be the kind of errand boy who serves tea and pours water. If you serve me well, I might even throw you a bite to eat. The classroom instantly fell dead silent. Zhuotianzi trembled with anger, wind element mana swirling wildly. You've offended Longyuan Pavilion today. I'll make sure you can't take a single step in the imperial capital. Longyuan Pavilion moved extremely fast. As soon as Zhuotianzi left, a notice was posted by the academy. Every leveling secret realm for new students below level 20 had been sealed off by Longyuan Pavilion. Chu Ran sneered. Without the secret realms, what's he supposed to level up with? After OMO woke up, he strolled slowly to the entrance of the secret realm hall, where 2 rows of senior students wearing coiling dragon badges blocked the way. The leading senior student held a long spear across the doorway. Longyuan Pavilion has reserved the place. Unrelated people, get lost. The surrounding new students looked at him with sympathetic eyes. OMO looked up at the level indicator at the secret realm entrance. OMO put both hands in his pockets and suddenly smiled. There wasn't a trace of anger in that smile, only pure mockery. Does the Vice Pavilion Master only send these few losers to block the door? He shook his head, his tone full of disdain. You've even rented out the whole newbie village, and you still have the nerve to say I can't move an inch? The leading senior's face darkened. Watch your damn mouth. You're not getting in today either. Omo didn't even bother taking another look. He turned around and left with a single sentence. A bunch of trash who can only monopolize the newbie village. Go play by yourselves. Under the shade of a distant tree, Chu Ren saw this scene and laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth, quickly sending a message to Zhuotianzi. Brother Zhua, that kid slunk away all embarrassed. These 4 years have completely ruined him. Omo didn't return to the Dragon Head Villa. He headed straight toward the deepest part of the academy. The farther he went, the more remote it became, the more dilapidated the buildings looked, and the colder the air grew. 20 minutes later, he stood before a 100-meter-tall blood-red stone gate. A cordon had been fully set up around it, with red skull warnings plastered everywhere, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Beside the gate, on a lounge chair, a scruffy middle-aged instructor was sound asleep, snoring loudly. Omo knocked on the iron sign, Blood Moon Abyss Teleportation Array. Recommended level 45 and above, extremely high death rate. The instructor was awakened by the noise and opened his eyes irritably. Which brat is it? This restricted zone is off-limits. Before he could finish, his eyes widened. Standing before him was a freshman in a torn t-shirt and flip-flops, with a little skeleton holding a palm fan beside him. Open the door. Omo tossed over the gilt-edged identity card. The instructor sprang up straight from the lounge chair. Are you crazy? There are ferocious species in there starting at level 40. A freshman like you going in there is just suicide. Omo picked at his ear. The newbie village is too crowded. I want to find a quiet place to take a walk. The instructor slapped the card back. The rules are right here. If you don't meet the level requirement, forget about getting in. Omo sighed. People are alive, but rules are dead. He turned to look at the stone gate. In the little skeleton sockets, the ghostly blue underworld fire suddenly surged. The next second, it raised a bone claw and casually slapped the stone gate, the one said to be indestructible even to level 50, with a light wave of its hand. Crack! The 100-meter stone gate was instantly covered in cracks and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Amid the billowing dust, the passage was fully revealed. The instructor stood frozen in place, mouth agape, unable to speak. Omo brushed off the dust, shoved both hands into his pockets, and strolled in leisurely in his flip-flops. The little skeleton followed behind, its back view as relaxed as someone going for a walk after a meal. Half a minute later, the instructor finally came to his senses. He scrambled and rolled his way to the alarm console and slapped down the highest level alarm. A piercing alarm instantly tore through the entire Dragon God Academy. It's insane. Completely insane. The middle-aged instructor roared hysterically into the communicator. Quick! Notify the principal. A freshman smashed the gate of the Forbidden Zone and went into the Blood Moon Abyss alone. That guy is going there to die. Almost stepped over the blockade line, and above his head the blood-red full moon cast dark crimson moonlight as thick green miasma rushed at him. Behind him, that little skeleton waved a large palm fan and forcibly fanned out a clear patch of ground. Omo looked around in his flip-flops. Bones of beasts lay everywhere, low growls echoed from the darkness, and all of them were level 40 Lord-class monsters. In other people's eyes, this was hell, but he nodded in satisfaction. This place isn't bad. Quiet, spacious, and no one to bother me. He found a large rock to sit on, took out the Abyss World Tree and the Godhood Shard from his pocket, and crushed them casually. A roar thundered deep in his soul as the Disaster Descends talent went completely berserk. The two treasures turned into light and surged into his body. The dark gold branch on his innate panel lit up, and the second-tier core troop unlocked. Omo opened his eyes, with ghostly underworld flames burning in his gaze. He snapped his fingers, the ground churned violently, and 100 black teleportation arrays emerged. 100 Dark Knights rode bone nightmares out from the formations, black flames burning on all four hooves, ignoring terrain and recovering by leeching from the abyss. Leaning against the rock, Omo watched his new underlings absorb the miasma like tonic medicine and said with a satisfied smile, "This design is pretty user-friendly. From now on, just take poisonous monsters head-on." On the cliff above the abyss, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils was staring fixedly downward. It was a blood-winged demon dragon over 20 meters long, a level 45 Lord Overlord. It concealed its aura as saliva dripped from its mouth. Starving to the point of madness, it was preparing to dive down and swallow Omo whole. The demon dragon transformed into a blood-colored bolt of lightning and shot into the air. Just as it was less than 100 meters from the ground, 100 black teleportation arrays lit up at the same time. Its body suddenly stiffened, and its vertical pupils contracted instantly. Deep in the Blood Moon Abyss, a level 45 blood-winged demon dragon bulged its eyes wide open. 100 Dark Knights riding bone nightmares were standing in a neat row, blocking the skinny human's path. Even worse, every single one of those 100 auras, taken at random, was 10,000 times more terrifying than the Abyss Demon King. The blood-winged demon dragon's mind practically exploded. The delicious little cookie and the tender, delicate flesh were instantly thrown to the back of its mind. It had only one thought left: run. It slammed on the brakes in midair, breaking several ribs on the spot. Enduring the searing pain, it flapped its flesh wings and fled madly toward the deepest part of the abyss. Omo sat lazily on a rock, yawned, and waved a hand. Free hunt. Dig 3 feet deep. Plow this damn place over for me. And by the way, capture that big lizard alive. The 100 Dark Knights turned into a black tide and charged into the miasma. Omo snapped his fingers again. Thousands upon thousands of mage skeletons emerged from the ground, lifting their white bone staffs as fireballs, ice spikes, and thunder whips crashed into the depths of the abyss like a meteor shower. The abyssal monsters never even got a clear look at the enemy before they were blown apart into a rain of blood. Mountains were flattened, canyons were filled in, and the entire Blood Moon Abyss was forcibly turned into a flat plaza. Dragon God Academy, Level 20 Newbie Secret Realm. Sotenzawa was strutting along with his lackeys when his communicator suddenly let out a shriek. A red alert popped up. The core energy of the Blood Moon Abyss had plummeted off a cliff. The water cup in Sotenzawa's hand slipped and crashed to the floor, splashing water all over his pants leg. Sotenzawa's face darkened as he stared at the energy curve on the alert, which was dropping straight to the bottom, and his heart filled with panic. He suddenly thought of Omo's fearless expression, then immediately shook his head to deny it. There's no way it has anything to do with that loser. While everyone in Longyuan Pavilion was still in shock and uncertainty, in the principal's office, the old principal was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window with a teacup in hand. Behind him, instruments flashed red wildly, and the energy curve representing the Blood Moon Abyss was plunging straight down like a waterfall. The old principal's teacup slammed onto the desk with a bang, tea splashing everywhere. His legs gave out and he collapsed into the executive chair, covering his face with both hands as he wailed in anguish. What a crime! I only told you to pick 2 things at random, not demolish the place. This is the core training ground the academy left for 4th and 5th year students. The old principal slapped the desk hard. I should never have let him through the door in the first place. In the Blood Moon Abyss, Omo was idly counting stones. Far away in the toxic miasma, the Blood-Winged Demon Dragon was being carried by its wing membranes by 4 Dark Knights, dragged down like a chick, and smashed down in front of Omo. Outside the Academy's top-tier Forbidden Zone, the entrance was jammed with people, with over 1,000 students packed around the perimeter. Zuoshians, along with the Dragon Abyss Pavilion staff, had taken the front row, ready to watch the joke unfold. A staff member leaned in and whispered, "Brother Zua, that kid's been in there for almost 3 hours and hasn't even sent out a distress signal." Zuoshian sneered. A rookie fresh out of the beginner village. A single breath of the Blood Moon Abyss's toxic miasma would melt him. Just as everyone concluded that Omo was surely doomed, footsteps echoed from the passage. A few seconds later, a thin figure in an old t-shirt and flip-flops slowly walked out. Omo. Not a wrinkle was on him, and he was still holding those. Zuoshians mocked Omo for not even daring to smell the toxic miasma, saying he could only hide in the cracks between rocks and tremble. What's with the big bad wolf act using a few lousy sacks? He pointed at the sacks and laughed. Those are all junk stones picked up at the entrance, right? Trying to pass off this trash and fool people? The Dragon Abyss Pavilion staff joined in the laughter, convinced that for a first-year student to stay in a level 40 Forbidden Zone for 3 hours, the only possibility was hiding in a safe zone and picking up stones. Omo stopped and looked at Zuoshians, as if looking at a clown. Too lazy to argue, he turned and waved at more than 10 little skeletons. They're too heavy. Toss them all. The little skeletons loosened their grips. More than 10 sacks taller than a person slammed onto the granite ground, their torn cloth bursting open as fist-sized cores spilled out in a clatter. Multicolored light instantly illuminated the square, and violent energy swept through the whole scene like a tsunami. Zuoshian's laughter cut off abruptly. He stared at the dark red core by his feet, his voice trembling. This is a level 45 Blood-Winged Demon Dragon Lord core? The crowd exploded at once. Holy crap! A level 40 Shadow Poison Spider Venom Sac core. A level 50 Death Knight Soul core. They're all Lord cores above level 40. He wiped out all the Blood Moon Abyss Lords? Zuoshian's legs went weak, and he dropped to his knees with a thud. The Dragon Abyss Pavilion staff also turned deathly pale from fear and collapsed with him. Omo kicked a core at his feet away, then looked down at Zuoshians. What did you say was in these sacks? Zuotian's face turned ashen, cold sweat dripping onto the crystal core, unable to utter a word. The entire square fell into dead silence. Omo found a shady corner, had the little skeletons put together 2 broken wooden tables, and dumped the crystal cores all over the tabletop. With his eyes closed, Omo casually said a line. The assassin skeleton immediately stepped forward, a flash of cold light gleaming from its bone blade, its killing intent overwhelming. The crowd instantly calmed down and obediently lined up to receive their credit cards and black gold cards, waiting to trade. Zhuotianze, kneeling nearby, went pale in an instant, his whole body trembling like a sieve. It was over. Dragon Abyss Pavilion relied on monopolizing high-tier materials, buying low, hoarding to drive up prices, and then selling them to the students at a premium. Now that Omo was directly liquidating everything at half price, the hundreds of millions in stockpiled goods in Dragon Abyss Pavilion's warehouse instantly turned into worthless rocks. Zhuotianze grabbed the nearby clerk and roared, "Go inform the pavilion master. If he doesn't come soon, the whole operation is going down." In 10 minutes, 1/3 of the crystal cores had been sold off, and Omo's credits and treasury balance were skyrocketing. The little skeletons took payment and handed over the goods, their hands moving so fast it looked like they were rubbing out sparks. A sudden gale swept across the square. The sky turned dark, and a terrifying pressure crashed down like Mount Tai. The faces of those in line changed drastically, and the lower-level freshmen were directly forced to their knees. "Who dares smash Dragon Abyss Pavilion's business?" A cold shout exploded. The crowd automatically parted to make a path, and Dragon Abyss Pavilion's master, Gu Tianqing, strode forward amid everyone's escort. Wearing a dark gold dragon-pattern trench coat, a top-tier senior in his 60s, ranked in the top 5 of the dragon ranking. Gu Tianqing walked up to the stall, glanced at the crystal cores strewn all over the ground, then lowered his head to look at Zhuotianze, who was as miserable as mud, and snorted coldly, "Trash." His gaze locked onto Omo, and he pressed his full force of pressure over without restraint. "Freshman? Stop right now, hand over the remaining crystal cores and all the credits you tricked people out of. I can spare your life, but I'll cripple both your hands." No one in the crowd thought he was joking. Omo slowly opened his eyes, not putting that pressure in the slightest. The little skeleton waved its fan, dispersing the air current. He sat up straight, stretched, and sized up Gu Tianqing. "You're the pavilion master sent here to serve tea and pour water for me?" The whole place fell dead silent. Gu Tianqing's eyes turned ice-cold, and a destructive black storm gathered in his palm. The little skeleton clenched the bone blade, ready to strike at any moment. At that moment, a beam of golden light even brighter than the sun suddenly burst from the direction of the Academy's central square, shooting straight over and illuminating the entire plaza. The black storm in Gu Tianqing's hand was abruptly interrupted by the sudden light. He whirled around and stared fixedly at the center of the square. "It's the dragon ranking!" Terrified screams erupted from the crowd. The dragon ranking of Dragon God Academy has been passed down for 100 years, and only those with combat strength in the top 1,000 can have their names engraved on it. It is usually lifeless and silent, and only major changes can send golden light soaring into the sky. No one had time to mock Omo anymore. They all looked toward that towering stone monument. As the golden light faded, densely packed names appeared on the steel. "Look at the bottom!" an upperclassman shouted. At the position of the 1,000th rank, 2 blood-red characters suddenly appeared. "OMO. He made the list." A freshman who just reported in, and he hasn't even finished his class before squeezing into the dragon ranking? The crowd drew in a sharp breath. But this was only the beginning. Omo's name shot upward like a rocket, crazily surging higher with a trail of blood-colored light. 800th, 500th, 300th. The senior students in their 3rd and 4th years watched helplessly as their names were trampled beneath his. It's still rising. He's breaking into the top 100. Zhuotianze, deputy pavilion master of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, collapsed to the ground. For a 3rd-year wind element mage like him, the top 100 was an absolute forbidden zone. But OMO didn't stop at all. 50th, 30th, 11th. The whole place fell dead silent. In the next second, Omo's name suddenly jumped, directly pushing the top 4th-year senior at 9th place down, and steadily stopped at 9th. Golden light burst forth, completely freezing the scene. Dragon God Academy, combat ranking number 9, Omo. A formation announcement echoed through the air. Freshman Omo single-handedly cleared the high-risk forbidden zone, Blood Moon Abyss, and killed a lord-level monster beyond the calculation limit. His overall combat power has been re-evaluated, and he has been airdropped to No. 9 on the dragon ranking. The entire square was utterly numb. They looked at the hundreds and thousands of Lord Crystals on Omo's stall, finally understanding where these things came from. This wasn't hunting monsters at all. It was a massacre. Gu Tianqing's face was as black as a scorched lump of charcoal. Dragon God Academy's iron rule. Among the top 10 on the dragon ranking, private fighting was absolutely forbidden. If he dared to make a move, the Academy's enforcement team could cripple him on the spot. Hall Master. Zhuotianze scrambled over on hands and knees, That kid is ranked 9th. What do we do now? Shut up. Gu Tianxing kicked Zhuotianzi flying. They had come here aggressively today, intending to publicly cripple Omo, but instead he was forced by the rules to stay put and became a laughingstock. Omo rolled over on the chair. Why did you stop fighting? Where's that pitch-black whirlwind you had? Gu Tianxing stared at him viciously, nearly exploding with rage. The rules for the top 10 on the dragon ranking weighed on him like a mountain. He took a deep breath, and his fury suddenly turned into a cruel sneer. Fine. Since you insist on hiding behind the rules like a coward, then we'll do things by the rules. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a dark red sheepskin scroll from his storage ring and slapped it hard onto Omo's table. Dragon Ranking Challenge Letter. Noon tomorrow, the Life and Death Arena at the Academy Center. Sign it. Let's settle this through both victory and death. The veteran students around them drew sharp breaths. That was the bloodiest place in the Dragon God Academy. Zhuotianzi got up and hid behind Gu Tianxing, shouting, "If you've got the guts, then sign the damn thing. If you don't dare sign, then kneel and kowtow to senior brother Gu to admit your mistake." Omo didn't even glance at the sheepskin scroll. He was sweeping the remaining crystal cores on the table into his bag in one go, while tossing the black gold card in his hand twice. There were several 100 million lying in the card. This clearance sale had earned him a fortune. Hearing Zhuotianzi's shouting, Omo stuffed the card into his pocket, stood up unhurriedly, stretched, and his bones crackled. Tomorrow at noon? He yawned, looking utterly displeased. I'm usually taking my afternoon nap then. Gu Tianxing sneered. If you're scared of dying, just say so. As long as you cripple both your arms right now and get out of the academy, I'll pretend nothing happened today. Omo ignored him and lowered his head to glance at the challenge letter. The betting column was blank. A fight is fine, he said, raising one finger. Since this is a life and death duel, betting only our lives is pretty boring. Add in both sides' entire assets. Whoever loses, their money and equipment all go to the other side, and then they get out of the academy. He looked up at Gu Tianxing. Do you dare play? Gu Tianxing froze, then laughed in fury. You really think that by grinding points to get to 9th on the dragon ranking, you can beat me? Fine. I'd like to see how many lives you've got for me to kill. Don't rush. I'm not done yet. Omo raised a hand to interrupt him, his gaze sweeping over the Dragon Abyss Pavilion officers behind Gu Tianxing, his expression full of annoyance. I hate overtime the most. If I beat you today, tomorrow there'll definitely be a deputy pavilion master, hall master, and the like coming to bother me. Fighting them one by one is too much of a waste of time. He walked up to the table, picked up the carbon pen, casually drew a couple of strokes on the sheepskin scroll, and pushed it back in front of Gu Tianxing. How about this? The top 100 people on the dragon ranking from your Dragon Abyss Pavilion, together, tomorrow at noon. The square fell into complete silence in an instant. Then a clamor erupted so loud it seemed to lift the roof. A senior in his 3rd year screamed with both hands on his head. He's insane. That's 100 dragon ranking experts. He wants to take on the Academy's most elite 100-person squad alone. Zhuotianzi was first stunned, then burst into laughter. Omo, did you suck in too much toxic miasma in Blood Moon Abyss and fry your brain? 1 against 100? Do you think this is child's play? Gu Tianxing's facial muscles twitched wildly. Eos. On the Academy Square, the students all looked at Omo and shook their heads with sighs. No one believed he could defeat 100 top-tier geniuses. At the same time, in the principal's office, the old principal was staring at the energy report from Blood Moon Abyss when he suddenly saw a blood-red death notice flash outside the window. Life and death duel. He opened the surveillance and saw the names of the contract parties, nearly fainting on the spot. That little ancestor is acting up again. The old principal yanked at his white hair, jumping up and down in anxiety. The dean was drenched in sweat. The life and death arena is about to start. No one can stop it. If he dies, how are we supposed to answer for it? The old principal sank back into his chair with a wry smile. I'm afraid he won't die. I'm afraid that tomorrow he'll turn the 100 most elite prospects in the academy into dust. The crowd on the square dispersed, all rushing to secure good seats for tomorrow. Omo tossed the burlap sack to the skeleton and walked back in his flip-flops. Under the shade of the trees, Su Qinghan stood quietly, her gaze fervent. The 100-man team tomorrow, confident? Omo didn't even turn his head. 100 pigs and 1 pig. No difference. The night before the final battle, the entire academy erupted. The forum was overwhelmed and crashed 3 times by traffic. Underground bookies opened the bets. Omo to win at 1 to 100. Longyuan Pavilion to win at 1-1.01. On the lawn, the third-year seniors bet like mad, with those backing Longyuan Pavilion dumping their entire fortunes in. 100 dragon ranking experts are ganging up on him. He can still flip the heavens? In the underground training ground of Dragon Head Villa, Omo leaned on the sofa, high-tier soul stones piled at his feet. He opened a can of cola and casually snapped his fingers. The soul stones instantly turned into death energy and surged into his body. Expand the unit, he spoke flatly. Space warped, dark gold ripples spread, and 1,000 heavy sniper skeletons stepped out silently. 1,000 heavy sniper skeletons wore loose black cloaks, their frames hidden in shadow, each of them holding a 1.5-meter white-bone heavy sniper rifle. They formed 100-man squads before Omo, quiet as a legion of hellish specters. Omo walked forward in his flip-flops, his gaze sweeping over this army of killing machines, and the air instantly turned frigid. The little skeletons lowered their heads to clean their guns, dark blue nether flames flickering in their hollow eye sockets. Omo put both hands in his pockets and spoke evenly. Tomorrow at noon, there'll be 100 opponents. They like to gang up on the few, so let's give them a proper lesson. He walked up to the first row of skeletons, knocked on a rifle barrel, and it made a crisp bone click. Turning around, his gaze was cold. When you take the stage tomorrow, all of you fly up into the clouds and hide. Constrict your presence to the absolute limit. 10-kilometer absolute range, ignore defenses, 100% headshot. Lock your barrels tightly onto the heads of those 100 trash. Omo raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Wait for my gesture. The moment I give the signal, carry out precision strikes beyond visual range. 1,000 rifles. Blow their 100 heads into rotten watermelons. Click. 1,000 skeletons cycled their bolts at the same time, the sound of rounds chambering gathering into a symphony of death. Outside Dragon Head Villa, more than a dozen black shadows lay in ambush atop the trees, top-tier sentries sent by the various factions of the imperial capital to investigate. The leader asked, "Any movement from that kid?" Another sneered, "Not even a ghost. What time is it already? He's probably been scared into hiding under his blanket, writing his last will." The leader licked his chapped lips. Young Master Gu ordered it. Keep him under watch all night. He absolutely cannot run. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling killing intent erupted from beneath the villa and instantly swept through the grove. It carried no magical fluctuation, yet it was pure to the extreme. The temperature in the trees plummeted, and the hair on all dozen-plus sentries stood on end at once. Cold sweat soaked their night clothes, and a suffocating sense of danger seized their hearts. The leader froze. Where is this killing intent coming from? Why is it so strong? One sentry wailed. It feels like countless blades are pressed against my neck. There's something terrifying here. Just as they were preparing to flee, the killing intent receded like a tide and vanished in an instant. The grove returned to silence. Panting heavily, the dozen-plus sentries stared at Dragon Head Villa, their eyes full of unknown fear. The leader swallowed hard. Tomorrow at noon's life and death duel, the 100 prodigies of Longyuan Pavilion may run into an iron plate harder than meteor iron from beyond the heavens. The noon sun was fierce. At the central arena of Dragon God Academy, the giant life and death stage that could hold 100,000 people was packed to the brim, and the stands were crammed tightly. 100 dragon ranking experts all wore coiling dragon badges, lined up into a blood and iron battle formation, with every class represented: mages, shield warriors, assassins, priests, and each of them held high-tier weapons. Gu Tianqing stood at the front, the great sword in his hand burning with a black storm, pointed straight ahead, and Zhu Tianzi stood beside him, unable to hide the smile on his face. "Guild Master, time's up." Zhu Tianzi glanced at the magic watch and sneered. Could that kid have peed himself from fear? Gu Tianqing's gaze was icy. The life and death contract has been set. He can't run. As soon as he finished speaking, the venue doors were pushed open, and blinding sunlight poured in. 10,000 pairs of eyes all snapped toward the figure walking in against the light. Omo stepped onto the stage in flip-flops, hands in the pockets of his white t-shirt and pants, strolling forward at an unhurried pace. When he reached the center, he yawned and didn't even spare a glance at the 100 people opposite him. The stands instantly erupted. He's alone? Where are his summons? He didn't even bring a weapon. Is he here to die? Zhu Tianzi burst out laughing directly. Omo, where are your useless bones? Not even a follower today. Omo dug at his ear, his voice calm. Dealing with a bunch of trash like you? Do I really need to bring anything? That sentence blew up the entire Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Gu Tianqing gripped his great sword tightly, his killing intent erupting completely. Form up, full firepower coverage. The next second, 100 people struck at once. Fire dragons, ice blades, and surging thunder came sweeping in. Sword chi and blade light scythed across the ground, while assassin daggers flashed coldly in the shadows. Magic and sword energy filled the sky like a rain of death, sealing off every path of retreat for Omo. The 100,000 spectators in the stands all held their breath. Omo stood where he was, hands in his pockets, not even frowning. Gu Tianqing laughed wildly. D. The next second, Omo raised a hand and snapped his fingers. In the sky 1,000 meters up, 1,000 white-bone sniper rifles fired at the same time. 1,000 ghostly laser beams arrived soundlessly, precisely piercing through the 100-man shield formation of Longyuan Pavilion and drilling through their kneecaps. Boom! 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 The 100 experts on the dragon rank all slammed to the ground on both knees, kneeling before Omo. The raging fire and thunder in the sky instantly collapsed, leaving only a warm breeze brushing across Omo's cheek. Omo stood with both hands in his pockets, looking down at Gu Tianqing, who was kneeling before him, his eyes full of disdain. The 10,000-seat stadium fell instantly silent. Everyone's mind went blank. They only saw Omo snap his fingers, and the 100-man battle formation of Longyuan Pavilion collectively dropped to their knees, while the overwhelming killing moves scattered like fireworks. It was so eerie it made one's scalp tingle. Half a minute later, Suetienza finally let out a pig slaughter-like scream, clutching his bloody, mangled knees and rolling on the ground. Immediately after, 100 elite fighters howled in pain at the same time. Gu Tianqing's eyes were bloodshot. He desperately pushed against the ground, trying to stand up, but all that remained were 2 limp legs. What did you do? His voice was sharp, his whole body trembling. Omo took a step forward, planting his flip-flop in front of Gu Tianqing, and said flatly, "Weren't you just going to blast me to pieces? Why is everyone on their knees now? 100 people beating one, and your legs are this weak? You haven't had enough calcium." The old principal gripped the railing tightly with both hands and murmured, "Dimensional reduction strike. They're not even on the same level." Chu Ran was so frightened that his face turned ashen, and a stench drifted out. Su Qinghan stood at the very front, her heart pounding like a drum. Omo bent down, hooked Gu Tianqing's chin up with his flip-flop, and asked coldly, "Yesterday you said that at Longshan Academy, you were the rules? Now tell me, who are the rules?" Gu Tianqing completely broke down, crying out, You are the rules. I give up." A burst of red light exploded from the life and death contract. The 100 members of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion were stripped of everything they owned and expelled on the spot. Omo's black gold card beeped non-stop as all the savings of the 100 dragon ranking experts, along with control of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion's materials warehouse, were transferred under his name. The number 1 faction in Longshan Academy was thus erased. Omo withdrew his foot, turned, and walked down the steps, leaving only 1 sentence behind: "Clean up the floor. It's an eyesore." The venue fell into dead silence. Suddenly, a beam of golden light 10 times thicker than yesterday split through the clouds and pierced the square. The dragon ranking stone steel trembled violently. In 9th place, the 2 words Omo ignited with a blinding blood-red flame. Then, Omo surged upward at a terrifying speed. 8th place, 5th place, 3rd place. Those top senior-year big shots in the academy who were treated like deities were crushed by him without the slightest mercy, as if they were made of paper. There was no pause at all. The blood-red name, carrying an overbearing aura that would slaughter gods if they blocked him and kill Buddhas if they stood in his way, directly smashed through the first-place holder that had dominated the rankings for 2 years and was firmly, unshakably carved at the very top of the dragon ranking. Longshan Academy, dragon ranking 1st place, Omo. A solemn formation broadcast voice resounded throughout the entire school. Freshman Omer single-handedly and unscathed punched through 100 top experts on the life and death arena. His combat power evaluation is unfathomable, and he has topped the dragon ranking to take 1st place. He has become the youngest chief in the Academy's 100-year history. The entire crowd of 100,000 people was shocked to the core. A first-year student who had enrolled for less than 10 days had trampled the entire academy beneath his feet. The old principal collapsed back into his chair, gasping hard, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. A monster. A complete and utter monster. Su Qinghan stood among the crowd, her cold and stunning eyes flashing with a strange light as she looked at the Salnan in flip-flops on the arena, a breathtaking smile curling at the corners of her lips. From today on, The sky above Dragon God Academy had completely changed. At the same time, deep in the mountains several hundred kilometers away from the imperial capital, in the highest secret monitoring hall of the National Air Defense Command of the Dragon Nation, a shrill, red-level special alarm tore through the silence of the underground base, and the warning lights flashed wildly. What's going on? Enemy attack! The on-duty Major General sprang up and rushed toward the main control console. Report, General. An unidentified high-energy reaction has appeared over the imperial capital, with coordinates locked at 1,000 meters directly above the central venue of Dragon God Academy. The Major General shoved the operator aside and stared fixedly at the giant radar screen covering the entire wall. At the center of the screen, a glaring crimson was jumping wildly, and its energy level had already exceeded the upper limit of conventional measurements. What's the energy reading? The operator's voice trembled. The peak energy is comparable to a full-yield tactical nuclear strike, and this energy is extremely restrained, all of it precisely discharged onto the same coordinate point on the arena. The Major General inhaled sharply, his mind exploding with a boom. What's the target doing now? It's gone. The operator stared at the radar screen, which had instantly returned to calm, with a look like he had seen a ghost. That energy existed for less than a second before disappearing out of thin air, leaving not even a trace of residual spatial fluctuation. The independent command room at the very depths of the command headquarters. The Major General didn't even have time to knock before he rushed in, drenched in sweat. Behind the oversized office desk sat a middle-aged man whose presence commanded authority without anger, Chu Shaotian, the highest-ranking general of the Dragon Nation and the nation's war god. What's got you so flustered? Chu Shaotian lifted a blue and white porcelain teacup, his tone steady. General Chu, something big has happened. An unknown energy comparable to a tactical nuclear strike appeared above Dragon God Academy and vanished in an instant. We can't trace its source at all. Crack. The priceless blue and white porcelain teacup in Chu Shaotian's hand was instantly crushed to pieces, and the scalding tea streamed down his calloused fingers. Yet he felt no pain at all. In those eyes that had weathered countless life and death battles, two terrifying beams of sharp light burst forth. A single target strike at tactical nuclear weapon level? Chu Shaotian sprang to his feet, his towering frame radiating a suffocating iron-blooded pressure. Pass down my death order. Immediately mobilize the highest-level military intelligence network. No matter whether this power belongs to a human or a ghost, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you will find out the truth for me. Chu Shaotian walked to the massive strategic map and stared fixedly at the location of Dragon God Academy. This power must never fall into the hands of outsiders. 3 full days had passed since the smoke and dust of the life and death arena cleared. Over these 3 days, Dragon God Academy appeared calm on the surface, but beneath the calm, turbulent currents were already surging. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for an outcome. Omo had made such a huge commotion on the arena that even the national-level air defense alarms had been triggered. The military leadership absolutely could not stand by and do nothing. The morning of the 4th day, just after sunrise, above Dragon Head Villa, a deafening roar mercilessly tore through the quiet of the morning. It was dark. Dozens of dark green military attack helicopters blanketed the sky like an iron cloud. The raging propeller airflow whipped up leaves all over the sky, and the windows throughout the villa district buzzed from the vibration. The hatch opened. Chu Shaotian kicked open the gate of Dragon Head Villa with 1 foot. The guard squad instantly sealed off every entrance and exit, a bloody killing aura surging straight into the sky. The old principal stood outside the door, trembling like a sieve, sweat soaking through his suit, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Chu Shaotian looked at the boy before him, expressionless. Omo was lying on a deck chair, while a few little skeletons by his feet were huffing and puffing as they mowed the lawn. A flash of killing intent flickered in Chu Shaotian's eyes, and he directly smashed down his semi-divine pressure. The air instantly froze, and even the sunlight seemed to be crushed apart. The old principal almost knelt on the spot. The guard squad was also blasted pale by the aftershock. The next second, several little skeletons dropped their scissors, their bones rattling with crisp cracks as they instantly formed a white bone shield formation. Boom! The semi-divine pressure slammed into the shield. The ground split open, and Thoi stones flew everywhere. Yet the little skeletons remained utterly unmoved, without even a single crack. The guard captain behind Chu Shaotian's pupils shrank sharply, cold sweat streaming down his back. As Chu Shaotian unleashed that killing aura, the air in the courtyard seemed to be flattened. Everyone knew how many divine emissaries this war god had cut down on the border. Even a level 50 powerhouse would have to kneel when facing him. But those ashen-white little skeletons, not even wearing any armor, actually stood firm and withstood it head-on. Chu Xiaotian withdrew his aura, looking at these monsters, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This kid really did have the capital to be arrogant. He strode up to Omo's deck chair and said condescendingly, "Kid, you're pretty good." Omo finished his ice cola, casually tossed the cup to a little skeleton, and without lifting his head said, "Thanks for the compliment. But old man, you brought people to smash my door first thing in the morning. You're not here just to praise me, are you?"
Chu Xiaotiang sneered.
Fine, I'll be blunt. What happened yesterday already alerted the Air Defense Command. The country can't allow that kind of destructive power to fall into the hands of students beyond control. Today, on behalf of the military, I'm giving you a clear path. A major general rank, top-tier treatment and resources, and your family can leap straight into the ranks of the most prestigious houses. The entire place fell dead silent. Even the old principal and the guard captain held their breath. Chu Xiaotian changed his tone. In exchange, you and all your undead summons must accept unified military formation and the highest command. As soon as he finished, the old principal kept winking desperately at Omo. Though the conditions were harsh, this was an offer made personally by the war god. A life-saving talisman. But Omo burst out laughing, looking at Chu Xiaotian like he was an idiot. "Old man, you're used to issuing orders in the military district, huh? You come in wanting to absorb my skeletons and command me right away? Do you think this is a market buying cabbages?" The guard captain's hand rested on his gun grip, killing intent surging. Omo didn't even look at him and kept one leg crossed over the other. "I've always been lazy and hate it most when people point fingers at me. If there's some real trouble that can't be avoided, we can talk cooperation and set clear terms. Absorption? Not a chance. The door's over there. Don't let me see you out." The old principal's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the lawn. It was over. This stubborn mule even dared to slap the war god's face. Chu Xiaotian's expression turned dark. When national interests are at stake, there's no room for bargaining. Omo shot back without holding back. "Yesterday on the arena, when I didn't have the strength, where was the bigger picture? Now that you see I'm strong, you come running to talk about the bigger picture." Chu Xiaotian stepped forward, his iron-willed aura surging once more. "Kid, don't think a little talent means you can ignore everything. In the face of the true national war machine, individual power is nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Omo met his gaze, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Perfect. I happen to love doing." Before Chu Xiaotian could speak, the intelligence officer lunged to the ground, his face covered in blood as he shouted, "War god, this is bad. The abyssal rift has appeared in the northern suburbs of the capital. It's huge. Monsters are pouring out of it." Chu Xiaotian's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly turned to look at Omo. Omo stomped down in his flip-flops, shoved his hands into his pockets, and curled the corner of his mouth. "Looks like our bet has to be put on hold." Chu Xiaotian's gaze was sharp as a blade. "What do you want to say?" Omo lifted his eyes, his tone lazy yet filled with wild arrogance. "My skeleton legion can not only tear down mechs, it can also block rifts." Chu Xiaotian stared at him and asked in a low voice, "What are your conditions?" Omo chuckled. "If I win, the matter of absorption is wiped clean. If I seal the rift, you owe me a favor." Chu Xiaotian didn't hesitate. "Deal." The two looked at each other, then turned and rushed toward the helicopter at the same time. Chu Xiaotian grabbed the intelligence officer and hauled him up, barking a stern question. The intelligence officer was trembling all over. "An S-rank abyss rift, 1,000,000-strong beast tide. The northern defense line has been breached. At most 1 hour before they reach the north gate." The news exploded in the room like a bomb. The old principal collapsed to the ground, and the guard commander drew his blade and ordered first-level combat readiness. Chu Xiaotian immediately rushed to the helicopter and gave a deadly order. "Hold the north gate at all costs. Block those beasts outside the city even if it costs human lives." He turned back and said coldly to Omo, "Kid, keep the bet in mind. I'll deal with you after I finish killing them." Just as he was about to board, a lazy voice suddenly rang out, "Wait a sec." Chu Xiaotian whirled around in fury, but Omo was staring at the scarlet rift to the north, his eyes blazing with fanatic excitement. "Drills are boring. Since there are live ones, General Chu, let's change places and play for real." On the helipad of the Imperial Capital Military District, the engines of a supersonic fighter roared. Chu Xiaotian stepped into the cockpit with a dark expression, and Omo followed at an unhurried pace, still holding an ice cola. The cabin door closed, and the fighter shot straight into the sky. The cabin was deathly silent. Battle reports kept coming in. A gap has been torn open in Sector 3 of the northern defense line by mammoths. The anti-aircraft gun position in Sector 4 has been destroyed. We can't hold it. Chu Xiaotian gritted his teeth and said nothing. Across from him, OMO yawned loudly and leaned against the bulletproof glass, looking half asleep. Several high-ranking generals were burning with rage, but none of them dared to act. The fighter broke the sound barrier and, minutes later, flew over the northern defense line. Chu Xiaotian said hoarsely, "We're here." OMO rubbed his eyes and leaned toward the window to look down below. A scarlet rift stretching 100 kilometers across the horizon lay before them, its blood-red glow staining the entire world. Before Chu Xiaotian could say anything, OMO stretched and slowly took 2 steps forward. Always talking about nuclear strikes, after you blow everything up, you still have to rebuild. What a pain. He picked at his ear, looking thoroughly unwilling. Besides, those monsters are all top-quality materials. If we blow them all to pieces, who's going to pay me? General Li's eyes went wide, so angry that smoke seemed to pour from his 7 apertures. He stared fixedly at this young man in a white t-shirt and big shorts, feeling that while the brothers on the front line were throwing their lives into the grinder, this guy was standing here making sarcastic remarks. "General Chu, what time is it already? And you brought a student to the front line for sightseeing?" OMO ignored him. He walked up to the holographic platform, glanced at the black beast tied below stretching more than 100 kilometers, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The numbers are indeed quite a lot. The next second, he leaped directly off the edge of the command center. The fighter's cabin door was still open. OMO grabbed the edge with one hand and suddenly flung out several dark figures. After landing, those dark figures instantly expanded, transforming into rows of heavy mechs that thunderously unfolded at the edge of the beast's tide. General Li stood frozen in place, his mind still unable to process what had happened, only to see OMO standing at the edge of the city wall, stretching toward the million monsters below, smiling as if he had just stumbled upon a treasure. "The 100 billion experience gift pack has been delivered right to my doorstep." Chu Xiaotian was gripping the table and roaring when the command center suddenly shook violently. The blast-proof light tubes burst, and concrete came crashing down. A communications soldier stumbled and crawled to the console. "The defense line has been torn open." 3 abyssal behemoths smashed through the eastern city wall. The holographic screen switched to the scene, and all the generals sucked in a breath. 300-meter-tall behemoths roared as they tore through the steel city wall, while millions of bloodthirsty demon wolves surged into the defense line like a black tide. The soldiers' eyes turned red as they fought in brutal close combat, and screams and tearing sounds kept coming. General Li's eyes split open, blood tears streaming down his face. "It's hopeless. Launch the nuclear blast." The officers drew their guns, ready to die together with the enemy. At that moment, Omer walked through the crowd with his hands in his pockets, pushed open the blast door, and stepped onto the crumbling wall. The wall had already become a meat grinder. As several demon wolves pounced at him, Omer casually snapped his fingers, and several assassin skeletons materialized out of thin air, instantly tearing the wolves into minced flesh. He took a folding beach chair out of his spatial ring, clicked it open, put on sunglasses at a leisurely pace, and sat down comfortably. He grabbed the full-band military communications microphone, cleared his throat, and said to the entire war zone, "All Dragon Nation soldiers, immediately cease fire and retreat 10 kilometers. This entire war zone is mine." Zhuchang was in the middle of cursing when the microphone was slammed back onto the table. The entire room fell instantly silent. Everyone looked up at the boy in sunglasses on the city wall. The boy was lounging lazily in the beach chair and casually snapped his fingers. The next second, a bone gate rose from the ground in front of the 100-kilometer defense line. 1 million massively enhanced skeletons surged out like a tide, shields in front and blades behind, and crashed straight into the abyssal beast horde. An abyssal behemoth stomped down, intending to crush the giant shield skeletons, but the recoil force shattered its entire leg. Berserker skeletons swarmed it and hacked it to pieces in a frenzy. Zhuchang stared dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to his crotch. That behemoth, which even main cannon fire couldn't penetrate, was just hacked into a pile of rotten flesh by a group of bones. Chu Xiaotian and General Li held up their binoculars, and after making out the battlefield, both of them froze in place. The military binoculars in Chu Xiaotian and General Li's hands both fell to the ground at the same time, shattering into pieces. Chu Xiaotian's pupils trembled violently. His usually stern face was now filled only with utter disbelief. The steel tide he had been so proud of was, before this skeleton army, nothing but a joke. General Lee's legs gave out, and he dropped straight to his knees on the command platform, unable even to feel the pain from his severed arm, his whole body shaking like a sieve. 1 million. A full 1 million summons that can go head-to-head with abyss behemoths. He clutched tightly at Chu Xiaotian's pant leg, tears and snot covering his face. Commander Chu, those aren't ordinary summons at all. They're all level 40 Lord-class monsters. Near the edge of the distant city wall, Omo was still leaning lazily back in his chair. The roaring finally came to a stop. The 100-meter-tall abyss behemoth had been chopped into minced flesh by the berserker skeletons. The garrison troops on the wall had even forgotten how to breathe. But before they could even catch their breath, the 100-kilometer-wide scarlet rift in the sky suddenly writhed violently. A strange, piercing shriek rang out, and countless black-robed silhouettes floated out of the rift like locusts. Tens of thousands of dark mage legions hovered in midair, each holding a withered wooden staff, black aura devouring the sunlight. General Lee's face went deathly pale. We're done for. How did the Abyss Rift suddenly unleash so many high-tier spellcasting monsters? Chu Xiaotian's expression darkened completely. He snatched the microphone and shouted at Omo, "Kid, pull your skeletons back. The Dark Mage Legion is casting a large-scale dark forbidden spell. Your shields won't hold." Omo ignored him. Unhurriedly, he opened a can of iced cola, took a big gulp with his head tilted back, and let out a burp. The black-robed monsters in the air had already begun chanting in unison. Dark clouds rolled overhead, and the aura of destruction drove the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom on the wall into despair. Omo set the cola on the coffee table and lazily raised his right hand. Slap. A casual snap of his fingers. Behind the million-shield formation, the earth trembled violently once more. 100,000 skeletons wearing tattered mage robes burst up from underground. Mage skeletons. Omo stepped onto invisible stairs beneath his feet and rose with them, directly hovering above the giant shield skeleton line, facing the Dark Mage Legion high in the sky head-on. 100,000 mage skeletons gripped white-bone staffs, their ghostly blue underworld flames blazing wildly. No defense needed. Leaning back in his chair, Omo calmly spat out 2 words. Clean sweep. The next second, 100,000 explosion meteor spells, each the size of a water vat, gushed forth from the tips of their staffs. The dark clouds were instantly lit up, and 100,000 meteors smashed toward the Demon Mage Legion. Bang, bang, explosions in rapid succession, and the sea of fire burned the sky into a sheet of flames. Tens of thousands of dark mages were blown into ash before they could even finish chanting their spells. The abyss cores were directly vaporized, and an ash rain drifted down from the sky. In less than 3 seconds, that high-tier mage legion was completely erased from the map. On the city wall, the Dragon Country soldiers stared wide-eyed, their minds blank. The hell is this, a skeleton? Its firepower is 10,000 times fiercer than the Imperial Capital Mage Guild. 5 kilometers away, at the heavy artillery position. Artillery Regiment Commander Wang Hai dropped his binoculars, his legs went weak, and he sat down hard on an ammunition crate. He shouted at his adjutant. They're casting 100,000 instant high-tier spells, and we're just setting off sparklers over here. Command platform. Chu Xiaotian slammed the microphone onto the table and, face red, said, "Stop the drill. Even the fully armored troops aren't enough for them in a single volley." By the city wall, Omer put down his soda can and pushed up his sunglasses. "General Chu, see it clearly now? Defending isn't my thing. I only kill, I don't bury." The ash rain kept falling. Omer frowned. Too inefficient. The monsters are all blocked outside the shield, and a lot of the mage skills are hitting empty air. At this rate, even killing over 1 million pigs would take. He turned his head, glanced at the impenetrable white bone great wall beneath the city wall, and directly gave the order. Shield formation. Tear a gap open right through the middle and let these beasts in. The order was given. The giant shield skeleton formation split open with a thunderous roar, a gap stretching several thousand meters wide, completely exposing the middle. The Dragon Country soldiers on the city walls were all stunned. Mecha pilots with Chong clutched the communicator tightly and shouted, "Are you crazy? If the million beast tide rushes in, we're all dead." At the rear command platform, General Lee's vision went black, and he stomped his foot in anxiety. "Commander Chu, stop him now. Once the beast tide breaks into the interior, we won't be able to contain it." Chu Xiaotian said nothing, only staring fixedly at the boy seated in the chair on the holographic screen. Instinct told him this prodigy would never do something so foolish. Sure enough, the Abyss Beasttide had no brains at all. Thinking the human defense line was about to collapse, packs of demon wolves and demon bears poured madly through the breach like a black mudslide. There were only 500 meters left to the city wall. They were about to clash in close combat. OMO casually snapped his fingers. Smack! 100,000 black teleportation arrays instantly appeared beneath the city wall. Come out and greet the guests. A cold smile curved his lips. Boom! 100,000 bone nightmare steeds burst forth, trampling through black flames of hell, each carrying a dark knight clad in black bone armor, wielding a 3-meter death god spear, with crimson netherfire locking onto the Beasttide. Entire army, advance. Roar! The white bone horn sounded. The 100,000 riders transformed into a black steel torrent, launching a fierce countercharge straight at the Beasttide. This wasn't a battle at all. It was one-sided mowing. Spear after spear stabbed into the Beasttide like daggers. Hell demon bears were pierced through in a single thrust, and black flames instantly reduced them to ash. The 100,000 riders were like a meat grinder, charging wildly through the million Beasttide. The Beasttide formation was completely thrown into chaos.
前面的被杀光，后面的自相踩踏。
On the rear front lines, a demon warlord stood atop a skeletal dragon, commanding his forces, only to be paralyzed with fear at the sight of the black cavalry before him. Retreat! Retreat now! The retreat horn blared. The demonic horde, as if pardoned from death itself, turned and fled in chaos. A million-strong beast swarm fell apart under the crushing assault of just 10,000 knights, their forces routed like a collapsing mountain. On a beach chair, Omar sat calmly. Hearing the horn of retreat, he didn't stop. He chuckled coldly instead. Come as you wish. Leave as you please? He removed his sunglasses, casually tossing them onto the coffee table, his eyes sharp as steel. You ruined my battlefield, he murmured, his voice as calm as the void. Well, since you're here, no one's leaving. On the battlefield, the 10,000 black cavalry turned their steeds as one, splitting into 2 streams of onyx power. Like obsidian tsunamis, they surged around the Beasttide from both flanks. On the command platform, General Li snatched up his binoculars while Chu Xiaotian gasped audibly. They're counterflanking them. They're cutting them off. The twin rivers of cavalry carved arcs across the chaotic battlefield, closing the abyssal rift behind their prey. The Beasttide was entrapped completely. Shields of skeletal titans at their front, armored war knights at their backs. The swarm was now nothing more than prey caught in an inescapable cage. The demon warlord's bone crown clattered to the ground as all his heads hung in utter despair. A war correspondent aboard a helicopter trembled while reporting, his voice barely audible. We're not defending this city at all. This is a one-sided slaughter. Suddenly, a rumble erupted from the abyssal rift as 5 earth-shaking roars filled the air. Emerging from the depths came 5 colossal war trolls, each a level 60 monstrosity. General Li's face turned ashen. The abyss has gone insane. They're sending proto-god level bosses. The 5 trolls charged forward, ignoring everything else, their singular focus locked onto the figure of Omar. An urgent voice shouted through the comm channels, indisputable panic in its tone. Run, man. Get out of there. Omo was still lounging lazily in the beach chair. He glanced over and said, Big enough, but not very bright. He snapped his fingers lightly. 10,000 heavy sniper skeletons in the clouds fired at the same time, and 10,000 ghostly blue soul lasers descended from the sky like divine punishment. The 5 mountain-like giant trolls crashed to the ground. Before the dust they kicked up had even settled, the million-strong Beasttide collapsed outright. They fled in a panic, rolling and crawling, dropping their armor and weapons as they madly ran toward the abyssal rift. Omo leaned back in the beach chair, took off his sunglasses and wiped them clean, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Trying to run? You trashed my turf like this and think you can leave without paying the toll. He put his sunglasses back on and snapped his fingers again. You lot get to work. Leave nothing behind. 100,000 Dark Knights charged into the beast horde first. 1 shot, 1 kill. Then a million shield skeletons and berserker skeletons pulled their gear out of ragged sacks and rushed into the pile of corpses, beginning a frantic sweep of the battlefield. With 1 slash, they brought down a magic wolf. A skeleton immediately reached in and dug out the core, rubbed it on its ribs, and tossed it into a bag. Another skeleton's 2 bone blades flashed up and down, stripping off the demon hide and demon bones, stuffing a sack full before sprinting off. The entire battlefield instantly turned into a supermarket scramble for cabbages. The skeletons surged through like locusts, stripping the living and the dead so clean that not even the topsoil was left. Some monsters had not even breathed their last before their armor was peeled off bare. Not far away, a minor leader lay on the ground pretending to be dead. It secretly opened one eye, only to meet 5 pairs of empty, ghostly blue eye sockets. Just as the minor leader was about to scramble up and beg for mercy, the 5 skeletons pounced. 2 held down its arms, 2 pinned its legs, and the last one simply pried open its gaping maw, aiming a bone dagger at the golden tooth and levering hard. Ah! The golden tooth was forcibly pried out. The skeleton weighed it twice, stuffed it into a sack, and casually slit the minor leader's throat with one stroke. The whole sequence was so fast it looked like flowing water. On the city wall, in the command center, all the Dragon Nation soldiers were stunned. Xuechang was sitting in his mech, already having let go of the controls, and he swallowed hard. Is this fucking war? Or are they collecting scrap? Wang Hai watched another skeleton pick up even the broken rusted blade and couldn't stop his eye from twitching. General Li gripped the edge of the table tightly and turned to look at Chu Xiaotian. Marshal Chu, are the soldiers under this kid always this frugal? Chu Xiaotian stared at the skeletons frantically scavenging all over the battlefield, his worldview shattered to pieces. As the battlefield sweep was nearly over, the little skeletons dragged back bulging sacks, fully loaded. Omo was sitting in the beach chair, just about to yawn, when the rift overhead suddenly changed. The originally blood-red 100-kilometer rift was swallowed in an instant by ink-black darkness, turning into a silent, deathly black expanse. All the remaining monsters lay prostrate on the ground, trembling, not even daring to whimper. What's going on? Xuechang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his heart feeling as if it had been seized. Chu Xiaotian suddenly looked up, horror appearing on his face for the first time. Beyond Lord, beyond calamity. General Li's whole body trembled violently, his nails digging into the tabletop. It's God-level pressure. The abyss will is enraged. As soon as the words fell, a tearing sound came from the rift. A demonic hand, covered in black scales the size of a tabletop and burning with icy blue hellfire, reached out from the crack, grabbed the edge, and tore fiercely. The void shook, and the earth trembled violently. The next second, a roar exploded from deep within the rift. You humble necromancer! How dare you slaughter this Duke's vanguard army? The pressure crashed down like tens of thousands of mountains. Countless soldiers on the city walls spat blood in unison and collapsed to their knees. Xuechang's mech alarm flashed wildly. Target level 80, demigod. The entire defense line instantly collapsed. Only OMO remained unaffected, leaning back in a beach chair and rubbing his ears in annoyance. Chu Xiaotian stood on the command platform, feeling as if his organs had been turned upside down. That demigod pressure pressed straight down on him, nearly snapping his spine in two. Dragon Nation soldiers only stand and die. He bit through the tip of his tongue, blood spreading in his mouth, and forcefully withstood the pressure that was trying to force him to his knees. He staggered but straightened himself, bones cracking with horrifying pops. General Li lay prostrate on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Commander Chu, stop forcing yourself. Chu Xiaotian ignored him and stared fixedly at the demonic hand still squeezing out from the sky. Since they couldn't hold the line, then they would go to hell together. He reached for the black key at his chest, the Dragon Nation military's trump card for mutual destruction. Before he could press it, the palm of the demonic hand in the sky spread open, and a black point of light the size of a fist appeared. A beam of light surged violently against the wind, and in an instant it turned into an annihilating black hole 1,000 meters wide, hanging above the heads of the million-strong army. The suction swept across the entire northern outskirts. Rubble, corpses, and magic cannons were all dragged into the sky, instantly ground into powder. Chu Xiaotian's hand froze in midair. He understood. This black hole could swallow even space. Even detonating the self-destruct formation would be useless. It's over. General Li slumped to the ground, tears mixed with blood streaming down his face. All the soldiers gave up resisting. Omo's beach chair was sucked away. He stood up and took off his sunglasses, stuffing them into his pocket. Looking at the black hole closing in overhead, he sighed. A chair that cost 200 yuan, just like that gone. Then he rolled his neck and stretched. But a demigod crystal core, if sold, can buy tens of thousands of chairs. The next moment, his catastrophe descends passive was triggered. 1 million skeletons with 10,000-fold enhancement poured 1% of their attributes into him. Boom! The air exploded outright. Omo stood there, and the sheer physical force of his body crushed the surrounding space into eos. Chu Xiaotian shuddered violently, staring fixedly at the white-robed youth on the city wall. He could not sense any mana on Omo, yet instinctively he detected an oppressive presence even more terrifying than a Duke of the Abyss. "Kid, what are you doing?" he shouted hoarsely. "Hurry up and have the skeletons focus fire. Block that black hole." Omo didn't look back, nor did he give any command. He merely bent his knees slightly. Crack! The steel city wall, over 10 meters thick, was instantly stomped into metal powder beneath his feet, and the entire 100-kilometer defensive line lurched downward. "I'm here to collect the debt." Omo spat out 4 words indifferently. Bang! A sonic boom that tore through the battlefield rang out. Omo turned into a streak of light too fast for the naked eye to catch, forcibly tearing through the black holes, pulling force field and shooting straight into the sky. The 100,000 Dragon Nation soldiers were all stunned, looking up at that slender figure. Suochang's jaw dropped inside the mech. Has he gone crazy? Taking on a black hole with his bare body? Up in the sky, the Abyss Grand Duke's projection snorted coldly. "You're courting death." The devouring black hole suction surged wildly, yet Omo didn't even slow down by half a bit. He clenched his fist and threw the most ordinary straight punch, slamming it into the very center of the black hole. Crack! The black hole was like a punctured balloon, instantly shattering into black light that filled the sky and scattering completely. The Abyss Grand Duke's projection was utterly stunned. In the next moment, Omo was already in front of it. He shook his sore right hand and said with a lazy smile, "Pretty big, but not sturdy enough. This punch, a 10,000-year effort. Can you withstand it?" As his voice fell, Omo hurled a fierce right hook. Boom! Before the Abyss Grand Duke could even defend, its half-god body was directly pierced through the chest and exploded with a thunderous blast, turning into a sky full of rain-like shards of soul light. A purple crystal core slowly dropped down.
Omo's eyes flashed.
He snatched up the crystal core, wiped off the dust, and stuffed it into his pants pocket. The instant the projection was instantly killed, the vast will of the Abyss finally panicked. Having lived for so long, this was the first time it had ever felt the urge to retreat from a human. That was not the power of a mortal at all, but a monster wearing human skin. The 100-kilometer blood-red fissure hanging over the northern outskirts of the imperial capital suddenly twisted, like a soft-bodied creature encountering its natural enemy and frantically retracting inward. It even ignored the remaining monsters on the battlefield, abandoning them outright. As it sealed shut, mournful whimpers actually came from within the fissure, like a lame stray dog fleeing with its tail between its legs. In just over 10 seconds, the 100-kilometer S-rank Abyss Rift was forcibly closed and vanished into the sky. The heavens returned to blue, and sunlight poured down upon the devastated earth. If not for the mountains of monster corpses on the ground and the ruined, broken walls, no one would have believed that the world-ending crisis just now had been anything more than a nightmare. Omo descended from midair, his flip-flops planted steadily beneath his feet. With both hands in his pockets, he landed lightly on the broken steel city wall. Below the city wall, beneath the command platform, and across the entire northern suburban battlefield, there was a deathly silence. Hundreds of thousands of Dragon Nation soldiers clutched blood-stained weapons, staring blankly at the white Klatsalnan who had just landed. No one cheered, and no one shouted. They still hadn't recovered from the shock of having their understanding overturned. Inside his mech, Suochang stood with his mouth agape, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Chu Xiaotian slowly turned around stiffly and looked at Omo on the city wall, the self-destruct key in his hand already soaked through with sweat. He took a deep breath, tucked the key into his chest pocket, then took heavy steps toward the edge of the city wall. Chu Xiaotian straightened his back like a javelin. With a thud, the highest-ranking general of Dragon Nation dropped to one knee before the entire army, his right fist striking his left chest. Chu Xiaotian, Commander-in-Chief of Dragon Nation's Northern Defense Line. Thanks, Mr. O, for saving the city. General Li followed suit and knelt as well, his right fist pounding his chest. Mr. O, thank you for saving the city. Suochang jumped eos. Omo yawned, his whole body once again returning to that sleepy, languid look. Leaning back in his chair, he waved a hand casually. Get to work. The tens of thousands of skeletons beneath the city wall immediately sprang into action, tossing bulging burlap sacks onto the wall like an assembly line. When the sacks hit the ground, they spilled out heaps of high-grade crystal cores, demon hide, and demon bones, and in the blink of an eye 100-meter-tall mountain of materials had piled up on the steel city wall. The mountain radiated a blinding glow, and energy storms roared around it. The hundreds of thousands of Dragon Nation soldiers stared so hard their eyes nearly popped out. Mechanized pilots Wachang stared at a chess scale protective scale on the mountainside, swallowing hard. A scale from a level 60 war troll? They just tossed it into the pile like that. Chu Xiaotian and General Li on the command platform were breathing heavily too. At that moment, the logistics minister came running over in a panic, stumbling all the way to the material mountain. His eyes were red as he picked up a demon wolf leg bone. Top grade. They're all top grade. His mind raced as he calculated. If this batch of goods all went to the military, Dragon Nation's equipment could be upgraded for 200 years. The logistics minister wiped the sweat from his face and walked up to OMO, bowing 90 degrees. Mr. O, could you sell them to the country? The air froze instantly. OMO glanced at him lazily and waved a big hand. Sure. The logistics minister's eyes lit up. A grin tugged at the corner of OMO's mouth. Sell everything to you at a 20% markup above the highest market price. The logistics minister drew in a sharp breath, but only one word remained in his heart. Worth it. What a windfall. The logistics minister roared, afraid that OMO might change his mind. No problem. We'll take it all. Don't rush. I haven't finished yet. OMO held up one finger and shook it lightly. The trading rule is simple. Cash settlement, no credit. The logistics minister was completely stunned. If this 100-meter mountain of materials were valued at the highest markup, the number would be enough to make any actuary collapse on the spot. But looking at those high-tier crystal cores glowing with a halo, his eyes turned bloodshot again. He had to grab them, even if it meant selling everything. 2 lines of hot tears rolled down his face. Crying with gratitude while wiping away cold sweat, he tremblingly pulled out the most advanced encrypted satellite phone and frantically called the Ministry of Finance. As soon as the call connected, he roared like a madman. Hurry! Approve the full National Strategic Reserve Funds. If there isn't enough in the Treasury, get the printing presses running until they smoke. It has to be in place within half an hour. If you delay my acquisition of strategic supplies, I'll skin you alive. The finance minister was stunned by the abuse, and the logistics minister hung up directly. Then he turned around with a forced smile toward OMO atop the mountain of materials, bowing even lower. Mr. O, rest assured, the funds are already being prepared. OMO lounged in a brand new beach chair, stretched comfortably, and yawned. No rush. Take your time. I'm a nice guy, so long as the money's enough, waiting a bit longer doesn't matter. Chu Xiaotian walked over across the ruins, his military uniform in tatters. Looking up at OMO, who stood high above, his expression was complicated. You brat, you're shaking the country down. You really don't know how to take a loss. OMO lay against the back of the chair and glanced down at him from above. General Chu, that math doesn't work. I just smashed a black hole with one punch and saved tens of millions of lives in the imperial capital. That good deed? I was practically paying out of pocket for it. Now I'm selling a bit of loot to cover my labor costs. Is that too much? Chu Xiaotian was left speechless by the retort and could only shake his head with a bitter smile. OMO waved his hand. All right, you all do your thing. I need a break. Don't bother me. With that, he lay back down in the beach chair and slowly closed his eyes. In the battle just now, the number of monsters that died by his hand was simply too many. Over 1 million Vanguard Abyss Beast Horde units, 5 level 60 Quasi-Divine War Trolls, and the terrifying projection of an 80-level Abyss Grand Duke. The vast experience and soul energy from the deaths of these monsters were now pouring into him like a burst dam. His bones and muscles let out cheerful roars, and power surged and thundered through his veins. OMO's level began to skyrocket in a brutally savage fashion. Level 35, Level 36, Level 40. While others struggled for half a year just to gain 1 or 2 levels, he was shooting upward like a rocket. Level 45, Level 50. Boom! A muffled boom echoed from the depths of his soul, and the Level 50 bottleneck was instantly shattered. He stepped into Level 50 in one stride. With the breakthrough, his core talent, Cataclysm Descends, also underwent an epic evolutionary resonance. Every time he advanced a major realm, a brand new, absurdly overpowered unit would be unlocked. OMO, full of anticipation, opened the brand new summoning panel. The moment he saw the introduction to the new unit, he nearly choked on his own saliva. This thing can even count as a skeleton? OMO was frantically complaining in his mind, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. The first thing he saw was the 10-meter-tall Gundam mecha skeleton. Pure white bones were directly assembled into a heavy mecha skeleton, with magic cannons mounted on both shoulders and a beam ship-splitting blade in its hand, while its core was a mass of ghostly blue netherflame. This thing was no longer a traditional undead creature, but a true steel and bone war machine. The magic cannons provided long-range fire coverage, while the beam ship-splitting blade handled close-quarters sweeping attacks. Looking at that apocalyptic panel, Omo was overjoyed. This is awesome. From now on, when I run into a tough one, I'll just send out tens of thousands of these and carpet bomb the area. Who could possibly hold up against that? Right after that, he unlocked the Bone Dragon Sky Knight. On the back of a massive ancient bone dragon sat a Death Knight wielding a dragon spear. It had both the Bone Dragon's terrifying dragon breath and the Knight's high-altitude mobility. With this unit, Omo's airspace would directly become a forbidden zone. The mecha skeletons were responsible for pushing the ground front straight through, while the Bone Dragon Sky Knights handled aerial strikes. Added to that were the original million giant shields and heavy sniper mages, and Omo imagined the lineup in his head. From now on, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger when farming maps. He could just shut the gate and send his underlings out, and even the Divine Realm would be flattened. The push speed would double outright. Omo opened his eyes and sat up straight on the beach chair. His mind was full of scenes of 100,000 mechs firing simultaneously, and the corners of his mouth wore the smile of a capitalist seeing a money-printing machine. Below the city wall, Chu Xiaotian sat on an empty ammo crate, chain-smoking. He looked up just in time to see the smile on Omo's face and shuddered hard. That smile was far too familiar. It was the expression of a madman brewing some huge conspiracy. What kind of inhuman scheme are you plotting again? The highest secret conference room of the Imperial Capital Military District. A group of military district commanders and top-ranking officials were seated beside the long table, backs held perfectly straight. Omo sat in the chief seat like a king, legs crossed in a lazy sprawl. Chu Xiaotian bent over to pour him tea, his movements careful and cautious. The supreme leader across from him pressed the remote control, and a holographic projection lit up. The scene was the battlefield in the northern suburbs. The sky-darkening hand of the abyss, the annihilating black hole that devoured everything. Omo charged into the sky alone and smashed the black hole apart with a straight punch. A right hook directly blasted an 80-level Abyss Grand Duke into a rain of light. The conference room instantly fell dead silent. The blue glow from the projection fell on the leaders' faces, cold sweat covering everyone's forehead. It was terrifying. Such violence had already surpassed human comprehension. The supreme leader took a deep breath, stood up with both hands on the table, and looked solemnly at Omo. Mr. Omo, that punch of yours didn't just save the imperial capital. It also preserved the very foundation of the Dragon Country. The nation will never shortchange a man of merit. He turned to the military high command. The Supreme Command has decided to confer upon you the sole SSS-level foundation stone of the nation title of the Dragon Nation. The conference room fell instantly silent. That title meant being honored alongside the nation itself. The leader continued with the conditions. You will enjoy the highest privileges, able to act first and report later, beyond the constraints of law. As for Dragon Country's strategic resources, you may have them allocated unconditionally with a single word. The old general quickly echoed him as well. The military will confer upon you the rank of 5-star general. With 1,000,000 troops, they will see you as they see the supreme leader. The temptation lay right before him. As long as Omer nodded, he could stand above all beneath heaven. Chu Xiaotian stood to the side, palms drenched in sweat. Handing such immense power to an 18-year-old youth was extremely risky, but they had no choice. Omo set down his teacup, the crisp sound making everyone's hearts jump. He raised a hand and casually tapped the table twice, sweeping his gaze across the crowd with a chuckle. Leader, General, the terms are indeed tempting, but isn't there a misunderstanding here? The supreme leader's heart sank. Does Mr. Omer have other demands? Omer's laziness faded away, his expression cold. I don't like meetings, writing reports, or taking orders from people. Foundation stone of the nation, 5-star general, those empty titles are just meant to shackle me. I've always been laid back. I can't stand the system's way of doing things. Chu Xiaotian's hand trembled violently. Omer leaned back in his chair. Don't be nervous. I'm not the villain. I'll accept the privileges. Acting first and reporting later, mobilizing resources, all the practical stuff. But let's settle accounts clearly, like brothers do. My services aren't free. Appearance fees, material costs, and compensation for mental distress are separate. He pointed at the floor. Also, don't come bothering me with trivial matters all the time. Give me a private territory that's absolutely quiet, and without my permission, anyone who steps 1 foot inside dies. He laid out his conditions. He wanted no official title, no military power, but he wanted money, privileges, and absolute private space. The conference room remained quiet for a full minute. The big shots exchanged glances, and their tension and wariness miraculously faded, replaced by relief. The supreme leader let out a long breath, his shoulders finally relaxing completely. What they feared most was not Omo wanting privileges, but that he had ambition. The night over the imperial capital was deep and heavy. In the top floor, top-secret conference room of Longhai Building, 3 holographic projections lit up. Shen Wanshan, Zhuhai, and Chen Jioding, the 3 patriarchs of the financial oligarchs, met in secret late into the night. On the table floated photos of the 100-meter-high mountain of materials in the northern suburbs. Shen Wanshan crossed his fingers and said coldly, "The military has sealed this up tight. Publicly, they're only saying it was a test firing of a magic energy cannon." Chu Xiaotian issued an S-class gag order. "Anyone who dares leak anything will be sent straight to a military tribunal." Zhuhai sneered, "Paper can't wrap fire. My people risked their lives to get the intel out. Chu Xiaotian wants to keep it all for himself." Qian Jioding stared at the photos, breathing heavily. "How many high-tier monsters does this take?" "Over 1 million, and there are heart scales from level 60 quasi-divine giant trolls. Those soldiers don't understand the market at all. If the Chen family handles this, we can easily hype it up tenfold." Zhuhai wiped away a cold sweat, his voice trembling. "You're missing the point. That kid is holding materials from over 1 million high-tier monsters in his hands. If he bypasses our channels and lets them flow directly into the market, the price monopoly system will collapse that very day. All the foundation in our warehouses will turn into scrap metal, and a century of wealth will vanish in smoke." Shen Wanshan gritted his teeth. "Whoever smashes our rice bowl dies." Chen Jioding asked urgently, "How do we deal with him? That kid can shatter a black hole with one punch, and he even instant-killed the projection of a duke from the abyss. Assassins wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth." Zhuhai nodded. "Chu Xiaotian is treating him like a living ancestor. If we move against him openly, the military will level our buildings tomorrow." Shen Wanshan leaned back, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Shen Wanshan's gaze was icy and arrogant as he stared at the other 2 family heads. "Do we have to use blades and guns to kill someone? We're businessmen. Against some brute with strong limbs and a simple mind, soft knives are 10,000 times more useful than real ones." He laid out his poison plan in full. The military had bought Omo's goods but didn't have the money to pay in full. Even if they got the materials, no factory could digest them all, and in the end they would still have to ask the 3 major financial clans to process them on their behalf. "Spread the word. Starting tomorrow, fully blockade Omo, don't buy him so much as a single bone. Don't sell him a bottle of potion, and anyone who dares take his order is going against our 3 great financial clans." Qian Jioding slapped his thigh and laughed. "Brilliant. Make sure he has mountains of gold and silver he can't sell. Not even able to book a hotel, and unable to take a single step in the imperial capital." Shen Wanshan picked up a glass of red wine, the crimson liquid swaying. "This is called economic strangulation. We'll use the general trend to crush him. Once he can't even buy the cheapest mana potion, we'll appear as saviors and get him to sign a lifelong domineering contract, forcing him to sell all his materials to us at cabbage prices. Otherwise, we'll erase him completely and make him hold a golden rice bowl while begging for food." The 3 looked at each other and smiled, quickly reaching an agreement. Shen Wanshan crushed the crystal glass, and crimson wine dripped through his fingers. No matter how much of a genius a commoner is, in front of capital, he can only be an obedient dog. Several black military off-road vehicles stopped at the entrance of Dragon God Academy. Chu Xiaoyan's personal guard captain opened the door for Omo himself. The old principal led all the instructors in a line to welcome him. Their eyes all changed. No one dared even breathe. Omo yawned, sipped on an iced milk tea, and walked straight toward the Dragonhead Villa. By the time he reached the Iron Gate, more than a dozen stretched bulletproof sedans had already blocked the entrance tightly, each with the 3 major conglomerates' gold-embossed emblems hanging from the front. Bodyguards stood in 2 human walls, with Shen Ao and his people in the middle, pointing and gesturing. Omo frowned and unceremoniously shoved the bodyguards aside. "Move it. Good dogs don't block the way." He walked straight past everyone and into the courtyard. In Omo's courtyard, tens of thousands of gray-white little skeletons were busy hauling goods. They carried ragged burlap sacks and dumped shimmering high-tier crystal cores and rare magic hides into the warehouse as if they were unloading cabbages. Omo sat in his exclusive beach chair, eyes closed as he directed them. The level 60 pile on the left, Don't mix it with the low-grade stuff. Shineo stormed in with his men. The moment he saw the courtyard full of high-tier materials, his eyes turned red. He straightened his silk tie and said, "Omo, I'm here on behalf of the 3 major conglomerates of the imperial capital to discuss a big deal. The quantity of these spoils is too large for a civilian like you to swallow on your own. We're willing to take over the sales and operations rights. From now on, all your goods can only be supplied exclusively to us. As compensation, we'll give you an honorary director title in the Joint Chamber of Commerce, pay you annual dividends, and let you choose any of the direct line daughters of our 3 families for marriage." Shineo said condescendingly, "Sign this, and you'll become the 3 conglomerates' favored son-in-law in one step." Omo lay back in the chair, took a couple more sips of iced milk tea, and chewed on the tapioca pearls with a crisp crunch. He slowly opened his eyes, looked at Shineo, and suddenly burst out laughing until he nearly doubled over. Shineo's face darkened. "What are you laughing at?" Omo waved a hand. "Laughing at how your brains are full of shit. You want to use a blank check and a few women to pull a free ride? Even the military logistics minister has to pay a 20% markup in real money when buying goods. What the hell do you think you are?" Omo spat out just one word: "Get lost." Shineo's face turned the color of pig liver as he trembled with rage, pointing at Omo. "Fine. You ungrateful peasant trash who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. This is the imperial capital. Money and connections rule here. If you dare refuse us, tomorrow we can get the entire National Chamber of Commerce to blacklist you. By then, all those materials of yours will rot in the warehouse, and you won't earn a single cent." Omo looked at the sweating logistics director and let out a cold laugh. "Fine then, stop it." The logistics director froze and almost couldn't stand steady. Omo stood up and clapped his hands, revealing the high-grade materials piled like a small mountain in the courtyard. "The 3 great financial powers want to block me?" He raised an eyebrow, glanced at Su Qinghan, then looked at the logistics director. "They think if I'm not allowed to sit at the table, I can only stand there and stare?" Omo laughed coldly. "If they won't buy, I'll open the market myself. Let them see who's truly scarce." Su Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. Omo pointed at the materials in the courtyard, his gaze sharp. "They blacklist me, so I'll flip their table." The logistics director opened his eyes a slit in fear, only to find that Omo's expression hadn't changed at all. "If you won't take them, then fine." Omo didn't even look up, his tone absurdly casual. "I'm not interested in coercion or profiteering." The logistics director and Su Qinghan were both stunned at the same time. That reaction is not right. He's been blacklisted by the entire imperial capital, and yet OMO can still be this calm? A faint curve appeared at the corner of Omo's mouth. "You can't teach people with facts, but you can teach them with people. I'm very easygoing. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, I'll wipe out their whole family." The economic blockade had already lasted 2 days. The business circles of the imperial capital were all waiting to laugh. The top executives of the 3 major consortiums were lounging with their legs crossed, waiting for OMO to come begging for mercy. But after waiting and waiting, there was still no movement from Dragonhead Villa. The head of the Wang family directly smashed his red wine glass, scattering shards all over the floor. "Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit," he said through gritted teeth. "If he insists on holding out, then make him shut up forever." The Wang family deployed their hidden foundation, the Shadow Death Warriors. 5 level 60 assassins, skilled in assassination, with no pain and no emotions, obeying only orders. 2 a.m. In the security booth on the outskirts of the Dragon God Academy, the old security guard on duty had just finished nodding off. A gust of eerie wind swept by, and he suddenly jolted awake. He vaguely saw a black shadow flash past beneath the trees. Just as the old man was about to press the alarm, the shift captain tightly grabbed his wrist. "Shut up. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The consortium is handling things, and the higher-ups have already been informed. Tonight, all of us are blind." The old man was so frightened that he collapsed into the chair. Even the Academy's defense corps had been bribed. In the front courtyard of Longsho Villa, 5 black shadows silently vaulted over the courtyard wall. They touched down on the lawn on tiptoe, not even bending a blade of grass. The death squad leader hid beneath a landscape tree, pressed his earpiece, and let out a cruel sneer. "Target confirmed in the master bedroom. No guards. The defensive array has failed." He drew a dark gold dagger coated with poison, his eyes cold. "Keep it clean. Sever the carotid artery with 1 strike. Take the spatial ring. Clear the scene within 3 seconds, and withdraw immediately. The four nodded. The 5 black shadows moved along the drainpipe and outer wall, silently making their way to the second floor. In the master bedroom, on the large Simmons bed, the blanket was bulging high. The death squad leader was the first to vault through the window like a spirit. The black cat landed soundlessly on the wool carpet, with the other 4 following close behind, slipping into the room like ghosts. The leader gestured. 2 people blocked off both sides of the bed, while 2 others guarded the door. The leader walked to the bedside, raised the poisoned dark gold dagger, and aimed it at the neck-shaped bulge under the blanket. His cruel smile fully stretched. He roared inwardly and drove the blade down hard. Something felt off. When he threw back the blanket, there was only a gray-white skeleton on the bed, with a note stuck to its forehead. "Good evening. We've been tricked." The 5 of them smashed through the glass and leapt out at once, landing in the villa garden. The leader breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the courtyard wasn't guarded. Just as he took 2 steps forward, the lawn-mower started up. Countless poisoned white bone spikes burst from the ground and nailed the 5 men firmly in place. The fake mountain in the center of the lawn exploded apart, and 5 10-meter-tall mecha skeletons slowly rose to their feet. Their skeletal frames were covered in dark gold Magitech armor, with Magitech heavy cannons on their shoulders and beam ship-splitting sabers in their hands. Blue underworld flames lit up in the eyes of the mecha skeletons as they locked onto the 5 men. A beam saber flashed by and 1 death soldier was cut cleanly in 2. The Magitech heavy cannons fired with precision, blowing apart the legs and shoulders of the remaining 4. The mecha skeletons dragged the 5 shadow death soldiers into the basement. Once the iron door shut, the courtyard fell instantly silent. On the clock tower 2 kilometers away, a financier's lookout was holding a high-powered telescope, staring at the villa. The next second, he looked as if struck by lightning, his hands trembling so hard that the million-yuan telescope crashed to the ground and shattered. "Crazy. This is an ultimate mech." He collapsed onto the floor and frantically dialed the direct line to the Wang family head, his voice cracking. "Patriarch! Total defeat. He isn't just a necromancer. He's also a high-tier mechanic." Early in the morning, Omo bit into a fried dough stick as he walked into the basement. 5 Deathsworn lay sprawled on the floor, their limbs shattered beyond repair, yet they still wore stubborn expressions. The captain sneered. "There's a silencing soul lock in our minds. If you dare to search our souls, we'll self-destruct." Omo simply snapped his fingers. A soul interrogation skeleton wearing an executioner's robe appeared, ghostly flames dancing in its hollow eye sockets as it flashed a creepy smile at the 5 of them. It sent out a skeletal claw, ignoring the physical body entirely, and directly pulled the captain's soul from the top of his skull. The blood-red soul lock was just about to explode, when the skeleton splashed ghostly underworld fire over it, and the lock instantly evaporated. The captain's face turned pale in an instant. Just as Shen Wanshan raised his cup to speak, those 5 iron-boned death soldiers in the basement completely broke down. With his soul strung over ghost fire and being roasted by the skeleton, the captain screamed out all the dirt on the 3 great families, rattling it off at a speed like beans pouring from a basket. The 3rd underground vault of Jinding Tower, the 7-8 password, the secret courtesans in Moonlight Manor, the Wang family's embezzlement of pension funds. Not a single word missed. All of it was recorded cleanly by Omo's sound stone. Seeing this, the other 4 scrambled to spill everything too, even confessing their ancestors back 18 generations. In less than 3 minutes, all 5 souls were devoured by ghostly flames, leaving not even a shred behind. Omo put away the recording stone and let out a cold laugh. "You want to control me through money? Perfect, I was bored anyway. Let's play big." At the top-floor banquet hall of the Imperial Capital's Century Dynasty Hotel, Shen Wanshan was raising a glass to celebrate locking Omo out of business, not knowing that his neck had already been firmly seized. Inside the banquet hall, the 3 major conglomerates were toasting and laughing. "Respect the rules of the Imperial Capital. Respect the everlasting capital empire." Just as the revelry reached its peak, the dome suddenly shattered. Countless shards of glass rained down as a gale, carrying the might of a dragon, instantly forced everyone to their knees. Looking up, they saw a white bone dragon hovering above the building, with a death knight seated on its back. The bone dragon loosened its claw, and a huge bone box smashed through the floor, spilling out 5 mangled, bloodied husks. The assassins the Wang family had sent out last night. A loudspeaker stone rolled across the floor, and the captain's collapsing voice exploded through the hall. The Wang family's black accounts are hidden on the 3rd underground level of the Golden Cauldron building. The Chen family's secret is, the Zhou family elder's illegitimate son is in. All the filthy, Unspeakable deeds of the three major conglomerates were exposed in public. Leaning against the skeleton dragon's spine, OMO spoke lazily. I heard you like monopolies? Like blockades. He let out a cold laugh, his voice like ice spikes driving into everyone's heart. Then starting today, there will only be one voice left in the domestic materials market. My OMOs. Wash your necks clean. Shun Wanshan lay limp on the hospital bed, his face deathly pale. OMO's words, be good and stay home waiting for bankruptcy, pierced his mind like a needle. The bone dragon's roar still echoed in their ears, and the evidence in the banquet hall was still playing on a loop. The red wine glass in his hand had long since shattered. Wine splashed all over the floor, yet he seemed not to notice. Zhu Ruhai and Chen Jioding's lips trembled, and the head of the Wang family sat directly on the broken glass, his gaze hollow. Only now did they understand. OMO was not some commoner genius. He was a rule-defying madman, ruthless to the extreme. What he wanted was not negotiation, but uprooting the three major aristocratic families. Shun Wanshan's breathing tightened, and a surge of fear clamped down on his heart. The sky over the imperial capital was really about to collapse. Imperial Capital Military District, number 1 open-air parade ground. 100,000 elite Dragon Nation troops filled the entire field, with a live-stream broadcast across the internet. OMO wore a white t-shirt and black pants, slippers on his feet, standing lazily on the stage. The eyes of the 100,000 soldiers below were fanatical, as if they were looking at a living god. Chu Xiaotian handed over the black gold card with both hands. The materials payment includes the maximum premium of 20 times. All of it is in here. OMO casually stuffed it into his pocket, not even glancing at the balance. Chu Xiaotian turned around and announced to the camera, the Supreme Command has decided to award OMO the rank of Protector Dragon General. Thunderous applause erupted from below. Chu Xiaotian continued, in addition, he is gifted a 1,000-acre estate in the core district of the imperial capital. The bullet comments instantly exploded. Everyone was waiting for OMO to accept the honor. OMO walked up to the microphone and ruffled his hair. I don't want the rank. I'm a laid-back guy. I can't stand rules. I don't want the manor either. There are too many people there, too noisy.
Chu Xiaotian froze.
OMO turned and walked to the tactical map, pointing at the gray area. Give me Blackstone City. General Li cried out in alarm. Mr. O, that place is a death zone. It was polluted by the abyss decades ago. Any living person who goes in will fester and die. Chu Xiaotian also tried to persuade him. Not even grass can grow there. OMO patted the map. I just like quiet. No one to disturb me. He held up 2 fingers. Permanent ownership. Exempt from all taxes. Chu Xiaotian gritted his teeth. Fine. Before sunset that day, the property deed and tax exemption plaque were delivered into OMO's hands. The national hero refused a luxurious manor and instead insisted on a cursed dead city. In the VIP room of Shun Family Hospital, Shun Wanshan, half reclining on the hospital bed, the 3 tycoons had faces so dark they could drip water. Last night, they had been so frightened by OMO's bone dragon and loudspeaker stone that they hadn't slept a wink. Today, they had also seen the military throw an astronomical sum of money at OMO. Chen Jioding was already irritated. And then the TV suddenly broadcast OMO's demand to take Blackstone City as his private territory. Chen Jioding was stunned at first, then burst into wild laughter, his fat shaking all over. Ha ha ha, this guy is an absolute idiot. He got that money and didn't go to the capital to fight business wars with us. Instead he picked some godforsaken poison pit. Zhu Ruhai sneered repeatedly. Blackstone City can't even support a purification array. He wants to build a market there? Sell to ghosts. Shun Wanshan leaned against the hospital bed, lifted his coffee and took a sip, his eyes full of a capitalist's contempt for a nouveau riche. At the end of the day, he's just an unsophisticated commoner. He thinks a bit of money can build a business empire. He chose a worthless piece of land, and this money will be squandered away sooner or later. The 3 old foxes exchanged a glance and smiled. They had already prepared their sunflower seeds and red wine, just waiting to watch OMO lose everything in Blackstone City. Dragon God Academy, Dragonhead Villa. OMO lay in the courtyard, idly playing with the military-issued golden deed seal for Blackstone City. Su Qinghan stood beside him, sighing, You really want to go to the Disaster Canyon? The death miasma there is so thick it can condense into droplets. Any normal person would have their lungs rotted through if they went in. OMO tossed the golden seal to the little skeleton. Pack up. We're moving to a bigger house and getting ready to do business. 100 kilometers outside the northern suburbs of the imperial capital, several military helicopters hovered before a thick, impenetrable mass of gray-black toxic miasma. Zhang Chong was drenched in sweat. General Omo, Blackstone City is right ahead, but the toxic miasma is too dense for the helicopter to go in. Are you really going to land? Omo casually crushed an Optimus-style milk can and tossed it into the trash, then stood up. Let's stop here. The place inside is too run down anyway. Don't scratch your aircraft. Omo jumped straight down from the helicopter cabin more than 10 meters high, landing steadily on the ground covered in dark bra. Omo lunged forward with his mouth wide open. Zhang Chong shouted frantically into the communicator, General Omo, be careful. That's a high-tier vengeful spirit. Physical attacks are ineffective against them. Omo ignored him completely, not even turning his head, and casually snapped his fingers. Smack! The land's disaster descent absorption mode activated instantly. Centered on Omo, an invisible suction force exploded outward. The evil spirits charging at him suddenly froze in midair, horrified to discover that the deathly energy in the air was rapidly being drained away. The decades of gray-black toxic miasma in Blackstone City turned into a massive vortex, frantically surging into the bodies of the million skeletons. What was fatal poison to ordinary people was an excellent tonic for the undead. Blue ghost fire blazed in the skeletons' eye sockets. Their bones quickly took on a jade-white luster, and spikes grew from their bone shields. No need to fight monsters, no need for quests. Just standing here and breathing was enough to level up frantically. The berserker skeleton leapt up, directly grabbing those evil spirits and crushing them like bursting balloons before swallowing them whole. Zhang Chong in the helicopter widened his eyes, watching the deathly energy concentration on the radar in Blackstone City plummet straight down. Omo walked to the center of the square, pulled out a newly bought beach chair and sat down, stretched out his long legs, and closed his eyes to rest. Watching the skeleton legion feasting heartily, he nodded in satisfaction. Now that they're full and fed, it's time to get to work. He tapped the armrest. The million skeletons instantly stopped devouring and turned their heads in unison. Omo pointed at the ruined wreckage around them. This place is a mess, and it's annoying to look at. Flatten all this trash, use the materials on site, and build an absolute fortress that no one can break into. 5 mech skeletons stepped out of formation, blue light flaring from the magic cannons on their shoulders. Boom! 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 A few shells slammed straight into the tallest buildings in the city center, and the skyscrapers came crashing down. Hundreds of thousands of giant shield skeletons pushed forward with their bone shields, crushing all the rubble and steel bars flat. Berserker skeletons swung their blades to cut through stone. Dark knights darted back and forth transporting materials, and mage skeletons used magic to compact the ground. This wasn't warfare at all, but a construction site with terrifying efficiency. The helicopter was rocked and shaken by the blast waves, and Zhang Chong gripped the control stick tightly. Looking at the bustling construction site below, then at the white-clad youth resting with his eyes closed on the beach chair, Zhang Chong felt a chill down his back. The co-pilot's voice trembled. Captain, are we still keeping watch? This place is way too strange. Zhang Chong wiped the sweat off his face and without hesitation pulled the control stick. Watch my ass. Return immediately. The helicopter turned its nose around and sped toward the capital like it was fleeing for its life. In a secret underground club in the capital, the heads of the 3 major financial conglomerates were watching a live stream on the dark web. Qian Jioding held a glass of red wine and laughed wildly. Did you hear that? It's all explosions in there. The skeletons that Brat brought in must have triggered a high-level vengeful spirit nest and started fighting. Zhuo Ruhai rubbed his hands gleefully and said with sarcastic mockery, going head-to-head with vengeful spirits in the Valley of Catastrophe? That's pure suicide. Shun Wanshan sneered and cut off the live stream, crushing his cigar as he said viciously, just a nouveau riche. Once he crawls back out in a sorry state, our economic noose will strangle him right away. These old aristocrats had no idea that the poisonous miasma in their eyes was nothing more than dessert after a meal to Omo. Blackstone City Ruin Square. Omo sat in a beach chair drinking Wangzai milk, watching ordinary skeletons move stones clumsily, their efficiency ridiculously low. He directly smashed soul energy into the talent tree, lit up the building blueprints, and gave direct class changes to 100,000 skeletons. 50,000 massive hauling skeletons grew to 5 meters tall, throwing punches to smash mountains and carry rocks. The other 50,000 undead craftsmen transformed into masons, with blades and chisels flashing as they cut obsidian into flat wall bricks. Omo waved a big hand and dumped all the high-tier crystal cores and magic bones from his spatial ring, then ordered the skeletons to reinforce the city gate with the leg bones of a level 60 war troll, using crystal core powder as cement. After one night of construction, Blackstone City was completely transformed. Early the next morning, Omo lay lazily on the bone throne playing games, while the territory's defense value soared wildly. He was just complaining about the slow network speed when a spy from a financial conglomerate lay prone on high ground 5 kilometers away, looked at Blackstone City through a telescope, and was so shocked he sprang straight up from the ground, almost dropping the telescope. Gone. The spy rubbed his eyes desperately, thinking he had seen wrong. But when he raised the telescope again, he was completely despairing. Yesterday it was still a ruin. Today, a 50-meter-high obsidian city wall stood there, like a giant beast choking the throat of the canyon. Embedded in the wall were the bones of a level 60 war troll, emanating semi-divine pressure. Even the city gate was forged from a single slab of deep-sea cold iron, and the gatehouse was lined with heavy sniper skeletons, their ghostly blue infernal flames staring coldly outside. What the hell kind of thing is this? The spy slapped himself in the face, the pain snapping him back to his senses. In one night, a fortress that even magical main cannons couldn't blast open rose out of nowhere. His legs went weak, and trembling, he dialed the phone number of the head of the Zwa family. Catastrophe Grand Canyon. A 50-meter obsidian city wall towered high, and above the massive gate built from stacked blackstone beast bones hung a black plaque with gold lettering, Catastrophe Trading House. Omo held a cup of chilled watermelon juice and looked at the long line outside the gate, smiling in satisfaction. A mercenary with a face full of scars shivered as he asked, "Boss, this level 60 direwolf pelt really only costs 3 million? Clearly marked prices, 30% off the entire store." The entire place instantly erupted. The independent cultivators had red eyes as they fought to buy up high-tier materials, swiping their cards like mad. The news spread, and in less than half a day, independent cultivators and mid-sized mercenary groups across the country surged toward Blackstone City like they were possessed. The doors of the consortium chambers were deserted. Top floor of the long high tower in the imperial capital. Shun Wanshan smashed the blue and white porcelain teacup to pieces and gritted out, "A 30% discount? He's digging up our ancestors' graves." Qian Jioding's fat was trembling all over. This mad dog doesn't play by the rules. Zhuo Ruhai wore a dark expression and let out a cold laugh. Just blocking them isn't enough. He tapped the table with his fingers. Cut off Blackstone City's power grid, sever the underground water supply, and send people to stop every grain transport truck. Qian Jioding burst into laughter, his face full of smugness. Good. Cut the water, cut the power, cut the food supply. Let's see whether those tens of thousands of skeletons can conjure up white rice. The orders from the 3 major conglomerates instantly spread across the country, causing a direct shockwave through Longgua's business world. Dragon God Academy, Principal's office. The old principal was so anxious that sweat poured down his face as he paced around the room. Nonsense. OMO is the greatest genius we've had since the school was founded. They're trying to drive him to his death. He made several calls, but no one answered. In the end, he gritted his teeth and got through to a big shot in the military. There was a half-minute of silence on the other end before a sigh came through. "Old friend, this water is too deep. You can't handle it. The financial conglomerate suppression order has gone all the way up. OMO has touched too many people's interests. Anyone who helps him will be declaring war on the old nobility. Don't get involved in this mess." Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. The old principal slumped into his chair and looked out at the night scene, his heart completely cold. Blackstone City, City Lord's mansion. OMO was lying on the bone throne, enjoying the air conditioning and eating watermelon. Suddenly, all the lights went out, and the air conditioning stopped too. Su Qinghan rushed in holding a glowing phone, her face as pale as paper. "OMO, something's happened. The 3 major conglomerates have cut off our water and electricity, and they've also issued a full network kill order. All the buyers outside the city have fled, and the supply caravans are blocked 100 kilometers out. We're completely sealed off." OMO stared at the pop-up on his phone for 3 seconds, then a cold smile curved his lips. "Cutting off water and electricity is whatever. I was about to clear the single-player game anyway, and they actually dare cut off my internet." Su Qinghan said anxiously, "And you're still worried about a game at a time like this? The conglomerates have already ramped up production across 10 mining zones and Spirit Herb secret realms. They're going to smash us with resources." OMO stood up and stretched. "Smash us with what?" He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and casually snapped his fingers. "Go to work, boys." Rumble. Outside the square, 100,000 dark knight skeletons marched out in formation. Standing on the balcony, Omo said, "No killing tonight. Go to the conglomerate's 10 resource points and carry out a 3-pronged policy. Loot every monster, uproot every blade of grass, and dig out every ore vein. Bring back even the soil's grassroots and the bedrock beneath the ore veins. Don't leave T. 100,000 iron cavalry mobilized." Fat Lou was lounging in his office, legs crossed, sipping tea. His chubby face jiggled with laughter as he listened to his subordinate's report. "That poor kid. Omar. I bet he can't even afford a sip of water right now, huh?" The family head gave the order. "Tonight, we're working overtime. Dump all the fire crystals onto the market and crush his lousy trading company for good." The subordinate had just finished flattering him when the mining area suddenly shook violently. Lou Fatty's teacup jolted, and the hot tea spilled all over his crotch. "What's going on? An earthquake?" A guard stumbled in, rolling and crawling. "Undead! There are undead cavalry everywhere outside." Lou Fatty grabbed a broadsword and rushed out, only to find 10,000 dark knights surrounding the mine outside the area like an iron barrel. Just as he was about to shout for people to form ranks, those knights didn't even look at the guards. They immediately swung down from their horses, pulled out tattered burlap sacks and iron pickaxes, and charged into the mine pit to dig furiously. One knight thought they were too slow and simply swung his dark gold greatsword at the ore vein. With a thunderous boom, the entire wall of fire crystal ore, along with the bedrock beneath it, was cut away, and the skeletons surged forward to bag it all and haul it off. On the other side, the Zhou family's spiritual herb secret realm fared even worse. A group of skeletons rushed into the medicinal field, uprooting century-old spirit herbs, and even the newly sprouted seedlings and fertile spiritual soil were shoveled into burlap sacks without leaving a single inch behind. Half an hour later, the undead legion returned loaded with loot and vanished into the night. Lou Fatty led his men to the edge of the pit and looked down, nearly falling in. The originally bright red fire crystal or vein was now only a barren dirt pit, with even the hardest foundation stone scraped away by 3 feet. Lou Fatty's trembling hand reached out, his voice so sharp it sounded like Atefios. Scarface Lou knelt on the roof of the off-road vehicle, his forehead hitting the metal until blood flowed non-stop, while behind him 10,000 brothers lay prostrate on the ground, trembling. Omo lazily stood up from the beach chair and looked down at the massive M. "Stop groveling. You can't afford to dirty my gates." Scarface Lou immediately straightened his back, barely daring to breathe. "I'm not going to kill you," Omar said coolly. "Since you've taken money from the tycoons, you ought to get something done. Get in the car and take me to the person pulling your strings." Scar Lou froze, his face full of confusion. "City Lord O, where are we going to lead the way to?" "To the inner city of the imperial capital." A cold smile curled at the corner of Omo's mouth. "To the headquarters tower of those 3 old bastards. We're going to take everything." Scar Lou sucked in a sharp breath. He looked at Omo's harmless face and his heart pounded wildly. Charging into the inner city of the imperial capital with an army of 1 million undead? This wasn't taking over their assets at all. This was a rebellion, but he had no choice. Scar Lou scrambled into the off-road vehicle and floored the accelerator. The armored convoy of 10,000 mercenaries drove sheepishly at the front as guides, with a black undead tsunami covering the sky behind them. The outer garrison of the imperial capital let them pass without resistance, even standing in formation to salute. In the inner city of the imperial capital, in the conference room at the top floor of Longhai Building, Shen Wanshan, Qian Jioding, and Zhuo Ruhai were restless. They couldn't get in touch with the Shadow Mercenary Corps. Qian Jioding slammed the table and cursed. Zhuo Ruhai broke out in a cold sweat, and Shen Wanshan forced himself to stay calm, saying there was top-tier defense here and 5,000 private armed troops. As soon as the words fell, the sky suddenly went dark. Dozens of white-boned dragons blotted out the heavens, and beneath the building, an undead army forced the 5,000 armed men to kneel to the ground. Omo rode on a nightmare warhorse and waved his hand to give the order. Thousands of heavily armored dragon rider skeletons launched a physical charge. Their dragon spears smashed the defensive barrier and directly rammed through the building's main entrance. The 3 family heads turned ashen. The redwood doors were kicked flying, and Omo walked in with 10 heavy sniper skeletons. He sat down, slapped a rusty iron sword onto the table, and smiled teasingly. "3 bosses, long time no see. I heard you blacklisted me?" Shen Wanshan tremblingly said the military would not let him get away with this. Omo pointed at the bone dragons outside the window. "Take a guess. How do you think these skeletons got in here?" Shen Wanshan was completely hopeless. Omo tapped the table. "I'm not here to kill anyone. I'm here to talk acquisition. He threw out an agreement. Transfer all the auction houses, trading posts, logistics channels, and processing plants under your names to the Calamity Trade Hall. Omo's eyes were red. You're robbing us. This is the century-old foundation of our 3 families. How much are you planning to offer for the acquisition? Omo held up one finger. 100 billion? Qian Jiuding asked tentatively. Omo shook his head, the smile gone from his face. 1 yuan. The whole place fell dead silent. The 3 family heads' brains buzzed. Buy out all the business channels of the 3 major conglomerates for 1 yuan. Dream on, Qian Jiuding roared. We'd rather destroy it than sell it to you for 1 yuan. Omo said nothing, only tilting his head slightly. Outside the window, the largest bone dragon abruptly opened its gaping maw, smashed through the floor-to-ceiling window, and thrust its dragon head directly inside. Its sharp fangs were less than 10 centimeters from Qian Jiuding's face, and a thick wave of deathly aura sprayed onto him. Qian Jiuding's roar instantly cut off. The next second, a pungent smell of urine rose up, and he pissed himself on the spot from sheer terror. I'm a good-tempered person. I don't force people into buying or selling. Omo looked at Qian Jiuding on the floor, his tone calm. You can refuse to sign, but this dragon's appetite's been pretty good lately. It especially likes eating fat guys with stubborn mouths. Shun Wanshan's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He scrambled forward on all fours to the desk, grabbed the pen, and signed. On the battle prep seats of Dragon God Academy, Omo lounged lazily on the sofa, leisurely blowing on his tea, with no intention of moving at all. Su Qinghan and the others stood behind him, exchanging glances. Captain, it's time to go up. Omo didn't even lift his eyelids, and snorted with a laugh. Dealing with this team, going up myself would be too much respect for them. He casually snapped his fingers, and 5 ordinary little skeletons emerged from the ground. Omo tossed them 5 sets of school uniforms, had them put them on, and sent them straight onto the stage. 300,000 spectators had been eagerly waiting for the devil to appear, only to see 5 skeletons in school uniforms wobbling onto the stage. The entire arena fell dead silent in an instant. Lu Kuang gripped his giant axe tightly and roared toward the stands. Where is Omo? Even the referee was dumbfounded and hurriedly asked, Dragon God Academy, please send someone onto the stage as soon as possible, or you will be ruled as deliberately neglecting the match. On the standby platform, Omo pressed the call button, and his lazy voice poured over the entire arena. Referee, do you have a misunderstanding about summoners? Summoned creatures are the summoner's power. These 5 skeletons are the fighters from our Dragon God Academy and fully comply with the rules. The referee was left speechless. Lu Kuang's eyes turned completely red. Gripping his giant axe with both hands, he roared, Omo, you dare use 5 cannon fodder to humiliate our Sichuan Academy? Omo changed to a more comfortable position. If you can't even beat these 5 cannon fodder, then don't bother playing extraordinary. Go home and farm. The powder keg was lit. The referee immediately waved his hand. The match begins. The 5 members of Sichuan exploded into action in an instant. Lu Kuang charged furiously. The mage raised a fireball. The assassin vanished into stealth, and the archer drew his bow and took aim. The next second, the entire crowd's worldview shattered. The 5 skeletons instantly scattered, forming a perfect fan-shaped defensive formation. The mage's explosive fireball came crashing in, but the leading skeleton actually slid aside with a silky sidestep and dodged it by a hair, then even hooked a finger at the mage. The mage was still in spellcast recovery when the second skeleton had already closed in. It abruptly ripped off one of its ribs as a javelin and hurled it into the mage's mouth, forcibly interrupting the incantation. The archer shouted, Assassin, watch out! But just as the assassin was about to appear for a backstab, the third skeleton seemed to have eyes on the back of its head and directly predicted the landing point. A leg bone tripped him in midair, sending him face-first into the ground. Lu Kuang rushed up close and roared as he swung his axe. 2 skeletons attacked from left and right together. The left one slid in to smash his knee and destroy his balance, while the right one leaped into the air, spun, and lashed his jaw with a whip kick. Lu Kuang's more than 200-pound body was sent flying, vaulting over the guardrail and crashing onto the grass. In less than 10 seconds, all 5 members of Sichuan were knocked off the platform. On the platform, the 5 skeletons clapped their hands and adjusted their school uniform ties, their movements elegant as if they were attending a banquet. 300,000 spectators fell dead silent. The commentator grabbed his hair and roared, This makes no scientific sense. Why are the summoned creatures able to juke and bait skills? Why do they know how to interrupt spellcasting windups? Wang Tung from the Demon God Academy looked down and instantly petrified. The 5 skeletons on the stage had not been melted at all. Instead, they were leisurely straightening their ties. Wang Tung's pupils shrank violently as he stared fixedly at those skeletons, completely unharmed, his voice trembling.
Impossible.
How can the sacred purification cross have no effect on them? Omo leaned lazily against the sofa, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He casually waved his hand, and the 5 skeletons charged straight forward. 10 seconds. The 5 members of Demon God Academy were completely wiped out. In the semifinals, Dragon God Academy won with a flawless 0-loss victory. The crazed grin on Wang Tung's face froze instantly, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him from head to toe on a freezing winter day. Those 5 skeletons in school uniforms were still intact, and after being baptized by such high-concentration holy light, their bones had become translucent and lustrous, like freshly polished white jade. One of them even touched its smooth skull, the ghostly blue flames in its eye sockets flickering even more cheerfully, as if thanking Wang Tung for the free sauna. Wang Tung's eyes widened, his voice shaking. This? Impossible. The sacred purification isn't harming you at all. The entire venue fell into dead silence. The commentator's microphone dropped to the floor. The old principal stared in shock, and the worldview of 300,000 people shattered. The undead aren't afraid of holy light? This defied all common sense. On the preparation bench, Omo lightly blew on his tea and lazily pressed the communicator. Countered? Do you misunderstand that word? A gap of 10 or 8 times in attributes is what counts as a counter. My skeletons have a 10,000-fold boost to all attributes. Just their magic resistance alone is enough to grind your academy into the ground. He fixed Wang Tung with a cold stare. A 10,000-fold resistance gap, and you're holding up a lousy flashlight on the stage to shine it at who exactly? Those words landed like slaps across the faces of everyone in Demon God Academy. Wang Tung froze, staring at the cross in his hand, his mind going blank. Flashlight? This is a flashlight worth 1 billion yuan. Omo impatiently snapped his fingers. Stop standing there stupidly. Smash that junk already. The 5 skeletons turned into streaks of white light and rushed over. One snatched the cross, snapped it in 2 with a crack, and disgustedly tossed it to the ground, then stomped on it relentlessly, crushing that strategic forbidden artifact into powder. Then the 5 skeletons each kicked a person, sending the 5 members of Demon God Academy flying off the arena. 10 seconds. 10 seconds again to finish the match. Wang Tung sat in the grass below the arena, his eyes unfocused, staring at the pile of faintly glowing white skeletal remains on the ground. The funds he had spent over 10 years, the confidence he had boasted with, and the pride he held as a prodigy were all crushed by Omo's single line. Flashlight. Overwhelmed by immense grievance and despair, his Dao heart was submerged, and in front of 300,000 spectators, he burst into loud tears like a 3-year-old child. Omo yawned, turned around with his teacup in hand, and left, leaving behind a figure everyone could only look up at. Just as he walked out of the warm-up area, the sports arena's holographic projection flickered violently, and a blinding blood-red light shot forth. Zhuo Qian's assassin crawled into the ventilation duct, crushed a blood-red formation stone, and activated the killing array. Space was instantly sealed shut. Not even a fly could get out. The assassin sneered inwardly. Omo was only a summoner, and his main body was his weak point. As long as the connection to the other dimension was cut off, he couldn't summon skeletons and would be nothing but a worthless, helpless target. Omo walked in yawning, still holding half a can of cola. Without even turning on the lights, he headed straight for the sofa. The assassin crushed the formation stone without hesitation. Buzz! Blood-red runes lit up, and the killing array took shape. Countless tearing wind blades slashed toward Omo from all directions, carrying enough force to cut through bulletproof steel plates. Omo frowned. It's the middle of the night. Are you even going to let people sleep? He didn't summon any skeletons. He just stood there. 下一秒. 1% of the attributes of 1 million massively enhanced skeletons poured into his body all at once. The wind blades struck him and shattered with crackling sounds, as if they had slammed into a meteor, bursting apart into blasts of air. They didn't even so much as damage a single hair. The assassin's eyes went wide. Omo raised his foot and stomped straight down on the floor. Boom! The concrete floor caved in instantly, cracks spreading all the way to the walls and ceiling. The core of the killing array was shaken into powder by that single kick. All the runes were extinguished, and the sealed space was forcibly torn open. The backlash surged wildly. The assassin didn't even have time to run before he was blasted into a pile of mush, falling from the vent and dying on the spot. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Omo didn't even look at the corpse. He put the cola on the table, pulled over a blanket, and covered himself with it. Finally, some peace and quiet. He closed his eyes and fell asleep instantly. In the underground surveillance room, Su Qian collapsed in his chair, trembling all over as he stared at the young man on the screen, his eyes filled with terror. He finally understood, Omer was not some fragile summoner at all. His physical body was 10,000 times more terrifying than those skeletons. Huiting and the 5 others stood on the arena, only to suddenly find their view completely blocked by 10,000 dark knights. These knights were clad in black armor from head to toe, wielding 5-meter dragon lances, their nightmare warhorses snorting steam as they bore down like a wall of black iron. Before Huiting's formation could even activate, he froze in place. His throat tightened, and his mind went blank. 5 people against 10,000 death knights with 10,000-fold attribute amplification. This was not a battle at all. This was a god crushing mortals with overwhelming dimensional superiority. Huiting gripped his great sword so tightly that his fingers trembled. He finally understood that he was not fighting a person. He was opposing a god. He had provoked the wrong person entirely. The 4 northern frontier prodigies behind Huiting turned deathly pale. 10,000 heavy cavalry units, packed tightly in black pressure across the arena like a mountain of steel. The hand Huiting held his sword with shook so badly it went numb, and his fighting spirit shattered instantly into pieces. Omer stood behind the formation and raised a hand. Charge! Boom! 10,000 nightmare warhorses stamped the ground at once, black tide surging. 5-meter dragon lances slashed out in arcs of death, straight for Huiting and the other 4. Huiting roared and planted his sword to form the array. The next moment, the military formation shattered like thin ice. A dozen or so dragon spears precisely found the gaps and sent all 5 of them flying off the field. They landed soundlessly, unharmed. On the lawn, Huiting stared at his perfectly intact hands and was utterly convinced. He knew that OMO had held back. The 300,000-seat stadium fell dead silent for 10 seconds. Then it erupted into thunderous cheers. On the award podium, OMO stepped past the golden cup and directly opened the rosewood box. Inside, that dazzling dragon vein eye of golden light made his soul tremble violently in an instant. OMO grabbed the dragon vein eye and tucked it into his pocket. The old president's smile froze, and the reporters below the stage squeezed forward like maniacs. Student OMO, say a few words. You've won the national championship. How do you feel right now? What's the next step for Tianzai Trading Company? Dozens of microphones were almost poked into his face. Su Qinghan and the others stood behind him with wry smiles, knowing this king of hell hated social niceties the most. OMO stopped and casually grabbed a microphone. The whole venue went quiet. 300,000 people pricked up their ears, waiting for his championship speech. He curled his lips and only left one sentence. Everyone disperse. There's nothing to say. Don't follow me. I'm going to level up. With that, he turned and left, leaving behind a laid-back view for the camera. The crowd and reporters automatically parted to make a path, and no one dared stop him. Su Qinghan stood on the stage, watching his slender figure grow farther and farther away, and she knew in her heart, this stage in the Dragon Nation was already too small for him. In the night, a giant skeleton dragon tore through the clouds and crashed down onto the Blackstone City Square. Omo leapt from the dragon's back, and the undead general knelt to greet him. He immediately issued the order to seal the city. Blackstone City is under full lockdown. Activate the highest-level physical defense array. Put the 100,000 heavy sniper skeletons on the city walls. Not even a fly is allowed in. Mecha skeletons will guard the inner city. Anyone who trespasses will be blasted to pieces. The city gates slammed shut, and murderous intent shrouded the entire city. Omo entered the underground chamber of the city lord's mansion. The heavy stone door closed behind him. He sat down cross-legged and pulled a rosewood box from his pocket. When he opened the lid, golden light illuminated the chamber. A dragon vein eye, the size of a fist, hovered in midair. Within it, faint shadows of mountains and rivers could be seen, and a pressure of national fortune rushed straight toward him. Good stuff. Omo licked his lips. Without hesitation, he grabbed the dragon vein eye and pressed it hard against his chest. Boom! The violent energy of national fortune surged into his limbs and bones like a flood. Omo groaned. His features twisted, his bones crackled, and his meridians were pushed to their limit. The pain was excruciating, but he gritted his teeth and sneered. Trying to blow me up? I didn't even take a million beast tides seriously. You think I'm afraid of one rotten bead? He closed his eyes and sank all his will into his soul. He forced that wild, rampaging energy down completely and poured it deep into the Calamity Descends talent tree. In the soul space, the talent tree erupted with an unprecedented blaze of light. The leaves from the first to the third tier were already shining at full intensity. Dragon vein energy surged up the trunk like mad, violently slamming into the barrier of the fourth tier. Once, twice, 10 times. Fine cracks appeared in the barrier, and the critical point of evolution flickered wildly. At this moment, Blackstone City had been turned upside down. Rumble. The ground trembled violently, and the black clouds were torn apart by an invisible force. Spiritual energy within a radius of 100 li surged like a frenzy, pouring wildly into Blackstone City. 50 kilometers away, at a border outpost in northern Longwa, Commander Wang Tai was holding a teacup and staring at the radar when the screen suddenly turned red, and shrill air raid sirens instantly rang throughout the entire camp. The teacup shattered to pieces, and Wang Tai widened his eyes. What the hell is this? The monitor was drenched in cold sweat. Sir, Blackstone City's energy is exceeding the limit. It's still soaring. Wang Tai shoved the man aside and rushed to the window, raising his binoculars. One glance made his legs go weak, and he nearly dropped to his knees. Above Blackstone City, a terrifying phantom tens of thousands of Zhongtal had condensed. It wore a tattered black robe and held a death scythe that seemed to split the heavens. Hollow eye sockets burned with ghostly blue underworld flames as it coldly gazed down upon the earth. The pressure of death pressed over from 50 kilometers away. The Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper has descended. The monitor pissed himself on the spot, and the soldiers dropped their weapons. Coming to his senses, Wang Tai grabbed the red secure phone and directly connected to the Supreme Command.
Commander Chu.
A deity has descended in Blackstone City. National destruction level. One side strike could cut the northern defense line to pieces. Wang Tai bit through his lip. Authorize a nuclear strike. Erase the catastrophe Grand Canyon from the map. 1 second late and Longwa is finished. At the same time, in the underground chamber beneath Blackstone City, Omo's breakthrough had reached the final critical moment. Break for me! With a thunderous crash deep in his soul, the barrier blocking the fourth tier finally shattered completely under the ferocious impact of the Dragon Vein Eye. The top of the Calamity Talent tree suddenly sprouted a thick new branch, golden light illuminating the secret chamber. The pain receded, replaced by a mighty power to control life and death, and to destroy heaven and earth. Omo opened his eyes wide, and a ghostly light flickered through his dark pupils. He had succeeded. The eye of the Dragon Vein had been completely devoured, and the fourth-tier divine unit was unlocked. He stood up, his bones crackling and popping. His body had completed its metamorphosis. With a casual clenched fist, the air was squeezed into explosion. The fourth-tier class form is actually something this outrageous. Deep in his soul, the Calamity Talent tree shook violently, and profound information was etched directly into his mind. The fourth-tier mythic unit was fully unlocked. Omo couldn't wait to read the panel. The first new unit's name carried an air of imperial domination, Skeleton King. Just the name sounds badass enough. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers toward an empty corner. Bang! Space silently split open with a pitch-black fissure, and a 2-meter skeleton calmly walked out from within it. It wore a tattered crimson cloak, a white bone crown bearing the law of death, and held a bone sword reversed in its hand, with the space around the blade constantly collapsing and reforming. The Skeleton King walked up to Omo and, without hesitation, knelt on one knee. Looking at the detailed panel that popped up in his mind, Omo drew a sharp breath. A passive skill built in King's Domain? He read through the skill description, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. As long as the Skeleton King stands on the battlefield, all lower-tier skeletons within 100 li will immediately enter a second berserk state, ignore pain, and become immune to mental control. Omo slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. Isn't this basically a fully automatic super rage aura? His million-strong army already had a 10,000-fold amplification. Stack that with the second berserk state that ignores pain, and those most basic cannon fodder skeletons would probably be able to tear dragons apart with their bare hands. Omo's gaze continued downward, looking at the Skeleton King's single-target combat power. Basic attacks come with spatial slicing, capable of cutting through all physical and magical defensive barriers. Rated as God-tier combat power, Omo examined the Skeleton King before him with satisfaction. Good stuff. He waved for the Skeleton King to step aside, then checked the second troop type. But when he clearly saw that name and that size, even Omo, this seasoned king of the underworld who had seen it all, froze, his breathing stopping for half a second. Bone frame astral beast. This thing simply couldn't be summoned inside the underground chamber. Even if only one toe appeared, it would be enough to directly blow apart this 10,000-year-old Obsidian Lord's mansion. Omo could only view the holographic projection in his soul space. A beast skeleton towering beyond mountains silently floated in the starry sky, each rib like a pillar holding up the heavens. Its white bone skull was larger than a top-tier metropolitan city, and its hollow eye sockets could hold an entire lake. Just what the hell kind of summon is this? Omo swallowed hard, his eyes twitching. This is basically a super strategic interstellar fortress. The panel's skills were simple yet explosive. Astral roaming ignored planar barriers, and its basic attacks were equivalent to a miniature meteor strike. Leaning against the stone bed, Omo looked up at the ceiling, and the chamber fell into a minute of dead silence. Equivalent to a meteor strike. If this giant beast casually slapped down with a claw, it would be no different from an asteroid crashing down. Combined with Omo's own 10,000-fold attribute boost, a scene instantly formed in his mind. The astral beast, magnified 10,000 times, slapping the surface of a planet. Wouldn't Blue Star be smashed straight through by me on the spot? Omo suddenly burst into laughter, the sound reverberating through the empty chamber, carrying an unrestrained, tyrannical wildness. Ha 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 ha. Stable now. Completely and utterly stable this time. Omo jumped down from the stone bed, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented fanatic ambition. Before, I was still thinking about how to punch through those steel fortresses overseas. But now it seems my perspective was too narrow. He walked up to the black iron gate of the secret chamber and gripped the cold handle with both hands, then pushed it open hard. A gale rushed back in along the dark tunnel, whipping the broken hair at his forehead into a frenzy. From this moment on, Omo looked at the passage outside the door and declared sternly, enunciating each word. My target is no longer to flatten cities. I'm going to flatten those blind as bats plains. Whoever dares stand in my way, I'll flip their whole map over. At this moment, the night wind outside Blackstone City was biting cold eos. Just as Omo stood up, the heavy black clouds were shattered by the storm of souls, and starlight poured down from the sky. The entire Calamity Grand Canyon was trembling. In front of the city lord's manor, a 1,000,000 skeleton army knelt on the ground. With Omo's quiet, all of you, rise. The army stood up in perfect unison in an instant. Su Qinghan stumbled over, her face pale as paper. It's not an earthquake. The signal was completely cut off just now, and even the mana stalled for half a second. It must be an ultra-high level pressure. As soon as she finished speaking, the military communications crystal burst into a bright red glow. Chu Xiaoyan's voice carried panic. Something huge has happened. 2 minutes ago, a magnitude 10 earthquake erupted in the central plains of Dragon Country. It's not a natural disaster. It's the descent of a secret realm. An ancient tomb spanning 3 provinces has emerged from the ground, and the danger rating is SSS. Su Qinghan's legs went weak and she nearly collapsed. Chu Xiaotian gritted his teeth and said, inside is a semi-divine ancient dragon emperor, and outside there are countless ancient terracotta soldiers. Their physical defenses are maxed out. Once the gate opens, hundreds of millions of people in the central plains will be flattened. Omo curled his lips into a cold smile. A semi-divine dragon emperor? Perfect. He'll make good experience points. He stood up and said flatly, order the front line to pull back. Don't get in my way. I'll go alone.
Chu Xiaotian froze.
You alone? Omo sneered. If they go too, they'll just be cannon fodder and slow down my push. Send me the location. Omo cut off the communications crystal, whistled, and 1,000,000 undead troops instantly assembled. He directly boarded a military transport aircraft and headed to the central plains to kill. The foreign web had already exploded. The top post on the Holy Light Empire forum was written in blood-red letters. Dragon Country's doomsday. The ancient dragon emperor awakens. The comments section was full of schadenfreude and mockery. High-level ninjas from Sakura Country joined in the cheering, while global powers sipped red wine and stared at the satellite feed, waiting for Dragon Country to be trampled flat. In the Blackstone City Square, Omo, wearing flip-flops and carrying an iron staff, walked up to the undead army. I heard the Central Plains has a semi-divine dragon emperor, and he wants to flatten the Central Plains? Come on, let's teach him who's in charge now. The transport plane landed in the Central Plains, and Chu Xiaotian hurried up with cold sweat all over his face. Brother O, the situation is out of control. That bronze gate's pressure doubles every 10 minutes, and the brothers in the front row have already started coughing up blood. In front of the blockade line, dozens of formation masters were arguing red-faced. The array I is at the can position. No, it's at the life gate. They were shouting over one another in a heated dispute. OMO directly crossed the blockade line and walked toward the bronze gate. Chu Xiaotian shouted, "Should I bring the heavy assault regiment?" OMO didn't even turn back. Too many people just get in the way. Chu Xiaotian ordered the entire army to withdraw 30 kilometers. The white-bearded formation master suddenly stepped in front of OMO. "Young man, do you even understand formations? If you step on the wrong node, can you afford the consequences?" OMO lowered his head to look at him and said flatly, "I don't understand formations." OMO directly threw the old man outside the safety line. The old man was so furious his beard was trembling. This old man has studied ancient formations for over 60 years. What the hell do you, a little brat, understand? OMO sneered. "I don't know how to break formations. I only know how to tear doors down." The old man roared. "That gate has a half-god backlash prohibition. If you dare touch it, everything within 100 miles will be blown into barren land." OMO couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind and turned to walk beneath the bronze gate. The old man anxiously shouted toward Chu Xiaotian. "General Chu, control him. This kid has gone crazy." Chu Xiaotian directly sent people to carry the formation masters away. Standing beneath the gate, OMO looked up, then raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Crack, crack, crack. The void split open, and a 1,000-meter-long skeletal star beast whale squeezed out from the fissure. As soon as the whale appeared, the ground within dozens of kilometers sank by half a meter, and everyone was crushed to the point of kneeling on one knee. Chu Xiaotian's eyes widened. What the hell is that summoned creature? The formation masters were all dumbfounded, and the white-bearded old man collapsed straight onto the ground. OMO tapped the tip of his foot and landed on top of the whale's head. "Go, knock on the door." The bone giant whale flicked its tail, carrying the force of a meteorite impact, and crashed straight toward the bronze gate. "No!" The old man cried out in anguish. Boom! The half-god level defensive formation instantly shattered into specks of light. The whale's skull slammed solidly into the bronze gate, and with a thunderous boom, the gate shuddered violently. OMO stood atop the giant whale, one hand in his pocket, and plunged straight into the tomb entrance without hesitation. All he left to everyone outside was an arrogant back view. The giant whale smashed through the bronze gate and charged into a vast underground world. OMO casually looked around. The next second, eerie green flames suddenly lit up the empty space. 1 million bronze terracotta warriors stood up in neat rows, forming an ancient battle formation, their killing intent surging into the sky. OMO curled his lips. "You want to compete with me in numbers?" He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. The space behind him instantly shattered open. 1 million Conquest skeletons poured out like a tide. 100,000 Dark Knights descended while shattering the void, and 100,000 mage skeletons raised their staffs. Finally, 100 skeleton kings arrived in full, each carrying their berserk domains. OMO looked down from above. "Smash all this scrap metal for me." 1 million skeletons instantly surged forward in a frenzy. The bronze battle formation collapsed the moment they made contact. The level 50 terracotta warriors had their heads smashed to pieces by the berserk little skeletons with a single slap. The 100,000 Dark Knights thrust their lances. Chuan Cheng Tang Hulu Cheng Chuan Cheng Chuan? Within minutes, 1 million bronze soldiers had already been flattened by a third. At the same time, in the deepest part of the mausoleum, inside the main tomb chamber, stood a gigantic crystal coffin, with 9 dragon statues coiled around it. As the unilateral slaughter continued outside, the remnant soul of the Dragon Emperor inside the coffin was awakened. "Which petty thief dares disturb my peaceful dream?" Arrogantly, the Dragon Emperor's remnant soul released its senses toward the Great Hall, assuming the Bronze Army had already hacked the intruders into minced meat. The next second, he sensed that his proud, invincible legion was being pinned to the ground and dismantled by a group of skeletons glowing red. The Dragon Emperor's remnant soul was completely dumbfounded. "My invincible army is actually being treated like junk and sold by the pound?" The stone door of the main tomb chamber crashed down, and the Whitebone army surged in like a tide. The Dragon Emperor could no longer suppress his fury. The crystal coffin exploded from within, and a figure in a dark gold dragon robe rose from the ground. A 75-level demigod, the ancient Dragon Emperor, had officially awakened. He roared and unleashed his ultimate forbidden spell, a killing move that suppressed all directions. Heavy golden clouds, carrying the force of destruction, pressed down from above. Just then, a lazy voice drifted down from the sky. "You're hurting my eyes." The Dragon Emperor snapped his head up. At the highest point of the tomb chamber floated a massive skeletal whale, and standing on its back was a young man. Aumur stood with one hand in his pocket and the other picking at his ear, his face full of irritation. The Dragon Emperor froze in place. Aumur casually waved his hand. "Make him shut up." Behind him, 100 skeletal kings simultaneously drew their swords. With a thunderous roar, the Dragon Emperor unleashed a 5-clawed golden dragon from within his body. The magnificent beast shot towards Aumur with an earth-shaking bellow. Aumur stood atop the skull of the bone whale, sipping his soda unhurriedly. "Is that all you've got? Try harder," he mocked, waving his hand nonchalantly. In an instant, the 100 skeletal kings closed in, their ebony sword auras entwining around the golden dragon like a dark net. The golden dragon roared ferociously, its claws tearing at the fabric of space itself, but the black swords pressed it firmly into midair. The fragmented soul of the Dragon Emperor bellowed in rage. "You insolent whelp! How dare you!" The next moment, all the skeletal kings swung their swords simultaneously. Their blows carved over 100 deep gashes into the dragon's body, sending divine blood gushing in every direction. The Dragon Emperor's screams echoed as his fragmented soul trembled violently. Aumur yawned. "Finish him up. Leave him with a sliver of life." He tossed aside the soda can and stomped his right foot. "Hit him." The 100-meter-long bone tail of the astral giant whale descended from above, striking the Dragon Emperor's body suspended midair with crushing force. Bang! The Dragon Emperor was swatted like a fly and smashed straight into the ground, creating a massive crater dozens of meters deep. He lay collapsed at the bottom of the pit, half his dragon scales shattered, blood gushing wildly, barely clinging to life. Aumur jumped into the pit and walked up to the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor forced his eyes open, terror all over his face. "What kind of monster are you? Kill you?" Aumur curled his lips into a smile. "You old fossil aren't worthy of me lifting a finger." He reached out and grabbed, brutally ripping the Dragon Emperor's source dragon's soul out of his body. The Dragon Emperor let out a scream of agony as his massive body rapidly shriveled. Aumur tossed the dragon's soul onto the ground and snapped his fingers at the little skeleton dog. "Take it as a snack." The little skeleton dog ran over excitedly, chewed the half-god-level dragon soul to pieces in just a few bites, and even let out a belch. The Dragon Emperor watched helplessly as his lifeline was eaten by a dog, blood tears bulging out of the corners of his eyes. His chi and blood surged to his heart. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood, rolled his eyes back, and died of rage on the spot. Aumur disdainfully shook his hand and turned to leave. "Your mental fortitude is way too weak. You got so angry you died just like that." Aumur led the skeleton army out of the giant pit, while the whale hovered steadily in midair. Behind him, 1,000,000 skeletons were carrying a pure gold 9-dragon statue, a purple gold alchemy furnace, sacks full of luminous pearls, and spirit jade floor tiles, marching like a moving company in full force. Chu Shaotian had just breathed a sigh of relief when, the next second, his eyes widened. Tens of thousands of military elites and formation masters collectively froze. Aumur had just finished showering and changed into a white t-shirt and big shorts, now slumped on the sofa in the city lord's mansion drinking cola. Suddenly, the roar of helicopters sounded outside the door. Chu Shaotian brought a few white-haired old men and hurriedly rushed into the hall. The leading old dean said nothing and immediately gave Aumur a 90-degree bow. "General O, the bronzeware, bamboo slips, and ancient martial arts techniques in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. All of them are the lost roots of our nation. Please, return these things to the country." Omo bit into an ice cube and lazily lifted his eyes. "Old man, at your age you're bowing to me like this. You trying to shorten my life?" The old dean's eyes were red, his voice trembling. "I know you're a businessman and the country can't produce divine-grade resources right now. But as long as you're willing to return the relics and basic techniques, we'll pay whatever it takes, even if we have to do it in installments." Chu Shaotian and the other generals did not dare breathe too loudly, all waiting to see how Omo would name his price. Leaning back on the sofa, Omo looked at the near-tearful old dean and the nervous Chu Shaotian, then let out a sneer. "A sky-high price? Mortgaged assets." He picked at his ear. "In your eyes, am I Omo just a grave-robbing tomb raider digging up ancestral graves for money?" Chu Shaotian's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to explain, Omo had already raised a hand and snapped his fingers. From the shadows of the hall, Hundreds of skeletons with greater strength carried out tattered burlap sacks. With a clatter, they dumped dusty bamboo slips, bronze wine vessels, tortoise shells, and stacks upon stacks of yellowed martial arts manuals onto the ground, piling them into a small mountain. The old dean's breathing caught, and he fell to his knees with a thud, trembling as he lifted a bamboo slip with both hands, tears splashing onto it. National treasures. These are all national treasures. The old scholars behind him also knelt down one after another, howling in grief. Omo kicked away a broken clay jar at his feet and looked down at the old dean. I'm greedy for money. I keep all the top-tier equipment, divine pills, and refining materials for myself. None of it's for you. But those are my spoils of war. He pointed at the bamboo slips and antiques on the ground and snorted coldly. As for these scraps and basic techniques, no matter how much I love money, I wouldn't trade away Dragon Nation's history for it. Making money off the nation's foundation is asking for your bloodline to die out. Omo turned to Chu Xiaotian and said, take these away and donate them to the National Museum for free. Don't even mention money. If you do, you're insulting me. The hall fell dead silent. Chu Xiaotian was completely stunned. The old dean shakily stood up and gave Omo an ancient formal salute, tears streaming down his face. You are truly an unparalleled patriot. The 1.4 billion people of Dragon Nation will never forget this, generation after generation. Omo waved his hand in disgust. Cut the flattery. Hurry up and get people to clean the floor. That afternoon, news of the collapse of the Dragon Emperor's mausoleum completely exploded. Online, paid trolls stirred up the narrative, claiming Omo had pocketed all the good stuff for himself. All kinds of snarky, passive-aggressive posts surged to the top of the trending searches. Just as public opinion was about to spiral out of control, the official highest account of the Dragon Nation suddenly issued a notice, stamped with a bright red national seal, and attached a several hundred-page inventory list detailing millions of relics, ancient texts, and lost martial techniques. At the end of the announcement, there was only one line. All relics and martial techniques unearthed from the Dragon Emperor's mausoleum above were donated to the National Museum by General Omo free of charge. General Omo did not take a single cent from the nation. The entire internet fell silent in an instant. 1 minute later, it completely erupted. Holy crap! God Omo is so generous. Where are the trolls who were stirring the pot? Come out and take your beating. The direction of the internet reversed instantly, and the troll accounts were reported and suspended. Omo's name was completely enshrined like a god. On the underground black market bounty board, all listings concerning Omo were wiped clean. The underworld held an emergency meeting overnight. Anyone who dared touch a single hair on his head would be declaring war on both the light and dark sides of Dragon Nation at the same time. And in Jiangnan City, Omo's hometown, the mayor convened overnight. The city's best craftsmen began work through the night. The city center square was cleared, and a 100-meter-tall giant statue rose from the ground, carved in Omo's domineering image as he stood atop a Star World giant whale. In this way, the people of Jiangnan City paid tribute to the living king of hell who had risen from their midst. Omo lay on the sofa scrolling through the news, looking at the screen full of rainbow paint compliments and the 100-meter statue still under construction, and shivered. These people have way too much free time. By the sewer beside the slums in the south of the city, Omo Jinhai lay in the mud, desperately shielding half a moldy loaf of bread. A few thugs kicked him over, snatched the bread, and spat in his face. Your useless son is worse than a stray dog now. A metal rod came smashing down, and with a crack, Omo Jinhai's right knee was shattered. He screamed and rolled in the muddy water. In a broken wooden shed, Omo lay in a garbage heap, his body covered in festering sores, maggots crawling all over his wounds. He stared blankly at the roof of the shack, his heart filled only with venom, hatred for heaven itself, and even more hatred for Omo. Suddenly, his fingertips touched something cold. Omo dug through the rotten mud and picked up an ancient bronze ring, from which a skull totem was eerily seeping black mist. A low voice exploded in his mind. Want revenge? Omo's eyes burst with bloodshot veins. Yes, give me power. Sacrifice blood. The voice lured. Erwin didn't hesitate. He grabbed a shard of broken glass and sliced open his wrist. Blood dripped onto the ring, instantly staining it crimson. A surge of thick black energy erupted, flooding into his battered body. Ah! The pain was excruciating, like waves crashing over him. Shattered veins were forcibly reconstructed by the dark energy. Broken bones began to mend, and decaying flesh peeled away to reveal new skin. Not far away, Owen Jinhai dragged his broken leg through the mud, crawling into the wooden shack. When he looked up, he saw Erwin, floating mid-air, his entire body enveloped in ferocious black magic. Swarming flies and wriggling maggots close to him were shredded into powder by the sheer force of the magical aura. The fear in Owen Jinhai's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by manic delight. He slammed the muddy ground with his fists, laughing uncontrollably. The heavens haven't forsaken the Owen family. Erwin, it's divine intervention. We're saved. Erwin slowly descended to the ground. The mud cracked beneath his feet as small fissures formed. His once stark black and white eyes had turned completely pitch black, and a cruel smile played on his lips. As he whispered, his voice was chillingly cold, "Oh, more. Just you wait." Somewhere else, Scarface Bill leaned lazily against a wall, relieving himself as he toyed with stolen coins, cursing under his breath. Suddenly, a rustling noise came from the trash heap nearby. Grabbing a brick, Bill stomped over to investigate. Erwin crawled out from the muck, his entire body riddled with oozing wounds. Bill snorted mockingly. "Well, look who it is. The prodigal SSS-level genius, back for revenge?" Erwin didn't respond. He simply lifted his right hand, which wore an ancient and battered bronze ring. Bill's eyes lit up greedily. "That crappy ring looks good enough to clear your debt," he sneered, reaching out to seize it. In the next instant, the ring erupted with dark crimson light. A dense black mist coiled around Bill's neck, constricting him like a venomous serpent. He thrashed and fought, but the smoke forced its way into his orifices, invading his body. Blood, muscle, and bone marrow were drained entirely. In mere seconds, the hulking 200-pound man was reduced to a desiccated corpse that collapsed into the muddy ground. The black mist receded back into the ring, releasing a torrent of violent vitality into Erwin's body. He threw his head back and let out a triumphant roar as his veins reconnected. His bones cracked and realigned, and he clawed his way out of the mud to stand tall once again. Level 10. Owen Jinhai had just crawled into the shack, dragging his broken leg, and witnessed everything. Instead of being terrified, he trembled on the ground, overwhelmed with excitement. "Good. Well done. Erwin, you've risen again at last. Our Owen family is saved." Erwin turned his head, his gaze fixed on the shriveled corpse lying in the mud. He licked the blood-stained corner of his lips, his eyes chillingly void of emotion. Not enough. He scanned the slum before him, his voice ominously quiet. "This pathetic flesh. It's too low quality to fill my veins." Erwin turned to Owen Jinhai. "Father, this slum is overflowing with nobodies, drifters and beggars that no one cares about. Starting today, this is my hunting ground." Owen Jinhai nodded with feverish fervor, his face twisted with unrestrained glee. Meanwhile, in Dragon Country's Blackstone City, Omor lounged on a throne of bones in the governor's mansion, an ashen crystal clutched in his palm. He tightened his grip, and with a crisp crack, the crystal shattered. The gray dust sifted through his fingers like sand. Empty, completely wrung dry. Su Qinghan walked over carrying a stack of account books and slapped them onto the table. "How could we not? You've got a million-fold boosted skeleton army now, plus 100 mythic-level skeleton kings, and on top of that, a bone whale the size of a mountain in the astral realm. They don't eat or drink, but maintaining their forms and repairing battle damage takes massive amounts of soul crystals. You've emptied the domestic market and the military stockpiles." Omo put his legs up on the table. "How is that my fault? Who knew these piles of bones could eat so much? I just wanted to lie flat and rest for a few days. Raising underlings costs more than raising pigs." He casually kicked the skeleton king beside him. "I'm talking about you. Cut back on the energy intake from now on." The skeleton king lowered its head aggrievedly. Just as he was getting annoyed, the Chamber of Commerce chairman, Qian Fugui, came running over in a sweat. He dropped to his knees with a thud, held up a parchment scroll and shouted, "Brother Omo, life-saving intel. A huge business opportunity." Omo lifted his eyelids. "If it's not an energy mine that can be eaten, I'll throw you out to feed the bone dragon." Qian Fugui scrambled over on hands and knees. "More valuable than a vein. Our scouts discovered an unrecorded S-rank elemental plane. It's full of fire, ice, and lightning elemental creatures. When they die, they only drop high-grade elemental cores. One core is worth 100,000 soul crystals." Omo's eyes lit up, and he sat up straight. Su Qinghan immediately stopped him. "You can't go. An S-rank elemental plane is extremely dangerous. Elemental creatures have no physical bodies and are immune to physical attacks. Most of your skeletons rely on brute physical force. Going there would be suicide." Qian Fugui also nodded. The elemental lords inside are terrifyingly strong. I suggest forming a high-level mage team first. Omo stood up at once and walked out in his flip-flops. Plan for the long-term, my ass. Immune to physical attacks. That just means the power isn't outrageous enough yet. As long as the force is strong enough to blast space apart, all those elements will turn to ash. He snatched the parchment scroll and turned to the million-strong army outside. Brothers, we've got work. Someone wants to starve us to death. What should we do? A million skeletons raised their white bone weapons high and let out a silent roar. Omo kicked Qian Fugui. Cut the crap. Lead the way. Deep in the polar icefield, the bitter wind howled as Qian Fugui shivered uncontrollably, pointing at the massive red and blue vortex ahead. Brother Omo, the entrance is up ahead. Omo was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with only 5 little skeletons behind him carrying torn burlap sacks. After only 2 steps, several streaks of sword light descended from the sky and stabbed hard into the ice in front of his feet. Sword chi surged, blocking his path outright. Before Bai Outyen could finish speaking, the shield skeleton had already pushed up to him. Boom! 1,000 white bone tower shields slammed down at once, crushing forward like a bulldozer and flattening him straight into the snow. Bai Outyen didn't even have time to scream before he was smashed into vomiting blood and sent flying more than 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground and unable to get back up. He widened his eyes, staring in utter disbelief at the bone shield that hadn't even been left with a white mark, while only a series of ragged gasps came from his throat. Qian Fugui froze on the spot, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Omo kept both hands in his pockets, too lazy to even glance at Bai Outyen, and walked straight past from behind the shield wall. Anything blocking the way, crush it to death. Bai Outyen could only watch helplessly as that wall of despair pressed in on him. At that moment, the giant shield skeleton charged headfirst into the entrance of the elemental vortex. Ice blades, fireballs, and lightning all slammed into the bone shield, but not even a spark flew off. The giant shield skeleton strolled in as casually as if taking a walk. Bai Outyen was completely plunged into despair. He watched those little skeletons carrying sacks also rush into the storm, with lightning striking their bald heads and even reflecting off them. His Dao heart shattered to pieces. Omo walked up beside him, looked down at him coldly, sneered, and simply stepped over his body. He left only one sentence: "Save it for your coffin." After crossing the vortex, beneath his feet lay an endless lake of magma, while purple lightning lashed wildly overhead. 1,000 giant shield skeletons had been scorched black, and their leg bones, touched by magma, were being corroded. This place was the natural nemesis of pure physical attacks. Standing on obsidian, the Calamity Talent tree deep within Omo's soul was shaking wildly. He snapped his fingers and released all 1 million little skeletons. The little skeletons dove into the magma like dumplings being dropped into a pot, being burned to ash in batch after batch. The fire elemental power clinging to the ashes flowed back through the contract into his soul, and the talent tree devoured it frantically. 10,000 points, 50,000 points, 100,000 points. With a boom, a side branch lit up, and a new branch was unlocked. Elemental skeleton. Gear change complete. The new skeletons were dark red all over, with flowing magma patterns and blazing scarlet flames burning in their eye sockets. Just as Omo finished whistling, the magma lake suddenly churned violently. Dozens of fire spirits poked half their bodies out, and in the sky a huge flock of thunder beasts flew over. Omo had already been targeted by these native fire elements for a long time. Looking at his slender frame, their vertical pupils were filled with greed. The largest fire spirit commander let out a shriek, and hundreds of basin-sized fireballs, together with the thunder beast's lightning net, came crashing down. Omo didn't even dodge. He took a cigarette out of his pocket, not even lit. Hundreds of dark red elemental skeletons stepped forward directly, forcibly blocking all the fireballs and lightning. The dust and smoke cleared, and the elemental skeletons remained motionless, only for the flames to make the lava-like patterns on them burn even brighter. Omo lit a cigarette with the firelight and exhaled a ring of smoke. Immune to fire spells, and that's it? The fire spirit commander was completely stunned. In the next second, Omo's gaze turned cold. Brothers, move out. The dark red skeletons instantly charged forward, swinging their lava-covered bone fists in a flurry of basic attacks. With every punch, a tenfold violent elemental shockwave exploded. The fire spirit commander was blasted into dust by one punch, leaving only a red core that clattered to the ground. The thunder beast bit down on a skeleton's arm, then with a backhanded slap blew it clean in half, bursting out a purple core. These elemental creatures were utterly panicked and turned to flee. Omo picked up the core, a grin spreading across his face. Trying to run? I've already left the gate wide open for you. Think you can still get away? He waved a big hand, and a massive number of elemental skeletons poured out from the summoning space, blocking the sky. Seal the door shut. If we don't strip them bare today, none of you are leaving work. The clearing was over. Omo stepped on the obsidian and finished the last puff of his cigarette, flicking it into the lava lake. Qian Fugui shrank into his military coat, wiping cold sweat from his forehead as he pointed at the cores strewn all over the ground and urged them to hurry up, collect everything, and withdraw. But Omo stared at the boiling crimson lava lake, his eyes narrowing. Old Qian, is this red broth worth money? Qian Fugui's fat cheeks trembled. That's geothermic marrow, top-grade auxiliary material for forging premium fire element gear. Just as Qian Fugui finished speaking, a grin cracked across Omo's lips. 10,000 per drop? Too much to fit. He let out a cold laugh and snapped his fingers. The dark red elemental skeletons immediately lined up and walked to the edge of the lava lake, each carrying a white bone bucket. Hundreds of skeletons squatted by the lake, scooping up buckets full of scalding geothermic marrow, then turning around to pour it into the giant strength skeleton's specially made spatial sack. Omo simply pulled out a folding chair and lay down, instructing, "Drain this lake for me. Leave not a single drop." The assembly line motion never stopped. Half an hour later, the originally boiling lava lake had turned into a 100-meter deep dry pit, and even the rocks at the bottom had been scraped clean. At the same time, two Tianjian sect disciples secretly crept toward the entrance, hoping to pick up a bargain. After turning past the obsidian, the two of them were instantly dumbfounded. No firelight, no heat, just a giant pit scraped so clean it was even cleaner than a plate licked by a dog. Looking at the white bone footprints all over the ground, the senior disciple's legs went weak and he dropped to his knees. This isn't a natural disaster. It's clearly a swarm of locusts passing through. On the other side, underground sewer in the southern slums of Jiangnan City. Owen stood in the darkness, black scales already covering most of his face, his pure black eyes filled with a sinister aura. By feeding on the flesh and blood of bottom-tier vagrants, his level had already soared to 30. O Zhanghai knelt at his feet, his severed leg having turned into a demon claw, and asked with greed when they would capture high-level professionals. Owen glanced at him coldly and directly infused abyssal secret technique energy into his forehead. "What's the rush?" His voice was icy. "Go recruit believers first and establish the Black Scale Church." O Zhanghai laughed wildly twice and turned to walk deeper into the sewer. Hundreds of ragged slum dwellers were kneeling there, their eyes dull like walking corpses, lining up to drink that cup of black demon blood. The City Defense Bureau investigation team arrived at the entrance to the slum. Team leader Zhang Feng, a level 40 shield warrior, wore a grave expression. The deputy team leader's face was pale as paper. "Captain, over 300 people have gone missing in half a month. The mana fluctuations are very strange." Zhang Feng drew his greatsword. "Stay alert. Advance with crossfire cover. Open fire immediately if anything happens." The team switched on their flashlights and felt their way forward along the muddy alley. The surroundings were deathly silent, with blood everywhere. "Captain, the blood has turned black." A hoarse laugh suddenly rang out from the darkness. An old man in a black and red robe slowly stepped out. It was O Zhanghai, who had been transformed into an abyss priest. "Who are you?" Zhang Feng shouted sharply. O Zhanghai spread his arms. "I'm preparing new sacrifices. Open fire." The bullets all struck the green poisonous mist, turning into molten iron in an instant. The team members screamed as they were swallowed by the poisonous mist. Their armor melted, their flesh rotted away, and the deputy captain turned into a pool of yellow water in just a few seconds. Zhang Feng barely held on, only for O Zhanghai to break his neck and throw the body to the ground. O Zhanghai looked toward the imperial capital, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In the underground sewer, Owen sneered, "Once I reach level 60, Omo's death will come." At the bottom of the lava lake on the polar ice field, Qian Fugui was commanding hundreds of elemental skeletons to scrape up ground fire marrow when the earth suddenly shook and the mountains trembled. A flame demon lord dozens of meters tall rose from the lava, stepping upward, with more than 10,000 elite fire spirits surging out behind him. Qian Fugui's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Rage spewed from the flame demon lord's eyes as he let out a thunderous roar. "Mia Ents, you actually dared to drain this lord's ground fire marrow." This lord will rip out your souls and roast them on the 9 nether demon flame for 10,000 years. The sound waves cracked the obsidian. Omo picked at his ear and lazily lifted his eyelids. You're hurting my eyes with all that noise. Just a wild monster, and so much pointless chatter. The flame demon lord was enraged beyond measure and lashed out with a giant whip. Burn him to death! More than 10,000 elite fire spirits screamed and pounced forward, as explosions of fireballs rained down from the sky. Omer put down his juice glass and casually snapped his fingers. Hold the line. Hundreds of elemental skeletons stepped forward and formed a meat shield in front of the folding chair. Rumble. Flames soared into the sky, and the smoke and dust gradually dispersed. The cruel smile on the flame demon lord's face froze completely. Hundreds of skeletons were unharmed, and the magma patterns on them were even brighter, immune to all fire damage. Omer lay back down in the chair and waved his hand. Heavy sniper skeletons. Get out here and work. The void split open, and 10,000 heavy sniper skeletons lined up in neat formation, black barrels all aiming at the flame demon lord. Reload with the frost armor-piercing rounds collected from the outskirts of the ice plains. With a series of clicks, 10,000 icy blue bullets were chambered. The flame demon lord felt a chill in his heart and roared. Absolute fire domain shield. A dark gold barrier more than 10 meters thick instantly took shape. Omer bit his straw and uttered 2 words. Fire. Bang! 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 10,000 frost armor-piercing rounds were fired at once. The shield couldn't even last 0.1 second before shattering into slag. No! The flame demon lord screamed as the frost pierced through him, his body freezing into black stone in large patches as he crashed down from the sky. Omer pointed at the ground. Go on, play with it. Dozens of elemental skeletons rushed up and kicked the flame demon lord around like a ball. Stop kicking me. I surrender. Spare my life. Bang! The flame demon lord's head was kicked apart in one blow, scattering into a sky full of flames that vanished into nothing. A top-grade fire core fell to the ground. Omo waved a hand and put them away, nodding in satisfaction. This drop rate is decent enough. Behind a distant rock, Bai Outyen, the young master of the Tianjian sect, lay on the ground covered in blood, clutching a recording stone tightly in his hand as he documented everything. Hiding in the shadows, Bai Outyen had originally planned to wait for the elemental lord to tear Omo apart, then come pick up the scraps and wash away his humiliation. In the end, he witnessed a level 60 elemental lord, along with over 10,000 elite troops, being kicked to death like a ball by a group of skeletons. Bai Outyen's Dao heart shattered on the spot. Using both hands and feet, he pulled out a golden teleport talisman, crushed it to flee for his life, and cried out, "It's crazy! This world is crazy!" When he returned, he sealed the mountain for 10 years and decreed that anyone who provoked Omo again would be expelled from the sect. Black Stone City Lord's Mansion. Omo lounged on a high-grade wolfskin sofa, with piles of fire and lightning elemental cores stacked in front of him. Qian Fugui knelt on the ground, drooling, saying they'd struck it rich this time, but Omo frowned. He had already reached the peak of level 59, and his talent tree was bottlenecked. Ordinary energy could not satisfy him. He would need a high-purity abyss magic core as a catalyst to break through to level 60. Su Qinghan handed him an iced fruit juice and said that all the abyss fissures in the country were under military surveillance, so high-purity magic cores simply couldn't be bought. Omo gave Qian Fugui a cold look and told him to spread Black Stone City's intelligence network everywhere. They were to dig even 3 feet into the ground if necessary to find a high-purity abyss magic core. At the same time, in the underground air raid shelter of Jiangnan City, Owen sat cross-legged on a stone platform. The black scales on his body were denser now, and the smell of blood even heavier. Aoshenhai knelt and reported that the sacrifices had been brought in. Owen gripped the broken abyss ring tightly, and dozens of living people were instantly drained of blood, turning into dozens of low-level abyss magic cores. Owen threw the cores to his followers to consume, and their strength surged as they worshipped him madly. Level 35 already. Owen looked toward the capital with murderous intent boiling over. Omo, cherish your last few good days. Omo lounged lazily in a rocking chair, and with a cold tone, he spat out a line. Once I master my divine art and sacrifice the entire city of Jiangnan to the abyss, that will be your death day. In the backyard of the Black Stone City Lord's Mansion, elemental cores were piled into a small mountain. Omo, bored out of his mind, casually grabbed a fire core and forcibly infused it into a branch of the talent tree, unlocking a new profession, Skeleton Potion Master. With a grand wave of his hand, he summoned 5,000 skeletons in white lab coats, and outside the city directly built a massive factory spanning 10,000 mu of land. The assembly line kept the cauldrons boiling 24 hours a day, churning out the cheapest hemostatic herbs and mana-restoring herbs. Qian Fugui ran over to watch the spectacle and nearly laughed out loud. This stuff wouldn't even be drunk by a dog. Omo casually threw him a bottle. Qian Fugui took a sip, and the back pain he'd had on the spot was completely gone. Even black hair stubble began growing on his balding head. Holy shit, this is fucking divine medicine. Qian Fugui's eyes lit up. 1 bottle for 500,000? The rich all over the country would be willing to kneel for it. Omo held up 2 fingers. 2 yuan. Qian Fugui's legs went weak, and he dropped straight to his knees. 2 yuan. You're selling this? Omo sneered. 0 cost, sold nationwide, unlimited supply. I'm going to make the people of Dragon Nation drink divine medicine like water. Qian Fugui was so terrified that his soul almost flew out of his body, and he scrambled off to handle the supply. Zhuoruhai smashed the blue and white porcelain teacup to pieces, his eyes bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the head of the pharmaceutical department. Bankrupt? Say that again. The department head knelt on the porcelain shards, took out his phone, and pulled up the sales page. Omo is selling a divine medicine that can revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones for 2 yuan a bottle, with fully automated shipping and free delivery to your door. All the professionals in the country are buying it up, and our inventory is so worthless even dogs won't look at it. A sharp pain shot through Zhuoruhai's chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood 2 meters away. The alchemists collectively resigned and ran to Blackstone City to fight for the job of sewer cleaners, and within moments, 60% of the Zhuo family's low-end pharmaceutical market collapsed. At the same time, the same scene played out at the headquarters of the other 2 major conglomerates. At the Blackstone City Lord's mansion, Omo lounged on the sofa, bored out of his mind. Qian Fugui stumbled in, crying out, "Brother Omo, something's happened. Our southern caravan got robbed." Omo's eyes turned cold. Who had the guts? Qian Fugui had people carry in 4 burlap sacks, from which rolled out 4 monster corpses covered in black scales and sharp claws. Black chi still wafted off them. They were impervious to pain, and their wounds were still writhing. Omo crouched down and drove a hand blade straight into the heart of one of the corpses, then dug out a thumb-sized abyssal magic core. Looking at the pitch-black thing in his hand, Omo's expression gradually changed. "Brother Omo, what's this black-as-hell thing?" Qian Fugui leaned over and asked. "Abyssal magic core." Omo lowered his voice, unable to hide his excitement. Qian Fugui was even more confused. "Isn't that just a low-grade magic core? It may be rare, but it's not worth much, right? Too impure. Even dogs won't use it. You blind." Omo directly threw the magic core over. Qian Fugui caught it and carefully sensed it. His face instantly turned deathly pale. Although this magic core was small, it contained an extremely pure abyssal aura, with not a trace of violent impurities, as if it had been refined over and over again. "This is impossible." Qian Fugui had a look on his face as if he'd seen a ghost. The magic cores dropped from the rifts controlled by the military are all wildly violent. Even professional warriors wouldn't dare absorb them directly. How can this thing be so clean? Omo took back the magic core, tossed it in his hand, and the cold smile at the corners of his mouth grew wider and wider. "Of course it's clean. Because this wasn't dropped by a wild monster. This was refined from living human lives." Qian Fugui sucked in a sharp breath. But Omo's eyes lit up as if he had found an oasis in the desert. The bottleneck stuck at the peak of level 59 actually loosened slightly the moment he touched this magic core. This was exactly the perfect catalyst he needed to break through to level 60. "I was just worrying about not being able to find a high-purity abyss aura.
Umoloktalu.
And it turns out someone in our country has actually been secretly breeding abyss demons." He looked toward Jiangnan City, his eyes filled only with naked greed. The Black Scale cult thought it was wreaking havoc in Jiangnan, but in reality, it was working for him for free, purifying the violent abyssal power into perfect fruit and delivering it right to his doorstep. A few days later, the newly appointed Deputy Officer Li Yan of Blackstone City's Intelligence Department was drenched in sweat as he handed the urgent report to Omo with both hands. "Found out." Omo leaned lazily back on the sofa. Li Yan hurriedly replied, "Yes, City Lord, we've got it all figured out. The source is in the underground sewers deep in the slums of South Jiangnan City. It's already become the Black Scale cult's den of thieves." Omo didn't take the report. He just stared at the magic core, a teasing cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "How big is it?" "Extremely outrageous." Li Yan swallowed hard. They're using a blood sacrifice array to forcefully infuse abyssal demonic energy. In just half a month, the number of missing people in Jiangnan City has already exceeded 3,000. The city defense army sent in 3 brigades, and they were all wiped out inside. And that cult leader's strength has inflated beyond all logic. He's already approaching level 60. When OMO heard the words approaching level 60, his hands stopped moving. A green light like a starving wolf flashed in his eyes. Li Yan didn't notice and continued, City Lord, these abyssal heretics are growing too fast. Leaving them alone will only become a disaster. I recommend reporting this immediately to General Chu Xiaotian and using the military's heavy firepower to flatten Jiangnan City's underground sewers in half a day. Omo's fingers, which had been toying with the magic core, suddenly clenched. He slowly bunched his head and coldly stared at Li Yan. Report it to the military? Omo's voice was very soft, yet it carried a suffocating pressure. Has water gotten into your brain? Or are you upset that I'm making too much money?
Li Yan froze.
City Lord, this is an abyssal heretic. He'll massacre the city. So what if he massacres the city?
Omo sneered.
How did those people in Jiangnan City treat me back then? You never looked into it? Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. OMO stood up from the sofa and slapped the magic core directly against Li Yan's chest. Open your eyes and look carefully. This thing is currently the only medicinal catalyst that can help me break through the level 60 bottleneck. All the abyssal rifts in the country are being watched closely by the military. Where am I supposed to find such high-purity stuff? Omer finally caught on. He gasped sharply and stared at the city lord in front of him. Such a perfect abyss ATM. And you want me to report it to the military? Omer tugged at the corners of his mouth, smiling like a complete and utter capitalist. If the military blasts them all to dust, are you going to haul me back a cartload of high-tier magic cores? Li Yan was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he almost knelt on the ground. My lord, I was foolish. I know I was wrong. Only now did he understand. This city lord in front of him had never regarded the Black Scale sect as a threat at all, but as a thriving field of leaks. Omo turned around, walked back to the sofa, and lay down again. Issue my orders. First, immediately pull out all caravans and informants near Jiangnan City. Bring back all the valuable goods, and don't leave them a single hair to snatch. Li Yan nodded furiously and wrote it down quickly. Second, seal off all information completely, especially on the military side. Anyone who leaks even a single word, I'll throw him straight into the undead pit to be used as fertilizer. Wiping away his cold sweat, Li Yan repeatedly acknowledged the order. Just as he was about to take his leave, Omo suddenly spoke again. Their blood sacrifice formation? Its efficiency is pretty slow, isn't it? Li Yan froze for a moment, then quickly thought it over. It is pretty slow. The formation cores they use are all cobbled together from junk, and the conversion efficiency is less than 10%. They waste a huge amount of energy for nothing. Omo rubbed his chin and shook his head a little, as if frustrated by their lack of progress. Just a bunch of useless trash, too timid to risk themselves for big things, yet quick to forget their lives over tiny gains. At that rate, when am I ever supposed to gather enough top-grade demon cores for a breakthrough? He turned and looked at Li Yan. Go to the warehouse and bring me a cartload of the obsidian scraps we dug back from the elemental plane last time, along with that batch of broken formation patterns with energy-gathering effects. The hand holding the pen suddenly trembled, and Li Yan stared wide-eyed at Omo. Bring them out for what? Omo laughed coldly. Find a few sharp, unfamiliar-looking subordinates, disguise them as black market merchants, and secretly transport this cart of materials to the Jiangnan City black market tonight. Set the price a little lower, and make sure the Black Scale sex buyers purchase it. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Li Yan swallowed hard. He understood now. The city lord thought the other side's pace of making demon cores was too slow, and was actually going out of his way to deliver top-grade spellcasting materials to the enemy, helping them optimize their sacrificial formation. City Lord, what if they get these materials, their strength skyrockets, and they lose control? Out of control? Omer burst out laughing as if he had heard a funny joke. He raised his right hand and gave a crisp snap. Omer's. There were also people sitting in floating crystal flying boats. Each one put on a grander display than the last, all of them wanting to outdo the others. They gathered at the end of the red carpet, exchanging pleasantries. But in every word, they all revolved around one person. Has that Blackstone City Lord surnamed O still not arrived? Lei Patian tugged at his collar, his face full of disdain. It's almost time, and he's still making us old seniors wait for a brat? the Lord of Tianhai City sneered. Young people, once they get rich overnight, they love to put on airs. Probably backstage right now, struggling over how to rent a decent car to save face. The few city lords nearby chuckled along. He's just a scrap collector turned upstart. What kind of foundation could he possibly have? I heard there isn't even a proper road in the Disaster Abyss Grand Canyon. Don't tell me he's coming on foot. Mayor Wang of Jiangnan City was huddled at the outermost edge of the crowd. He kept wiping away cold sweat, not daring to say a word. His mind was full of the man-eating monsters in Jiangnan City's underground sewers. He wasn't in the mood to care about pomp and ceremony. Just as the old guard city lords were laughing their heads off, the sky suddenly went dark. The midday sun was instantly swallowed by thick, heavy clouds. The temperature in the square plunged off a cliff. One moment it was blazing sunshine. The next, the reporters were so cold they could barely hold their cameras steady. What's going on? The weather forecast didn't say anything about rain. Lei Patian frowned and looked up. As soon as the words fell, roar. A dragon's roar that shattered the clouds erupted. It carried a deathly aura that could freeze the soul. The spirit beasts that had been strutting around on the square instantly bristled. The six-winged cloud leopard beside the Tianhai City Lord dropped straight to the ground, trembling like a sieve. Oh my God! What is that? A reporter pointed fearfully at the sky. The thick clouds were torn apart by a violent force. Amid the sky full of black frost, 9 colossal dragon skeletons, each over 100 meters long, descended from the heavens. In its hollow eye sockets burned ghostly blue nether flames the size of washbasins. With every flap of its bone wings, it stirred up a death storm. Frostbone dragons. A full 9 of them. The whole place fell dead silent. Everyone stared fixedly at the sky. Around the necks of these 9 bone dragons were thick, pitch-black iron chains. At the other end of the chains was a jet-black throne. The throne was cast from the finest meteor iron deepest in the abyss. Boom! The 9 bone dragons dragged the meteor iron throne down into the very center of the plaza. The high-grade magical floor tiles cracked like cookies. Chunks of stone flew everywhere. The gale swept away the frost. OMO lounged sideways in the spacious throne, one hand propped under his chin. He looked as lazy as if he had just woken up. He merely lifted his eyelids a little. Sorry. OMO yawned. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. I was in a hurry when I left and didn't have time to pick out a ride. He casually patted the skull of a frostbone dragon beside him. A bone eos. Omer directly rested his foot on the mahogany conference table, splattering mud all over it. Lu Zhenhai was so furious his beard bristled straight up. He slammed his staff against the floor and roared, "How insolent! Do you even understand the rules?" Smoking a cigarette, Omer propped his chin on one hand and lazily replied, "Training? Suffering hardship. Old man, are you out of your mind? You came all the way here to be my life coach." At that one remark, every city lord in the room drew a sharp breath. This kid's insane. Lu Zhenhai was trembling all over with rage. His level 65 water element magic erupted directly in the meeting room, and the water in the teacups instantly began to boil. "You brat!" he shouted, pointing at Omer's nose. "Giving you mine vein number 7 is already showing you respect. Don't think that just because you've made a bit of a name for yourself outside you can act lawlessly. Today, you will take this mine whether you want it or not." Lei Patian suddenly stood up, his berserker blood aura surging skyward. "Omer, do you really think the hundreds of city lords here are just for show? Push us too far, and none of us will let you walk out of this door today." Omer flicked ash from his cigarette, landing it precisely on the red dot marking mine vein number 7 on the holographic map. He slowly rose to his feet, placing both hands on the table and leaning forward, his dark eyes sweeping across the entire room. A terrifying pressure mixed with the death aura of millions of undead surged back like a collapsing snow mountain. The magic released by Lu Zhenhai and Lei Patian was crushed on the spot. Several older city lords standing nearby turned pale and retreated repeatedly, their eyes filled only with shock. "I've never been picky about food," Omer said in a low voice, yet it sounded like thunder exploding. "I don't want leftovers, and I'm not satisfied with a little good meat and a few decent dishes either." He extended his index finger and drew a large circle on the holographic map, enclosing all 10 red dots. "Like this, then. I'll take all 10 of these S-rank mineral veins." Dead silence. The entire top-floor conference room fell into a 10-second silence. And then came a complete tsunami. "Arrogant. You want to hog everything for yourself? Do you really think we're pushovers? That's too outrageous. You're going against the entire Dragon Nation. More than a dozen fiery city lords slammed the table at once, and multicolored magic erupted instantly, shaking the bulletproof glass into dense spiderweb cracks. Chu Xiaotian sat nearby, covering his forehead with a deep sigh. What a sin. From the moment Omer rode in on the bone dragon, he had already guessed the ending. This living Yama wasn't here to attend a meeting at all. He was clearly here to flip the table. As long as Omer was here, a distribution meeting would have to turn into a denunciation session for him. Chu Xiaotian even began calculating how to keep this building standing once the fighting started. Mayor Wang of Jiangnan City was so terrified that he had crawled under the table, clutching his head and trembling. When gods fight, a small fry like him doesn't even have the zhuge to take a look. Faced with those almost cannibalistic glares, Omer not only failed to retreat a single step, but instead sat back down in his chair and put his feet back up on the table. He held a cigarette in his mouth. Koldos. Chu Xiaotian directly activated the large-scale virtual war sandbox, scanning in both sides real troop data with 100% accuracy. Each side puts out 50,000 troops. The winner takes 10 mineral veins. When Lu Zhenhai heard this, he immediately pulled in Lei Patian and the Lord of Tianhai City, and the three sides joined forces to scrape together 150,000 elite troops. Jinbei City's 50,000 heavily armored greatsword knights charged head-on, Beihai City's 50,000 frost magi carried out long-range bombardment, and Tianhai City's 50,000 high-tier griffin riders seized air superiority. The three old foxes had revealed all their trump cards, just waiting to tear Omo to pieces. Omo simply sneered. Three old trash together are still trash. After saying that, he walked straight into the sand table cabin. Just as the projected image of 150,000 elite troops lit up, Omo's side finished loading too. The entire room fell silent instantly. On the screen, there were only 10,000 shabby-looking skeleton soldiers, holding broken bone swords and bone shields, scattered sparsely across the plain. Lei Patian burst out laughing on the spot. 10,000 F-rank cannon fodder against 150,000? Lu Zhenhai was also laughing so hard tears came out, and he grabbed the command mic and ordered directly, "Full army assault. Crush this pile of bones to powder in 3 minutes." The countdown ended. The 150,000-strong army surged forward like a steel flood. Lu Zhenhai issued a cold order. Frost Magi, area bombardment. Seal off the retreat. Ice blue magic arrays lit up across the sky, and countless ice spikes stood ready to fire. The three-family coalition coordinated infantry, tanks, spellcasters, and air support, having drilled this countless times. The city lords watching all nodded secretly. This liquid mercury-like assault would make even elite troops of the same tier shed a layer of skin. Everyone turned to look at Omo's troop projection. The result was complete silence across the field. Those 10,000 gray-white skeleton soldiers had not formed a battle line, nor set up any defense. They just wandered forward in a loose, lazy way. Some carried broken bone swords, some had their hands empty, looking like a bunch of old men out for a stroll. Not even setting up a defensive formation. Has this kid given up? Inside the command cabin, Omo, dressed in a black bespoke suit with his collar open, rested his chin on one hand and casually gave an order. Keep moving forward. If you come across anything breathing, smash it to death. The steel torrent and the white bone skirmishers crashed into each other. A magic-powered tank came roaring in at full speed. The white bone soldier at the front slowly raised its chipped bone club and casually smashed it at the tank. Bang! The tens of tons steel tank's front instantly caved in. The entire vehicle exploded from the middle and shattered into countless pieces of flying metal. Lei Potion's maniacal grin froze on his face in an instant. Then the nightmare descended. The white bone soldiers charged into the heavy cavalry formation, and with one slash, they split both man and horse, along with the shield, clean in half. The heavy cavalry's great sword struck the bone soldiers, and all that could be heard was a crisp crack. The sword broke and the rider reeled. Lu Zhenhai panicked. Mages fire! 50,000 mage masters unleashed ice spikes and fireballs, drowning the bone soldiers in a torrent of magic. As the light faded, the white bone soldiers walked out of the smoke, patted the dust off their skulls, and a string of -1 popped up on the holographic panel. Couldn't break through their defense. The sandbox data is wrong. I protest. The white bone soldiers began to speed up. They thought walking was too slow, so they simply jumped straight up on the spot, rising dozens of meters high, and the Trey Eos. Just after OMO finished signing the property transfer document and turned to leave, a sudden ringtone sounded from the corner. Mayor Wang hurriedly answered the emergency hotline, and the deputy bureau chief's heartrending cries instantly flooded into the meeting room. countless black-scaled monsters surged out of the underground sewer. The defensive line collapsed in 5 minutes. Bullets couldn't kill them. They slaughtered everyone they saw and used them as blood sacrifice offerings. They had already occupied 1/3 of the city and were advancing toward the city center. The communication was suddenly cut off, leaving only a dead line. Mayor Wang's phone fell to the ground. He collapsed onto the floor, then scrambled and crawled to Chu Xiaotian, wrapped his arms around his trouser leg, and banged his head desperately on the ground. "General Chu, save us. They're abyss heretics. Please send the military to save the millions of civilians." Chu Xiaotian's face turned livid as he grabbed him. "There's no time. Even the nearest A-rank field army would need 3 hours at full speed to get there, and there isn't enough time to charge and assemble a large teleportation array." Omo only spent half a day bringing the Black-Scale Church's news back to Blackstone City. As soon as Mayor Wang heard it, he completely collapsed, slumping to the ground and letting out a desperate wail. Millions of lives were about to be destroyed by the Abyss Heretics. The other veteran city lords all looked grim, and none of them dared send troops to their deaths. Just when everyone was at a loss, Omo suddenly turned around. In his pitch-black eyes, a hungry light lit up, like a hunter finally waiting for his prey to emerge from the den. He strode over to Mayor Wang, grabbed the back of his collar, and yanked him up like a chicken. "Why are you crying?" Omo brushed the dust off his shoulder and revealed a merchant's smile. "I'll take this job." Those words silenced the entire hall. Mayor Wang, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, trembled with excitement. "City Lord Omo, are you willing to go save Jiangnan City? The appearance fee is waived." Omo waved his hand and added, "But there's one condition. The city defense forces must withdraw completely, and no one is allowed to interfere. The black-scaled monsters inside are all mine." Mayor Wang nodded like a bobblehead. "No problem. They're all yours." Chu Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief, while the other city lords exchanged glances. Only Intelligence Deputy Officer Li Yan was drenched in cold sweat. That group of black-scaled cultists had originally been the leaks Omo had been raising in Jiangnan's underground sewers. They had now spawned high-purity abyssal demon cores, exactly the experience pack he needed to break through level 60. Omo strode out of the conference room. Facing the sunlight, a frostbone dragon lowered its head in waiting. He stepped onto the dragon's nasal bridge, leaped onto the meteorite iron throne, and lazily snapped his fingers. "Old Li, get to work. Tell the bone dragon to max out its speed and fly straight to Jiangnan City." "Should we assemble the army?" "Fuck assembling anything." Omo leaned back in the wide leather seat, unbuttoning his suit with one hand as his gaze fell on the tactical screen. Omo sat in the private jet, staring at the glaring red light on the satellite feed. Li Yan was so nervous his hands were sweaty as he lowered his voice to report. "Boss, Jiangnan City's airspace has been sealed off. The city defense line was breached 10 minutes ago, and now the entire city has become a hunting ground for the black-scale cult." Omo didn't respond. He merely took a sip of red wine, his expression as calm as if he were waiting for a picnic. Su Qinghan held her ice-snow longsword and silently wiped it clean. "Prepare to land." The private jet charged straight toward the World Trade Building in the city center. When it landed, the rooftop was covered in dried blood. The moment the cabin door opened, the stench of blood and abyssal demonic energy surged in. Omo stepped out first, treading on the bloodstains. He didn't summon an army. Instead, he casually snapped his fingers, and hundreds of Dark Knight skeletons stepped out from a spatial rift, sealing off the rooftop. He walked to the railing and looked down at the bleeding city below, closing his eyes to take a deep breath of the demonic energy. "Ah!" Omo opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up, his dark pupils filled with greed. This demonic energy's purity is finally high enough. He slapped the railing and laughed like an old farmer finally expecting a harvest. "Not in vain did I endure for so long and send over so many fine materials." Li Yan's scalp prickled. He lowered his head and pretended he hadn't heard. Su Qinghan frowned and looked down below, just in time to see the black-scale cultists toss severed limbs into the altar, where a flash of red light drained the flesh and blood dry. So tragic. 1/3 of the entire city has been used as sacrifices. She tightened her grip on her long sword and turned to ask Umo, "Who was the instigator of this chaos?" Umo didn't answer. He just looked at the pot of perfectly simmered, all-purpose tonic stew at his feet. It turned out that Owen, his younger brother whose meridians had once been crippled, and the high priest who had been spreading poison everywhere and setting up blood sacrifice formations, were both actually their family's profit-driven father, Aus Henhai. On the rooftop of the World Trade Building, the high-altitude wind howled. Umo stood in a pure black bespoke suit, hands in his pockets, black leather shoes planted on the railing, gazing down from above at the city that had already turned into a hellscape. They've spotted us. Su Qinghan tightened her icy longsword as cold air flowed around it. Hundreds of cultists in dark red robes below abruptly looked up and locked onto the rooftop. Roar! After a roar, hundreds of cultists surged into the building like rabid dogs. They're very fast, and their burst power far exceeds that of professionals of the same level. Su Qinghan analyzed. The stairs are narrow. If they rush up and engage us in close combat, we'll be at a disadvantage. Should I seal off the stairwell first? Umo turned back, the corner of his mouth lifting in an unconcerned smile. Seal it off? Open the doors wide and even the gaps in the door, take them out for me. I flew all the way here not to lock my prey outside. Li Yan wiped the cold sweat from his face. The boss wasn't here to fight a war at all. He was clearly like a factory director coming down to the workshop to inspect the assembly line. Footsteps thundered in the corridor, and the howls of beasts drew ever closer. Bang! The steel fire door was smashed flying. Several high-ranking cultists rushed out, black scales covering their faces, eyes blood-red, 10 fingers ending in black claws half a foot long, pouncing straight at Umo. Step back. Umo spoke lightly. Dozens of dark knights guarding the stairway entrance moved instantly. More than a dozen white bone dragon spears thrust out in crisscrossing formation, turning the stairway entrance into a deadly iron forest. The cultists at the very front didn't even have time to dodge before their chests were pierced through. Even with their intestines spilling out, they still bared their fangs and desperately crawled over to bite people. Court death. Omer cast a cold glance and gave the order, crush them. The dark knights twisted both hands. The berserk crushing force, amplified by 10,000 times strength, exploded forth, and several cultists blew apart on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. But the cultists behind them surged forward like a tide. The dark knights didn't even change formation. The long spears in their hands mechanically retracted and thrust out again. The stairway entrance was completely turned into a meat grinder. The charging cultists couldn't even let out a scream before they were killed, to the point that touching them meant instant death. Brushing them meant instant death. Blood flowed swiftly through S. Omer tossed away the useless empty shell and continued absorbing the next magic core. The level 59 barrier gave off a faint cracking sound, and the progress bar moved forward a little more. He narrowed his eyes and lazily let his voice carry out. Tell the ones lining up below to come one by one. Don't crowd. 10-odd minutes later, the rooftop had completely become an assembly line. Kill monsters, take cores, plate them. Ding ding ding. The sound of magic cores landing on the plates kept ringing out. To Su Qinghan, this sounded like a death knell. To Omer, it sounded like counting money. Behind the ventilation duct, Wang Hu clamped his hand tightly over his mouth, his entire body of black scales trembling. He had intended to ambush him, but instead he saw those fanatical believers who feared death no more than free boars delivering themselves to the slaughter, at Omo's eyes. His faith utterly collapsed. He was left with only one thought, to flee back and tell the cult leader that the man on the rooftop was more terrifying than the abyss itself. Wang Hu crawled back step by step. Just as he grabbed the edge of the vent, Omo's indifferent voice rang in his ear. Watched the assembly line for so long, and you think you can leave without paying tuition? The white bone dragon spear instantly pierced Wang Hu's throat, and the magic core was knocked free. Omo brushed his suit sleeve and strode downstairs. This building's been cleared. Head to the city center square. There's more loot there. The square was shrouded in a blood-red magic array, with thousands of cultists slashing their wrists to offer blood. On the white bone altar in the center, a 3-meter-tall monster covered in black scales and bone spikes was devouring abyssal blood chi, its pressure surging straight to level 60. The monster suddenly turned around. Seeing the black-suited young man at the entrance, it burst into wild laughter. Omo, you're finally here. It rose to its feet, unleashing the power of a demon god, its killing intent soaring to the heavens. Today I'm going to crush your bones inch by inch. Omo merely frowned slightly, staring at that twisted face for a few seconds before saying flatly, Owen, you're still not dead. Those words froze Owen's smile, his face full of disbelief. He had expected Omo to be shocked and terrified, but instead he looked as though he were staring at a cockroach that deserved to be stomped to death. Extreme frustration instantly swallowed Owen's reason. Roaring, he leapt down from the altar and turned into a black bolt of lightning, smashing toward Omo. The shockwave overturned the floor tiles. Several dark knights blocked the aftershock, while Omo's suit remained completely unruffled. Owen landed, spread his arms, and the level 60 pressure made the ground tremble. Omo, do you see this power? This is the power to slay gods. Omo took a step forward, and the tile beneath his foot was instantly crushed to powder. Owen pointed at his own chest, his voice hoarse. You have no idea what I've been through during this time. I lay in the sewer like a maggot, fighting rats every day for moldy trash to eat, my rotting flesh crawling with maggots. And all of this is thanks to you. His features twisted, his fingernails digging into his palm. To kill you, I sacrificed my soul to the Grand Duke of the Abyss, drained the flesh and blood of thousands of trash like they were alive, and endured the pain of 10,000 worms gnawing at my bones, all to obtain this demonic god's body. Today, I'll make you repay the suffering I endured in the sewer tenfold, 100-fold. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of black scale cultists surged out from the dead ends around them, surrounding Umo and the others. The passage ahead split open, and Aozenhai walked out leaning on a bone staff, his right leg already transformed into a demon's claw. You little beast, your day has come, Aozenhai sneered. Back then, you drove us out of the family and crippled Wenner's meridians, thinking you could hold the capital in the palm of your hand? Even if Chu Shaotian brought troops here today, he still couldn't save you. The father and son sang in harmony, and thousands of cultists roared at once, their killing intent fully unleashed. Umo kept his head lowered, his shoulders suddenly shaking twice. Owen thought he was scared and laughed even more wildly. Now you know how to tremble? Kneel and beg, and maybe I'll let you die a quick death. Umo lifted his head, lazily yawned, then casually picked at his ear and blew lightly at his fingernail. Done talking? He took a step forward, glanced over the surrounding cultists, and his eyes looked like they were sizing up pork. Since you've finished your last words, hurry up and drop the loot. Umo said indifferently. I'm still short of 300 high-grade magic cores. You've raised this pig nice and fat, and the materials behind you are all prepared too. Don't let me make this trip for nothing today. Owen was completely driven mad with rage, screaming at the top of his lungs. Kill him! Tear him into mincemeat! They dropped to all fours like rabid stray dogs. At Aozenhai's command, the thousands of black scale cultists went completely berserk and lunged at Umo with a stench of blood. Su Qinghan was just about to draw her sword, but Umo spoke calmly. No need for you to do it. His hand was still in his pocket. He only spat out 2 words into the void. Clear the field. The next second, the shadow beneath his feet suddenly exploded, and a gigantic abyss tore through the square. The Skeleton King stepped out of the abyss in one stride and stood before him. Almost at the same time, Owen's 3-meter demonic god's body turned into black lightning and crashed down. The Skeleton King casually raised his greatsword with one hand, and a thunderous clang rang out. Owen spat blood and was sent flying backward, crashing into the ruins of bones. The whole place fell dead silent. Umo lowered his head and patted his sleeve, sneering. You sold your soul for just this much ability? Aozenhai's expression changed drastically as he roared. Don't fight him one-on-one. Drown him with sheer numbers. He raised his staff and bellowed at the thousands of believers. Kill him! Bring me Omo's head, and the cult leader will reward you with the title of chief. The believers went completely mad, surging forward like a tide of hungry wolves. Su Qinghan's face turned deathly pale. Just as she was about to force a clash, Omo held down her sword. Put the sword away. Just pick up the materials afterward. With that, he tucked one hand into his pocket and lazily snapped his fingers. Bang! The sky twisted, and 103-meter mech skeletons crashed down from above. Twin shoulder-mounted magic energy Gatling barrels whirred as they spun, aiming at the tide-like believers. Omo's tone was flat as he uttered just 2 words. Fire! Omo's gunfire was like the scythe of death, directly cutting the thousands of black-scale cultists into a field of mangled flesh. In less than half a minute, the plaza was left with only the stench of blood and fragments of black scales. Aozenhai's legs went weak, and he collapsed into the blood pool, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The trump card he had painstakingly raised for half a month was just beaten into a sieve like that. Owen rushed out from the ruins and charged at Omo with a furious roar, black flames flaring wildly from the flesh wings behind him. But Omo simply kept one hand in his pocket and calmly spat out 2 words. Shield. The bone giant shield skeleton stepped out with 1 foot and slammed the door-sized shield onto the ground. Owen's full-force claw strike left not even a scratch, and instead his fingers were shattered by the shield's recoil. The next second, the giant shield skeleton backhanded him with a massive slap, landing squarely on Owen's face. Owen was hoisted into the air by the giant shield skeleton like a dead chicken, His neck clamped so tightly it was almost broken. He had just been blasted away by a magic energy Gatling gun, smashing through 3 buildings. His dragon scales were shattered, and most of his bones were broken. Now he could only glare while coughing up black blood. OMO walked up to him and looked down with a cold sneer. "That's it? You're already down? I thought you had wings and were about to take off. But instead you flew straight back into the garbage dump." Owen's eyes were full of venom.
Umo.
"The Abyss Grand Duke won't let you go." OMO patted his face, which was covered in dust. "I don't know whether the Abyss Grand Duke will let me go, but I do know that you, pig, are ready for slaughter." He snapped his fingers, and the giant shield skeleton immediately tightened its bone hands. Oh Zhenhai crawled out of the ruins, screaming as he lunged forward. "Let go of my son! He's your younger brother." OMO didn't even look back. "Younger brother? When you wanted to kick me out on the Awakening Square, why didn't you remember I was your biological son?" Just as O1 was about to be strangled to death, the abyssal priest ring suddenly turned searing hot. A wicked voice came from the ring. "What a waste! If you want power, then trade for the highest grade sacrifice. Blood relatives." Owen's voice was like poison, cold and bone-chilling. The purest abyssal magic requires the flesh and soul of blood kin to detonate. "He's right beneath your feet. Eat him, and you can slay gods." Owen suddenly opened his eyes, leaving only madness in their depths. Reason and humanity were completely burned away by his desire for power. "Break for me." Ignoring the risk of having his neck snapped, he directly detonated the blood in his heart. Demonic flames exploded, and the giant shield skeleton's wrist loosened. Owen broke free from the restraint, but instead of charging at OMO, he lunged toward O Zhenhai on the ground. O Zhenhai thought his son had come to save him and reached out with his demon claw to grab him. The next second, Owen clamped onto his neck and slammed him down onto the ground. "Father!" Owen's voice was hoarse, and saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. "Didn't you say everything in the O family belongs to me? Didn't you say you'd give me anything, no matter what?" O Zhenhai finally panicked. "Wonner, I'm your father." "I know." Owen grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs. "Then I'll borrow your life for a while now." As soon as he finished speaking, he bit down on O Zhenhai's neck. The sounds of tearing flesh and agonized screams mingled together, and O Zhenhai was sucked dry into a corpse in the blink of an eye. In less than 10 seconds, an empty shell was thrown to the ground. OMO stood a few meters away, watching coldly as he took 2 steps back so the filthy blood wouldn't splash onto his shoes. Fatherly love, filial devotion. Omo's voice was flat, as if he were watching a terrible movie. As O Zhenhai's flesh and blood were devoured, the broken ring on Owen's right hand burst with red light. The sky split open with a black and red fissure, and a pillar of light descended from above, precisely engulfing Owen. The will of the abyss descended directly. Owen's body shot up to 5 meters tall, and flesh wings spread wide. His level surged all the way up, charging straight to level 70. A violent pressure swept across the square, glass curtain walls shattered, and buildings collapsed one after another. Su Qinghan's ice and snow domain was crushed to pieces, and she retreated more than 10 steps before managing to steady herself. "OMO, be careful." Her voice was urgent. "This is the power of the Abyss Plane's will." Seve. Omer stared at the huge magic core, his Adam's apple bobbing, but he didn't step back. Instead, he nodded in satisfaction. "Very good." He straightened his suit collar, a Kongra smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Though the ripening fertilizer is disgusting, the fruit does bear beautifully." As the black-red light pillar faded, the city center plaza had already been reduced to ruins. A terrifying figure towering 10 meters high emerged from the dust. Owen had completely transformed into a projection of an abyss demon god, black flesh wings blotting out the sky, dark golden dragon scales flowing with magma, waves of heat surging, even the space itself being burned through. Su Qinghan was forced back by the heat, desperately forming ice walls, only to watch them melt away before her eyes. "Omer, this power is beyond the limit. We have to withdraw." In midair, Owen lowered his head, his blood-red giant eyes looking down at them with a cruel grin. "Withdraw? Today? Even if you grow wings, you won't fly out of Jiangnan City." He extended his spiked giant claw, black flames compressing in his palm, the air being sucked dry. "Omer, where are those hundreds of your skeletons? Tell them to come up here. In front of a level 70 demon god, you're nothing but vermin." Owen thought he had won for sure, but he saw Omer walk forward 2 steps into the heat, his gaze fixed straight on the reverse scale on Owen's chest. Omer's eyes had completely changed, filled only with naked greed. Level 70? High Purity Abyss Origin. Perfect. I'm stuck at the peak of level 59, just missing a catalyst. If I swallow this wave of experience, I'll overflow straight to level 60. Owen froze. The next second, his pride was utterly crushed as he let out a hysterical roar and raised that world-destroying mass of black flame, hurling it straight at Omer's head. But Omer tossed his coat to Su Qinghan. Hold this. Don't get it dirty. He loosened the buttons on his shirt, rolled his neck, and his joints cracked. Step back. The Skeleton King immediately moved aside. Omo took a deep breath, and two dark blue beams of light burst from the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Attribute feedback. Boom! The attributes of 1,000,000 skeletons, 100 myth-level kings, and the Star Realm giant whale instantly stacked onto him. A quantitative change triggered a qualitative change. The bulletproof floor tiles beneath Omo's feet instantly turned to powder, and even space itself was crushed into distortion. He put his head, looked at the black flame smashing toward him from midair, and curled up the corners of his mouth into a wild, icy sneer. Level 70? With one fierce stomp of his foot. Bang! Omo turned into a streak of shadow and charged straight at the light of the demon god that Owen had unleashed, barehanded. At the same time, at the Imperial Capital Military Monitoring Center, Chu Xiaotian stared at the thermal imaging screen, his hand pressing hard against the command console. On the screen, two energy masses, one black and one white, were racing toward each other. The white light point's energy density had already exceeded the detection limit, pure physical force. Sweat beaded on Chu Xiaotian's forehead. He knew who it was, the living Yama who had just bragged in the conference room about taking all 10 mineral veins. He was actually planning to use his flesh and blood body to go head-on against a level 70 demon god. Boom! Two beams of light collided fiercely above Jiangnan City. Owen's 10-meter demonic body hovered in midair, his giant claw wrapped in black flames as it slammed down. But Omo only raised one arm and steadily blocked the claw. How is this possible? Owen's eyes were about to pop out of his head. A mocking smile curved on Omo's lips. So what if you're huge and borrowed more power? Does that make you invincible? The next second, the force in Omo's fist suddenly erupted, and the physical strength stacked from 1,000,000 skeleton attributes thunderously crashed out. Crack! Owen's demonic claw burst apart in a shower of dragon scales. Black blood spurted wildly, and his whole body was knocked back more than 10 meters. Aren't you a necromancer? Owen roared hysterically. Omo paid him no mind, twisted his neck, and instantly turned into a black shadow as he rushed forward. Bang! One punch smashed through Owen's black flame shield and landed squarely on his face. Eft! Owen spat out a mouthful of broken teeth and black blood. Half of his face's dragon scales were shattered, and his jaw was knocked askew. Before he could even steady himself, Omo's fists were already raining down like a storm, each strike landing with brutal force. Omo threw another punch. Owen was directly blasted into the ruins, with half his body buried inside. Just this. Omo sneered and kept swinging his fists. Every blow landed on Owen's body, shattering his dragon scales and spraying black blood everywhere. Owen desperately swiped back in counterattack, but in Omo's eyes it was as slow as a slow-motion replay. Omo sidestepped effortlessly and drove an elbow into his chest. Crack! Owen's breastbone caved in and the spikes snapped off. Is that all you've got? As he fought, Omo mocked him. The power you got from eating trash is only enough to loosen me up. Owen completely went berserk. He opened his blood-like mouth and bit toward Omo. Omo's eyes turned cold, and he lifted his leg into a sweeping kick. Your mouth stinks too much. Shut it. Owen's massive body was sent flying, crashing into the plaza ruins with a thunderous boom, smashing out a pit dozens of meters deep. Omo hovered in midair and did not pursue. He took a deep breath. The thousands of magic cores left behind by the dead black scale cultists in the ruins, along with the abyss origin power overflowing from Owen's body, all turned into black currents and surged wildly toward Eos. Omo went straight for the chokehold, using one hand to slam the 5-meter-tall abyssal demon through the square from the air, smashing out a pit dozens of meters deep. 80% of Owen's bones were shattered, and black blood sprayed wildly. Omo stepped on his chest and sneered. Clear-headed now? Owen struggled desperately, but he could not move at all. Omo. You think swallowing your own father makes you a god? Open your dog eyes and look carefully. Other than being uglier, what good is the skin of yours? Owen gritted his teeth. I'm not backing down. Omo scoffed. The Abyss Marquis thinks highly of you? You're just a watchdog they raise. You sold out your father and still wag your tail begging for food. Every word stabbed at his heart. Owen's pupils shrank violently. Black bloody tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and his Dao heart completely collapsed. The broken ring suddenly wailed loudly. Sensing that its host was done for, the abyss will forcibly drew away the black energy. Owen's flesh instantly withered and he reverted to a skeleton-thin cripple. The black energy turned into a ghostly face and fled in panic toward the ground. Umo stood where he was, the corners of his mouth curling up. You ate my experience and still want to run? Umo didn't need to make a move himself at all. With a casual snap of his fingers, violent ripples instantly spread through the space at the bottom of the pit. Dozens of gray figures peeled away from the void. It was the assassin skeletons that had been waiting for a long time. They gripped the bone daggers smeared with deadly poison in reverse, with no extra movement at all, and directly stabbed toward the spatial node where the black aura was fleeing. Under the blessing of 10,000 times attributes, that assassination strike instantly locked down 100 meters of space. The black aura had just touched the ground when it slammed into an invisible wall of chi and was violently rebounded into the air. The ghost face-like black aura let out a terrified roar, darting left and right, but it was blocked by the assassin skeleton's killing formation. The daggers wove a death net without a single gap, pinning it firmly in midair. Ghostly blue netherfire burned along the daggers crazily, and the stench of scorched flesh filled the air. Umo walked up to the mass of black aura in his leather shoes, his eyes cold. So you're the will of the abyss, huh? Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I just happened to be short of a high-grade material. He then turned to look at Owen, who was slumped in the pile of rubble, and a white bone short blade condensed in his palm. He raised it high and aimed it straight at the other man's heart. 80% of Owen's bones were broken, and he could barely even move a finger. Terror flooded his eyes. Don't kill me. With a burst of force from Umo's arm, the blade was about to plunge down, but at the very last moment he suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on the abyss ring in Owen's hand, its red glow already dim, and when he looked up again at the black aura in midair, now burned down to only a short remnant, a mad idea surfaced. This ring was precisely the coordinate connecting to the abyss. A capitalist smile curled at the corners of Umo's mouth. He flipped his wrist, and the white bone short blade turned into deathly energy and dispersed. He lifted his leather shoe and viciously stomped down on Owen's lower abdomen and dantian. With a dull bang, Owen let out a shrill scream as his dantian was completely shattered and the source of all his power was destroyed. That 5-meter-tall demon god body rapidly shrank, and in the blink of an eye it returned to the emaciated form of an ordinary person. Umo controlled the force with precision, crippling only Owen's combat ability while leaving the ring and a trace of abyssal demonic aura, sustaining his last breath so he wouldn't die immediately. Owen rolled in the mud in pain. Why you? What did you do to me? At this moment, Su Qinghan rushed into the bottom of the pit with her sword in hand. She glanced at Owen, who was writhing and howling, then at Umo, who had empty hands, and her delicate brows furrowed. Why didn't you finish him off? Umo stood on the high-voltage tower, hands behind his back, the night wind whipping his black suit. He looked down coldly at Owen in the scrapyard. For something like an abyss heretic, leaving him alive is a ticking time bomb. Cutting the weeds at the roots is the safest. Umo bit down on a cigarette, lit it with a click, and exhaled a ring of smoke. Qinghan, your perspective is still too small. He lowered his head and glanced at Owen, who was rolling around in the mud like a maggot, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. That brat is the best bait right now. That ring is the fishhook. I'm going to follow this ant and wipe out the entire abyss lair. Su Qinghan sucked in a sharp breath, looking at the man before her, a chill running down her spine. When others faced an abyss invasion, all they thought about was how to resist. But OMO was different. He treated the abyss demon god like an experience pack and even wanted to turn the tables and rob it. Mayor Wang rushed over with the city defense troops, trembling as he ran.
L'heure.
Leave the rest to us. OMO spat out the cigarette but crushed it under his leather shoe and pointed at O1 at the bottom of the pit. Take him away. No treatment, no prison. Throw him back into the slums, to the dirtiest, smelliest dump you can find. Mayor Wang nodded so hard it looked like a bobblehead, and several city defense soldiers rushed down to the bottom of the pit, lifting Owen up like a dead dog. O1 was dragged over the rubble, leaving a long trail of blood. He didn't even have the strength to scream, only staring at Omo's back with venomous eyes. Half an hour later, at the largest open-air dump in the southern slums. O1 was thrown straight from the truck into a stinking sewage pit by the city defense troops. Wastewater poured into his nose and mouth, and he coughed violently. What was worse, the wisp of abyss demonic energy left behind by OMO was surging wildly through his meridians, like tens of thousands of ants gnawing at his bone marrow. Ah! Owen dug his fingers into the ground and rolled around in the mud in agony. The surrounding vagrants gathered around and recognized him. It's him. He occupied the sewer a few days ago and had Old Wong and the others all captured for bloodletting. Old grudges and new hatred erupted at once. Rocks and rotten vegetable leaves rained down on him like a storm. Owen was curled up in the muddy water, once the young master of the O family who had stood high above everyone else, a genius who had awakened an SSS tier talent, and the Sev. He looked at Owen, who was crying his eyes out amid the mud and rocks, and there was no pity on his face, only a cold sneer. OMO pulled out a silver flask, tilted his head back, and took a swig of strong liquor. The burning heat slid down his throat. His gaze locked onto the ring on Owen's index finger as he said softly, "Live well, Owen." His voice was quickly carried away by the night wind. Every day of pain will remind you how much you crave power. When you can't hold on any longer, then summon the true big shot from the abyss. He turned and melted into the shadows, leaving behind a cold whisper. Only then will your remaining value be completely squeezed dry. On the plaza of the Blackstone City Lord's Mansion, sunlight poured over a small mountain made of 8,600 high-grade magic cores. OMO had changed into a loose black shirt and was lazily leaning back in a pure gold chair, legs crossed, his gaze sweeping over these spoils stripped from Owen. Qian Fugui held a golden abacus, his fingers flicking across it at lightning speed, his face flushed red with excitement, breathing heavily. City Lord, the count is done. 8,600 high-grade magic cores, plus dark gold dragon scales and demon bone spikes, all top-tier materials. OMO reached out through the air and seized the fist-sized origin core, swallowing it directly into his soul. With a boom, the level 60 barrier shattered, and a divine skeletal phantom appeared at the top of the talent tree. He opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling up. 5 ultimate attribute cores? The Earthfire Marrow has already completed the fire core. I'm only short of the water, wind, thunder, and earth ones. He sat up straight, his domineering aura pressing down over the plaza, and said to Li Yan and Qian Fugui, "I'm tired of the petty domestic games. Spread our intelligence network overseas and search the world for 4 extreme secret realms. As long as there's a lead, even if it's under the White House, dig it out for me." Li Yan and Qian Fugui exchanged a glance, their eyes burning with fanaticism and shock alike. They understood that Blackstone City's iron boots were going abroad. On the morning of the 5th day, a black unmarked helicopter landed in the wilderness outside the city. William, the foreign envoy with blonde hair and blue eyes, was escorted in by dark knights, his legs weak as he entered the city lord's mansion. With both hands raised high, he offered a pitch-black envelope to OMO, who was seated in the main chair holding an ice-cold cola. "Lord City Lord, this is an invitation from the Global Extraordinary Alliance." OMO set the cola glass on the deck and took the letter with one hand, his gaze falling on the gilded words. "Atlantis Deep-Sea Ruins?" He raised an eyebrow, his tone amused. "This place only shows up once every 10 years. And your global elites can't even break through a single ruin." William's face turned red, but he didn't dare argue back. He could only report bitterly, "It's already the 5th day. 3 waves of people have been wiped out. Inside are nothing but deep-sea monsters and extreme water element storms. The higher-ups are out of options, so they can only ask you to take action. Otherwise, not only will the divine treasure be gone, but the tsunami will also flood more than half the coastline." Omo's fingers rubbed over the invitation, and the hall was terrifyingly quiet. Sweat covered William's forehead as he feared he would be refused with a single word. "Extreme water element storms?" OMO repeated in a low voice, then suddenly laughed, leaning back in his chair and laughing without restraint. "These foreigners are sensible. They even delivered a pillow to me." He stood up, his black silk shirt swaying in the wind, and said wildly, "Tell them I'm taking this job. Blackstone City accepts." William let out a sigh of relief, yet his eyes were still full of despair as he turned and almost fled from the city lord's mansion. The open ocean of the Pacific. A heavy aerial mothership bearing the flag of the Dragon Kingdom hovered steadily in midair. Below, at the center of the sea, a blue energy vortex spun wildly, and deep within it, an ancient cluster of buildings could be vaguely seen, Atlantis. The perimeter of the ruins was tightly surrounded by the joint fleet. Dozens of top extraordinary powerhouses above level 60 stood on the deck. Max, the 5-star general of Eagle Nation, held a trident and looked up at the Dragon Kingdom mothership, shouting in contempt, "Chu Xiaotian isn't coming. So they sent a kid whose hair hasn't even fully grown in to lead? Is there no one left in Dragon Kingdom?" The white elephant monk sneered. "Scared, huh?" The Sakura leader drew his katana, his face full of caution. The deck of the Dragon Nation's mothership was eerily empty. Only Xiao Wang was clutching a clipboard, trembling with rage. "Those bastards!" He turned to look at Omo in the center of the deck. Sunglasses on, a cola cup with a straw in hand. Omo was sipping coconut juice, lounging lazily on a beach chair. Xiao Wang was frantic. "City Lord, they've aimed their cannons at us." Omo slowly swallowed the coconut juice. "What's the rush? Let them bark a couple times first." Below, Max was furious at being ignored. With a burst of level 65 magic power, he shot straight up to the same height as the mothership, pointing his trident at Omo. "Hand over the vanguard right. Otherwise, the Allied fleet will seal off the sea area right now." Just as Xiao Wang was about to curse, Max sneered, "The weak have no right to bargain." As he finished speaking, hundreds of magic cannons locked onto the mothership at once. Xiao Wang went deathly pale and turned for help. "City Lord, they're serious now." Omo put down the coconut, lowered his sunglasses a little, revealing his dark eyes, and glanced at Max, so noisy. Max clenched his teeth. "If you want to blockade it, then blockade it. If you can't hand over the vanguard right, then get lost and go back." Omo leaned back into the chair again, propping his chin on one hand, and laughed. "Fine. Since you like blockades that much, then no one gets the sea." Max's face turned livid, and he roared, "Sea god summoning!" The next moment, over 1,000 deep-sea beasts burst out of the water, surrounding the Dragon Nation's mothership completely. At the same time, a 100-meter tsunami rose from the sea, carrying a world-destroying aura as it crashed straight toward the mothership. Recorder Xiao Wang clutched the railing tightly, his legs shaking so badly he could barely stand. He looked up at that 100-meter wall of water, with giant beasts faintly visible within it, and despair surged over him instantly. "City Lord, hurry and order a retreat. The shield can't withstand the tsunami." Standing on a water pillar, Max sneered from above. "Too late. Kneel and hand over the vanguard right, or else you and your ship will both be shark food." The White Elephant Kingdom monk pressed his palms together and sneered, shaking his head. "Young people need to suffer a little." The Sakura Kingdom samurai looked excited, as if he could already see the Dragon Nation's mothership sinking. But Omo was still lying on the beach chair. Unhurriedly, he set down the coconut, took off his sunglasses, and tossed them aside. Then he stood up, looked at the wall of water that was about to come crashing down, and his eyes were left with nothing but irritation. "You've got some nerve, don't you?" He casually raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Slap. The sky over the Pacific instantly went dark. 100 pitch-black fissures tore open, and heavy footsteps rang out. 100 skeleton kings, over 3 meters tall, appeared in midair, with pale blue ghostly flames burning in their hollow eye sockets and tattered kingly capes draped over their bodies. Semi-divine death aura instantly shrouded the sea. The deep-sea behemoths that had still been roaring were all as if their throats had been gripped, so terrified they soiled themselves. The ferocious grin on Max's face froze, and his throat went dry. "What kind of monster is this?" Omer stood with one hand in his pocket, not even glancing at Max, only slightly tilting his chin toward the 100-meter tsunami. "Split it open." The 100 skeleton kings simultaneously drew their 10-meter white-bone greatswords. No magic, no flourish, just a direct slash. Boom! The air was sucked dry, and the sonic boom shattered eardrums. A transparent sword aura crashed down. The 100-meter tsunami was cleaved in two, and the sea was split open into a massive rift thousands of meters wide and reaching all the way to the seabed. Water on both sides surged inward, exposing the bare rocky seabed in plain sight. More than 1,000 deep-sea behemoths didn't even have time to scream before they were shredded into bloody water, staining the waves on both sides crimson. The Allied fleet fell into deathly silence. Hundreds of thousands of elite troops were utterly stunned. A high monk from the White Elephant Nation went weak in the knees and dropped straight to the ground, his prayer beads scattering everywhere. A samurai from the Sakura Nation dropped his katana, and he was instantly EOS. Standing at the edge of the airspace mothership, Omo looked down at Max on the deck, a mocking smile on his lips. You just said you were going to seal off the sea? He pointed at the abyssal canyon below that ran straight down to the seafloor, and sneered. The sea is gone. What are you going to seal with? No one in the Allied fleet dared to answer. All the top transcendents had their heads lowered, not even daring to breathe. Omer couldn't be bothered to look at this bunch of trash anymore. He turned to Xiao Wang and said, Keep the ship steady. I'm going down to grab some supplies and I'll be back soon. After speaking, he jumped straight off the 100-meter-high deck and plunged directly into the underwater vortex. The Dark Knight followed right behind him. Max struggled to his feet and stared venomously at the vortex, sneering, That kid got cocky. The pressure of the 10,000-meter deep sea can crush a person into pulp. The superhumans of various countries immediately sprang into action and jumped into the whirlpool, fully armed. 10,000 meters beneath the sea. The Sakura Nation ninjas had only just arrived when cracks instantly spread across the shield. The pressure churned their internal organs violently. Suddenly, someone pointed ahead. There stood Omo, wearing a thin black shirt, one hand in his pocket, strolling leisurely along the stone-paved road of the ruins on the seafloor. The pressure of 10,000 meters of water slammed against him, yet it didn't even wrinkle the hem of his clothes. He closed his eyes, enjoying the sensation as if the pressure were giving him a massage, not even exhaling a single bubble. The leading Jonin gaped, his worldview shattered to pieces. The young ninja beside him was even more stunned. Captain, is this water pressure fake? A crack opened in the water-based shield. The young ninja's entire right arm, which had reached out, was instantly crushed by the 10,000-meter water pressure into a cloud of blood mist. Even the bones ground into powder. Only then did the scream ring out. The leading Jonin was so terrified that his soul nearly flew out of his body. He slapped the shield device hard, sealing the crack shut. Inside the shield, there was deathly silence, broken only by the amputated ninja's agonized convulsions. Everyone else was ashen-faced, cold sweat soaking through their pressure-resistant suits. They stared at the black figure growing farther and farther away, their legs trembling like sieves. It wasn't that the water pressure was fake. It was that the person ahead of them simply wasn't human. Omo heard the commotion and slightly turned his head. His pitch-black eyes swept over that group cowering inside their turtle shell, and a cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He made no move to attack, merely withdrew his gaze as if looking at a bunch of idiots, and continued toward the blue-lit temple deep within the ruins. Behind him, the Sakura Nation's ninja shivered even harder. One of his subordinates stammered, Captain, are we still stealing the ring? The upper ninja slapped down with a swiping motion, landing a heavy slap across the face. Rob your mom. A body that can't be crushed under 10,000 meters of water pressure. What are you cutting it with? Deep within the ruins of Atlantis, the water pressure was so immense it deformed even the rocks around. Yet Omer strolled casually as if wandering through his own backyard. Not even his breathing faltered. On either side of the corridor ahead stood towering statues of sea gods. Suddenly, at the end of the hallway, the water currents became violently turbulent. Dozens of level 70 ancient Naga guards, with their serpent tails slithering behind, charged forward wielding their tridents. The watchdogs had arrived. Omer stopped in his tracks, casually snapping his fingers. A tear split open in the void, and a dozen ordinary skeleton minions emerged. But the resistance of the water was overwhelming. Their movements crawled like a slow-motion replay, every joint creaking under the crushing pressure. One Naga guard surged ahead, a cruel grin spreading across its face as it smacked the leading skeleton flying. Omer clicked his tongue in annoyance. Physics sure was a pain in the neck. Closing his eyes, he channeled all the energy he had absorbed from Jiangnan City into the depths of his soul, activating the dormant branches of his gifted tree. The slumbering limbs illuminated in an instant. A brand new class form, unlocked. Omer reopened his eyes, glimmers of spectral blue light flashing in his gaze. Raising his right hand, palm facing downward, his tone turned icy cold. Time to get to work. Deep-sea phantom skeletons. As soon as the words fell, 1 million semi-transparent crystal skeletons appeared out of nowhere. Their hands were sharp water-flow bone blades. Underwater, they had not only no resistance, but could even turn water pressure into power. Cut them to pieces. Omo gave a casual order. 1 million deep-sea ghost skeletons moved. Their speed was twice as fast as the land assassin skeletons. Swish, swish, swish. Crystal bone blades sliced through the current, raising deadly vacuum water blades. The Naga guards at the very front didn't even have time to scream before they were sliced into hundreds of thin pieces like cicada wings. The wounds were smooth and even, and even the blood was scattered by the water current. In the span of a breath, dozens of level 70 ancient beasts all turned into deep-sea sashimi. But that still wasn't enough. The deep-sea ghost skeletons did not stop. Like underwater bulldozers, they madly pushed forward along the corridor. Omo strode up and kicked the bronze giant door. Boom! The giant door shattered on the spot, turning into a shower of bronze fragments that crashed to the ground. 1,000,000 skeleton troops instantly charged in. Max and the group of experts were petrified on the spot. One kick. The upper ninja's legs went weak. The monk pressed his palms together, lips trembling as he chanted Buddha's name. Max stared fixedly at Omer's back, his face ashen. How did he do that? Omer didn't look back, lazily waving a hand. Trash is trash. You still want to break the formation? Just smash it and be done with it. Max sneered. Make you wait here for a month? Omer snorted. If you've got the guts, don't use a formation. Open the door yourself. The White Elephant Nation monk echoed him as well. City Lord Omer, brute force isn't wanung. Forcibly breaking the formation will only bring disaster upon yourself. Looking at this group of overconfident foreigners, Omer suddenly burst out laughing. With one hand in his pocket, he walked straight toward the bronze door and slowly raised his hand, snapping his fingers in the air. You like seeing immortals, don't you? Today I'll let you witness what it means to crush all clever tricks with sheer strength. Boom! The seawater above Omer was forcibly cleared away, and a deep fissure suddenly opened. An ancient, desolate aura spilled out from within. The next second, a gigantic white bone skull fused from a giant dragon and a giant whale protruded from the fissure. The Bone Star Realm beast. A ghostly blue nether flame burned in its hollow eye sockets. To adapt to the seabed, Omer reduced its size to 100 meters, yet it still made everyone present tremble to the soul. The Sakura Nation upper ninja collapsed straight into the silt. Omer casually pointed at the bronze door. It's too annoying. Smash it. The Bone Star Realm beast's tailbone lashed out violently, carrying the force to crush stars as it slammed hard into the door. Bang! Eardrums burst, blood pouring out. That main sea god gate, said to be impossible even for a demigod to open, couldn't hold out for even half a second under the beast's tailbone. The runes exploded into blue light, the door panels shattered into pieces, and it crashed down with a thunderous roar. Dead silence. The array masters from several countries stood there in a daze, staring at the pile of broken debris. The Eagle Country leader dropped straight to his knees in the mud and spat out a mouthful of old blood.
Impossible.
That was the absolute defense left behind by the sea god. Omo dusted off his shirt and sneered. Why go through all that trouble? If the door won't open, just smash the wall. He strode in swaggering over the wreckage, while Max sat behind him, left with nothing but utter helplessness. The adjutant asked in a trembling voice, Do we still go in? Max gritted his teeth. Go in. The door's gone already. Why wouldn't we go in? A sharp light suddenly lit up in Omo's eyes. This was the water origin core he absolutely needed to unlock his 5th-tier troops. Once he got it, the counterattack against the Abyss would be one huge step closer. At last, I found it. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. With one hand in his pocket, he walked straight toward the altar. Before he'd even taken 10 steps closer, the entire sea god main hall suddenly shook violently. Rumble. The seabed rock layer let out a harsh grinding sound, and the seawater instantly turned into a raging torrent that could tear steel apart. Outside the door, Max led the multinational coalition and hid behind the ruins of the Bronze Gate. All of them were so terrified that they sprawled in the mud. What's going on? An underwater earthquake. The Sakura Country upper ninja's face went deathly pale. But Max suddenly raised his head, staring fixedly into the depths of the Great Hall. He was not only unafraid, but trembling with excitement. It's not an earthquake. It's the sea god. The final guardian of Atlantis has awakened. Inside the hall, the core of the source of water burst into blinding light, and a massive phantom over 10 meters tall took shape in the blue glow. The phantom wore a crown and held a trident of the deep sea, looking down at Omer from above. Level 75. A remnant soul of the sea god. The seawater instantly froze. Mortal. The remnant soul of the sea god's voice rang out like a thunderclap. This does not belong to you. Put down the divine relic and kneel to repent. Outside the door, Max clenched his fists, so excited that he almost laughed out loud. A level 75 god's remnant soul. This kid is dead for sure. Once he's crushed to death by the god, we'll reap the rewards. But Omer didn't even bend a knee. He looked up at the remnant soul of the sea god and frowned. The one thing I hate most is people who stand high above and talk. He stuck out his pinky finger and cleaned his ear with it. My neck's been tilted up so long it's gone sore, you know? The sea god's remnant soul froze. Brazen. He raised his trident high, and it seemed as if the entire Pacific Ocean had been mobilized, turning into a giant hand that came crashing down on Umo with overwhelming force. And what if I do profane you? Umo sneered and Bodenchi his right hand. Snap. At the sound of the snap, 100 spatial rifts instantly opened. 100 skeleton kings stepped out of the void. King's domain activate. 100 demigod domains overlapped. A pitch-black halo spread outward. That giant hand of seawater bearing divine might instantly collapsed into ordinary flowing water. The sea god's remnant soul showed a look of astonishment. This aura of death. What exactly are you monsters? Umo flexed his wrist, bones cracking continuously. He pulled open the collar of his shirt, revealing his firm collarbones. What they are isn't important. It doesn't matter what they are. What's important is, I feel like beating you up today. Bang! The bronze floor tiles shattered into powder. Omer turned into a streak of black lightning and shot toward the face of the sea god's remaining soul. He swung his fist, empowered by 1,000,000 skeleton kings. Omer punched the sea god's remaining soul square in the face, sending the 15-meter-tall divine shadow flying straight into the wall, making the entire sea god temple shake 3 times. Moksh was dumbfounded. That was a level 75 god's remaining soul, and it got knocked away with 1 punch? The upper shinobi pissed himself on the spot, grateful he hadn't tried to snatch the ring. The sea god's remaining soul struggled to float back up, roaring as he tried to unleash his original divine power. Omer instantly flashed above his head, clasped both hands into a fist, and smashed down, forcing him to his knees on the ground. What followed was a one-sided beating. Punch after punch sent the divine shadow flickering non-stop, and Omer mocked while fighting. A god? That's it. The sea god's remaining soul was completely broken and begged for mercy. I'll give you the original core, just leave now. Omer took the core, then turned and saw the trident on the ground. A crafty merchant's smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Old man, I'm taking this fork too. You don't mind, do you? Omer didn't even lift his eyelids and sneered. I'm not interested in the secrets of you antiques. I'm only interested in energy. The sea god's remaining soul was shocked. How dare you? I am the ruler of this ocean. Too much nonsense. Omer couldn't be bothered to listen any further and thrust the trident straight through the sea god's remaining soul. Amid the screams, the sea god's phantom exploded into a sky full of blue light, and pure divine soul power poured into Omer's body, instantly filling the empty shell after level 60. Omer twisted his neck comfortably and muttered, killing monsters and dropping gold coins is the real good stuff. He put away the trident, then turned and grabbed the water origin core, causing the soul talent tree to tremble with delight. Then he looked toward the great hall, a crafty merchant smile curling on his lips. Boys, activate plague mode. Leave not a single hair behind. 1,000,000 deep-sea ghost skeletons instantly turned into a demolition crew, prying off bronze pillars, night pearls, high-grade cores, the divine throne, and even the floor tiles. In less than half an hour, the Sea God Temple's main hall was stripped cleaner than if a dog had licked it. Max and the multinational coalition hid behind the ruins, watching helplessly as Omer looted everything, so heartbroken they could vomit blood. Omer walked to the exit and casually dug 2 broken shell fragments out of the mud and tossed them over, mocking. Take these back as a souvenir, to prove you at least came here. Max looked at the 2 broken seashells at his feet and vomited a mouthful of old blood onto his goggles in fury. Before he could even react, Shen Wanhai toppled straight backward and fainted on the spot on the deck that was about to sink. Pacific Sea winds blew past as the airborne carrier had already left the Atlantis waters. On deck, OMO was lying on a wide beach chair, while recorder Xiao Wang brought over a glass of iced cola. OMO took it and took a big gulp. He was in a good mood. On this trip to the deep-sea ruins, he had obtained the core of the water origin, and had even dismantled the temple of the sea god on the side. A bountiful harvest. City Lord, at the current speed, will be able to return to Blackstone City before dark. As Xiao Wang reported, admiration was written all over his face. OMO was just about to close his eyes and take inventory of the materials in his soul space when an alarm suddenly sounded. City Lord, 3 unidentified stealth warships have deactivated their camouflage and locked onto our power furnace. OMO didn't even lift his eyelids, merely shaking the cup. No eye bastards. Always where they're needed most. In midair, 3 pitch-black heavy warships blocked the way in a triangular formation, while the flag of an overseas mercenary corps fluttered fiercely in the wind. More than 100 magical main cannons had already finished charging and were aimed at the deck where OMO stood. On the central flagship, Shun Wanhai, a level 65 dark mage, strode to the bow, gripping a ram-horn staff as he glared venomously at OMO.
Umo.
You little beast. Your day has finally come. You crippled the 3 major conglomerates and drove my big brother to jump to his death, and you still thought you could run wild after leaving Dragon Country? I spent a fortune hiring the Blood Shark Mercenary Corps. Today, the Pacific Ocean will be your grave. Shin Wanhai raised his staff high and ordered the attack. OMO set down his cup and casually snapped his fingers. Snap! The sea surface suddenly churned violently, and 100,000 deep-sea ghost skeletons surged up from the abyss, climbing onto the warships like ants. Thousands of skeletons surrounded a single warship and struck with ruthless speed. Seconds later, a stealth warship worth billions was dismembered into a sky full of scrap iron. The mercenaries raised their magic guns and fired madly, but the bullets that pierced the skeletons' bodies had no effect. Screams rang out everywhere, and the shields, OMO's 3 heavy warships had become nothing more than broken scrap iron on the sea. More than 1,000 overseas mercenaries were turned into fish bait at the bottom of the sea without even seeing OMO's face. 2 skeletons threw Shun Wanhai onto the deck of the sky battleship like a dead dog, just in time for him to crash in front of OMO's beach chair. OMO lounged lazily in the chair, looking down at him from above, not even changing his posture. Cold sweat covered Shin Wanhai's head. He stared fixedly at OMO, the arrogance in his eyes completely replaced by fear. What kind of monster are you, exactly? OMO ignored him and took out a silk handkerchief to wipe away a drop of water from his fingertips. I'll ask you once. Besides you, who else is there? Shin Wanhai stiffened his neck and shouted. I'd rather die than tell you. You can't even imagine the foundations of the 3 major conglomerates. Bang! OMO stepped on and shattered his right hand, and a crisp crack of bones rang out. Shun Wanhai let out a pig-slaughtering scream, and his dignity collapsed instantly. Quayed over the pitted road, letting out creaking groans under the strain. City Lord's Mansion Main Hall. Just after OMO finished his closed-door cultivation, Intelligence Adjutant Li Yen hurried in, looking peculiar. City Lord, a few guests have arrived outside. They didn't take a private jet, and they didn't notify us in advance. They came all the way here by carriage from the old National Highway. Leaning beside the redwood office desk, OMO held an iced cola in his hand. He raised an eyebrow. A carriage? People still do that in this day and age. Who is it? The old principal of the Dragon God Academy, and a few retired old mentors with white hair. OMO paused, set down the cup, and stepped onto the luxurious carpet in his black leather shoes. Invite them in. The solid wood doors of the reception room were pushed open. Several elderly men walked in while supporting one another. Leading them was the old principal of the Dragon God Academy. This titan, capable of causing an earthquake in the education circles of the Dragon Kingdom, was covered in dust and fatigue. The old mentors beside him looked pale, clearly having been worn out by the bumpy journey. OMO walked forward and sat down on the sofa opposite them, skipping the pleasantries and getting straight to the point. Old man, instead of taking a perfectly good express private jet, you came all the way here to experience life? He glanced at the dusty hems of their clothes. The old principal picked up the hot tea and gave a bitter smile. The big conglomerates in the imperial capital may have been brought down by you, but the remaining lookouts along the routes are still there. To avoid alerting the enemy and causing trouble for you in Blackstone City, us old bones had no choice but to take the old national roads from decades ago and sneak our way here. OMO's expression darkened a little. Looks like those useless corporate stragglers would need another thorough cleanup from Chen Fugue later. The old principal set down his teacup, his cloudy eyes locking tightly onto OMO. He glanced at Qinghan standing behind OMO and sighed. OMO, you should have already read the invitation to the Global League. Leaning back against the sofa, OMO spoke lazily. I read it. The conditions are very harsh. 14 new rules, every single one aimed at undead summoners. Still, I accepted it. The old principal's shriveled hands trembled violently. The old mentor behind him wore a look of utter shock. They had come all this way intending to lower their pride and beg him, never expecting this arrogant young man to agree so readily. You accepted it. The old principal murmured to himself, his eyes instantly turning red. He suddenly stood up, his body swaying violently. OMO quickly reached out and steadied his arm. Sit down and talk. Don't try to scam me in my place. His words were blunt, but the strength in his hand was very gentle. The old principal took the opportunity to twist his hand around and grabbed Omo by the wrist. Those hands were dry and rough, like old tree bark, yet he used all his strength, gripping so tightly that the back of Omo's hand turned white. Omo! The old principal's voice was completely choked up, carrying boundless bitterness and restraint. This global league, our Dragon Nation has nowhere left to retreat. It's been a full 20 years. The Dragon Nation representative team hasn't touched the championship trophy in 20 years. The reception room was terrifyingly quiet. Only the old principal's heavy breathing could be heard. A white-haired old mentor turned his head and secretly wiped away a tear. The last league, the one I led, was my most prized student. The old principal ran into the Sacred Light Empire's seeded team in the quarterfinal advancement match. The other side forcibly suppressed him with a divine blessing arena, breaking his student's legs and even crippling his magic source. That year, Dragon Nation didn't even make it into the quarterfinals and became an international laughingstock. The Sacred Light Empire's cardinal pointed at them on camera before the eyes of the entire world and mocked them, saying that the new generation of Dragon Nation was nothing but a pile of rotten mud, fit only to scavenge the bones they left behind in the sewers. Omo listened quietly, his expression calm, but the temperature in those dark eyes grew colder and colder. The old principal clutched his hand tightly, tears sliding down his wrinkled face. Omo, I know you only care about profit and don't give a damn about reputation. But the young people of Dragon Nation have been pressed down by the West for too long. They need someone to stand up and break the spines of those foreign bastards. As he spoke, he actually tried to kneel down to Omo. Omo exerted force through his arm and firmly pressed him back onto the sofa. The old principal trembled all over. My greatest regret in this life is never seeing the Dragon Nation flag fly atop the Global League Championship podium. As long as you go, I'll be your ox and horse, do whatever you ask. Omo hated emotional blackmail the most, but seeing this white-haired old man crying like a child in front of him, the violent fury in his heart was completely ignited. He took out a shard of Frostheart gleaming with a cold light from his soul space, fiddled with it for a couple of moments, then tossed it to the old principal. Take it to the crafting department and have them melt it down. Get you a commemorative keepsake made. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Only when he reached the door did he slightly tilt his head. Stop crying. I'll bring the championship banner back for you. Omo didn't look back and strode straight out the door. Li Yen followed closely behind, his voice already trembling with excitement. City Lord, are we setting out right now? Omo spat the unlit cigarette into the trash can. Is the Sky Carrier ready? Reporting to the City Lord, the power furnace is running at full capacity. All expedition personnel have assembled. Omo straightened his collar, and a bloodthirsty glint flashed in his dark eyes. Set out. Target, the Holy Light Empire. Go teach those Westerners what it means to have their spines broken. The Holy Light Empire, above the Imperial capital, the Holy City. The Dragon Nation's heavy sky transport had already circled the coordinates for the 12th time. In the cabin, Xiao Wang gripped the communicator tightly and roared at the control tower. We've been circling for an hour. When will the runway be cleared? A lazy Western accent came from the other end. The Holy City airspace is busy. Please circle a few more times. Then they hung up directly. Xiao Wang was so angry he trembled. These Westerners are deliberately trying to put us in our place. Su Qinghan's face was dark, and the ice snow long sword across her lap was already covered in frost. Omo sat in the leather chair, leisurely sipping ice cola, not saying a word in response. City Lord, they're going too far. Omo set the cup down on the table. What's the rush? If they won't let us land on the runway, then we'll find our own place to park. Xiao Wang froze. They didn't give us coordinates. Omo stood up, his eyes icy and cold. No coordinates? Then close your eyes and smash it. If it gets wrecked, I'll take the blame. He immediately pressed the emergency landing switch, and the private jet, like a wild beast breaking free, plummeted straight toward the Holy City airport. Inside the control tower, the dispatcher was puffing on a cigar and laughing. Dragon country planes are like headless flies. Before he had even finished speaking, the radar let out a shriek. The next second, the private jet, carrying the force of a sonic boom, crashed hard onto the VIP runway, carving 2 black grooves into the ground before coming to a steady stop in front of the terminal. The cabin door opened. Omo walked down the stairs first with one hand in his pocket. The tarmac was empty, no red carpet, no honor guard, and no high-ranking officials. Xiao Wang was so angry his teeth were grinding. There isn't even anyone here to pick us up. Just as OMO stepped onto the ground, a sedan bearing a Vatican license plate slowly drove over. The car door opened, and a low-ranking official with a big belly got out, wearing a fake smile. "Ah, sorry about that traffic jam on the way." He looked at OMO through his nostrils. "You're the Dragon Country contestant named OMO, right?" Xiao Wang instantly blew up, pointing at his nose and cursing. "What the hell are you? Our commander has arrived. And are all your Vatican big shots dead or something?" The fat official sneered, unfolded a document, and lifted his chin. "His Holiness the Pope is swamped with affairs of state. He doesn't have time." OMO directly slapped the Vatican document in front of the fat official. The fat official didn't dare take it and forced himself to read aloud. Article 1. Necromancy is strictly prohibited in any public place within the Holy City. He finished speaking and looked quite pleased with himself, staring at Omo. Omo raised his hand and directly hurled the document into the air. The little dark gold skeleton suddenly emerged, opening its mouth to unleash a mouthful of black fire that burned the document to ashes. The fat official's legs went weak on the spot, and he staggered back 2 steps. "How dare you openly violate the first rule?" Omo stepped on his face without hesitation and said with a cold smile, "Go back and tell your Pope that I, Omo, never follow the rules." The fat official collapsed on the runway, drenched in cold sweat. Omo and the others got into the special car, and half an hour later arrived at the athletes' village. Just as they pushed open the restaurant door, hundreds of eyes inside swept over at once, filled with hostility. Several major countries in the Western camp had planted their flags on the tables, clearly waiting to watch Dragon Country make a fool of itself. Xiao Wang gritted his teeth. "City Lord, these people are obviously trying to make us look bad." Omo walked straight to an empty table and sat down, saying calmly, "Let them jump around for a while." Just as the steak was served, the Western main table suddenly rang with the sound of chairs moving. A blond burly man over 2 meters tall stood up, and lightning attribute magic power instantly exploded from him. Gabriel stared at Omo, his body trembling faintly, unable even to hold his soup spoon steadily. "He's the captain of Eagle Nation, Thunder Emperor Gabriel," someone whispered from the corner. "An SSS-level Lightning Awakener, already at level 75 at just 25 years old. The most monstrous genius in Eagle Nation's history." Gabriel strode over with the lapdogs from Cherry Blossom Country and White Elephant Country, his military boots pounding against the marble floor with heavy thuds. He directly cast his shadow over Omo's table and looked down at Omo from above. "Dragon Nation's chief commander? I hear his name is Omo." He spoke in halting Dragon Nation language and sneered, "A necromancer who cheats with a skeleton rack, and he thinks he's worthy of eating here?" The entire hall fell dead silent in an instant. Gabriel braced both hands on the table, his knife and fork trembling wildly. "You think bullying a few rich brats with a human wave tactic makes you invincible? This is the global stage, not some backwater in your Dragon Nation. The rules have changed. Your little tricks mean nothing here." The Sakura Nation and White Elephant Nation contestants burst into laughter. Xiao Wang was just about to stand up and fight back when Gabriel's thunderous pressure knocked him right back into his chair. Gabriel sneered, "Omo, pack your bags and crawl back to Dragon Nation, so you don't end up kneeling and begging for mercy on the arena floor." Su Qinghan drew her sword in one motion, a chill surge slamming straight into the lightning pressure. At that moment, Omo reached out and pressed her hand back down, forcing the sword back into its sheath. Omo finally lifted his head and stared at Gabriel, the corners of his lips curling into a strange smile. Gabriel's heart spasmed violently, and cold sweat instantly broke out across his back. It felt as if he had been locked onto by a prehistoric beast. Instinctive fear made his legs go weak. His lightning power ran wild, yet he dared not move. Omo withdrew his gaze and continued cutting his steak, speaking in an even tone. Qinghan put the sword away. "The food will taste bad once it's cold." Gabriel tossed out a parting remark and left without looking back, though his steps were somewhat unsteady. The entire restaurant was silent as a grave. The contestants from various nations looked at one another, all reading the same caution in each other's eyes. The Dragon Nation captain had forced a top title contender to back down with just a few words. This man was definitely a madman. The next morning, the news hall at the Holy Light Empire's Supernatural Center was already packed with reporters. The Holy Light Empire spokesperson stepped onto the stage with a hypocritical smile, while 14 new rules lit up on the giant screen behind him. Rule 1. In individual matches, summons are limited to 100. In team matches, 500. Rule 2. Flying summons are prohibited from flying over the spectator stands. Rule 3. Giant summons with mental pressure are forbidden. The final rule was the harshest. All summons must undergo holy light purification screening before entering the venue. Anything deemed impure would be sealed immediately. The Dragon Nation reporters below changed color dramatically. Someone slammed the table on the spot and protested. This is nothing but a death sentence aimed at necromancer summoners. Yet the spokesperson smiled even more smugly. Under the holy light, everyone is equal. If you're clean, what do you have to fear from inspection? The Western reporters burst into laughter, mocking the Dragon Nation people for being sore losers. In the last row of the delegation, Omo leaned back in a soft chair, lazily tapping a cola can, his eyes as if he were watching a monkey show. Only one thought remained in his mind. 100 skeletons stacked with 10,000-fold attributes were more than enough to sweep the entire field. Demigod. This bunch of greenhouse geniuses have absolutely no idea what level of brutality they're about to face. Golden Street, the holy city of the Holy Light Empire. This is the Global Trade Center, and the street is lined with gilded merchant guild buildings, even the stone slabs underfoot exuding the smell of money. A convoy of 10 bulletproof luxury cars pulled straight across the entrance of the Xinyao Grand Hotel, and dozens of core members of the Blackstone City Merchant Guild in black suits and sunglasses got out in unison, squeezing the security guards aside. Qian Fugui, belly out, wearing a dark red silk tang suit, 10 fingers packed with spatial rings, stepped onto the red carpet. He stroked the fat on his chin, glanced at the stunned locals and said with a grin, "Well, looks like the floors in the Holy City aren't much softer than those in Blackstone City." The guilt document of the Dragon Nation delegation's chief business consultant flashed. Qian Fugui waved a big hand. "Let's go. Up we go to meet these foreign money gods." On the top floor of the Xinyao Grand Hotel, Qian Fugui had booked out the entire level. At the conference table sat the bosses of the top 10 merchant firms of the Holy Light Empire, and the eyes they fixed on the fat man walking in were full of contempt and calculation. An eagle-nosed old man said in a mocking tone, "Boss Qian, your Dragon Nation delegation is in a mess right now. I'm afraid General Omo can't even get onto the arena. And now you've come running here to talk cooperation." The other bosses laughed along. Qian Fugui sat down grandly, stretching out his 2 thick legs. "We merchants don't talk about arenas. We talk money. I'm here today, on behalf of Blackstone City, to make a full purchase of the low-grade herbs and ores you have stockpiled." The eagle-nosed old man snorted coldly. 30% above market price. Not a copper less or we won't sell. That was pure extortion. The Blackstone City elites behind Qian Fugui were grinding their teeth in anger, but Qian Fugui was still all smiles. He slowly rubbed the spatial ring on his thumb. Crash, hundreds of high-grade sea beast crystals poured out onto the conference table, piling up into a small mountain. The conference room instantly fell dead silent. Those crystals were all extraordinarily rare drops from the Atlantis ruins. Qian Fugui sat in the chair and spoke slowly. "My boss said, the brighter the light, the darker the shadow. Your church openly cracks down on undead materials, so the underground black market is sure to be piled up higher than a mountain." Ghost Hand was silent for a moment. "What exactly do you want?" "I want to buy out your entire underground black market undead supply chain." Qian Fugui wiped away his smile, his eyes full of a merchant's ruthless edge. "All undead, death energy, dark attribute ores, bones and magical artifacts. I'll take them all, including current stock and all future supply channels, all merged under Blackstone City." Ghost Hand shot to his feet. "Are you crazy? This is a death sentence. If the church finds out, we'll all die. You're reaching too far. Can you even swallow that much?" Qian Fugui didn't even blink. He pulled a heavy cloth bag from his chest and tossed it over. Several top-grade night pearls the size of baby fists rolled out, glowing with a soft light. These were god-tier materials that Omer had pried off the load-bearing pillars of the Sea God Hall with brute force. There weren't even a few of them to be found in the entire Holy Light Empire. Ghost Hand's breathing instantly grew heavy. Qian Fugui brushed off the dust. "The church arrests people because you're poor. Follow Blackstone City, and once the league is over, the underground world of the Holy City will be ours." Ghost Hand stared at the night pearls for a long time, then reached out and grabbed the cloth bag to his chest. "Deal." The next morning, in the Longwa Villa in the contestants' village, Omer leaned on the sofa with his eyes closed, the collar of his pure white silk shirt open. From the communicator came Qian Fugui's respectful report. "City Lord, the trade company and the underground black market's undead supply chain have all been merged into Blackstone City. As long as you beat those foreign devils on the arena, The Holy Light Empire will be our backyard. The corner of Omar's mouth lifted slightly. Well done, old Qian. He put down the water cup, his gaze icy. They want to bind me with church rules? Then let them see how capital can overturn even their ancestors' graves. Only 8 words were written in the annotation. Money can reach the gods, and it can buy ghosts too. Bang! The church's red-robed inquisitor watched helplessly as the highest-spec inspection device exploded into scrap on the spot. The pure physical attribute of that F-rank little skeleton directly blew the machine apart. The machine was broken by your own side. It has nothing to do with me. Omar adjusted the collar of his black shirt and walked out of the villa with the others without looking back. Today was the opening day of the Global League. At the Divine Grace Arena, the circular stands were packed with more than 1 million spectators. Omar stood with the Longwa team at the entrance passage. The loudspeaker blared. First to enter are the Longwa representative team. The passage gates opened. Omar walked out first with one hand in his pocket. What greeted them was not applause, but the synchronized jeering of more than 1 million people. Get back to the countryside. Undead heretics don't deserve to stand here. The giant screen immediately gave Team Dragon Country a huge close-up. The Vatican's disgusting routine. First to enter, then be used as a backdrop for a public execution. For every country that entered after that, the scene of Dragon Country being roundly booed by the entire venue was played on repeat. The young members following behind Omo, including several first-year students, had their eyes turn red in an instant. They bit their lips until they bled, shaking all over with rage. Xiao Wang ground his teeth with a clatter. Those bastards! But they could only hold on, stubbornly keeping their backs straight and refusing to lower their heads. Standing in the center of the field with both hands in his pockets, Omo had not a trace of extra expression on his face. This little scene wasn't even enough to make his heartbeat quicken. At last, Omo endured the entire entrance ceremony. After more than a dozen national teams had taken their places, the Holy Light Empire's Pope on the podium, dressed in golden robes, forced out a fake smile and stepped up to the microphone. The million-strong crowd instantly fell silent. The Pope first rambled on about the spirit of competition, then fixed his gaze straight on Omo, his expression instantly shifting to one of deep anguish. This year, something that should never have appeared has infiltrated the arena. Someone has abandoned human dignity and is trying to sneak through by relying on the evil power of death. As soon as those words were spoken, every gaze snapped onto Team Dragon Country. The Pope continued condescendingly, "The Holy Light is tolerant, but it also hopes certain people can recognize their place. This sacred arena is not a place where filthy skeletons can run wild." The Western audience erupted instantly, their applause and cheers shaking the stadium. "Kick that skeleton-wielding heretic out!" Gabriel stood in Team Eagle Nation with his arms folded, sneering as he waited to see Omo collapse. The Dragon Country team members were trembling with anger. Just as the jeering in the arena reached its peak, Omo moved. He leisurely drew his right hand from his trouser pocket, and everyone's breathing paused with it. But in the end, he only casually covered his mouth and opened it wide to let out a long yawn on the spot. The million-strong arena fell instantly silent. Omo rubbed his eyes, didn't even glance at the podium, turned around and patted the shoulder of a Dragon Country freshman behind him. In a tone like he had just finished a meal and was about to take a stroll, he said, "Don't look so miserable like the end of the world has come. Listening to that old man preach first thing in the morning is killing me. Cheer up and finish them off early, so we can go back to the hotel and sleep." That yawn of his shoved the crowd's mockery straight back down their throats. The Pope's face turned livid, his fingers trembling. The host hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over and announced the first-round group draw. A magical light screen lit up in the center of the Divine Grace Arena. The rule was a 7-person round-robin, and only the group winner would advance. After the light screen finished scrolling, the A-group lineup was fixed. Eagle Country's Thunder Emperor Gabriel, the White Elephant's chief ascetic monk, Sakura's #1 shinobi, 6 of the West's top monsters. The last name, Omo of Dragon Country. The arena first fell into a brief silence, then erupted into thunderous laughter. Dragon Country is doomed. 6 brutal combat classes ganging up on an undead summoner. He won't even make it through the first match. The audience was almost ready to pop champagne on the spot. But the Dragon Country seats were utterly silent. Several young team members had red eyes. Xiao Wang kicked over a chair and cursed. They stuffed all 6 title favorites into one group? They're clearly trying to grind Omo to death with a gauntlet. Not far away, Gabriel stared at the big screen, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He made a throat-slitting gesture toward Omo. Su Qinghan could no longer hold it in. Ice and Snow Sword intent erupted fully as she headed straight for the podium. I demand a full investigation into the draw formation, she said in a cold voice. 12 of the 14 judges are your people. This lineup is obviously rigged. The red-robed cardinal looked down with a sneer. The draw formation is blessed by holy light and absolutely fair. Your bad luck can only mean that even the gods do not favor Dragon Country. Everyone in Dragon Country went completely cold. Su Qinghan's hand on the sword was trembling. Just as she was about to draw it and demand an explanation, a hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. Omo walked over and, with an unhurried motion, pulled her back into the waiting area. They're blatantly rigging it.
Su Qinghan grittet härtigt.
Omo loosened his grip, his gaze sweeping over the 6 top-tier experts in the Western players' seats, a wildly arrogant curve slowly forming at the corners of his mouth, chilling to the bone. Set a trap? He chuckled. Qinghan, you still don't get it. I'm not here to talk about sportsmanship. I'm here to stock up. One hand in his pocket, he pointed at the 6 names on the giant screen, murderous intent surging in his dark eyes. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of finding them one by one. The opening match of Group A began. The stands of the White Elephant Nation erupted. A thin, barefoot monk stepped onto the arena, each stride leaving a deep crater. Level 70, the White Elephant Nation's #1 genius, the ascetic monk Avagoa. He pressed his palms together, and golden Buddhist light exploded forth, shooting straight into the sky. On the other side, Omo still had one hand in his pocket, wearing a black silk shirt, strolling slowly onto the arena. Avagoa opened his eyes and said with compassion, "Benefactor, the sea of suffering is boundless. Today, this humble monk will uphold justice on heaven's behalf and deliver you, this heretic, from your sins." The stands cheered. Omo picked at his ear and said disdainfully, "Do all you monks get the same speech training? You fight a battle and still have to put on airs. Aren't you tired?" He didn't even want to waste more words, and went straight to. Omo raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A gray-white spatial rift tore open in front of him. The million spectators in the arena held their breath. A small skeleton, only half a person tall and made of gray-white bones, slowly squeezed out of the rift, carrying only a crude bone club in its hand. F-rank ordinary skeleton soldier. The arena fell into dead silence for 3 seconds, then erupted into deafening laughter. Just this? An F-rank cannon fodder. The compassion on Aluabinduo's face instantly turned to rage.
Umo.
How dare you humiliate this poor monk like this? His whole body erupted with Buddhist light, his muscles swelled, and the phantom of an ancient demonic beast appeared behind him. Omo didn't even look at him, only pointed at the little skeleton. "Go. Give that bald head a wooden fish knock." The little skeleton hefted its bone staff and charged straight over. Aluabinduo roared and threw a full-force punch at the top of the skeleton's head. Boom! The golden Buddhist light shattered like glass. The recoil directly broke Aluabinduo's wrist bone. The little skeleton didn't even sway. The next second, it swung back with the staff, striking precisely on Aluabinduo's bald head. Bang! Aluabinduo's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. The little skeleton dragged its staff back to Omo's side. The timer froze at 3 seconds. The whole place fell dead silent. Omo patted the little skeleton's bald head, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That wooden fish knock wasn't bad. Who's next? Omo sat in a beach chair, slightly rocking his legs, and took a leisurely sip of cola. Next. Hattori Genii gritted his teeth and stepped onto the stage. The 75th level chief upper ninja of Sakura Nation was an expert in the 5-element escape arts and shadow killing techniques. As soon as he came up, he formed hand seals with both hands. Ninpo. Multiple shadow clones. More than 100 clones vanished at the same time, and the stage instantly became empty, with even their auras disappearing. Even the referee couldn't find him. Omo couldn't be bothered to look for anyone. He tilted his chin at the little skeleton by his feet. Go find him. The little skeleton carried its bone club and slowly climbed onto the stage, wandering around like a headless fly. 5 minutes passed. Hattori Genii had waited long enough in the dark and determined that the little skeleton was completely unguarded. He didn't go for the skeleton. Instead, he broke out of the shadows directly behind Omo, his poisoned ninja blade striking straight for the back of his neck. The blade tip was less than 3 inches from Omo's neck. Omo didn't even turn his head. He simply extended one index finger and flicked it lightly. Clang! The ninja blade shattered on the spot into more than a dozen pieces. The recoil surged along the hilt and slammed into Hattori Geniai's chest. Eft! He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His whole body was sent flying like he'd been hit by a high-speed train, crashing into the protective barrier at 10 times the speed. His chest caving in and 7 ribs broken. He fell unconscious on the spot. On the stage, the little skeleton turned around, scratched its skull, and its ghostly blue underworld fire flickered as it looked out toward the arena in confusion. Omo withdrew his finger and brushed off the dust. I told you, I hate it most when people stand behind me. Gabriel stood in the contestant area, his legs trembling uncontrollably and cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He stared fixedly at Omo, who was lying on the deck chair, as if looking at a monster wearing human skin. Omo lazily took a sip of iced cola and swept his gaze over the remaining 5 people. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. 5 left. Don't waste my sleep time. Come at me together. The arena fell into utter silence. The referee, trembling, raised the flag. 3rd match, begin. A blue and ice figure flashed into view, and the Nordic Icefield princess Elsa made her entrance. The moment she appeared, she bit the tip of her tongue, offered her staff in a blood sacrifice, and unleashed her domain. Absolute frost-bound eternal winter. The arena was instantly frozen over, and the gray-white little skeleton was directly turned into an ice sculpture. Elsa sneered. No matter how tough it is, it can't withstand absolute low temperature. Omo merely lazily snapped his fingers. The next second, the ice sculpture vanished, replaced by a skeleton covered in dark red magma-like patterns. Scorching flames exploded outward, and the extreme frost domain was instantly vaporized. Elsa's face turned as pale as paper, her eyes widening in shock. Elsa screamed out in disbelief. Her proud, absolute frost-bound eternal winter domain had actually been roasted away by a skeleton frame. The element-resistant skeleton simply didn't care. It shook off the water vapor, kicked off the ground, and with dark red bones dragging blackened footprints behind it, shot straight to Elsa in an instant. Terrified out of her wits, Elsa lifted her staff to block. Bang! The skeleton swung a fist burning with flames and slammed it directly into her abdomen. Wah! Elsa vomited up everything in her stomach. Her ice staff snapped into 2 on the spot, and her whole body, like a kite with a broken string, flew straight out of the arena while clutching her stomach. She crashed onto the protective barrier dozens of meters away with a thud and passed out. The entire venue fell into dead silence once again. 3 matches, 1 with a club, 1 with a finger flick, and 1 with fire. 3 top-tier Western monster geniuses were all instant-killed in 1 blow, without even touching Omo's clothes. Omo lay on a beach chair, rubbed his nose, and sneezed loudly without the slightest politeness. Achoo! He tightened his black suit jacket and turned to Su Qinghan behind him, saying in a disdainful tone, This foreign chick has made the venue a mess. It's a bit cold. Go tell the organizing committee to turn the heat up. The scene of the Icefield Queen being blasted away was still being replayed on the giant screen, and the entire venue remained silent. This wasn't a competition at all. It was simply a one-sided public execution. Outside the arena, the global supernatural underground world had completely exploded, especially those Western bookmakers. All of them were experiencing a financial tsunami. In a presidential suite within the Holy Light Empire, Qian Fugue sat on the sofa holding a glass of red wine. In front of him were more than a dozen magical data terminals, and over a dozen executives were staring at the screens, drenched in sweat. Boss, the Royal Betting Company of Eagle Sauce Country has declared bankruptcy. A senior executive's voice trembled. They gave the City Lord odds of 1 to 100, and the whole world bet on the City Lord losing. In the end, the City Lord won 3 straight matches, and their cash flow chains snapped on the spot. Money Riches grinned so hard his fat jiggled into a pile. Serves them right. Do these foreign devils really think people from Dragon Country are made of clay? He suddenly sat up straight and ordered, Tell the traders to throw all the funds we earned in the Sacred City's underground black market into it. Take advantage of those long-established companies in Eagle Sauce Country collapsing. Buy the dip in bulk for me, and snap up their shares. The executive hesitated. Boss, those are all rotten messes. What's the point of buying them? Money Riches slapped the table. You don't know shit. This is called borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. Once the City Lord brings back the championship trophy, with these companies in our hands, we can directly set the rules for the global underground betting market. Proudly, Money Riches leaned back into the sofa. At the same time, in the player passage of the Divine Grace Arena, Omer walked out slowly with one hand in the pocket of his suit pants, holding a can of iced cola in the other, taking occasional sips. Suddenly, a harsh burst of electricity crackled ahead in the passage. Omer stopped and lifted his eyelids to look at Gabriel, the Thunder Emperor and captain of the Eagle Sauce country team, who was blocking the way straight ahead. Gabriel's over 2-meter-tall frame stood there like a wall in the middle, wrapped in violent blue lightning. The electricity raged across the bulging muscles of his arms, scorching the walls black and filling the air with a burnt smell. There was no trace of the caution he had shown in the restaurant yesterday, only the madness and bloodlust left behind after slaughtering his opponents. Dragon Country man, Gabriel spoke, his stiff Dragon Country language carrying arrogance. Your luck is pretty good. You actually managed to win 3 in a row. Omo took a sip of cola. Lu didn't respond. Looking at Omo's nonchalant attitude, Gabriel snorted coldly and stepped forward. The stone slab beneath his feet was instantly shattered by lightning. Don't think that beating 3 trash losers gives you the right to act arrogant in front of me. He stared at Omo's face, clenched his fist tightly, and a thick bolt of lightning burst from his palm, blasting apart the wall beside him. Tomorrow will be the showdown between the two of us. I'll make you understand what a dimensionality reduction attack is, and I'll turn you to ash with thunder, bones and all. He pointed at his own chest and said arrogantly, The whole world calls me the Thunder Emperor, because I'm the only true king of this global league. Only the crackling of lightning remained in the corridor. Gabriel waited to see Omo panic, but all he saw was Omo slightly tilt his head and glance at the shattered wall. Finished talking? Omo strode straight toward him, his black suit carrying a chilling aura. The violent lightning around Gabriel sharply veered away the moment it approached Omo, not even daring to touch the hem of his clothes. With body attributes stacked by 10,000 times, lightning simply could not harm him. Omo didn't even stop walking. Holding his cola, he passed by Gabriel directly, and just as they crossed paths, he coldly tossed out one sentence. Don't forfeit tomorrow. In my eyes, kings are worthless. Without looking back, he pushed open the lounge door. Su Qinghan handed him a hot towel and asked about what happened outside. Omo casually wiped his hands. Ran into a power bank. It insisted on putting on a leak test. He sat down on the sofa, took out his communicator, and seeing the green light on, a cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Old Li should have made his move by now. These foreigners think the death group can hold me back, but they don't know the arena matches are just a stage play. Meanwhile, in the restricted area behind Mount Fuji in Sakura Country, the captain of the ninja elite lowered his voice and instructed them. The daimyo has given orders. The wind treasure is about to emerge, and we must hold this place. Not even a fly is allowed in. 500 meters away in the shadows, Li Yan was dressed in night gear, staring coldly at the checkpoint. Echoing in his mind was Omo's order. Old Li, dig out the wind core. No matter what stands in your way, make whoever blocks you disappear. Li Yan took a deep breath and gestured behind him. A faint ripple spread through the air. On the watchtower, the Special Forces captain suddenly saw his vision tilt, the world spin, and in the next second he saw his own headless body. Zadie led the team to a stop at the edge of the desert. The land ahead had already been completely transformed for dozens of kilometers. The sky looked like it had been torn open by a huge gash, purple lightning crashing down like a waterfall, and the air was filled with shrill screams as currents tore through it. Not a single intact grain of sand could be seen on the ground, only scorched black cracks and surging lava. Zadie sneered and directly threw the magic detection device into the sand. Old Li, tell them to bring the stuff down. The rear cargo bay of the transport plane opened, and 20 half-god skeleton kings walked out in formation. Their feet stepped onto the scorching sand, and ghostly blue underworld fire lit up the night. They drew 10-meter bone greatswords, pointed the tips forward, and their violent sword intent directly cleaved the purple lightning in the sky into 2 halves. The team advanced in a crushing push. Lightning struck the bone swords, sending sparks flying, but it still could not stop even a single step of the kings. Zadie followed behind them, stepping on the scorched earth plowed open by Sword Chi, his gaze cold. Hurry up. The city lord is still waiting for news. Zadie crushed the bone-carved soldier talisman, and 100 lightning element skeletal spirits immediately stepped into the thunderstorm zone. The Eagle Sauce captain was still sneering, sending F-rank bones to their deaths? As soon as the words left his mouth, a purple bolt as thick as a barrel struck the skull of one skeleton. When the lightning faded, the skeleton was unharmed, and the underworld fire instead burned even brighter as it kept walking forward. The other 99 followed. The overwhelming thunder struck them all, but every bolt was absorbed by their Sai and bone armor. The Eagle Sauce captain and all the foreign mercenaries could no longer laugh. The Eagle Sauce captain's face turned deathly pale, and his whole body trembled. Hundreds of top experts were dumbfounded, their worldview shattered to pieces. Zadie clenched his fists and looked at the 100 skeleton backs strolling leisurely through the sea of lightning. The reverence in his heart for Omer could no longer be suppressed. The Divine Grace Arena was packed with people, and the number of viewers on the global livestream directly broke 3 billion. The venue was so quiet that only heavy breathing remained, and all eyes were fixed on the center of the ring. The final battle of Group A's group stage. The Dragon Nation's main general Omer versus the Eagle Sauce Thunder Emperor Gabriel. In the Dragon Nation's rest area, Xiao Wang's palms were soaked with sweat, and blue veins bulged on the back of Su Qinghan's hand as she gripped her sword. Gabriel stood bare-chested, thunder totems covering his muscles. Step by step, he walked onto the stage, his bloodshot eyes locked tightly on Omo. On the Western coaching bench, the head coach sat cross-legged, sipping coffee, a cruel grin hanging on his face. Lightning restrains undead. That was the iron rule they had simulated countless times. As the whistle sounded, Gabriel went straight into his ultimate move. Wrath of the Thunder God. He transformed into a human-shaped bolt of lightning, breaking the sound barrier as he tore across the arena, leaving afterimages everywhere. The Dragon Nation freshmen in the stands gasped sharply. Omo, for the first time ever, stood up straight, the pure black suit on him flapping in the gale. He merely raised a hand and summoned the most basic little skeleton, telling it to hold a bone club and stand in front of him. Gabriel laughed wildly. You think that trash cannon fodder can stop me? Rampaging thunder turned into a net and crashed down from above. The arena floor instantly blackened. Looking at the blinding blue light overhead, Omo didn't dodge at all. Instead, a long-lost sense of battle joy appeared on his face. He rolled his neck, and his joints cracked loudly. Your speed's decent, but you talk way too much. The human-shaped lightning shot up to him, and the arcs of electricity had already singed several strands of Omo's hair. Omo suddenly lifted his foot and kicked the little skeleton to the corner of the stage. The little skeleton rolled twice on the ground, its hollow eye sockets full of grievance. It obediently squatted beside the stage pillar to watch the show. Gabriel, the Eagle Nation genius, thought Omo had completely given up resisting and drove a thunderous iron fist straight at his heart. But Omo remained motionless. The physical power from his purely physical 10,000-fold amplification instantly gathered, and he met the thunder fist barehanded. When the two fists collided, shockwaves swept across the entire arena. As the dust cleared, Omo was unharmed, while Gabriel's right arm trembled violently. The Thunder Emperor stared in disbelief, but Omo frowned in disgust. That little bit of static? Not even enough to give me a perm. Overcome with rage, Gabriel poured all his lightning abilities into Wrath of the Thunder God, unleashing over 100 heavenly bolts at the little skeleton. When the lightning faded, the little skeleton was still completely unharmed. Instead, purple thunder patterns had been tempered into its body, and its ghostly flames even mixed in with electric sparks. Gabriel was stunned, and Omo slapped his thigh. Good stuff! After gulping down a sip of ice-cold cola, Omo's gaze at Gabriel had completely changed. This wasn't an opponent at all. He was clearly a walking free blacksmith. Gabriel was unnerved by that look of his, as if he were staring at a gold ingot. He swallowed hard and stared in disbelief at the little skeleton covered in thunder patterns inside the deep pit.
Impossible.
Lightning is the bane of dark creatures. How can it withstand it? Omo crushed the ice in his mouth, slowly sat up straight, and frowned in dissatisfaction at Gabriel, whose magic power was almost exhausted. Hey, battery pack, don't stop now. We're only getting started. Its left leg bone still hasn't been fully imbued with magic. Keep striking. Gabriel was so angry that his vision went dark, and he almost coughed up blood. Using his ultimate move as an enchanting tool, his dignity was being stomped straight into a cesspit. Omer casually raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Slap. 2 more spatial fissures split open in the deep pit, and 2 little skeletons holding bone clubs staggered out. Omer walked over and kicked one of them with a foot, sending them beside the first one. The 3 lined up in a row, all staring fixedly at Gabriel in the air. He lay back down in the beach chair and gave Gabriel a smile that was as friendly as it could possibly be. Come on. If you can carve lightning patterns onto all 3 of them today, you're not going anywhere. Thunder kept rumbling above the Divine Grace Arena for 10 full minutes. Gabriel hovered in midair, gasping for breath. His thunder armor had dimmed until it was on the verge of collapse, and his muscles were convulsing. Those 3 little skeletons had completely changed. Their bones had turned dark and rotting, their surfaces covered in purple lightning patterns. Strikes of lightning hitting them were like droplets falling into the sea, instantly devoured. Gabriel's eyes were so red they looked ready to bleed. Omer, you've gone too far. He slammed his chest, and a mouthful of Golden Source Thunder Soul blood spurted out. His lightning ability burned to its limit. Boom! Destructive pressure erupted instantly, and the dark thunderclouds in the sky churned and expanded. God of Thunder descends. A phantom thunder giant hundreds of meters tall tore through the clouds and descended from the sky with apocalyptic pressure. The arena descended into total chaos. The million spectators in the stands were crushed so hard they could barely breathe, and those in the front row immediately rolled their eyes back and collapsed. Omer still lay on the beach chair, shaking an empty cola can, his tone disappointed. So that's it? I thought you could at least boost those 3 lightning resistances one more tier. Gabriel's eyes were bloodshot. D. The thunder giant swung its mountain-like fist, tearing through the air with a shriek, smashing viciously toward Omer and the 3 skeletons. At the critical moment, the 3 little skeletons suddenly moved. The ghostly fire in their hollow eye sockets surged, and purple lightning runes began to circulate wildly. Omer's attribute resistances had already been forcibly raised to an unimaginable limit, completely immune to lightning damage at Gabriel's level. Crack! The stone slabs beneath the 3 skeletons shattered instantly. They did not dodge, nor did they defend. Instead, they faced the apocalyptic thunder god's fist head-on and shot straight upward in reverse. The 1 large and 3 small figures collided violently in midair, with no explosion, only a grating tearing sound. Those 3 little skeletons were like 3 searing blades, stabbing directly into the thunder giant's mountain-like fist, instantly smashing it into pieces. Without slowing, the 3 skeletons surged upward all the way, punching straight through the thunder giant's arm from the wrist, and finally piercing its massive torso. Rumble, the phantom of the thunder god, tens of meters tall, let out a silent wail and turned into a sky full of lightning sparks, collapsing completely in midair. The madness on Gabriel's face froze instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 gray-white figures appeared beside him in an instant, and 3 pale bone blades crossed at the great artery in his neck. If they moved forward even half an inch more, they could have taken his head clean off. All strength seemed to be drained from Gabriel's body, and the remaining lightning flickering across his surface went out completely after 2 brief flashes. Thud! Under the horrified gaze of the 1 million spectators, this first genius of Eagle Sauce Country, renowned across the globe and proud holder of the title Thunder Emperor, went weak at the knees and knelt upright on the cold arena floor, his Tao heart completely shattered. Omer stood up from the beach chair, patted his suit, and waved casually. The 3 enchanted skeletons, having made great contributions, immediately sheathed their bone blades and obediently retreated back into the spatial rift, disappearing. He strode over to Gabriel and looked down at him from above, his dark eyes showing no joy of victory, only utter boredom. Omer tossed away the empty cola can in his hand. The can rolled to a stop beside Gabriel's knees. Then he turned and walked off the arena without looking back, leaving only a light remark. Your lightning isn't pure enough. Next time, bring a better lightning source to strike me with. The Divine Grace Arena fell into dead silence. The entire audience of over 1 million people was utterly speechless. Omer's name was firmly nailed to first place on Group A's leaderboard. There was no need to even fight the remaining 2 round-robin matches. The 2 Western experts ranked in the global top 20 couldn't even muster the courage to step onto the stage after seeing Gabriel's miserable state. Trembling all over, they climbed onto the arena, looking at the little skeleton yawning at Omer's feet. Stop, Eos. The Pope stared at Omer's photo on the screen, a cruel sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Since he's so arrogant, I'll personally send him to hell. At the same time, a barbecue stall outside the Divine Grace Arena. Omer had his black shirt wide open, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and was eating a giant grilled kidney with grease all over his mouth. Su Qinghan sat opposite him, her cool, aloof aura completely at odds with the smoky bustle around them. Can't you at least pay a little attention to your image? She sighed. Fighting is work, eating is life. Omer took a gulp of ice-cold beer. The street across was already packed with people. At least more than 1,000 common folk of the Holy Light Empire stood far away, stretching their necks to look at this young man from Dragon Country who had been brainwashed by the church into a demon king. Omer turned back and shouted, Boss, grill 2,000 more skewers of lamb, extra cumin, less chili, put the bill on the Thunder Emperor. The chubby Lalban hurriedly began skewering the meat with shaking hands. Omer snapped his fingers, A spatial rift opened, and a few little skeletons walked out carrying iron platters. The commoners recoiled in terror. But the little skeletons held out the barbecue and offered it to them one skewer at a time. "Take it and eat. There's no poison," Omer called lazily. A middle-aged man took the skewer, and the little skeleton tilted its head before continuing to hand one to the next person. That night, more than 1,000 commoners of the Holy Light Empire experienced for the first time that the undead were not man-eating monsters, but service staff carrying barbecue all over the streets. Su Qinghan was speechless. "You trample the church's dignity underfoot. Aren't you afraid they'll go to desperate lengths?" Omo drained his beer, stomped on the bamboo skewer with his black leather shoe, and stood up, his gaze sweeping toward the church headquarters. "I'm afraid they won't." He straightened his collar, his tone arrogant. "Old Li and Zuotai have already made their move. Tomorrow in the quarterfinals, we'll dig up the earth core from underground too. Gather all 5 beads and let these bumpkins see what true Eos."
Li Yan trembled violently.
From deep underground came waves of scalp-numbing booms. In the next second, the entire underground space shook violently, and an ancient seal on the stone wall suddenly shattered. Whoosh! A cyan gale surged out of the crack, with wind blades wrapped in magic that tore at the soul. Even from over 100 meters away, a bloody gash was sliced across Li Yan's cheek. He stared fixedly at the center of the storm. A cyan bead, the size of a fist and half-transparent, was hovering in midair. The core of wind. "I found it." Just as Li Yan was about to step forward, the storm instantly turned wild, and even the rocks on the ground were being scoured into powder. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and ordered the 20 towering skeleton kings behind him, "Get to work!" 20 bone greatswords stabbed into the ground at the same time. Kingdom of the Sovereign. A gray-white domain of death instantly unfolded, forcibly suppressing the violent hurricane to the bare minimum. Li Yan threw on the windproof cloak Omo had given him and strode into the eye of the storm, snatching the cyan core into his hand. Mount Fuji let out a desperate, mournful cry. The ground shook and the mountains trembled, and the entire Sakura country was blaring with air raid alarms, thrown into complete chaos. Li Yan stuffed the core into an explosion-proof box, then turned and waved at the skeleton kings. "Fall back." The underground tunnel collapsed, and they hacked out a path with brute force. By the time they burst out of the crater, they were already surrounded by Sakura Country self-defense forces and ninjas. "Put down the national treasure." Li Yan only uttered one line. "Cut through them." The 20 skeleton kings charged in like tigers among sheep, sword chi sweeping across the field. The armored vehicles and soldiers in the front rank were instantly severed at the waist, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Li Yan couldn't be bothered to look any longer. He connected to Omo's communicator. "Lord City, the wind core is secured." Omo replied carelessly. "Head straight to the high seas for pickup. Don't waste time." Li Yan swung onto his horse, leading the skeleton army as they tore through the defensive line and raced toward the coastline. Meanwhile, in the Sahara Desert of Africa, just as the leading elemental skeleton extended its bony claw to grab the thunder core, a voice old and violent suddenly exploded through the air. Just as the Zuotai squad had grabbed the thunder core, Eagle Sauce Country's level 80 Lightning veteran MacArthur led his men charging out from behind the sand dunes. His face was covered in scars, his entire body wrapped in dazzling lightning, and he sneered, "Well done, people of Dragon Country. I've been lying in wait here for 3 days, and you actually used these skeletons as lightning rods." Zuotai's expression darkened. "A grand level 80 veteran, and you stoop to this kind of filthy trick?" MacArthur burst into laughter. "Your city lord is getting played in the Holy Light Empire right now. We're taking this thing, Eagle Sauce wants it for sure." He waved a hand grandly. "Kill them all and snatch the Thunder Core." Dozens of Special Forces officers opened fire instantly, and the dense barrage pinned Zuotai's squad down hard. Zuotai's eyes turned red as he shouted the order directly. "Old Li, take the men and hold them off. The rest of you, grab the core for me." The elemental skeletons immediately split in half and charged toward the enemy forces. MacArthur sneered, his thunder spear shooting straight for the center of Zuotai's brow. Zuotai couldn't dodge it. The thunder spear pierced his left shoulder, sending him flying backward before he crashed onto the charred glass floor, blood spurting everywhere. The old general strode forward, condensing another thunder spear. "You're not fit to take this thing." Zuotai coughed up blood and struggled to his feet, glaring at the skeleton as he roared, "Take it down for me." MacArthur's expression changed drastically, and he hurled the thunder spear toward the skeleton instead. Zuotai threw himself forward with everything he had, using his body to block the thunder spear. His chest was directly blasted through, and he coughed up fragments of his internal organs. That one block bought them a crucial second. The charred elemental skeleton sent out its right hand and grabbed the thunder core. In an instant, the thunderstorm within dozens of kilometers vanished. The sky darkened, and all lightning was sucked into that purple bead. MacArthur's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Take it back. The oppressive force of an 80-level powerhouse crashed down without restraint. Suotai, lying in a pool of blood, smiled. Coughing up blood, he shakily reached into his chest and pulled out the black jade talisman. The final trump card Omo had left him before departure. Old bastard. Suotai stared at the old general rushing over, his face twisted in manic mockery. That thing belongs to the O family now. Snap. Suotai used up his last trace of strength to crush the jade talisman. A powerful spatial fluctuation descended instantly, enveloping Suotai, Oldly, the Expeditionary Forces elite, and the 100 elemental skeletons at once. The old general's hand had already touched the charred skeleton's shoulder. Whoosh! A flash of white light, and everyone, along with the skeletons, vanished in an instant, not even leaving behind a drop of blood. The old general lunged at empty air. Because he moved too fast, he slammed straight onto the shattered glass and fell face-first into the dirt. People of the Dragon Country. He struggled to his feet and looked at the empty desert. Enraged, he coughed up a mouthful of old blood and let out an unwilling roar. Headquarters of the Holy Light Empire's church. A shrill alarm split the night sky. The Pope stood in the empty underground cathedral, trembling all over. The earth core that had originally been enshrined at the center of the altar was gone, leaving only a bottomless dog hole. Even most of the holy bronze bricks on the floor had been pried away. Investigate. Seal off the entire city. The Pope shoved the bishop aside, bit open his finger, and used his vital blood essence to activate the holy light tracking art, which had not been used for 1,000 years. A golden pillar of light shot into the sky and transformed in midair into a huge golden arrow, pointing straight toward the player's village outside the city. The Pope's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Punishment and Pursuit Squad, all 12 holy knights, move out to the player's village immediately. Find the core for me." Player's village, residence of the Dragon Country delegation. The area outside Omo Villa was as bright as day under the floodlights. 12 holy knights, murderous, surrounded the villa. The leading knight commander drew his two-handed cross sword and kicked the door open. People inside, listen up. By order of the church's highest command, open the door immediately and accept a search. Any resistance will be executed on the spot. Silence from inside. Click. With a soft sound from the lock, Omo, wearing pure black silk pajamas and slippers, slowly opened the door, rubbed one eye with one hand, yawned, and looked utterly annoyed. What? Wailing for the dead in the middle of the night? The knight captain's long sword pointed straight at Omo's forehead. Cut the nonsense. A priceless relic of the church has been stolen, and the holy light tracking spell shows the treasure is here. Get out of the way at once. We're going to search. Su Qinghan and Xiao Wang had already drawn their weapons. Qinghan, put your sword away. Omo waved a hand lazily and stepped aside, swinging the front door fully open. Go ahead and search. Search however you want. Tear up the floor if you like. But let me make this clear. If you can't find it, your Pope will have to pay me for a brand new floor. The knight captain snorted coldly. No need for your concern. Go in and search. 12 holy knights flooded inside, frantically rummaging around with top-grade holy light detection instruments like mad dogs. Omo strolled over to the sofa and sat down, casually snapping his fingers. A white-robed skeleton pharmacist emerged from the void, holding a tray with several cups of hot tea. With a clatter, it walked up to the knight captain and very politely handed him a cup. The knight captain was sweating profusely as he stared at the detector. When he saw the skeleton handing over tea, he was so startled he nearly dropped the instrument. Get away from me, evil demon. Omo leaned back on the sofa. Don't be so rude. It's late at night and you're out here doing manual labor. Have a sip of tea and wet your throat. My skeleton's tea-making skills are pretty decent. 10 minutes. Half an hour. The 12 holy knights turned the villa upside down, even shining holy light into the sewers 3 times. Nothing. The detector in the knight captain's hand had originally been glowing red, but as they moved in, a smug smile curved Omo's lips. The thing must definitely be hidden in my place. He stood up and walked over to the knight captain, looking down at the sweaty holy knight from above, a mocking smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Your church lost something. So you came here to raid my house? Omo leaned against the doorframe, his tone full of disdain. Don't you think you're overestimating me a little? A knight captain, bringing a bunch of scrap metal to rummage through everything, and in the end not even finding a single feather. If word gets out, where will the church's face be put? The knight commander was so angry he was trembling, but he couldn't fire back a single word. Without evidence, they didn't dare lay a hand on the Dragon Nation's chief commander. Otherwise the church would become a global joke tomorrow. Go! The knight commander gritted his teeth and waved a hand, leading his people to slink out of the villa in disgrace. The Holy Light Knights had fled like a pack of stray dogs. The villa fell silent once more. Ignoring the door kicked in by the intruders, Omo went straight back to his room, locked the door, didn't even change clothes, and collapsed onto the bed to sleep. Outside, the city was in an uproar and martial law had been imposed, but he slept soundly without a care. 10 hours later, the sky was beginning to brighten. The communicator by Omo's bedside vibrated. He opened his eyes, his gaze so clear it was almost frightening, and pressed to answer. City Lord. Qian Fugue could barely suppress his ecstasy. They're all here, locked up in our underground vault. Omo sat up. Where are Lao Li and Zhuotai? They're fine. Qian Fugue was grinning from ear to ear. Deputy Commander Li punched through the Sakura Nation's defenses and brought back the Wind Corps. General Zhua was injured a bit, but he also brought back the Thunder Corps safely to Blackstone City. And with the Earth Corps you teleported back last night, all 3 corps are here. A cold smile curled at the corners of Omo's mouth. His grand chess game spanning 3 continents had finally come to the closing net. Sakura Nation had lost the Wind Corps, and Mount Fuji had nearly collapsed. The old general of Eagle Sauce Nation had returned empty-handed. The church's founding treasure had been dug out right in front of them, and now they were still scouring the entire city for thin air. Make sure Zhuotai gets plenty of rest, and use as much high-grade recovery medicine as needed. Omo glanced at the calendar. Less than 2 days remained until the final stage of the Global League. Old Qian, prepare the 3 corps. I'm coming back to get them now. After cutting off the communication, Omo walked into the living room. Su Qinghan had been awake all night, wiping down the ice and snow long sword. I'm going back to Blackstone City. You and little Wang stay here. No matter who knocks, just say I'm sleeping and not seeing anyone. Su Qinghan hadn't even had time to ask. Omo raised a hand and snapped his fingers. A pitch-black spatial rift tore open in the center of the living room. Omo, wearing slippers, stepped through with 1 foot. In the next second, he was already in the underground secret chamber of the Blackstone City Lord's mansion. The 3 corps had already been placed on the stone platform. Omo walked forward and lifted the lead box. The Cyan Wind Corps, the Purple Thunder Corps, and the Earthy Yellow Earth Corps erupted with 3 streams of terrifying magic power in an instant. He then took the Fire Corps and Water Corps from his soul space. Fire, water, wind, thunder, earth. The 5 elemental cores were now gathered together. A wild fervor shone in Omo's eyes. With a thought, the 5 cores slowly rose into the air, linked end to end, forming a rotating 5-colored elemental ring. The secret chamber began to tremble. Deep within Omo's soul, the talent tree shook violently, its branches and leaves growing frantically. Omo listened to the report, let out a cold laugh, and his eyes immediately darkened. Qian Fugue swallowed and continued. The church moved the quarterfinal venue to the Land of Divine Grace just to force you into a dead end. They buried an ancient suppression array left behind by a primordial god underneath it, specifically designed to seal undead magic power. Once undead beings go in, they'll be purified into ash. Li Yan also added in a low voice. Right now, the city's defensive arrays have all blown up. The church side has probably already caught wind of it and is just waiting for you to walk right into the trap. Omo casually rolled his neck, and a crackling sound rang out from his joints. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the 2 of them, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. So it's the Land of Divine Grace, huh? Perfect. My new toy should come out for a test run too. Omo wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. Perfect. He walked to the window and gazed out at the night view of Blackstone City. That way, I won't be restricted. Omo turned to look at Qian Fugue. Old Qian, get the car ready. Head to the airport. Qian Fugue froze. City Lord, are we going back to the Holy Light Empire now? Isn't the competition tomorrow? No need to wait. Omo's eyes were icy, a bloodthirsty curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. Go straight back to the player village. The Pope likes changing the venue, does he? Then I'll go to his land of divine grace and teach him a lesson. He changed into that signature all-black suit and strode out. His voice echoed through the hallway. Let him see clearly what true divine punishment is. 2 hours later, the villa in the Holy Light Empire players' village. Su Qinghan was wiping her sword. The door was pushed open, and Omo walked in with one hand in his pocket. You're back. Su Qinghan immediately stood up. The clergy came to check the rooms just now. I blocked them all as you said. Good work. Omo sat down on the sofa and poured himself a glass of water. Tomorrow is the quarterfinals. Su Qinghan said worriedly. The clergy has laid a net of heaven and earth, just waiting for you to walk into it. Confident. Omo put down his water glass, looked at her and smiled. Qinghan, tell me, can a trap carefully set by an ant really hold back a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Su Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. Get some rest early. Omo stood up and walked toward the bedroom. Come with me tomorrow to the land of divine grace to collect the debt. The next morning, the land of divine grace. The grandstands in the valley were packed with big shots from every country. The Pope's face was grim as he clenched his staff. Bring in the Dragon Country delegation. The bronze gates opened, and Aumar walked in with his hands in his pockets, striding forward with Su Qinghan and Xiao Wang beside him. Golden light flared across the plaza in an instant, and countless runes turned into chains that surged forward. The cardinal laughed wildly. Aumar, your necromancy is useless. Aumar didn't even look at the golden runes. He lifted his head and stared straight at the Pope, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Aggrave. He casually snapped his fingers. Crack. A pitch-black rift tore open in midair, and a wave of apocalyptic stellar pressure poured down in an instant. All the big shots in the venue dropped to their knees in unison, and even the Pope's staff was crushed. Aumar's cold voice echoed. Sorry. Today, this burial ground is prepared for your church. The Pope's knees slammed into the stone slabs, his kneecaps shattered, and his sacred magic instantly dissolved. Among the Western geniuses below, some coughed up blood and fainted, while others convulsed and lost control of their bladders. The referee panel was all lying flat on the ground. In the entire venue, the only ones still standing were Su Qinghan and Xiao Wang beside Aumar. Aumar raised a hand, forming a shield to block the pressure. Still want to keep fighting? With both hands in his pockets, he strolled slowly up to the Pope and looked down at the old man who had just been so arrogant. The Pope was trembling all over, trying to chant a spell with his mouth open, but only made a clucking sound. Looks like you're done fighting. Omo curled his lip and snapped his fingers. The pitch-black rift instantly closed, and the pressure of the stars vanished. The tens of thousands of people present were as if granted amnesty. They gasped wildly, not even daring to look up at him. The qualifying round, the semifinals, the finals, all became a joke. Omo turned and walked toward the awards platform, lifting the global championship trophy with one hand. Then he bent down and picked up the holy crown that had rolled from the Pope, wiped the dust off on his robe, and patted the Pope's deathly pale face. This thing looks pretty valuable. Let's count it as compensation for mental damages. You got a problem with that? The Pope closed his eyes and cried, not daring to object. Omo carried the trophy and crown to the live broadcast camera, kicked the cameraman aside with one foot, and pointed the lens at himself. On the screens of 3 billion viewers worldwide, that expressionless face appeared. He held the trophy up to the camera, his voice not loud, yet it smashed into everyone's ears. From now on, don't mess with the Dragon Nation. Remember that. Then he punched the camera to pieces, and the broadcast turned to static. 10 hours later, a special plane bearing the national flag of the Dragon Nation landed on the Blackstone City helipad. The cabin door opened, and Omo walked down the stairs with one hand in his pocket. Standing in front of the helipad was Blackstone City's core leadership, and behind them was a full million-skeleton army. Long live the city lord! The million-strong army dropped to one knee, weapons slammed into the ground, and the entire Blackstone City trembled. Omo strode straight over to the old principal, stuffed the global champion trophy into his arms, and then placed the holy crown on his head. This thing has a pretty old-fashioned style. Wear it. The old principal's hands trembled, and the tears fell even harder. Omo yawned and casually brushed it off. Keep it and make it the town treasure of a museum, or use it as a chamber pot. Whatever you like. The old principal was in tears, tightly clutching the trophy and gripping Omo's hand. Omo, you are the pride of our dragon country. Jiangnan City ruins dump. Owen lay curled up in a stinking pile of trash like a dead dog, his body covered in festering sores. The abyssal demonic energy Omo had left inside him was now erupting, gnawing at his meridians and heart like tens of thousands of starving ants, so painful that he didn't even have the strength to turn over. Omo? Owen bit through his lip, hatred surging within him. He hated Omo, hated the O family, and hated this world that had trampled him from the clouds into the mud. The abyss sacrificial ring suddenly lit up with a red glow, and a bewitching voice sounded in his mind. Want revenge? Owen suddenly opened his eyes and laughed madly. Yes, I want him dead. He bit through his finger and used his blood to draw a broken summoning array on the ground, with only one thought left: drag Omo down to hell with him. The contract is established. The next second, Owen's body seemed to be forcibly inflated. His skin tore apart bit by bit, countless crimson blood threads drilled out, half plunging into the ground and half surging into the sky. He completely became a living coordinate, forcibly linking to the Abyss Great Plain. Rumble. A crack split open in the sky above Jiangnan City, and a massive blood-red giant eye suddenly opened, staring fixedly downward. Air raid sirens immediately blared across the city. The city defense troops rushed up the walls, and before they could even make out that eyeball, black light shot down like a rainstorm from the eye. As the fog dispersed, beyond the defense line stood a neatly formed square array of Abyss regular troops. At the front were Abyss heavy armored knights riding mutated bone horses wreathed in green flames, holding 3-meter-long spears, marching in perfect step as the ground trembled. In the middle were Abyss soul devourers, floating like dark shadows, screeching non-stop. At the back were Abyss-robed figures in tattered spell robes. Ayos. The moment Chu Xiaotian was knocked back, the Abyss demon general slashed out with a single sword. Just as Lei Potion's twin hammers had only been raised halfway, they were severed with a crack. That giant execution sword burning with black flames followed through, slamming down on him with a surge of black light. Lei Potian didn't even have time to let out a scream before his entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The defense line of the state-suppressing legion was instantly torn open. The Abyss army stepped over corpses and charged forward, and Jiangnan City was completely turned into a slaughterhouse. Chu Xiaotian gritted his teeth and steadied himself, looking up and locking his eyes on Owen in the sky. Owen stood at the center of the crimson giant eye, a manic smile hanging from the corners of his mouth. He was going to bury the entire Jiangnan City with OMO. Lei Potion's upper body slid straight down along the sword wound, blood spraying all over the ground. A mighty Grand General of the Nation Guard Legion was killed in a single strike by the Abyss Demon General. The generals around him, who had been ready to charge, all went deathly pale in an instant, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Watching the Abyss Demon General continue to lead the charge without even glancing at the corpse, fear instantly clenched their hearts into a knot. Only then did they truly understand what level of monster OMO had instantly killed in the Global League. Cities around the world fell at the same time. In Washington of the Eagle Sauce Nation, a level 90 abyssal demon dragon tore through the void and slapped the Statue of Liberty into rubble with one claw, turning the entire district into a sea of fire. Thunder Emperor Gabriel was pinned to the ground by an abyssal knight's spear, kneeling there and wailing loudly. In the Sakura Nation, Mount Fuji erupted, and 1,000,000 abyssal fire demons surged out along the lava, leaving the city a scorched wasteland. The Holy See of the Holy Light Empire was smashed through by 3 abyssal gates, and the Pope knelt before the statue, coughing blood as he maintained the barrier. The Global United Front completely exploded, with heads of state from every country crying out for help. Can't hold it anymore. Who can contact OMO? The Eagle Sauce Nation's supreme leader was practically pressed against the microphone as he roared. As long as he makes a move, we'll give him the entire national treasury. The Sakura Nation's daimyo cried so hard that snot and tears ran down his face. We're willing to submit to Blackstone City as a whole. In everyone's minds, there was only one name left, OMO. Meanwhile, in Blackstone City, the sun was shining beautifully. OMO lay on a custom chair on the backyard lawn, wearing sunglasses and drinking ice-cold cola. More than a dozen little skeletons were lined up cutting the grass, making crisp snapping sounds. Su Qinghan held a communicator in her hand, its screen flashing with red light as everyone was frantically trying to find OMO. She asked in a lowered voice, "You're not going to save them?" OMO changed posture and said lazily, "What's the rush? Let them fight a few more days." Su Qinghan said anxiously, "If they keep fighting for a few more days, there won't be anyone left on Blue Star." Omer put down his cola and turned his head to look at her. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Qinghan, have you ever done business? They finally showed all their cards, so of course I have to make them cough up everything they've got. Don't I?" In the underground command center of Blackstone City, Omer slowly stood up from the recliner. Let's go. Old Qian's stage should be set by now. With one hand in his pocket, he strolled into the surveillance hall, collapsed straight into the boss chair, and propped his feet up on the desk. The giant screen erupted instantly. The leader of Eagle Country, with disheveled white hair, slapped the table and pleaded. Mr. Omer, Washington is already a sea of fire. Please, save us. The emperor of the Sakura nation knelt on the tatami, banging his forehead against the floor. As long as you save us, we'll give you all the national treasure mineral veins. The Pope of the Holy Light Empire was deathly pale. The church is willing to bow its head and forge an everlasting alliance. Even the Blood Shark gang leader, whose worship had been sunk by Omer, squeezed in crying to beg for mercy. Omer glanced coldly across the screen and picked at his ear. Enough. Stop wailing like you're at a funeral. The conference room fell silent at once. He tapped the table with his fingers, making a crisp thudding sound. Sending troops is fine, but let's talk payment first. The leader of Eagle Country panicked. We're about to be wiped out, and you're still talking about money? Omer's eyes turned cold. Moral blackmail won't work. Blackstone City won't die. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. If you want your lives, pay up. The leader went silent. Omer turned back and instructed, Old Qian, read it. Qian Fugui straightened his back, lifted the thick stack of documents, and began reading aloud to the holographic projection. First, all nations permanently recognize the sovereignty of Blackstone City, and Omer shall enjoy the highest diplomatic immunity worldwide. Second, hand over all S-rank secret realms and top-grade mineral veins. The mining rights will belong to Blackstone City. Article 3. All post-war Abyss material transactions shall be exclusively managed by Blackstone City. The people on the screen went pale. Qian Fugui continued reading the last item. For countries that targeted OMO during the League, they must additionally pay exorbitant compensation for emotional distress. Top-grade crystal cores, premium magical artifacts, and treasury treasures, all of them. OMO settled the bill. If they were short even a single copper coin, the city lord would just watch Sakura Nation get devoured clean by the Abyss. After the document was read aloud, the international channel fell dead silent. OMO had taken opportunistic profiteering to a whole new level. The representative of Sakura Nation knelt behind the emperor, staring at that treaty that stripped away their national dignity and sovereignty, trembling with rage, muttering softly, "This is outright robbery." Though his voice was low, it was precisely captured by the high-tier magical equipment. OMO laughed and rose from the boss's chair, his black suit cold and ruthless to the extreme. Old Qian, add another 10% to Sakura Nation's clauses. The representative of Sakura Nation collapsed on the spot, then scrambled on hands and knees to kowtow. I'm sorry, City Lord O. I was wrong. OMO ignored him completely, bracing his hands on the conference table and sweeping his gaze across everyone present. Sign it and I'll guarantee you won't be wiped out today. Don't sign it, and I'll sit here drinking tea until every last one of you is dead. Countdown, 1 minute. In less than 30 seconds, the leaders of various countries rushed to sign the agreement. Qian Fugui's golden abacus was working so hard it nearly smoked as he immediately collected the world's first payment. Underground chamber of Blackstone City. A mountain of crystal cores and attribute ores was piled up high, their magical glow blinding. OMO sat cross-legged in the center, closing his eyes and sinking into his soul space. The talent tree was lush and flourishing, but the phantom of the necromancer star god at its very top remained illusory. He needed a higher-grade source of the abyss. During this time, he had been suppressing his level, not daring to advance too quickly. He was afraid that when the star god descended, the pressure would blow Blue Star apart. Now that the abyss gate was wide open, it was the perfect time for him to stretch his hands and feet. OMO opened his eyes, a wild gleam flashing in them. I've been holding back for so long. I can finally eat my fill. He slammed both hands onto the ground, and a massive number of crystal cores exploded into powder. Violent magic power turned into a vortex and crazily surged back into him. His flesh and bones underwent a violent transformation, and dense, deathly energy poured out from his pores. The special alloy walls were corroded by the deathly energy, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. A star god mark appeared between his brows, and the level 80 bottleneck was shattered with a thunderous boom. More star god troop types lit up in his soul space. Su Qinghan rushed in holding a battle report, only to be forced back 3 steps by that azure deathly energy. She stared in shock at OMO, black aura coiling around his entire body, the mark on his brow exuding a cold divinity. Omo, your deathly energy is too dense. Could it affect your sanity? Omo took a deep breath, and the black aura and azure light instantly drew back into him, restoring his lazy demeanor. He walked up to Su Qinghan and flicked her on the forehead. What are you thinking? Power is just a tool. When has a tool ever turned around and controlled its master? If I didn't even have this much self-control, I'd have gone out killing and burning things long ago. Would I still have the free time to drink cola every day? Omo stood at the front line with one hand in his pocket, looking up at the giant blood-red eye in the sky. Then it's only natural that it can't hold out. He casually tossed the battle report onto the table, threw on his black trench coat, and left behind one sentence without looking back. I'll be away for a few days. Blackstone City is in your hands and Lao Qian's. Keep the gate secured. I'm going to the abyss to stock up. Su Qinghan looked at his tall back and said only 4 words. Come back soon. 1 hour later, at the outer defense line of Jiangnan City, the National Defense Legion had suffered over half its casualties. Chu Xiaotian, gripping a chipped battle saber, was slumped in the mud, covered in blood. Despair spread. Just when everyone thought Jiangnan City was about to fall, the earth suddenly trembled. On the horizon surged an army of hundreds of millions of skeletons. Gray-white little skeletons, nightmare knights, flame-bone dragons, giant skeleton kings, pressing forward like a tide of bones. Omo stood at the very front with one hand in his pocket. Owen in the blood-red eye in the sky saw him and immediately burst into manic laughter.
Umo.
You've finally come. This is no longer Blue Star. It's the abyss. Your skeletons can't even fahui 1/10 of their strength here. As soon as Owen finished speaking, Omo casually snapped his fingers. The void tore open, and 10,000 elemental skeletons stepped out in perfect formation. The abyssal deathly aura surged toward them wildly. Owen was waiting to see the skeletons corrode into dust. The next second, his smile froze on his face. Those abyssal death energies that could instantly corrode living beings were greedily absorbed into the skeleton's body the moment they came into contact with its bone frame. The moment Omo stepped onto the bloodfire plains, the stones beneath his feet were scorching hot. 10,000 elemental skeletons surged in after him. The dark flames in their hollow eye sockets flared wildly, and after absorbing the abyssal death energy, their bones rapidly turned black and glossy, as if desert travelers who had just drunk ice water, utterly refreshed. After O1 was eliminated, that blood-red giant I completely lost control, and the abyss gate began shrinking frantically. Omo merely let out a cold laugh, hands in his pockets, while behind him the skeleton king drew his sword and pried open the gate, forcibly holding the opening in place. He strode in, with an army of hundreds of millions of skeletons surging in behind him like a tidal wave. Chu Xiaotian screamed at the top of his lungs from the mud. City Lordo can't go in. That's the abyss's lair. Omo didn't even look back. His gaze fell on the scorching dark red rock, and a bloodthirsty smile curved his lips. Stocking up, he stopped in his tracks and raised his eyes. Ahead was not a pack of beasts, but an abyssal vanguard legion of several 100,000, lined up in neat formations. Black-armored battle banners snapped in the wind as they prepared to charge out of the gate. Yet the gate was being forcibly held open from the outside. A man in a black trench coat, accompanied by a few shabby, grimy skeletons, slowly walked out. The several 100,000 abyssal soldiers collectively froze in confusion. On the 3 white-bone thrones at the front sat 3 level 85 dukes. The one in the center, a 4-armed duke nearly 10 meters tall, stared at Omo for 3 seconds before bursting into earth-shaking laughter. Ha ha ha! Has a human gone mad from fear? You brought a few rotten bones here to die. The abyss army followed with raucous laughter, while the heavily armored riders in the front exchanged looks. Omo merely glanced at the black armor, the magic core staffs, and the white bone thrones, then rubbed his chin and nodded with satisfaction. The abyss has deep pockets. This batch of materials will save old Mo a ton in procurement costs. The 4-armed duke's expression darkened, and with a furious roar he swung his sword and ordered, "Vanguard Battalion, crush him!" 10,000 heavy cavalry knights spurred their warhorses forward, and a torrent of steel thundered in. Omo bit down on an unlit cigarette and snapped his fingers. Too much nonsense. Clear the field. The next second, the abyss gate expanded with a thunderous boom, and over 100 million skeletons gushed out like a bursting flood. Before the abyss knight charging at the very front could even react, horse and rider alike were slapped into a sky full of minced flesh by an ordinary F-rank little skeleton. Omo led the skeleton army and surged out of the abyss gate. The 10,000 in the Abyss Vanguard camp couldn't even hold out for 3 seconds before they were completely swallowed by the gray-white tsunami. Not even a splash was left, they vanished outright. The laughing face of the four-armed Grand Duke froze, and his great sword clattered to the ground. He stared with bloodshot eyes at the endless tide of skeletons pouring out. 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. In just a few minutes, the dark red earth of the Bloodfire Plain was dyed a bleak gray-white. The endless skeletons completely surrounded the hundreds of thousands of regular Abyss troops in a reverse encirclement. The Grand Duke's scalp tingled. "Engage! All troops engage!" He picked up his greatsword and roared, while the other two level 85 Grand Dukes also sprang up from their bone thrones and formed hand seals, preparing to unleash their devastating ultimate techniques. Before the incantations could even be finished, 12 skeleton kings, each 30 meters tall, had already leaped over and surrounded them at the center. "Get lost, you worthless bones!" The four-armed Grand Duke swung his 4 greatswords at the kings. With a loud clang, the blades failed to leave even a white mark, and instead shattered the web of flesh between his thumb and forefinger. The skeleton kings raised their 10-meter-long white bond. "Help!" The four-armed Grand Duke only had time to let out a scream before all 4 of his arms were severed, and his entire body was hacked into pieces. The fate of the other 2 Grand Dukes was even worse. They didn't even have time to beg for, on the ground. Omo snapped his fingers in midair. The billion-strong skeleton army stopped at once, and hundreds of millions of skulls turned around simultaneously. "Let's go." Omo crushed a deep abyss beast skull under his foot and strode deeper in. "Let's take a look around the abyss and see if there's any better loot." The 9th layer, Shadow Throne. Morlock's eyes snapped open. The 385-level dukes and the hundreds of thousands of Vanguard troops on the Bloodfire Plains were all gone. Trash. The entire lava lake on the 9th layer instantly boiled over. He saw through what had happened on the 1st layer in a single glance. Omo, with mountains of white bones behind him, was brazenly digging up his magic cores. Morlock stood up, and his roar shook the entire abyss. "Omo, you destroyed my Vanguard, stole my magic cores, and now you dare come knocking on my doorstep?" He grabbed the world-ending scythe. A level 88 prince knelt on the ground and urged, "That skeleton is strange, can absorb death energy. Your Grace, you must be cautious." Morlock reined in his rage and sat back down. "Issue the order. From the 2nd layer to the 8th layer, all lords and demon kings are to abandon the defensive line and gather at once at the entrance to the Bloodfire Plains. Shut the door and beat the dog. Trap him to death on the 1st floor." The prince accepted the order and withdrew. A net of heaven and earth had already been cast. Morlock licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. He wanted to swallow this man's soul whole, flesh and all. Sitting on the throne, Morlock lightly tapped the death scythe resting on his knee with his fingers, producing a crisp echo of death. He looked down at Umo, who was still roaming around the 1st floor plane picking up crystal cores, and sneered with a shake of his head. "Taking in goods? He thinks this is his hunting ground." A bitter wind stirred the black ashes scattered across the floor, and Morlock's eerie voice echoed through the hall. "I'll let him know who the real prey is." With the skeleton army in tow, Umo crushed everything in his path, flattening the passage from the 1st floor to the 2nd. The 2 floors were directly turned into Blackstone City's supply depot. Amid the ground covered in dark red demon blood, the Skeleton King kicked and shattered the boundary marker leading to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was thick with demonic energy. An ordinary person would have their internal organs burned through with just one breath. Yet Umo greedily devoured that demonic energy. A dragon roar crashed down from the sky. A 1,000-meter-long abyssal demon dragon tore through the demonic clouds. A level 90 abyssal lord, its scarlet vertical pupils locked onto Umo on the grow. "Ignorant human insects, daring to set foot on the 3rd layer. I shall roast your soul in hellfire for 10,000 years." The demon dragon spread its blood-stained maw, preparing to unleash a breath hot enough to melt mountains. Omer casually raised his pinky finger and cleaned out his ear. "Quite a loud mouth you've got there." He flicked away the dust from his fingernail, nonchalantly giving an order. "Tear its jaw apart for me." 10 colossal skeletal monarchs, towering 30 meters high, soared into the sky. The demon dragon lashed its 100-meter tail, aiming to smash one of them to pieces. Omer calmly stored the premium loot into his warehouse. With a wave of his hand, he sneered, "Stop playing dead." He fixed his gaze on the magic-wreathed core in his hand, a flicker of fervor lighting up in his eyes. "After fighting all the way here, I might as well take some interest." He stood on the dragon corpse, his 5 fingers exerting force to crush the level 90 crystal core. Boom! The berserk origin magic of the abyss transformed into a black tornado, pouring straight into his body through his 7 apertures. Under the 10,000 times attribute boost, his body was like a bottomless abyss, madly devouring this top-tier abyss rations. His bones crackled and popped, and the edge of the Necromancer Star God Phantom at the 5th tier of the talent tree gradually solidified. Level 83. Omer opened his eyes and spat out a puff of black gas. This sugar pill tastes passable at best. He looked up at the entrance to the 4th layer. It was far too quiet. A wild arc of arrogance curved at the corner of Omer's mouth as he took a cigarette from his pocket, which the Skeleton King lit for him. Trying to shut the door and beat the dog? He flicked ash off the cigarette and mocked. Fine by me. Saves me from having to look for you layer by layer. Omer drew his short blade and waved his hand to give the order. The billion-strong skeleton army marched out in grand force, heading straight for the entrance to the 4th layer. The 5th layer of the abyss. Omer crossed the spatial gate, and the white-bone staircase behind him was piled high with the corpses of the lords from the first 4 layers. Before him stood a 10 million-strong abyss main force army, with 10 level 90 lords lined up in a row. Human! Hand over the dragon crystal core. The 10 million-strong army roared, the sound waves stirring up a black storm. Omer ground out his cigarette butt and let out a cold laugh. 10 million! He flexed his wrists, and his knuckles cracked loudly. I'm almost falling asleep from killing nothing but trash mobs. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The void collapsed and 2 million elite skeleton troops stepped out. 10 30-meter-tall skeleton kings stood in front, while bone dragon riders blotted out the sky. 10,000 skeleton assassins held white-bone heavy sniper rifles, and 500 mechanical skeletons piloted heavy mechs. The abyss lords froze. Dinner's ready. Omer spat out 3 words. Bang, bang, bang. 10,000 white-bone heavy sniper rifles fired at the same time. The armor-piercing rounds, amplified by 10,000 times attributes, plowed 100 bloody lanes through the abyss army's formation. The cavalry units, riders and mounts alike, were instantly blasted into a rain of flesh and blood. Counterattack! Crush them for me! The abyss lords roared madly, their eyes bloodshot with fury. The 10 million-strong abyss army surged forward like a black tidal wave, launching a suicidal charge at the skeleton formation. 500 white-bone mechs moved. Their shoulder missile bays opened fully, and countless dark blue magic missiles dragged flaming trails as they carpet-bombed the ground. At the same time, the bone dragon riders in the sky swooped down, slaughtering the abyss flying beasts in a brutal melee. This was a brutal meat grinder battle with no frills at all. 10 skeleton kings charged into the enemy ranks, their 10-meter-long swords hacking wildly. A level 90 abyss lord seized the opportunity, riding a hellhound as black lightning as he bypassed the skeleton king's defensive line and charged straight at Omo's true body. A battle axe carrying the power to split space cleaved toward the top of Omo's head. Capture the thief by capturing the king first. D. Omo stood motionless on the spot, raised his head to look at the lord who was right in front of him, and his eyes were full of pity for an idiot. Who told you a summoner can only hide in the back and watch the show? He clenched his right fist, suddenly forcefully driving his waist, and threw a punch straight at that level 90 battle axe. His insanely powerful body, amplified by 10,000-fold attributes, exploded completely. When fist and axe collided, there was no sound of metal striking metal, only a grating, teeth-aching sound of crushing. That battle axe, along with the lord's arms, was smashed into dust in the blink of an eye. The force of the punch did not lessen as it tore a vacuum tunnel several thousand meters long through the air. The lord's upper body vaporized on the spot, and along the straight line behind him, tens of thousands of abyss soldiers were also instantly vaporized, leaving not even bone fragments behind. The remaining 9 abyss lords were so terrified that they almost fell off their mounts. One punch shattered a level 90 lord? What kind of monster was this? The slaughter on the 5th layer of the abyss continued for 3 days and 3 nights. The plains rang non-stop with earth-shaking cries of battle, and the dark red sky was dyed grayish-white by the deathly aura of bone dragons. The vast abyss plains could not be found with a single intact patch of land. 10 million abyss main forces were completely wiped out, and all 10 level 90 lords were physically transcended one by Omo's fists. Limbs and severed arms covered the ground, and the 5th layer turned into a white bone wasteland. Omo stood on a mountain of corpses, not a drop of blood on him, and his black trench coat was still spotless. Massive amounts of abyss origin magic and 10 level 90 lord crystals transformed into thick black light pillars, Crazily surging in Eos, the skeleton army all stopped moving. Several million white bone skulls turned in unison toward the altar, and the sound of bones grinding together rang out in a chorus. They were tempted. Omo put his hands in his pockets and walked over unhurriedly. He stood at the edge of the altar and looked down at the soul spring eye emitting green light from within. Good stuff. Omo licked his lips, his eyes shining with a frightening light. This thing is worth far more than crystal cores. He turned to look at the few skeleton kings swallowing their saliva. Why are you looking? Move everything out for me. Stone, totems, foundation. Don't leave a single brick behind. The skeleton army instantly went berserk. They threw down their weapons and started prying up bricks with their bare hands. The mechanical skeletons even conjured digging shovels and went wild, hacking at the foundation. In less than 10 minutes, the altar, as large as a football field, was forcibly torn apart into a giant pit. Omo snapped his fingers. A spatial passage leading directly to Blackstone City's treasury was ripped open. The skeletons lined up and hauled every altar stone and all the soul spring water back, even stripping away a layer of dirt from the foundation. Just as the last core was thrown into the passage, a sudden mutation occurred. The fifth layer of space twisted violently, and the dark red sky instantly turned pitch black. A terrifying, repulsive force pressed in on Omo from all directions. This was the will of the abyss plane itself. It sensed someone was digging out its very foundation and was sure ally enraged. Violent laws turned into a tangible thunderstorm, trying to crush Omo to dust. Space was compressed so tightly that it gave off a teeth-grinding cracking sound. Omo stood at the center of the storm without even moving a step. He raised his head, and there was not a trace of awe in his eyes. Want to drive me out? Omo sneered. I haven't even finished stocking up yet. Who do you think you are, trying to kick out a customer? As soon as the words fell, the star god mark between his brows erupted with a blinding blue-violet light. A mythic-level pressure that stood above the plane itself burst directly out of the body. A deep blue pillar of light shot into the sky, slamming hard into the laws of the abyss. Crack! A cracking sound rang out across the fifth layer. The repulsive storm formed by the will of the abyss was violently blasted open by the star god mark, leaving a huge breach. The violent squeezing of space instantly dissipated. The entire abyss plane seemed to have been slapped across the face, falling into an eerie silence. It was afraid. Omer withdrew his gaze and casually patted his trench coat. Cowardly, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The fifth layer had been completely flattened. Omer glanced at the empty surroundings. Go! He casually kicked the skeletal king beside him. Get me something to sit on. The 10 skeletal kings immediately took the order. They dragged over the 90-level abyss dragon skeleton slain on the third layer. Tens of thousands of little skeletons transformed into construction workers, crazily building. The abyss dragon's spine was straightened and used as the main body, while the dragon horns were embedded on both sides to serve as armrests. In less than half an hour, a towering white bone throne, 100 zhang high, was forcibly erected on the 5th floor. It exuded a terrifying, deathly pressure. Almer had both hands in his pockets as he stepped up the white bone stairs, one step at a time, to the summit of the throne. He turned around and sat down boldly. His hands rested casually on the dragonhorn armrests. He looked down at the boundless abyssal land below. Beside him and beneath him, 2 million elite skeleton troops and countless billions of cannon fodder were lined up in strict military formations. The gray-white sea of bones stood still like Almer, stretching endlessly beyond sight. Thick abyssal death chi, drawn by Almer's domineering pressure, condensed into black cloud layers that seemed solid. At that moment, Almer sat on the white bone throne, like the very embodiment of the god of death who controlled life and death. Here, it had officially become his absolute forward base in the abyss. In the darkness in the distance, a few abyssal imps that had luckily survived crouched behind rocks, trembling uncontrollably. They looked at the white bone throne towering into the clouds. They looked at the person seated on the throne, who seemed like a deity. Their psychological defenses completely collapsed. They scrambled to their feet and fled madly toward the entrance to the lower level. As they ran, they let out heart-rending screams. Monster! He's not human at all. He's the Grim Reaper. The Bone Grim Reaper is here. Run! In the darkness of the upper abyss, terrifying rumors of the Bone Grim Reaper began spreading wildly. Those once overbearing abyssal demons were, for the first time, experiencing the despair of being hunted like prey. Omer leaned back against the throne. He listened to the screams coming from afar. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Omer's mouth. He lightly tapped the dragonhorn armrest with his fingers, producing a rhythmic drumming sound. Run faster. Call everyone you can. I'm taking over the whole place today. On the shadow throne of the 9th layer of the abyss, the lava lake had completely calmed down. Morlock rested his chin on one hand, his blood-red giant eyes fixed on the void screen, staring at Omer on the bone throne of the 5th layer. He was no longer angry. The ancient monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years knew that anger was only a sign of incompetence. Only by calming down could he kill. He understood now that this human was completely unreasonable, with endless skeletons under his command and absurdly overpowering stats. In a war of attrition, the Abyss could not match that kind of limitless troop spam that completely ignored the laws of the plane. Capture the leader to capture the thieves. Morlock sneered, and all the distorted faces simultaneously revealed sinister smiles. He had seen through Omer's trump card. No matter how fierce those skeletons were, the source of their power was Omer alone. As long as Omer died, the million-strong army would instantly turn into a pile of rotten bones. But how could he kill him? Omer had just smashed a level 90 lord with one punch, and he had seen it clearly. That kind of pure physical strength made even him, a Grand Duke of the Abyss, go numb with dread. Even if he personally stepped in, his chances of winning would not exceed 50%. Morlock rose from the throne and turned to look toward the eternal darkness in the deepest part of the 9th layer. That was the Abyss's absolute forbidden land, the place where the primordial will lay dormant. Even he did not dare to approach it by half a step. Since I can't kill you, then I'll have the ancestor devour you. Morlock suddenly turned around and grabbed at the void. Come see me. Boom! Space shattered and 12 earth-shattering figures stepped out at the same time. 12 abyssal overlords, all at the peak of level 95, knelt on one knee before Morlock. What are your orders, Grand Duke? Morlock looked down at them from above. You all know what happened on the 5th layer. That human is standing on the dragon bones there, acting like the local tyrant. The overlords all raised their heads at once, killing intent surging. Grand Duke, let us go. With the 12 overlords joining forces, we'll definitely take his head. Morlock sneered. To go and die? That guy can punch straight through the 5th layer's spatial barrier with a single fist. All 12 of you combined still wouldn't be enough for him to warm up. The Great Hall fell into dead silence. The overlords wore looks of shock. Then what does the Grand Duke mean by this? Morlock extended one thick finger and pointed into the darkness deep within the 9th layer. I want you to go to the 5th layer, not to kill him. I want the 12 of you, at any cost, to force him into the entrance of the eternal dark. The overlords trembled all over. My lord. That is the forbidden land where the primordial ancestor sleeps. If the primordial will is awakened, we'll be swallowed up with it. Morlock looked at them coldly. That's your problem. The Abyss has raised you for tens of thousands of years. Now it's time to show your loyalty. The air in the Great Hall froze. The overlords gritted their teeth so hard that not a single one dared to say another word. Don't make it look like you're going off to die. Leaning back on his throne, Morlock softened his tone a little and began painting a grand future for this bunch of cannon fodder. That human is extremely arrogant, and his bones are full of pride. You don't need to fight him head-on. Just go provoke him, enrage him, then retreat while fighting. He likes to cut the grass at its roots so much. 12 abyss overlords turned into black currents and charged straight toward the 5th layer. Standing on the 9th layer, Morlock curled his lips into a cold smile. Once he steps into eternal darkness, the primordial will chew him to pieces. When he dies, the undead army will become ownerless. By then, the entire abyss will transform because of that deathly aura. If you come back alive, I'll have all of you break through to level 99. The fear in the eyes of the 12 overlords was replaced by greed, and they roared in unison, "This subordinate obeys!" In the next instant, they had torn through space and headed for the 5th layer to kill. Looking toward eternal darkness, Morlock muttered, Umo, you're too arrogant. In front of the primordial will, your brute force isn't even worth a joke. On the other side, the bone throne on the 5th layer. Omer leaned against the armrest, bored out of his mind, when he suddenly looked up. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Finally, a few who can actually fight. 12 streaks of black light surged in from the sky, and the aura of peak level 95 crashed down like a tidal wave. The skeleton monarch drew his sword to block them, but the 12 of them jointly pushed open a domain barrier and forced their way through. The leading overlord pointed his long blade straight at Omer. Human, your death has come. Omer stood up and flicked his trench coat. I'm not full yet. Perfect. He stepped into the air, hovered in midair, and beckoned arrogantly. Come on. Let me see how hard your bones are. The Abyss Overlords did everything they could, driving Omer all the way to the gate of eternal darkness at the entrance to the 7th layer. 12 chains of black law burst out of the void like venomous snakes, coiling toward Omer. With a casual wave, Omer smashed more than a dozen of them to pieces. Just as he was about to strike, the 12 overlords suddenly turned and sprinted away. Human, your death has come. As they ran, they hurled spell spheres backward. It was obvious they were trying to provoke him. Omer saw through it at a glance, sneered, and followed after them. The 12 of them charged forward with all their might, while Omer pursued at an unhurried pace as if out for a stroll. The Abyss defenders never even saw his shadow clearly before the shockwaves turned them into ruins. When they reached the entrance to the 7th layer, the 12 overlords abruptly stopped, turned around, and formed a semicircular formation. Burning their last source power, they joined forces to unleash a pure pushing force, shoving Omer onto the threshold of eternal darkness. All 12 wore vicious grins, thinking their mission was complete. But Omer did not panic. Instead, he closed his eyes and felt that calling. Something was sleeping in the darkness, sending him an intense signal of hunger. He suddenly smiled. So you went to all this trouble just to invite me here for a good meal? With that, he strode without hesitation into eternal darkness. 10 skeleton monarchs were sent flying by an ancient repulsion law, and the door slammed shut behind him. The 12 overlords went completely insane, collapsing to the ground and laughing wildly. Grand Duke, the mission is complete. That idiot named Omer has already walked into eternal darkness on his own. The 9th layer of the Abyss, the Shadow Throne. Morlock leaned back on the throne. Hearing the message carried by the bone talisman, the tense nerves in his body finally relaxed. His massive lava form reclined backward, letting out a deep rumbling laugh. Good work. He looked at the rolling demonic clouds outside the hall and said with satisfaction, humans are still humans. Their bone-deep arrogance is their fatal weakness. Go and take over his skeleton army. Starting today, the Abyss's strength will double. Just as the demons were celebrating in advance, inside eternal darkness, Omer floated in the void and chaos, hands in his pockets, his expression calm. Suddenly, a desolate sigh echoed out. It's been so many years. At last, fresh food has come to us on its own. Ahead in the chaos, 2 masses of gray mist coalesce into a pair of enormous, pupil-less eyes. The primordial will of the Abyss. It stared greedily at Omer. Your death aura is delicious. I'll slowly chew you to pieces, and use your flesh and soul to nurture a new abyss. As soon as the words fell, darkness turned into countless poisonous spikes, crazily drilling into Omer's body. Cracks spread across Omer's fair cheek, and black scales extended along his neck. He merely frowned, touched his neck, and said in disgust, so ugly. The next second, a roar exploded deep within Omer's soul, and the catastrophe talent tree was churdy enraged. The phantom of the Death Star god at the top abruptly opened its eyes. Someone dared to snatch its food? The star god phantom erupted with terrifying suction. The black scales on Omer's neck instantly stopped, even began to retreat. The abyss chaotic energy that had drilled into his body didn't even stir up a ripple before being swallowed whole by the star god. The star god's appetite was fully awakened. The force of devouring surged along Omer's pores, reversing and sweeping into eternal darkness. The thick, chaotic darkness was like a breached flood, violently pouring into all 7 apertures of Omer's body. The pair of gray eyes in midair instantly filled with terror. What did you do? The primordial will's voice trembled. Why you? What kind of monster are you? Omer slowly bowed his head, a killing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Didn't you just say it? He spat out 2 words. Food. Boom. A blinding white light erupted from within Omer. That was the white bone light amplified 10,000 times. Like a sword that split heaven and earth, the light directly tore through the spatial barriers of eternal darkness. The shell of the primordial will couldn't even last half a second before the white light, and was instantly vaporized. Behind Omer, a massive phantom of the star god rose thunderously from the ground. The deity was woven from countless starlit bones, its eyes burning with eerie blue underworld flames. The deathly star god descended in full for the first time. The star god spread both hands toward the still fleeing Eos. Omer sat on the white bone throne, letting out a cold laugh. Revenge? Proof. He toyed with the magic core between his fingers and lazily said, I just want to burn you dry as firewood. Omer lazily stood up and looked down at the Abyss Grand Duke from above. Don't put gold on your own face. His voice was cold. I said a long time ago that I came here to buy goods. And you're just one piece of goods too. The highest quality one. Moloch was so enraged that the magma ran backward. As a dignified Abyss Grand Duke, he was actually treated like merchandise by a blue star human.
Umo.
You're too arrogant. He burned his origin completely, transforming into a sky-darkening black dragon that surged toward OMO with destruction and deathly aura. Everyone stand down. OMO didn't even twitch an eyebrow as he sat on the throne, waving the skeleton army back. With one hand in his pocket, he walked forward to meet the dragon. What a fine piece of merchandise. If it gets smashed, who's responsible? I'll take this order personally. The next second, Omo's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the dragon. He had no weapon, only a clenched fist, which he drove straight into the dragon's chest. Bang! Fueled by 10,000-fold attributes, that punch tore through god-tier dragon scales, and his entire arm plunged into the chest cavity. OMO curled his fingers and forcibly ripped out the mountain-like abyss core, brimming with stellar energy. Deprived of its core, the black dragon instantly collapsed, dissolving into a rain of black light that scattered through the air. Moloch's last shred of consciousness stared at OMO, utterly desperate. OMO held the core in one hand and looked down at him, his expression calm as if he had just finished buying groceries. Natural disaster. As those two words fell, the last glimmer in Moloch's eyes was completely extinguished. OMO sat on the bone throne with his arms crossed, watching coldly as the billion-skeleton army frantically moved house. The entire 9th layer of the abyss was stripped bare. All the veins, cores, and relics from the 4 layers were packed up and taken away, and even the ground itself was scraped clean. The phantom of the star god slowly withdrew its hand, and the spatial rift finally stabilized. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Omo's mouth as he lazily said, "Withdraw." The billion-skeleton army immediately formed ranks and followed behind him in a grand procession, retreating to the 8th layer. On Blue Star, the abyss rift had completely healed. Westerners knelt on the ground, crying and thanking God. But the Dragon Nation's National Guard Legion knew the truth. It was the Dragon Nation's human-shaped natural disaster who had directly uprooted the abyss's root. Umo had drained the underground magic spring dry. 10 skeleton kings carried space rings piled into a small mountain and knelt on one knee before the bone throne. "My king, it's all been emptied." Umo took the rings and glanced through them, the corners of his mouth curling up uncontrollably. This batch was enough to multiply Blackstone City's strength dozens of times over. "Good job." He stood up and stretched. "Stand down. We're going home to celebrate." Just as he was about to snap his fingers to dismiss the army, a blinding beam of light suddenly lay open the abyssal dome, and the aura of the divine realm came crashing down. "Humans as lowly as you dare run wild in the abyss, which is the pasture of the divine realm. Who permitted your insolence?" Umo lazily leaned back on the throne. "Where's the deed?" The white light flickered violently. "How dare you? You actually stole the abyss's origin." "Shut up. You're so noisy." Umo slapped the air, and a 10,000-fold physical force, mixed with necromantic law, turned into a sky-darkening black hand that smashed the white light to pieces. The dome closed up again. "You don't even have the guts to send your true body down, and you still dare cut in line." As the Divine Realm interlude ended, Li Yan's voice came through the soul contract. "City Lord, the rift on the outskirts of Jiangnan City has already closed." Umo looked at the skeleton army still mining below. "No Rus. This place has good feng shui." His voice spread across the entire 9th layer. "Rename this plain Blackstone Abyssal Domain. It is now under my direct rule." Several skeleton kings dragged more than a dozen abyss lords and dumped them at the foot of the steps. These surviving lords knelt and trembled. "Please accept our allegiance. We're willing to pay tribute." Umo waved a hand. "Forget allegiance. Sign labor contracts instead. You're responsible for digging out these layers of our veins." The lords looked utterly incredulous, but none of them dared make a sound. "Do a good job and you'll die fewer times." Umo sneered. The lords slammed their heads to the ground frantically. "Thank you, City Lord, for sparing our lives. We'll mine properly." Just as Umo settled onto the bone throne, violent tremors suddenly came from beneath his feet. It was not the aftershock of spatial collapse, but from the Earth's core at the very bottom of the 9th layer. Thump, thump, like an ancient giant heart slowly beating beneath the deepest crust. A terrifying aura colder than the previous eternal darkness seeped out through the cracks in the rock. The 10 skeleton kings immediately entered combat stance, but Aumur merely frowned, not the least bit flustered. The secrets of the abyss went far beyond the 9 layers. Interesting. He leaned back into the throne again, tapping the dragonhorn armrest with his fingers, already planning to dig out the hard stuff from below. Before he could give an order, the black dome that had just closed overhead was violently torn open again. A beam of pure golden light crashed down, and the sacred fluctuations instantly evaporated a large swath of deathly aura. As the golden light faded, a 6-winged youth in white gold battle armor hovered in midair. Behind him, 6 light wings spread wide, and even his hair seemed to shimmer with lofty, sanctified radiance. With a wave of his hand, the laws of the abyss immediately retreated, and the 9th layer was lit up as bright as day. Step back. Aumur sat lazily on the throne and waved his hand, and the skeleton kings instantly withdrew to both sides. He rested his chin on one hand and looked up and down at this birdman spouting off nonsense. Was that slap earlier not enough? You came running back down for more. The 6-winged youth's face twitched, but he quickly regained his arrogant expression and looked down from above. Mortal, put away your arrogance. I am Augustus, the envoy of the divine realm, here representing the Council of Gods. He looked at the devastated abyssal land, his brows furrowing slightly. Your slaughter has severely shaken the order of the star realm. Aumur let out a mocking laugh. When abyss monsters were eating people, why didn't you come out to maintain order? Now that I've raided their nest, you lot come running out to act all fair and impartial. A flash of disdain passed through Augustus's eyes. You do not need to understand the will of the gods. The abyss is merely a trash bin used to maintain balance. The trash can be burned, but the trash bin must remain. He spread his arms and used divine might to suppress them. The Council of Gods asks me to tell you this. Know when to stop. The 9th layer was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The billion-strong skeletal army stared at this birdman with hollow eye sockets, and with just a flick of Aumur's finger, he could tear off all 6 wings. Augustus thought Aumur had been cowed by the name of the gods, so he softened his tone and brought out the real bargaining chip. Of course, the gods are merciful. You killed Moloch, which proves your worth. The council will give you a chance. He took out the golden decree. Accept this ennoblement decree, and from this day on, you will be the new Grand Duke of the Abyss. As long as you keep managing the Abyss according to the gods' rules and continue paying tribute, you can sit on this throne forever. He waited for Aumur to roll down from the throne to receive the decree and offer thanks. Aumur looked at the glittering golden decree and simply didn't take it. Instead, he pulled a cigarette from his trench coat, lit it, and blew a smoke ring toward Augustus in midair. Those black eyes of his shone with a frightening light, full of the greed of someone eyeing a fat sheep. How many gods are in the Council of Gods? Give me a number. Aumur flicked ash off his cigarette, his tone like he was asking how many chickens there were in a market. So I can have my people prepare enough coffins. The air froze instantly. The gentleness on Augustus's face shattered completely. His 6 wings suddenly flaring as killing intent rushed straight toward Aumur. But Aumur stood up from the white bone throne and walked toward him step by step. The divine pressure crashed down on him, yet it didn't even stir his trench coat. He strode right up to Augustus, reached out, and placed a hand on the other man's shoulder, patting it casually like an old friend. Go back and tell those old trash of yours. Whoever Aumur want to kill, I kill. I don't need their approval. The moment he finished speaking, his 5 fingers suddenly tightened. Crack. Along with the shoulder, the white gold divine armor and flesh and bone were all crushed into bloody pulp. Before Augustus's scream could even erupt, in the void behind Aumur, a necromantic star god woven from the bones of stars slowly opened its eyes. A sweep of its ghostly blue underworld fire merely glanced at him. Augustus's divine body went ice-cold. Only after desperately breaking free of the spatial lock did he fly backward like a stray dog, and only when he retreated to the edge of the divine realm passage did he barely manage to steady himself. He clutched his shattered shoulder, golden blood dripping wildly, staring fixedly at Aumur as he gnashed his teeth and said. Aumur stood where he was, watching Augustus flee in disgrace into the golden light tunnel, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Regret. He stood with both hands in his pockets, his tone lazy and indifferent. I do regret it. Regret not adding you fat sheep to the procurement list sooner. Boom! Augustus no longer dared to linger. He plunged into the passage and fled back to the divine realm in a panic. The golden passage instantly closed, and the 9th layer of the abyss returned to dead silence. 10 skeleton kings stood behind him with swords on their shoulders, while the billion-strong skeleton army waited silently for orders. Omo sat back down on the bone throne and casually crushed the crystal core of the Abyss Grand Duke Moloch. The raging primal power poured into his 7 apertures like a waterfall, and he forcibly remained seated on the throne as he completely absorbed that energy. Bones roared, flesh reorganized. Inside his soul space, the phantom of the Necro-Star god woven from starlit bones grew increasingly solid. The barrier of level was kicked through, and Omo's aura firmly settled at level 89. He exhaled a foul breath, corroding a 1,000-meter spatial rift. Spreading both hands, a layer of dark blue star god armor emerged over his skin. With a casual punch, the space before him was directly wiped into nothingness. Interesting. Omo withdrew his fist, dismissed the star god armor, and stood up. Through the soul contract came Li Yan's voice. The teleportation array was ready, with coordinates locked onto Blackstone City. He casually ordered 10 skeleton kings to remain and guard the Abyss territory, then led the elite skeleton army to stride into the interdimensional teleportation array. Blue Star, Dragon Country, Blackstone City Square. Millions held their breath and stared at the teleportation gate. Chu Xiaotian stood straight at the front, while the old principal's hand gripping Qian Fugue's was trembling. The teleportation array flashed once, and a pair of polished leather shoes stepped out first. Then, with one hand in his pocket and wearing his signature black trench coat, Omo strolled out of the gate at an unhurried pace. When Omo's young, indifferent face appeared before everyone, Blackstone City instantly fell silent. The next second, all of Blackstone City and the Blue Star livestream exploded completely. King O is invincible. Millions roared in unison, the sound nearly overturning the sky. Dragon Country soldiers knelt on one knee, while foreign leaders prostrated themselves fully on the ground. In their eyes, Omo was no longer a human being, but a true god who had uprooted the Abyss's headquarters by the roots, the only savior of Blue Star. Omo stood in front of the teleportation array, frowning as he listened to the deafening shouts and dug at his ears. Annoying as hell, he casually pressed his hand down, and the square instantly fell silent. Several million people forcibly swallowed the second half of their slogan, every face flushed red, their eyes burning with fanaticism. Omo ignored those gazes and walked straight up to Qian Fugue, kicking his round, chubby leg. Old Qian stopped spacing out. Get to work. As soon as he finished speaking, he dumped tens of thousands of spatial rings onto the ground like trash, piling them into a small mountain. Qian Fugue picked up one ring and probed inside. His eyes instantly widened. Holy crap! The usually shrewd chief steward of Blackstone City blurted out a curse. An intact abyssal magic dragon skeleton? A level 90 Lord Core? 3 top-grade magic or veins? He threw himself onto the pile of rings with both hands and feet, tears streaming down his face. We're rich, City Lord. You even dug up the abyssal ancestral graves this time. The leaders of the surrounding nations stared at that pile of rings, their eyes red with envy. Just taking out one ring at random, the resources inside would be enough to buy their entire countries. But they didn't even dare breathe, and could only obediently drool. Omo yawned, too lazy to look at old Qian's money-grubbing expression. Take inventory and put it into storage, then distribute it as usual. He waved a hand. Let's go, back to the manor. After staying down there for a few days, I'm practically rusted stiff. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the City Lord's manor, Omo sank comfortably into the leather sofa. Su Qinghan placed a glass of iced cola in front of him. Everyone outside is going crazy. She looked at Omer, unable to hide the brilliance in her eyes. They want to build a statue for you all over the world and make today the first day of the sacred era. Omer took a sip of the iced cola through the straw, the carbonation eos. Omer listened to Mars's words, but only picked out the line, hand over the position of Abyss Lord. He stood up from the bone throne, one hand in his pocket and the other casually twisting his neck, 2 crisp cracks sounding out. The 10 divine generals stepped forward in unison, using divine might to suppress him, yet he still stepped onto the void in a single stride, looking up straight at Mars, a wild sneer tugging at the corners of his mouth. Judge me? Omo's voice was not loud, but it carried the ferocity of someone ready to chop all the gods into pieces and feed them to the dogs. You've got one thing wrong. Once something gets into my pocket, no one has ever dared to make me spit it back out. Mars was a true god in charge of the authority of multiverse warfare. In front of Omer, he didn't even bother to say more. Stubborn insect. Mars suddenly raised his right hand, and the golden war spear turned into a golden meteor, blasting straight at Omer's face. Before the spear tip even arrived, The terrifying wind pressure had already overturned the abyssal ground within a radius of several hundred miles into scorched earth. In the distance, more than a dozen Abyss Lords were shaken by the aftershock until they coughed up black blood, and 10 skeleton kings were about to charge up to block it. Step back. Omer stood in front of the white bone throne with both hands in his pockets, his voice calm. When the golden war spear was only 10 meters away, the void behind Omer shattered, and the deathly star god emerged. It merely raised its ghastly white bone hand at random, pinched lightly with its thumb and forefinger. Clang! The war spear came to a dead stop in midair, with the spear tip less than half a palm's width from Omer's nose.
Marcès pupille suddenly constricted.
Omer curled his lip in disdain. Too poor in quality. He snapped his fingers. Crack! The Necrostar god pinched with 2 fingers, and the golden war spear was instantly crushed into a skyful of golden dust. Not even a trace of divinity left. Eft! Mars spat out a mouthful of golden divine blood. Omer's eyes turned cold. I'm not the kind to just take a beating without fighting back. The Necrostar god slapped out from afar. Boom! The sacred shield shattered like glass. The war armor on Mars's body directly disintegrated into powder, and he was sent flying, slamming hard into the rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, his whole body covered in cracks. The 10 divine generals and the light element battle legion were also caught in the aftermath, evaporating by more than half in an instant. The abyss fell silent. Mars crawled out of the rubble, covered in golden blood, his eyes filled only with fear. But as he left, he desperately fired off a divine punishment death ray hidden inside his helmet. SSH. The death ray grazed Omer's left shoulder, burning a hole through his trench coat and leaving a shallow bloody gash. Golden divine substance frantically burrowed into the wound along the injury. Mars clutched his chest and coughed violently, the corners of his mouth finally curling up. Omer bared a vicious grin. So what if you're stronger? Mars spat blood foam, his eyes wild. That's a divine punishment death ray. Once it gets on you, even your mortal body will be corroded. You're dead for sure. The Abyss Lords didn't dare breathe, and the 10 skeleton kings' underworld flames flickered chaotically. Omer glanced down at the hole in his left shoulder and frowned. I just bought this trench coat, and you damaged it like this? He snorted coldly and didn't even need to make a move. The phantom of the Necrostar god trembled, and feedback power surged into his whole body. With his 10,000-fold amplified physique and the suppression of the star god laws, the divine substance was instantly devoured and transformed. The wound healed at a visible speed, leaving not even a scar. The smile on Mars's face froze. Omer brushed the dust off his shoulder, stepped forward, and compressed the distance to arrive before him in an instant. He grabbed Mars by the throat and lifted him into the air. Total war. Omer sneered. You think I kept that gate open just to make it easier for you to grab territory? He casually tossed Mars to the Skeleton King. Tie him up and throw him into the mining zone to dig coal. Mars completely flew into a rage. Golden godblood burned his divine soul origin, forcibly repelling several Skeleton Kings. Omer, you really think I'm easy to bully? He roared as he charged forward, but Omer only ordered the Skeleton Kings. Go cut down those 10 fleeing god generals. As for that ragtag army, hand them over to the mech squad and heavy sniper team. Blast them to ash for me. After giving his orders, Omer rolled his neck and faced Mars barehanded. Boom! The two collided in midair, flesh and fists crashing against each other. Every punch Mars threw carried aftershocks capable of destroying stars, shaking the 9th layer of the abyss until space itself cracked apart. Mars landed a sweeping punch across Omer's face. Omer tilted his head slightly, but didn't even step back. With a counter uppercut, he directly smashed Mars's jawbone, sending golden godblood spraying wildly. Mars had completely gone mad. He risked self-detonation to clamp onto Omer's shoulder, his chest seething with divine origin power as he prepared to explode. He wanted to drag Omer down to hell with him. A cold glint flashed in Omer's eyes. With his left hand, he formed a blade with 2 fingers, and the dark blue starry law instantly covered his fingertips. With a soft puff, he pierced Mars's chest without the slightest resistance. Mars's entire body stiffened, his eyes bulging wide. Omer's 5 fingers hooked, and with a tearing sound, he ripped the golden godhead still beating in Mars's chest straight out. With the godhead torn from his body, Mars still wasn't dead. The godhead immediately unleashed a fierce backlash. Destructive energy erupted in Omer's hand, tearing several deep, bone-revealing wounds across his entire left arm. Blood stained half his sleeve red. The pain coursed through his whole body, but Omer didn't panic. Instead, he drew in a cold breath, his mind becoming even clearer. So these lofty gods all had self-destruct mechanisms in their bodies. He couldn't force things head-on. Next time he ran into such fat prey, he'd have to use underhanded tricks. Mars had a gaping hole in his chest, his life force draining away at high speed. He fell from the sky like a dead dog and crashed onto the ruins, staring fixedly at Omer, his eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. You? What exactly are you? Omer held that violent golden godhead in one hand and looked down coldly. A natural disaster. After speaking, he didn't even look again and casually tossed the godhead behind him. The phantom of the Necrostar god opened its white-boned maw and swallowed it in one gulp. Crunch, crisp and clean, as casual as feeding a dog. After absorbing the godhead's energy, golden divine radiance rose from within the dark blue underworld flames on the surface of the Necrostar god phantom, and its aura surged once again. Mars's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. The godhead he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years had actually been fed to a summon as dog food. With endless humiliation and unwillingness, the god of war finally breathed his last, and his massive body turned into a sky full of golden light that scattered away. In the distance, the 10 divine generals who had been fighting desperately against the skeleton monarchs were all dumbstruck. Lord Mars was dead? His godhead had even been fed to a summon? They were so terrified their souls nearly flew out of their bodies. Ignoring the orders of the gods' council, they turned into 10 streaks of golden light and fled madly toward the passage to the divine realm. That holy battle core had already been blasted into nothing but scraps by hundreds of mech skeleton missiles and heavy sniper fire. Omer shook the blood off his left arm. Under the feedback of the star god, the wound healed at astonishing speed. Fresh flesh wriggled, and in the blink of an eye it was restored to fair skin, leaving not even a scar behind. In the divine realm, inside the grand hall of the gods' council, the gods were arguing in an uproar. The fall of the god of war, Mars, and the fact that his godhead had been ripped out alive and fed to a dog, utterly shattered all the gods' pride. An insult! We must bring down a world-destroying divine punishment and burn both Blue Star and the Abyss to ashes. Roars echoed continuously through the hall. Enough! A voice without the slightest fluctuation suddenly sounded. The noisy gods instantly shut their mouths, and everyone stood straight and lowered their heads in unison, not daring to breathe. At the head of the round table sat an ancient figure shrouded in pure white radiance, the president of the gods' council, the Supreme Father. He was not angry. In those deep and profound eyes, there was only an extreme, icy rationality. Panic will make you lose the dignity that a god should have. The Supreme Father tapped the table lightly with his finger. Omo. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years that he had spoken a mortal's name at the council. I examined the soul imprint Marls sent back before he dissipated. The Supreme Father's tone was flat, as if analyzing a slightly stronger lab mouse. That mortal's physical toughness is abnormal, but that doesn't mean he truly possesses power on par with the divine realm. The source of his power is not himself at all, but those vast numbers of undead summons. He exploited a loophole in the rules and forcibly linked the summons power to himself. With a single sentence, the Supreme Father revealed the truth, and the gods below immediately brightened. Sever the soul connection between those undead and Omo. The Supreme Father coldly made his decision. Eos. The Punishment Legion simultaneously unleashed law stripping, instantly ejecting the Abyss from the Star Jishai, and used divine realm rules to forcibly suppress the plane, intending to completely seal off Omo's contract channel. On the 9th layer of the Abyss, Omo was staring at the Golden Passage, ready to go up, when the 100-mile-wide giant gate suddenly slammed shut with a bang. Immediately after, the Abyss dome turned completely gray, and a plane-level rule force squeezed in from all directions. Omo only felt the soul contract network lag for 1/10 of a second, and then it stabilized again. He was so angry he almost laughed. Trying to pull the plug on me? In the soul space, the shadow of the Death Spirit Star God suddenly opened its eyes. Blue underworld fire surged, instantly flattening that tiny fluctuation, and the connection instead became even more stable. Omo sneered. This server is way too lousy. You went to all that trouble just to cause a brief lag. He left 10 skeleton kings to guard your veins and crystals on the spot, then turned and activated cross-realm teleportation, heading straight for Blackstone City on Blue Star. Before leaving, he looked back at the gray-white sky and threw down a line. Wash your necks clean and wait. When I return to settle accounts, I'll personally go up and flip your table. Blue light flashed, and he was already back at the City Lord's mansion. After swallowing Marl's godhood and then receiving feedback from the Abyss origin, Omo broke through level 100 directly. He snapped his fingers, and space split open as the Star Realm Dragon Riders stepped out. Bone dragons clad in starlight armor, their spears capable of tearing through dimensions. The 10 Skeleton Kings also completed their transformation, faint dark gold divine patterns appearing on their bodies, while the white bone greatswords in their hands mutated with fragments of godhood. Qian Fugui rushed in clutching a gold abacus, his fat trembling with excitement. City Lord, the accounts are in. We're now the world's only super oligarch. All crystal core equipment is in our hands, and the debts foreign countries owe us have already exceeded the total of their next 50 years combined. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Omo set down his water glass, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Good job. He tossed the promissory note to Qian Fugui, his voice icy. Anyone who dares default on their debt, send the bone dragons straight to their capital to collect. Qian Fugui nodded and asked in a lowered voice, City Lord, what's next? The bastards up in the sky aren't easy to deal with. Even our communications are being interfered with. Omo fixed his gaze on the sky and said coldly, Not easy to deal with? They want to pull my internet cable, so I'll burn down their nest first. He stood up, threw on a black trench coat, and ordered, Spread the word. Assemble the army. Before the Gods' Council launches its full assault, I'm going to bring the war to the divine realm first. Qian Fugui sucked in a sharp breath and withdrew to carry out the order. Just as the door closed, Su Qinghan pushed it open and stepped in. She was wearing a tailored black trench coat, staring straight at Omo. You're going to the divine realm. Take me with you. Omo refused. The divine realm has dimensional laws. You're not even level 100 yet. You won't even be able to breathe there. Su Qinghan bit her lip and blocked his way, taking off her trench coat. She wrapped her hands around his shoulders, her voice trembling. If you won't take me, then leave me something. Omo raised an eyebrow, wrapped one arm around her waist, and suddenly kissed her. A night of wild storm and rain. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Su Qinghan lay exhausted on the large bed, tears still staining the corners of her eyes. Omo stood by the window buttoning his shirt, his gaze piercing through the atmosphere and locking tightly onto the direction of the divine realm. The central square of Blackstone City was placed under full martial lockdown. The sky was heavy and silent, and the undead army had finished forming ranks. Omo sat upon the bone dragon throne, looking down at everything below him. A 10 million strong legion of Star Domain Dragon Knights floated in the air, while Bone Dragon's ghostly flames merged into a sea of fire. Qian Fugui jogged over, his face creased with a broad smile and jiggling fat. City Lord, the supplies from all the countries have all been delivered. The treasury is almost full to the brim.
Umo nodded.
Keep the ledgers safe. If anyone dares default, let the Bone Dragon collect the debt. Outside the square, the leaders of the various countries did not even dare to breathe loudly. Omo stood up, his voice exploding across the square. I'm going up to the heavens today, not to die, but to collect debts. The heads of the various countries immediately lowered their heads. Chu Shaotian strode forward, his fighting spirit surging. Brother O, for this battle in the heavens, do you want our National Guard Legion to help out? Omo waved him off and refused. There's no gravity or air in the heavens. If you go up there, you'd just be a living. With a wave of Omo's hand, the void behind him split open, and 20 demigod skeleton kings descended with a thunderous crash, bringing with them 1 million elite melee skeletons. These are yours, Omo said to Chu Shaotian. While I'm away, if anyone in Blackstone City dares stir up trouble, just cut them down. Chu Shaotian snapped a salute. With this million-strong army here, not even a fly will get in. Omo turned around, his gaze falling on the side of the city wall. Su Qinghan wore a black trench coat, both hands gripping the bricks, looking at him with a cool, distant expression. The two stood separated by thousands of troops, sharing only one glance. Omo raised an eyebrow and casually waved a hand, as if going downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. Su Qinghan bit her lower lip, and at last the corners of her mouth lifted into the faintest smile. Set off. Omer stepped into the cross-realm teleportation array, with the billions of undead armies following behind him. The 9th layer of the abyss. Light flashed across the teleportation array as Omer arrived on the dark red earth with his army. 10 skeleton kings with dark gold divine patterns knelt on one knee. My king! Omer looked up at the stretch of gray-white laws sealing off the Eos. The God Realm's defensive line had fully assembled. 1 million elemental army stood in formation across Silverglow Plain, a wall of silver-white bodies, No flesh, no emotions, only blinding spears of light. Omer raised his head and saw, from afar, the leading silver-armored god general, Selous, holding twin blades, his pressure surpassing level 100. Selous pointed at the undead army and sneered, "A mortal army dares step into the divine domain?" Omer yawned and picked at his ear. "Did you gods all go through the same training class? You can only talk tough." Selous's eyes turned cold. His twin blades clashed, and thunder cracked. "Blasphemers! All of you will turn to dust today." A million light elementals raised their light spears at once, and sacred light merged into one. Omer tilted his head and snapped his fingers behind him. 500 mechs stepped forward. Rumble. 500 mechaskeletons, each over 10 meters tall, stepped out in front, their mana cannons locking onto the enemy formation. Omer said only 2 words, "Clear them out." 500 mana shells, dragging blue flames behind them, slammed into the holy battle formation. Selous roared, "Radiant barrier!" 1 million battle units simultaneously condensed a wall of shields. The result was that the radiant barrier couldn't even hold for 0.1 seconds before shattering into light motes. The tens of thousands of light elemental soldiers in the front row hadn't even finished moving before they were torn into countless tiny specks of light. The formation was blasted open with a huge gash. Omer spat out 2 words, "Flatten it." Mana shells poured in again. 3 veteran generals crashed down from the sky, spear tips stabbing into the ground. Holy light prison, rise! Golden pillars of light shot up into the sky, turning into a cage that enveloped the skeleton king charging at the front. Omer was only left with a shallow scorch mark. He sat on the back of the star-devouring whale, watching the scene before him with great interest. The battle laws of the divine realm were completely different from those of the abyss. The energy circulation of this cage was like an advanced closed-loop circuit, endlessly self-sustaining. "Interesting." Omer stroked his chin. 10 of you go together and tear that cage apart for me." 10 skeleton kings took the order and charged out, transforming into 10 dark gold afterimages. 10 white bone greatswords struck the same spot of the prison at the same time. With a crack, the cage, said to be able to seal a demigod, was directly split open with a huge gap. The 3 divine generals' faces changed drastically. "Don't take them head-on. Increase the distance." 2 of them covered the other as the main attacker, and light spears went straight for the skeleton king's joints. But they were wrong. One skeleton king completely ignored the light spear piercing through its bone armor, suddenly thrust out its left hand, and grabbed the divine general's battle armor. "Let go!" The divine general's divine power surged wildly, but he could not shake off this bone hand. A wisp of netherfire flickered in the skeleton king's eye sockets, and the white bone greatsword in its right hand stabbed forward without any flourish. PSH. The sword pierced into the divine general's chest, came out through his back, and pierced through his body along with the godhead that had not yet had time to self-detonate. The divine general clutched the sword blade tightly, golden blood surging from his mouth, but he did not even have time to leave a last word. The skeleton king twisted its wrist, and the great sword suddenly gave a vicious stir. Boom! The god general's body exploded in midair, and golden divine blood rained down like a torrential downpour onto silver glow plain. SSSSSS. As the divine blood hit the ground, the originally sacred white rocks were instantly corroded into large charred pits. This was the first time in the history of the god realm that a god's blood had so openly stained this lofty land red. The remaining 2 god generals were completely shattered by fear. "Retreat! Return to the Pantheon immediately!" They turned into 2 streaks of light and fled without looking back. Sitting on the back of the giant whale, Omer watched coldly. "Want to come when you please and leave when you please?" He snapped his fingers. "Star Realm Dragon Knights, go bite onto them. Don't kill them. Perfect, we're missing a guide." Hundreds of Star Realm Dragon Knights transformed into blue meteors and chased after them. The holy battle formation on the plain was soon cleared out by the mechaskeletons and heavy sniper troops. Omer jumped down from the giant whale and walked to the edge of the charred pit corroded by divine blood. He turned and waved at the skeleton army. "Don't just stand there. Pick up all the weapon fragments and armor pieces from those god generals on the ground. Don't even leave this black soil behind. Bag it all up. This is top-grade alchemy fertilizer." Omer cast a cold, sweeping glance at the faintly visible pure gold giant tower ahead. "Remember, on this land, even a blade of grass is all my Omer's spoils." At the deepest part of the divine realm lay the Pantheon. The divine council was deathly silent as dozens of gods stared at the floating light screen. On the screen was the image of that level 100 divine general being stabbed through the chest by the Skeleton King's sword. A deity surrounded by storms broke the silence. He actually killed a high-ranking divine general. The militant gods who had just been shouting about bringing down divine punishment all shut their mouths. What's there to panic about? At the far end of the round table, a clear, melodious female voice rang out. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, stood up, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, her gray eyes filled with absolute reason. Using brute force to grind against hundreds of millions of tireless undead is the stupidest thing one could do. She looked around the hall and said calmly, "That human named Omer has a behavioral logic completely different from that of abyss demons. He didn't attack the Pantheon at first opportunity, but instead stayed where he was to collect the weapons remnants of the divine general." Standing before the main seat, Athena fixed her gaze on the Supreme Father. "Chairman, I request to meet him in person under the pretext of negotiation. We need to figure out his true bottom line." The hall was silent for 10 seconds before the Supreme Father finally said indifferently, "Go. Find out what he's really capable of." On the outskirts of the divine realm Silverglow Plains, Omer sat on the skull of a Starsea whale, head lowered as he flipped through a black notebook, his pen moving swiftly across the page. On the plain below, ranks of skeletons busied themselves like ants, packing shattered divine armor, broken light spears, and blood-soaked glowing soil into spatial rings one bag at a time. "Move faster," Omer said without looking up. "Pack the blood-soaked soil separately. When we get back, give it to old Chen to plant a fortune tree in the backyard." At this moment, golden ripples suddenly spread through the void dozens of meters ahead. The 10 skeleton kings instantly drew their swords and shielded Omer in front of them. Light gathered, and Athena's figure slowly appeared. She came empty-handed, her tone calm. "Human strongman, I am Athena, the representative of the Council of Gods. I have come with the goodwill of the divine realm." Omer closed the ledger, casually stuffed it into his trench coat pocket, leaned against the giant whale bone spur, and sneered. "Goodwill? When you were locking me in a cage just now, I didn't see much goodwill from you. Now that I've killed your men, you suddenly remember to talk about goodwill." Athena did not change expression. That was a private act of recklessness by Mars and several divine generals. She looked at Omer. The divine realm has deep reserves of strength. A full-scale war would benefit neither side. The Council of Gods is willing to give you a win-win solution. As long as you withdraw your forces immediately, we will not only formally recognize your absolute rule over the abyss, but also cede 3 small planes to you. Omer bit his cigarette and picked at his ear. "Recognize my rule over the abyss? I conquered the abyss myself. I need your recognition. Those little broken planes aren't even enough to house the skeletons under my command. You think you're begging with a bowl for scraps?" Athena's smile stiffened. Omer flicked away the cigarette butt and saw right through her. "Your chairman sent a fake like you to probe me? Your true body is hiding in the back and doesn't even dare show its face." Having her illusion seen through, Athena's voice turned cold. "What exactly do you want?" Omer stood up, patted his trench coat, and looked unfathomable. "I'll seize the resources myself. I'm not interested in the divine realm. My real target is the Void Rift." At those 4 words, Athena's avatar suddenly flickered violently. Inside the Lord's mansion, Qian Fugui rushed in clutching a golden abacus, his fat jiggling like he had the shakes. "Deputy Officer Su, this is satisfying. That bunch of gods in the sky are really trying to loot us." Su Qinghan sat behind her desk reviewing documents, not even looking up. "Battle report? What battle report? It was a straight-up massacre." Qian Fugui slapped his thigh. A dozen high-tier divine generals brought thousands of cannon fodder and poked their heads out of the abyss passage. The moment they showed up, they were blocked dead by the 20 skeleton kings left behind by the Lord. 20 white-bone greatswords swung down, and they got hacked into mincemeat before they even had time to scream. He lowered his voice. The wings and armor were all sent to logistics storage, and the minced flesh was ground up for spiritual herbs as fertilizer. "Stuff's insanely rich." A flicker of amusement flashed in Su Qinghan's eyes. With Umo not on Blue Star, those emotionless summoned creatures were enough to make sure the invaders came in and never left. The Disaster Legion's defense mechanism was even more ruthless and faster than elite troops. "Book the materials into inventory," Su Qinghan said calmly. "Keep the city gates sealed. No one gets in or out." Qian Fugui nodded and turned to go count the spoils. Just then, the highest-level energy radar on the desk suddenly let out a piercing alarm. On the screen, an eerie deep purple glow flickered. Qian Fugui halted and looked back. Deputy Officer Su, what is this now? Su Qinghan rapidly typed on the keyboard, and a holographic map unfolded across the hall. 800 kilometers east of Blackstone City, over the open sea, a massive deep purple energy vortex was taking shape. Not the divine realm. Su Qinghan stared at the vortex, her brows tightly knit. This energy isn't in any database. Stronger than the abyss? Qian Fugui swallowed. That's not the issue. Su Qinghan's gaze was solemn. This is a completely unknown energy law, like something is forcefully squeezing into blue star from another dimension. The hall fell into dead silence. Su Qinghan did not contact Umo. She knew Umo was fighting in the divine realm and couldn't be distracted. Since she was in charge of the rear, she had to shoulder the responsibility. Deliver my order. Su Qinghan grabbed her longsword and stood up. First-level combat readiness for the city defense forces. Take half of the 1 million elite skeletons to deploy along the East Sea Line. Anyone who dares approach Blackstone City is to be fired on immediately. On the outskirts of the Divine Realm Silverglow Plains, Omer sat atop the skull of a Star Realm giant whale. The battlefield had already been thoroughly cleared by the skeleton army. A skeleton king strode over. My king. A high-energy reaction has been detected 1,000 kilometers straight ahead. Omer didn't open his eyes. He had already sensed it. It wasn't a scattered probe from a minor divine general, but a terrifying divine might powerful enough to overturn the entire Silverglow Plains. The holy light in the sky had grown so dense it was condensing into liquid. The main forces of the Council of Gods had arrived. Omer slowly stood up and stretched, his joints crackling like exploding beans. At last, he drew his short blade and pointed it straight ahead. Tell the little ones to stop picking up scraps. Get ready to work. At the far end of the plains, 3 brilliant beams of light eos. Omer stood before the barrier, let out a cold laugh, then turned and waved at the steel formation behind him. 10,000 heavy snipers. Fire at will. The moment the words fell, the muzzles of the mechs blazed to life, and energy cannons and heavy sniper rounds slammed into the barrier like a torrential downpour. The mirror of judgment was instantly riddled with countless cracks, and the 3 main gods' faces turned deathly pale as they hurriedly poured in divine power to repair it. But just as the mirror surface healed, the next wave of fire shattered it again. Hold it together. Hurry and hold it together. They used all their strength just to barely repair the mirror, but Omer didn't give them a moment to breathe. Continue. Omer's voice was icy. Beat them until their divine power is exhausted. The 3 main gods could only watch as the mirror surface kept shattering and repairing itself, while the divine power inside them poured out like a burst dam, leaving their backs instantly drenched in sweat. Only then did they realize Omer had never been testing them at all. He was trying to grind them to death in the simplest, most brutal way possible. Heavy Sniper Squad, First Corps. Omer raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Open fire freely. Keep going until the barrels melt. The shoulder armor of 500 mech skeletons opened wide, exposing dense nests of magic energy missiles. 10,000 heavy sniper skeletons all racked and chambered their rounds at once. The next second, maximum intensity saturation fire poured out directly, tens of thousands of armor-piercing rounds and magic energy beams weaving into a net of death and slamming viciously into the judgment mirror. The 3 main gods behind the barrier changed color drastically. This firepower was far too dense. The first volley smashed into the mirror surface, making it tremble violently as cracks exploded outward. The reflected backlash sent the frontline shells flying back, but the skeleton army didn't retreat at all. Those in front fell, and those behind immediately filled the gap. The second, third, fourth, and fifth volleys struck without any pause. The long-bearded main god roared, "Repair the barrier!" The 3 of them frantically poured in divine power. Just as the cracks healed, the next wave smashed into their faces. Shattering, repairing, shattering again, repairing again. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 main gods were already drenched in sweat, gritting their teeth in fury. Where did these monsters get so much energy? The female main god's hands were trembling. The long-bearded main god stared fixedly at Omer. Hold out. Once their ammo runs dry, they die. Omer stood in the middle of the gunfire, not a strand of hair out of place. Looking at the 3 main gods inside desperately trying to unleash their trump card, a malicious smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The timing was about right. He stepped forward, walking into the rain of bullets toward the barrier, while the heavy sniper fire control system precisely avoided his body. Reaching the mirror, Omer slowly raised his right hand and pressed his palm against the barrier. The female main god cried out, "What are you doing?" The long-bearded main god was overjoyed. You're courting death. The recoil will shred you. Omer looked at him with pity, as if staring at an idiot. Recoil? His 5 fingers clenched hard against the mirror surface. I'm here to pick up inventory. Boom! The phantom of the death spirit star god opened its eyes, and the devouring law crashed along his arm into the mirror. The mirror was not reflecting, it was being directly drained dry. The 3 of them were still desperately pouring in divine power, when they suddenly realized in terror that their power wasn't repairing the mirror at all, but was instead surging wildly toward Omer along the mirror surface. What's going on? The long-bearded main god exclaimed in shock. He tried to cut the connection, only to find both hands stuck tightly to the mirror and unable to pull away. That suction even began drawing out the source of their godhood in reverse. He's draining us dry! The female main god screamed miserably. Omer narrowed his eyes in comfort. Weren't you pretty good at repairing just now? Keep going. Don't stop. I'm not full yet. The long-bearded main god made a ruthless decision and condensed wind blades to sever both arms, golden blood spraying violently. The other 2 also painfully self-detonated their meridians to break free of the suction. With the energy supply cut off, the judgment mirror could no longer withstand the bombardment. With a loud crack, it exploded, and bronze fragments filled the sky, mixed with divine brilliance like a rainstorm. The barrier collapsed completely. Omer casually scooped up a palm-sized fragment of mirror and weighed it before holding it up to the sunlight. Omer looked at it, radiant and lustrous, overflowing with divine aura. Not bad quality. He stuffed the fragment into his overcoat pocket and nodded in satisfaction. Later, have Lao Qian's black market run a special session and fleece that bunch of country bumpkins. Once the barrier shattered, the 3 armless main gods immediately panicked. The way they looked at Omer was as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't even dare leave behind any harsh words, turning into 3 streaks of flowing light as they fled madly toward the depths of the divine realm. The sound of the judgment mirror exploding was deafening, and bronze fragments danced through the sky. Those 3 main gods, arms severed and blood spraying, looked as miserable as stray dogs, golden divine blood dripping all the way as the divine structures in their path instantly corroded and collapsed. The Skeleton King raised his sword and requested orders. My king, should we pursue? Omer wiped his leather gloves. Pursue what? A cornered rabbit still bites. If we really force them to self-destruct, who's going to clean up the blood splashed everywhere? He casually tossed away the handkerchief and pointed at the ground. With so much money on the ground and you not picking it up, you go chasing a few paupers instead. Are you stupid? The Skeleton King obediently retreated. Omo snapped his fingers. All troops disperse. Sweep the area on the spot, and pack up all the valuables and take them with me. The billions of skeletons immediately transformed into a demolition crew. 500 mech skeletons formed a fan-shaped formation, their treads crushing the ground as they uprooted the remaining outpost completely and stuffed it all into spatial rings. 10,000 heavy sniper skeletons took the high ground and built a crossfire net. Anyone who dared show their face would be instantly turned into a sieve. Omo leaped onto the celestial abyssal whale and sat cross-legged, tracing a route on the divine realm map he had pulled from Ren's heart-guarding mirror. Silver Radiance Plains, Corridor of Holy Light, Gate of Judgment, straight for the Pantheon. 4 lines of defense, each one tougher than the last. These old gods are pretty afraid of dying. Huh. From below came the sound of bones grinding together, and a Skeleton King tossed down a living, bloodied, and mangled divine general. My lord, we caught one hiding in a cellar pretending to be dead. The divine general's chest armor was shattered, one leg broken, but there was still a trace of pride in his eyes. Eos, the humiliated divine general, now lay on the ground like a heap of rotten mud, tears and snot mixed with golden blood spilling everywhere. The Gate of Judgment can't be held. It's the Pantheon's final barrier, personally guarded by the 3 ancient primal gods. Omo's hand, holding the charcoal pencil, froze. Say their names. The primal god of destruction, Tiamat. The primal god of order, Naz. The primal god of judgment, Dom. The divine general's voice trembled. When he mentioned the 3 names, his eyes were full of reverence. They're not new gods like Mars, built up through faith. They're the true combat core of the Council of Gods. You won't get through. Absolutely won't. Omo drew a heavy X over Gate of Judgment on the map. The combat core? He rolled up the map and stuffed it into his trench coat pocket, then jumped down from the celestial abyssal whale and landed on the plain's high ground. Looking at the divine general sprawled on the ground, Omo curled his lips into a bloodthirsty cold smile. 3? Perfect. I was just worried these few kings under my command had no good bones to chew on. Split them one each and give them a feast. Omo turned around to face the skeleton army. There are 3 more stumbling blocks ahead. Split the army into 3 routes and flatten the entire corridor of holy light. Flank on the left, with the celestial dragon cavalry covering us. On the right, the mech corps will open the way. I'll lead the center myself. The 10 skeleton kings raised their greatswords at the same time, unleashing a silent roar that shook heaven and earth. The massive war machine started up once more. Just as Omer was preparing to set out, a deep, resonant horn sounded from the deepest part of the divine realm. The air throughout the entire divine realm seemed to freeze. The ruins on the silver radiance plane crumbled into powder on a massive scale, and the holy light in the sky was instantly dyed blood red. Omer stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing slightly. He could feel several terrifying auras awakening from their slumber along with the sound of the horn.
Vahorn.
Omer licked his lips, feeling his blood begin to heat up instead. Looks like that bunch of old fossils in the Council of Gods has finally decided to pull out their hidden trump cards. He tightened his grip on the short blade. Let's go see just how capable these old guys really are. The horn echoed across the sky above the divine realm for a full quarter of an hour. Omer stood on the skull of the star-bound giant whale, covering his ears with both hands, his brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. Do these old fossils have a problem or what? If you're gonna fight, then fight. Why make funeral music and blow it for so long? Showing off how much lung capacity you have. Beside him, a skeleton king braced his greatsword with both hands, his knuckles cracking. Your Majesty, the enemy's main force has moved out. Omer's gaze swept over the silver radiance plane and went straight toward the heartland of the divine realm. At the edge of the horizon, a startling celestial phenomenon erupted. 3 thick pillars of light blasted through the heavens. One silver-white, carrying absolute order and chilling slaughter. A deep blue, carrying the coldness of judging all things. A dark red, fun roll. Omer jumped straight off the Leviathan and walked alone toward the dark red pillar of light into the passage. On both sides, the cliff walls were seeping with rune-carved destructive energy. An ordinary divine general would be melted within 10 seconds of approaching. Yet he stepped on the scorching ground, his star god armor automatically blocking the energy and even conveniently absorbing a few strands. The dignified main god doesn't even have a guard on duty. This setup is worse than a bathhouse. He walked with his hands in his pockets, complaining as he went. A journey of 100 li was nothing more than a stroll after a meal to him. At the end of the passage, a massive black temple crashed into view. Dark red magma-like patterns flowed over the metal walls, and violent destructive power surged out from within. Omer didn't even hesitate and stepped straight through the gate. Rumble. The 2 metal doors behind him slammed shut without warning. The hall was pitch black. Omer stopped, took a cigarette out of his pocket, and lit it with ghost blue underworld fire. The moment he exhaled the first puff of smoke, a pair of dark red giant eyes lit up in the depths ahead. Heavy footsteps sounded, each one causing the ground to tremble violently. A towering figure, 5 meters tall and covered in heavy dark red armor, walked out. It was the main god of destruction, Tiamat. I've lived for 300,000 years, and you're the first mortal who dared to walk into my temple alone. Omer tilted his head and looked around. Your place is pretty solidly built, but it's way too dark. Where's the guy paying the electricity bill? A gleam flashed in Tiamat's eyes as he clenched both hands. You're courting death. Tiamat didn't even bother with nonsense. His right arm whipped up, his 5 fingers clenching into a fist, dark red laws of destruction wrapping around the sandpot-sized punch. The air was drained dry, and space shattered inch by inch. Boom! A straight punch smashed toward Omer's head, pure violence, with not a hint of flourish. If it landed solidly, let alone a person, even a mountain of refined steel could be blasted into nothingness. Omer stood still, not moving at all, and didn't summon his star god armor either. He pulled his hand out of his trench coat pocket, clenched his 5 fingers, and met the blow head-on with physical strength amplified 10,000 times, mixed with the law of stellar collapse. Bang! The large and small fists collided in the center of the hall. There was no brilliance, only the most primitive clash of brute force. The shockwave swept out in all directions like a tsunami, the black metal temple shaking violently, arrays on the walls exploding in clusters, cracks bursting across the metal walls, and chunks of the dome raining down. Tiamat's massive body jolted violently as an unimaginable force surged back along the fist and into his arm. He was forced back 3 large steps, and with each step the metal floor beneath his feet was stamped into a deep crater. Almer only swayed slightly in his upper body. His leather shoe slid across the floor, dragging out 2 streaks of sparks, then steadied. The hall fell instantly into dead silence, with only the cracked walls still creaking. Tiamat snapped his head up, and for the first time shock appeared in his dark red eyes. He stared at his right fist, bone-deep pain shooting through his knuckles. Your physical body, how can it possibly be stronger than mine? He had lived for 300,000 years and had torn apart countless void beasts with his bare hands.
Destruction.
Omer grabbed the so-called Doom Hammer, said to be able to smash stars, without budging an inch. Tiamat's face, old as it was after 300,000 years, had completely turned green. Omo casually snapped his fingers, and the giant hand of the star god suddenly clenched. Cracks. That divine hammer was instantly crushed into a shower of red light. Tiamat punched a mouthful of golden blood, and before he could even get up after crashing to the ground, Omo had already stepped right in front of him. His left palm turned into a blade, with the law of stellar collapse winding around his fingertips. In one strike, he pierced through the armor of destruction. His entire arm thrust through Tiamat's chest. Omo felt inside with his fingers and pulled out a dark red divine core. Your divine core is mine. Tiamat let out a desperate roar. With a flick of Omo's wrist, the divine core was forcibly ripped out. The moment he lost it, Tiamat's divine body disintegrated into dark red powder. Omo tossed the divine core to the star god. A snack. The star god swallowed it in one gulp, and the dark red and deep blue laws fused within his body. Omo closed his eyes and felt the divine talent tree tremble violently as destructive energy crazily poured in. His bones crackled, and his physical body's toughness surged once again. The level barrier quietly shattered. Level 105. Omo exhaled a turbid breath, the corner of his mouth curling up. That old bastard's divine core wasn't eaten for nothing. Just after Omo finished tearing down the shrine, he was smoking while acting like a foreman, directing the Skeleton King to move the scrap, when he suddenly saw the sky split open. 2 streaks of light, one silver and one blue, slammed into the ground. As the dust settled, Nas and Dom appeared side by side. Dom pointed his sword at him, his voice cold. Mortal. Being beaten all the way here, Omo was already pretty impressive. But his luck ended here. He crushed out his cigarette but looked the pair of twins up and down and sneered. Beat the little one and the old one comes? Now even twins come in a group. With both hands shoved into his trench coat pockets, he said lazily. Come at me together. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Arrogant. Nas took a step forward, the golden scales in his hand exploding with blinding silver light. Tiamat only knew brute force, that's why he died in your hands. You think you can trample the divine realm with strength alone. He formed hand seals with both hands, and the scales trembled violently. An invisible ripple instantly spread for 10 li. The sky turned an absolute rational silver white. The ruins were forcibly straightened into order, and all chaos was erased. Welcome to the domain of order. Omer had just started to step forward when his body suddenly sank, as if his soul had been pinned down. The power of the 10,000-fold amplification was brutally jammed, and its circulation became severely sluggish. Nas sneered. The absolute fairness of the law of order. Your fleshly body, which exceeds the limits of this plane, is a cancer that disrupts balance in my eyes. In the domain of order, all power that crosses the line is forced back into a reasonable range. A dull crunch echoed from within Omer's body as his bones were compressed. The 10,000-fold amplification was sealed layer by layer. Power, speed, reaction, all of them plummeted off a cliff. In just a few seconds, he had been suppressed by 70%. He was left with less than 1/3 of his usual strength. Interesting. Omer exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, his eyes turning cold. Can't beat me, so you're going to cheat? Forcefully changing the data and banning my cheat. Nas ignored him entirely and simply said, Before order, all things are equal. Then he turned his head toward Dom and said, Move. Shatter his soul. Dom gave a ferocious grin and turned into a streak of blue light, rushing above Omer's head. The Judgment Greatsword, wreathed in blue flames, hacked toward his neck. Omer had originally intended to sidestep and counterattack at the same time. But with his power suppressed by 70%, his movements were obviously half a beat slower. Sizzle. The sword aura tore open his windbreaker, and the blue flames licked his shoulder, bringing a stabbing pain. Omer drove off the ground and quickly retreated. He backed away more than 10 meters, widening the distance. Looking down at the torn clothing on his shoulder, he frowned. Ever since awakening his talent, This was the first time he had suffered a loss in a head-on clash. The power within him was draining away far too fast. A full 70% of his attribute amplification had been tightly sealed by this bizarre silver-white domain. You do move pretty fast. Dom held the giant sword of judgment in one hand and flicked the flames off its blade. He didn't rush after him, but instead watched Omer with the gaze of a cat toying with a mouse. But how many more swords can you dodge? In the distance, Nas held up the golden scales, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. How does it feel, mortal? Nas' voice echoed through the domain, carrying an air of condescending charity. Do you feel weak all over? Like you've sunk into a swamp? Omer brushed the sparks off his shoulder and ignored him. Seeing that Omer didn't answer, Nas assumed he was scared and smiled even more smugly. In the face of order, all things are equal. That unreasonable brute strength of yours has been completely leveled by my scales. Now that your power to go beyond your limits is gone, you're nothing but a worthless cripple waiting to be slaughtered. After hearing this, Omer couldn't help but laugh out loud. He raised his head and stared at Nas as if he were looking at an idiot. All things are equal? Omer raised his thumb, pointing first at Dom, then at Nas. You two are ganging up on me, and you've even sealed away my power. You call that equality? The math in your divine realm was taught by a PE teacher or something? Brazen. Nas' expression darkened as he suddenly lifted the scales. Dom, kill him. Boom. The ground beneath Dom's feet exploded. His massive body left a blue afterimage as he instantly closed in on Omer. The Judgment Greatsword traced a seamless web of sword light through the air, sealing off every escape route. Omer could only keep retreating. With 70% of his power suppressed, his speed simply couldn't keep up with Dom anymore. The situation turned perilous in an instant. Omer was like a lone boat in a storm, dodging desperately amid the blue flashes of sword light, completely unable to find an opening to counterattack. The outer edge of Silver Radiance Plane. The 10 skeleton kings who had been standing by the whole time saw their boss being beaten down, and the ghostly flames in their eye sockets surged violently. Protect the commander! The lead skeleton king let out a silent roar. The 10 30-meter-tall dark gold skeleton frames all raised their bone greatswords and charged like 10 heavy tanks, crashing toward the silver-white domain. They were going to force their way in and hack those two gods to mincemeat. Don't come in! Omer caught the king's movement, but it was already too late. The 10 skeleton kings had only just crossed the silver-white boundary when their charging momentum came to an abrupt halt. Crack, crack, crack. A dense chorus of grating bone-on-bone sounds rang out, making one's teeth ache. The suppression of the law domain was effective against the undead as well. The skeleton king's proud tenfold attributes were forcibly stripped away the instant they stepped into the domain. Their lightning-fast movements instantly became as slow as a movie in slow motion. Even lifting their greatswords became immensely difficult. A bunch of rotten bones like you dare come here to die? Dom, who was in pursuit, stopped in place with a cold laugh. He spun around sharply. The giant sword of judgment swung through the air, carving out a massive blue semicircle, carrying the power to judge all things as it cut straight into the skeleton king's formation without any hindrance. There was no suspense at all. The 3 skeleton kings charging at the front hadn't even managed to assume a defensive stance. They were struck on the spot by the blue sword light. Boom! 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 The 3 towering monsters, each 30 meters tall, were directly cut in half at the waist. Their heavy upper bodies crashed onto the silver-white floor with a thunderous impact. At the severed ends of their dark gold bones, blue flames of judgment burned fiercely and refused to die out.
Umo stopped retreating.
He looked at the skeleton king, split in two on the ground, and his gaze turned completely cold. This was an elite enforcer he had poured countless top-grade materials into and painstakingly cultivated. He usually couldn't even bear to use it as cannon fodder. And now it had actually been hacked apart like chopping vegetables. Who gave you permission to touch my employee? Mo stood where he was, the temperature around him dropping instantly to freezing. He no longer dodged. Dom dealt with the troublesome skeleton with one sword strike, then turned to look at Mo. Heartbroken, Dom tightened his grip on the sword hilt with both hands and pressed forward step by step. Don't worry, you're next.
Montag ignored Dom's provocation.
Mo's left hand sprayed blood, blue flames burning along the wound and into his body, but he didn't even frown. Borrowing the force of Dom's strike, he kicked hard against Dom's breastplate with his right foot, sending Dom staggering back 2 steps, while he himself shot out of the line of defense like a cannonball and headed straight for Nas. Nas's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Mo to actually take a sword strike head-on just to grab him. Seeing Mo arrive in an instant, Nas panicked and hurriedly poured divine power into the scales to form a shield, only to have Mo rush to within less than half a meter of him. Today, I'm smashing your scales. Mo's right fist erupted with the power of dark blue stellar disintegration, smashing into the scales. With a crack, the surface of the scales instantly split open. Nas was alarmed and frantically poured in divine power to repair them, but the stellar laws broke them down even faster. The cracks kept spreading. Nas retreated 2 steps, his face pale as paper. Mo sneered. Justice? You shut the door, make up the rules yourselves, and then hold someone else down by the head and force them to obey. You call that justice? The second punch thundered down, and the scales exploded into countless fragments on the spot. Nas was thrown back by the backlash, coughing up blood non-stop. The domain collapsed in an instant, and Mo's power surged back like a flood breaking through a dam. His bones cracked loudly, and a cruel curve appeared at the corners of his mouth. Dom grew red-eyed, circled behind Mo, and thrust his sword straight toward his back. Without even turning around, Mo abruptly spun at the moment the sword tip came close, spread his fingers, and directly caught the sword of judgment. Blue flames surged up his arm along the blade. Dom froze in place. He had used this natal divine weapon for tens of thousands of years, and no one had ever dared to take it head-on with their body. You're insane. Dom tried to push the sword forward, only to realize the blade had stabbed into Omer's palm and was rooted there, utterly unmoving. Omer looked at the blue flames burning in his palm, not even frowning. Pretty fierce flame. He grinned at Dom. Too bad your roast still needs a little more time. The next second, Omer suddenly exerted force with his right hand. The power of a 10,000-fold amplification surged directly into the blade, and the law of star crystal collapse drilled into it along the sword edge. With a crisp crack, Dom's eyes flew wide open. The natal divine weapon he had followed for tens of thousands of years, and which had been enshrined by the Council of Gods, was just like that, forcibly broken by Omer. The half-meter-long sword tip remained in Omer's hand. Omer gripped the broken blade in reverse and stepped forward, then thrust it forward with a backhand motion. PSH. The sword tip, now without the blue flames, stabbed directly into Dom's chest, pierced his divine armor, and nailed into his heart. Dom lowered his head and looked at the broken sword in his chest, feeling a cold, domineering law surging along the sword tip Eos. Omer clenched his teeth, and all the divine power in his body suddenly surged in reverse. That godly body, riddled with holes, swelled rapidly like a balloon forcibly inflated. Since the divine realm is doomed to collapse anyway, then let's go to hell together. Nas let out his final, shrill, furious roar. Explode! The self-detonation of a Lord God was as powerful as a nuke going off point blank, and it was wrapped in the purest laws of order. Within a 100-mile radius, both space and matter would be restructured into primordial atoms. The Skeleton Kings desperately rushed over, but because they were badly injured and too far away, they simply couldn't make it in time. Boss! Li Yen called out anxiously on the channel. Omo stood at the center of the explosion, not even blinking. He let out a cold snort and said, "You want to play self-detonation in front of me? Did you ask for my permission?" The shadow of the Necro Star God abruptly opened its dark blue eye sockets wide. A bone hand clad in heavy Star God armor reached out from the void, and like pinching a fly, it firmly crushed the swollen Wozy in its palm. Boom! The explosion boomed like muffled thunder within the gaps between its fingers, the shockwave raging wildly as it tried to tear free, but it was tightly locked down by the Star God's bone hand. Half a minute later, the Star God slowly opened its 5 fingers. Its palm was empty, leaving only more than a dozen fragments of the Order Godhead shimmering with silver light. Omo casually summoned the fragments over and pinched up one. TSK, it exploded pretty thoroughly. Looks a bit rough. He waved a hand. It's all yours. Don't waste it. The Necro Star God opened its abyss-like maw and swallowed the fragments in one gulp. Whoosh! A presence several times stronger than before erupted from within Omo's body. The stray gods of the divine realm still fleeing across the silver radiance plane were swept by this aura and collapsed directly to the ground. Omo closed his eyes and could feel the talent tree deep within his soul undergoing a qualitative transformation. The 5th-tier branches and leaves were completely lit up. His body evolved once again, and his level jumped straight to 110. Right now, one punch from him could sink the continental shelf of the divine domain. More new employees? A slight smile curved his lips as 2 new troop types appeared in his mind. The first was the Order Arbiter Skeleton. Clad in silver robes and holding a bone gavel, Specia Eos, The Supreme Father sat within the light, not even changing posture. Lost. His voice was calm, with neither anger nor panic. The survival of the divine realm was never the end of the war. The war has only just begun. Athena turned to look toward the light, her entire body suddenly tensing. For the first time, she felt that the speaker, who had ruled the divine realm for hundreds of thousands of years, seemed utterly unfamiliar at this moment. Clatter! The sound of robes rustling rang out as the Supreme Father stood up. Since Omo had stepped into the divine domain, this was the first time he had left his throne. Pure white light suddenly surged, illuminating the entire pantheon. That light was no longer gentle, but carried an icy, bone-deep chill. Athena instinctively took half a step back, her mind racing. She recalled everything that had happened since Omer started knocking on the door, testing, abandoning Tiamat, and watching the twin chief gods go to their deaths. None of it looked like defending the divine realm at all. It was more like deliberately dragging things out, deliberately letting the divine realm's combat strength be dismantled bit by bit. Speaker, what exactly are you hiding? Athena stared at the figure in the light, her voice heavy. The Supreme Father gave no answer, and did not even glance at her. He stepped forward, his body passing straight through the dome and appearing in the highest sky of the divine realm. The next second, his voice turned into rolling thunder, spreading across the entire divine domain. Omer, come to the pantheon. I'll be waiting here. Silverlight Plain. Omer had just absorbed the power fed back by the star god, and the violent energy of level 110 was surging through his body. Hearing that voice overhead, he stopped, the freshly lit cigarette between his fingers, and looked up at the faintly visible pure gold giant tower. So after hiding behind the scenes and watching the show for so long, the real player finally decided to make a move. He let out a cold smile, put the cigarette back in his mouth and took a deep drag. The Skeleton King beside him immediately stepped forward. My king, the leader has shown himself. Should we launch a full-scale assault? Omer waved a hand. Push what? He specifically called me out by name. What kind of nonsense would it be to take hundreds of millions of people to an appointment? He looked over the undead army stretching across the mountains and plains. This place is rich in loot. You stay here and keep cleaning up. The Mech Corps and Heavy Sniper Division, seal this defense line shut for me. Don't even let a fly through. If you run into any divine generals wandering around, just catch them as minors. If they won't obey, purify them on the spot. Omo snapped his fingers. I'll go hunt the big fish myself. The cosmic whale let out a distant, ethereal cry and slowly lowered its skull. Omo leapt onto its back and patted the bone spurs. Let's go meet this big boss who's pretending to be divine. The whale carried him and 10 dark gold skeleton kings straight toward the pantheon. Along the way, every structure in the divine realm was smashed into ruins, and divine blood mixed with black matter smeared the ground into a filthy mess. The whale flew steadily and quickly. There was no resistance along the way, not even a patrolling divine soldier in sight. The entire core of the divine domain looked like a dead city that had been completely emptied out. Eya, Ias. Omo sat in the stone chair, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. He stared at the purple fissure overhead, his gaze gradually darkening. So the only reason your divine realm exists is to be watchdogs and keep these things blocked outside? The Supreme Father did not deny it. The divine realm is that gate. Omo let out a cold laugh. So the gate couldn't be held? The voice of the Father of the Supreme One sank lower. It can't be held anymore. The rift is expanding, and there are fewer and fewer people left to guard the gate. Omer raised an eyebrow. You mean gods? One by one, standing so high above everything, alive for so long, and you still can't hold a single gate. The Father of the Supreme Ones fell silent for a moment. They're all dead. Omer froze. All that's left is me. The Father of the Supreme One's voice was calm to the point of cruelty. The rest have all been devoured. Omer stared at the writhing mass of darkness, his throat tightening. So you called me in here just to tell me you can't hold it anymore? The Father of the Supreme One slowly stood up. The light still obscured his face, but his voice carried the weight of a final verdict. I want you to take over. Hold this gate. Omer stared at the patch of purple void above him, his gaze growing colder and colder. He connected all the clues he had gathered before. Abyss was an energy reservoir, the divine realm was the Lydia down on the rift, and the Council of Gods was the prison guards watching over this super prison. His finger resting on the tabletop, Omo raised his head and stared straight at the Supreme Father across from him. So, he said coldly, If I wipe out the entire divine realm today and tear this lid off, those industrial waste leftovers will just surge right out? Yes. The Supreme Father's tone was eerily calm. The only purpose of the Council of Gods is to use the laws of the entire divine domain as a ballast stone to plug this opening. Now that you've killed 4 main gods in a row, 4 of the suppression pillars have been broken, and the seal has already cracked. OMO immediately laughed, leaning back in the stone chair and mocking him. That just means your lid wasn't sturdy enough. You can't blame me for that. Your own roof is leaking, and you come running to the guy who smashed the wall asking for compensation? Trying to scam me? The Supreme Father did not answer. He slowly rose, the blinding light that had enveloped him for tens of thousands of years parting to both sides. His 10-meter-tall, pure white divine body finally revealed its true form. Omo's gaze instantly locked onto his chest. There, a fist-sized black hole had been torn open, with thick dark purple matter continuously seeping out, identical to the aura of the monsters in the void fissure. Every drop let out a shrill corrosive sound, madly devouring his source light. That work injury of yours looks pretty deadly. 300,000 years ago, during the first fissure upheaval, I was bitten open by those things. 300,000 years, and it's never healed. The Supreme Father lowered his head to look at the black hole. I've been forcibly sealing it with the source of my divine persona the entire time, otherwise I would have long since turned into a monster like Augustus. OMO tapped the tabletop. So, it's not that you don't want to cure it, it's that you can't. Those things are, in essence, non-existent, the Supreme Father said, pointing at the writhing purple void overhead. They are the dregs discarded by the Creator, belonging to no system of laws. They have no life, no physical form. Any law based on existence is useless against them. He looked directly at OMO. The power you can use to shatter stars is meaningless to them as well. You can smash a mountain with one punch because the mountain exists. If you punch something that doesn't exist, it's like punching air, wasted effort. The grand hall fell instantly silent. After a few seconds of silence, OMO suddenly let out a low laugh, the sound carrying a kind of crazed arrogance that made one's scalp tingle. He stood up, both hands braced on the stone table, leaning forward as he stared fixedly at the Supreme Father. Useless. His voice was savage and excited. Old man, you've stayed up in the heavens so long you've forgotten the rules of doing business down here. In my dictionary, there's never been such a thing as useless. If something can't be smashed, that just means the hammer isn't hard enough. If power can't reach it, then switch to a different kind of power that can drag it out. He pointed at the purple fissure in the air, his gaze wild. Useless? Then beat it until it becomes useful. For the first time, ripples appeared in the ambitious black eyes of OMO. 300,000 years. No one dared to use this tone to mock a forbidden existence that even the Creator had discarded. The Supreme Father's voice rose sharply. You're too arrogant. I told you, they exist outside all laws. That just means your laws are too low level. Omer shot back directly. If the Creator God were really omnipotent, he wouldn't have left behind this mess. Since he did, it proves he was only half-baked. A leftover scrap from someone half-baked. You want me to believe it can't be beaten? He strode around the round table and stopped directly beneath the void rift, looking up at the black shadows rolling in the purple light. Don't get too close. Omer ignored him and reached straight out to touch the edge of the rift. Stop! Too late. The moment his fingertip touched the purple light, an extreme chill surged through his entire body. It wasn't cold, nor fear, but a sense of absolute erasure. His fingertip was clearly still there, yet he received no feedback at all. Omer yanked his hand back sharply. The black leather glove was intact, but cold sweat had already broken out all over his back. Disgusting, indeed. The Supreme Father let out a breath of relief. Now you should understand. Your little bit of power means nothing before them. He walked behind Omer and laid out his trump card. The best solution is for you to take your people and retreat back to Blue Star. I'll stay here and use the origin of the divine realm to mend the seal. As long as you no longer interfere in the God realm, I guarantee in the name of the highest presiding elder of the Council of the Gods. After this, the God realm will never trouble you again. Omer stared at the purple matter constantly seeping from his chest for a moment, then suddenly asked, Old man, how many years have you been guarding this? 300,000 years. Omer rubbed his chin. Watching over this pile of trash all day, with a hole in you that can't be fixed, and still having to act all profound in front of your subordinates every day. Aren't you tired? The Supreme Father fell silent. Omer sneered and turned toward the hall entrance. I'm not interested in the God realm, and even less interested in the lid you're guarding. The Supreme Father pressed, "What do you want to do?" Omer stopped at the doorway, the sharp lines of his profile like a blade. The Creator shit himself, so why the hell should he leave it here for someone else to wipe his ass? I'm going to find him and make him eat this pile of garbage back himself. Omer pulled a cigarette from his trench coat pocket and bit it between his lips. I don't know. He snapped his fingers, and Netherfire lit the cigarette tip. Exhaling a puff of blue smoke, he said firmly, "But you know." The great hall fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Deep in the void rift, there is an anchor point. The voice of the Supreme Father was heavy and ancient, left behind by the Creator when he departed. Follow it, and you can reach the dimension where he resides directly. Omer turned around. In theory, because no one has ever lived to get there. The Supreme Father said wearily, "For 300,000 years, those dregs have blocked the path." Omer snorted. "That's just because you're too weak." He held out his hand, blunt and direct. "Give me the location." The Supreme Father fell silent for a moment. Then a streak of white light flew out, tracing an intricate star map in midair, with a point of purple light at the center. Omer memorized the location and turned to leave. "Omer!" The Supreme Father suddenly called after him, his voice carrying the obsession of 300,000 years. "If you really find the Creator, ask him for me. Why did he throw the dregs away as garbage, yet still leave the divine realm behind for us to guard for 300,000 years? Omer didn't look back, only waved a hand casually. "Depends on my mood. I'm going to smash the place up." A long howl rang out from high above as the colossal star-beast whale swooped down. Omer leaped onto its back, bringing the 10 skeleton kings with him, and headed straight for Silver Radiance Plains. On Silver Radiance Plains, Li Yen straightened up to greet him. "Boss, the battlefield's cleaned up. We can launch the full assault anytime." "Assault my ass." Omer stamped out his cigarette butt. "Those old fossils in the divine realm are already done for. Assemble the whole army, bring the heavy firepower, and switch maps." He drew his short blade and pointed the tip straight into the distance. "Target the Void Rift." After 3 days of forced marching, the skeleton army finally arrived at the Land of Void. Omer stood atop the giant whale, frowning as he looked at the deep purple chaos before him. There was no sound in the air, only a kind of friction that made one instinctively sick, like worms chewing on brain matter. "This is it." Omer jumped off the whale's back, and 10 dark gold skeleton kings raised their swords and stepped into the chaos first. The ghost flames in the eye sockets of the skeleton kings suddenly trembled. The hollow purple eye within that purple mist abruptly shrank, and the black hole expanded in an instant. The dark gold ribcage melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The massive 30-meter-tall body swayed twice in the void, and the next moment the entire skeleton completely dissipated, leaving only a mass of purple mist slowly swirling in place. A cold smile curled at the corner of Omer's mouth. "Immune to physical attacks, and can directly erase existence. Interesting." He waved a hand, and the billion-strong skeleton army behind him instantly surged into the purple chaos. Countless white-boned legions collided with tens of thousands of masses of purple mist in the void, and the battlefield instantly fell into a bizarre stalemate. Those purple eyes ignored physical attacks. With every contraction, the skeleton's bones would simply vanish. Omer stood at the edge, watching coldly as the army was continuously consumed. "That's enough probing." He stepped into the purple chaos, extending his left hand directly toward the nearest mass of purple mist. Omer was forcibly erased by a domineering power. "What the hell is this?" His eyes narrowed. His figure flickered, and he crossed the boundary directly, appearing beside the skeleton king. "Get lost." The law of disintegration of the deep blue stars wrapped around his right fist, and he smashed it viciously into the purple mist. Boom! Space burst apart, and the purple mist was blasted back more than 10 meters. But the mist only churned for 2 seconds before gathering together again, and that purple eye was still glowing. Omo withdrew his fist, his expression darkening. That punch had only blown the smoke aside. It hadn't caused any real damage. This thing couldn't be killed. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. The skin on the surface of his fist had vanished out of nowhere, exposing flesh and blood. The surge of vitality rushed in to repair it, but it was as slow as trudging through a swamp. Physical attacks are useless, and even star collapse only pushes it back. Omer's voice was icy. The Supreme Father was right. These things were essentially non-existent and could not be killed. The movements deep within the Land of Void grew louder and louder. Tens of thousands of purple eyes lit up, and a purple tide surged in from all directions, intent on completely engulfing Omo and the skeleton army. There was no point in a hard fight. Omo gave the order decisively, turn the front lines into the rear, stop attacking, and all troops withdraw. The billion-strong skeleton army instantly reversed course, retreating swiftly like a receding tide. But Omo stood at the edge and did not leave. He fixed his gaze on the skeleton king beside him. That skeleton king had not retreated. The black hole in its chest had already swallowed its upper half, and the dark gold spine and ribs were silently melting into the void. King! The skeleton king struggled to raise half of its jawbone, the nether flame fighting desperately against erasure. Useless. The black hole spread to the skull, and the dark gold underworld flame flickered violently in the air. With one final flash, poof, the underworld flame went out. The 30-meter-tall skeleton monarch, not even a shard of bone remained, completely vanished, as if it had never existed. Omer stood motionless, the hem of his trench coat whipping in the wind stirred up by the retreating footsteps. He put both hands in his pockets, his expression calm, giving away nothing. But his knuckles had already gone white. Ever since he awakened his talent in the Despair Ruins, he had swept through everything in his path. Today was the first time a top-tier skeleton monarch had been wiped out alive right before his eyes. Omer bowed his head and looked toward the purple eyes that had stopped at the boundary in the distance. He stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips, his gaze savage. Swallowed my troops? Fine. I'm keeping this debt in mind. He turned and strode into the retreating army. Omer stared coldly toward the rear. Those densely packed purple eyes stopped at the edge of the void land and did not pursue any further, as if an invisible boundary were rigidly separating existence from non-existence. The purple mist flickered for a moment, then gradually faded away. Stop! Omer raised his hand, and the army stopped on high ground 10 li away from the edge. Here, the remaining laws of the divine domain could still resist the sense of void. He walked up to a collapsed giant golden boulder and sat down casually, not in a hurry to vent his anger. Since he had lost a skeleton monarch, all he wanted now was to settle accounts. A dark gold skeleton monarch knelt on one knee, holding up with both hands a sphere formed from the power of collapsing stars, inside which was the purple mist captured during the retreat. That eye in the sphere stared at him. Open a hole in the ball. The skeleton king did as instructed. A black fire ignited in Omer's palm, drilling into the sphere and enveloping the mist. Black fire could burn down mountains, yet now not even a wisp of smoke emerged. The purple mist wriggled casually within the flames, untouched. Omer snapped his fingers, and the black fire went out. Try physical force. The skeleton king drew his short knife and stabbed viciously along the seam. The blade split the purple mist in two, but the moment it was withdrawn, the two halves fused back together in an instant. That I didn't even blink. Omer leaned against a boulder, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Magic is useless. Physical force is useless. Even spatial crushing can only knock it back. He looked at the monster inside the sphere and thought of the Supreme Father's words. The essence of this thing is non-existence. Water can put out fire, and a knife can cut wood, because they exist. You can't use a knife to kill air. The laws of the divine realm, the deathly aura of the abyss, all of them are built on the foundation of existence. Using the means of existence to deal with an enemy that does not exist is, from the start, a false proposition. Omer flicked away the ash. The old man didn't lie to me. This pile of scrap really is outside the usual rules. The skeleton king's eye sockets flickered with underworld fire. My king, if it can't be killed, shouldn't we take a different route? Take a different route? Omer gave a cold laugh and ground out his cigarette on the ground. In my dictionary, there's no such thing as going around it. It can't be killed because the knife is wrong. He stood up and walked to the sphere. Since the law of existence doesn't work on it, then we'll use the power of non-existence to deal with it. Omer closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank deep into his soul. There was a vast soul space there. A massive tree of calamity talents stood at the center, its branches already lit up to the 5th layer. Omer's consciousness climbed along the trunk, crossed the 5th tier, and reached the dormant, desolate branches of the 6th tier. Those branches did not glow. They conveyed a ravenous will, one that disdained ordinary laws. The usual nutrients aren't enough to feed you anymore. Those branches trembled slightly. Omer suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at the rolling purple chaos in the distance. The scraps discarded by the Creator, that kind of power of non-existence. Isn't that the highest grade nourishment ready and waiting? As long as that force could be absorbed into the talent tree, the 6th tier could unlock a brand new troop type specifically designed to counter that monster. But he took one look at the impo. Omer suddenly pointed at the most ordinary F-rank little skeleton in the front row. You, come here. That skeleton frame came trotting over with a chipped iron knife in hand and stood at attention, the blue underworld fire in its empty eye sockets flickering quietly. Omer patted its bare skull and said flatly, I've had you mining and sweeping floors all the time. That must have felt unfair. He turned and pointed toward the purple chaos in the distance. See that thing over there? It's not easy to digest. If you swallow it, you might die, or you might become a monster even the gods would fear. Omer's gaze darkened. Do you want to become stronger? On the broken highland, Omo directly called out 100 F-rank little skeletons. He stared at them, his tone calm but dangerous. You usually get the worst dire and do the dirtiest work. Now I'm giving you a chance at a promotion and a raise. See those purple eyeballs over there? They swallowed one of my executives. I'm going to settle that score. When we go over there in a moment, no slashing with knives, no dodging. Open your mouths and swallow that thing alive. If you can't swallow it, you die. If you do swallow it, I guarantee you'll be able to strut around the divine realm from now on. The little skeletons nodded hard. Omo led this group of cannon fodder to the edge of the Voidland, leaving only the very first little skeleton behind, and shoved it across the boundary. Stand there and don't move. Purple mist soon drifted over, and the eyeless purple eye in the center suddenly contracted. A fist-sized black hole instantly appeared in the little skeleton's sternum, and several ribs were erased outright as the black hole rapidly expanded. Omo stared fixedly. Now, the black hole spread very quickly, and half of the little skeleton's chest cavity was gone. But just as the black hole was about to swallow its skull, Omo noticed, far from dimming, the ghost blue underworld fire in the little skeleton's eye sockets was flaring wildly, swelling like an enraged beast. With both hands in his pockets, Omo said in a low voice, Hold on. What the 10,000-fold buff gave you wasn't just strength, but also this life that can't be burned out. Omo flipped his palm and suddenly pressed it onto the little skeleton's head. Kneel! At once, the little skeleton dropped to one knee, the purple underworld fire in its eye sockets flickering coldly. The kings watched this scene, dark golden underworld fire flashing violently. Omo gave a cold laugh. From today on, it's your new king. Omo placed 2 fingers on the mutated little skeleton's arm bone. The moment he touched it, that icy void-like feeling that could erase everything surged up again. But the purple dark pattern suddenly lit up, like a layer of insulating net, locking the power tightly inside the bone and preventing it from reaching Omo. Omo withdrew his hand, glanced at his intact fingertips, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It not only held up, it can also actively control it. He turned to look at the remaining 99 ordinary skeletons, raised a hand, and pointed at the mutated skeleton. See what happened to it? Either become like it and strut around from now on, or die inside there, leaving not even ash behind. First batch, step forward. 10 of you. 10 skeleton soldiers crossed into the void land with their blades in hand and grabbed the purple mist, stuffing it straight into their mouths. A few minutes later, only 3 of the 10 were still alive. With a thought, Omo extracted the method of resistance from their memories and directly shared it with the remaining skeletons. Second batch, step forward. 20 of you. This time, only 8 died, and 12 successfully mutated. The survival rate shot up to 60%. Third batch, step forward. 30 of you. The result was even more astonishing. 30 went in, 5 died, and 25 survived. The survival rate instantly climbed above 80%. 40 skeletons covered in purple veins, with purple flames burning in their eye sockets, stood in neat rows before Omo. Omo looked at them, the corners of his mouth curling up. From today on, you'll be called Void Devourers. But he soon frowned. There were purple eyeballs everywhere in the void land, like stars in the sky. Swallowing them one by one was far too inefficient. With an army of hundreds of millions, relying on this method would take until the end of time. We need a mass production method. Just then, deep within his soul, the Calamity Talent Tree suddenly trembled violently. The 5th tier branch blazed to its limit, and the 6th tier branch also began to quiver, like a fierce beast that had caught the scent of a peerless delicacy. Omo strode straight forward and extended a hand toward one of the Void Devourers. Lend me some fire. With a forceful grip of his 5 fingers, he forcibly drew a wisp of deep purple underworld flame from its eye socket. Omo pressed that wisp of flame straight to the center of his brow. Boom! He closed his eyes, letting his consciousness sink into the deepest part of his soul. It did not remain in his physical body, but was instead drawn directly toward the disaster talent tree at the center of his soul space. The deep purple void power exploded at the root of the talent tree like cold water splashing into boiling oil. The sixth tier branch, which had been dormant, suddenly lit up, and eerie purple veins began to flow through it. The withered branch began to grow wildly, gray bark peeling away layer by layer, replaced by the deepest dark purple. I've been hungry for so long. Today, I'm getting fully fed. Omo's will echoed through the soul space. The sixth tier nodes lit up one after another, blinding purple light flooding in, and a new inheritance imprint poured into his mind. The first new troop type, Void Hunter. Half solid dark gold, half translucent purple void, born to kill what does not exist. Core ability, the law of equilibrium. Forcibly drag the void state back into reality, then smash it apart with 10,000-fold physical amplification. Second new troop type, Void Walker. The ultimate form of an assassin, able to switch freely between existence and non-existence. To it, the void lands are nothing more than its own backyard. Third new troop type, Abyss Gazer. A giant purple single eye, 10 meters in diameter, hovering in the air. Ability, Anchoring. Once it locks onto you, no matter where you hide, you'll be nailed down tight. Void Walkers scout ahead. Abyss Gazers lock positions. Void Hunters go in for the hard kill. Omer clicked his tongue. The trash the creator left behind? Today, I'll build you a garbage disposal plant. The moment the sixth tier talent stabilized, a massive force of feedback surged back into his body. Omer abruptly opened his eyes. Terrifying pressure erupted outward with him at the center. Dozens of void devourers nearby were sent flying, while 10 skeleton kings dropped to one knee, unable even to lift their heads. Space twisted and wailed. Omer felt his life level leap once again. Crack. The level barrier shattered. Level 120. He exhaled a turbid breath, which turned into a purple sword and shattered the pure gold boulder in the distance. The place on his finger that had been scratched by the aura of nothingness had already healed completely. From this point on, the suppression of the land of nothingness no longer had any effect on him. Sorry to keep you waiting. Omer turned around and stepped over the ruins strewn across the ground toward the edge of the cliff. The hem of his coat billowed in the cold wind. Below the cliff, the deep purple chaos wriggled silently. In the darkness, tens of thousands of eyeless purple eyes. Omer stared at that purple chaos, neither retreating nor frowning. He drew his short blade, pointed the tip toward the abyss, and a savage grin spread across his face. Of all things in my life, what I hate most is other people swallowing my stuff. Let me see whether the bones of you trash can outlast my new recruits. The power brought by the sixth tier talent was still surging through his body. Omer snapped his fingers. Front line, send out 10,000. 10,000 F-rank skeleton soldiers stood neatly at his feet. The rules are the same as before. Walk in, grab those purple eyeballs and swallow them. If you can hold on, you're an ace. If you can't, then go fertilize this trash heap. Gomein. The 10,000 skeleton soldiers dove into the purple chaos without hesitation. A wave of bone-cracking sounds rang out. Some turned into black holes and dissipated, but more than 80% held on. The evolved skeletons rose again. Their black and white bone frames were dense and eerie, and each right arm had grown a white bone longsword covered in a layer of purple light film, the law of balance. Omer jumped down from above and tapped the bones in front of a new recruit. Void Hunter. He tilted his chin toward the depths of chaos. Go and inspect the goods for me. That Void Hunter shot into the chaos like lightning. 3 clumps of purple mist came flanking in. It didn't even dodge, but swung its right arm, and the bone blade drew out a half-moon arc of light. The purple light membrane forced the mist into Surtihua, and the blade split the first clump clean in 2 on the spot. That mass of mist could no longer gather together. It convulsed and burst into a shower of purple light specks. Before the remaining 2 clumps could even retreat, the Void Hunter unleashed 2 consecutive cross slashes. All 3 void monsters were instantly killed. It landed steadily, the black and white skeleton body not even scratched. Omer stood behind it, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Good blade technique. He didn't even need to back off to bleed off the force. Just one-sided slaughter. If it can be killed, then it can be flattened. The law of balance forcibly dragged these non-existent things back into reality, and this unsolvable philosophical question instantly turned into a simple arithmetic problem, comparing numbers. The Calamity Legion feared nothing less than a numbers game. Omer turned around to face the boundless sea of skeletons behind him. Inspection complete. Quality passes. Omer's voice exploded through the Soul Network, carrying a frenzy of murderous intent. All production lines, get them all running. Enter to feed in batches, in units of 10,000. I want to see, in the shortest possible time, an army that can completely flatten this garbage dump. With Omo's order, the entire edge of the void land instantly turned into a bloody armory. Wave after wave of ordinary skeleton soldiers marched in orderly ranks, advancing one after another into the purple chaos. They grabbed the roaming void monsters and shoved them into their mouths without hesitation. Some collapsed and dissipated. Others endured the assimilation, stood up, and transformed into deadly killers clad in black and white. Purple light points kept flashing along the border, life and death alternating as power stacked madly. Omo sat on a broken stone tablet and made no further move. He simply smoked quietly, like a cold-blooded foreman, watching his assets complete a terrifying transformation at breakneck speed. Time passed day by day. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The purple mist at the outermost edge of the void land was forcibly gnawed away by this group of hungry skeleton soldiers by over 100 kilometers. At dusk on the 3rd day, Omo stood up and casually flicked away the half-cigarette in his hand. In front of him were no longer the grayish cannon fodder from the bottom rung. A full 100,000 void hunters stood in a massive formation. 100,000 black and white skeleton frames radiated a cold metallic sheen under the dim light. 100,000 pairs of deep purple eyes stared straight at Omo. Not a single extra sound was made, yet they made the surrounding void space faintly distort. This army was a harvesting machine tailor-made for this forbidden land. Omo patted down the hem of his trench coat and walked to the front of the formation. Full yet, at the same time, the 100,000 hunters raised their right arm bone blades, and a purple lightmula sliced through the air, drawing a dazzling flash of blades. With the most direct action, they answered their master's question. A satisfied smile spread across Omo's face. He slowly drew the short blade at his waist. The blade spun halfway through the air before pointing steadily toward the deepest part of the void lands. If you're full, it's time to get to work. Omo's voice wasn't loud, but it carried the arrogance of someone who could pierce the heavens. Let's go. Come with me and collect the debt. In the dark purple void lands, the dead silence was completely shattered. 100,000 void hunters formed a huge, sharp fan-shaped formation. Their black and white skeletons cut a jagged silhouette in the dim light. Omo gripped the fist-sized purple core, and a wild grin curled his lips. Good stuff. He tossed the core into his palm, and the 6th-tier branch deep within his soul suddenly exploded with devouring force. The core instantly shattered, and pure balanced energy surged wildly into the branch. Several originally dim nodes began to flicker. At this rate, unlocking the 6th tier is only a matter of time. Just as he was figuring out how to keep making a haul tomorrow, an urgent wave suddenly came through the soul channel. The Void Walker sent back an alert. 500 kilometers straight ahead, there was a massive purple sphere of light, pulsing like a living heart. Omo left the army outside and went in alone. The deeper he went, the stronger the monsters became. Semi-materialized grotesque creatures lunged from both sides. Omo didn't even draw his blade. With a casual star-shattering kinetic slash, he split them in two, and purple crystal fragments clattered all over the ground. 3 hours later, he stopped in his tracks. Ahead of him floated a massive purple light sphere over a kilometer in diameter, pulsing thump, thump, like a heart. With every beat, countless cracks split across its surface, spewing out thick purple mist. The moment the mist hit the ground, it solidified into new monsters. This is a nest. The light sphere seemed to sense him, and its pulsations instantly quickened. Purple mist gushed out like a bursting flood, and tens of thousands of monsters swarmed toward Omo in formation, becoming a purple tsunami. Omo flexed his wrists, his knuckles cracking loudly. You think you can crush me with numbers? Today, I'm going to weld shut this broken door all by myself. Omo didn't retreat a single step. He stamped the void with his right foot, and the power of Azure Star Shatter erupted with violent force. With a boom, the fan-shaped spatial shockwave directly shredded the monsters charging at the front into purple powder, carving out a vast vacuum. He turned into a black shadow and rushed in front of the light sphere, his right fist carrying the strength of a level 120 monster as he smashed it down. Bang! Several cracks appeared on the sphere, but a flash of purple light and it began to heal again. Omo's eyes turned cold as he summoned a 100-jong Death Spirit Star God. The Star God tore with both hands, and the light sphere was pulled open into a 100-meter-wide gap, revealing a 10-meter purple crystal core hanging inside. Just as Omo was about to step forward and pull it out, the core suddenly burst with bright light. A crystal giant hand reached out, and then a 100-meter void giant rose to its feet, standing in front of the core. The giant smashed down with a punch. Omo flashed aside and landed on the giant's shoulder, then punched its neck. The cracks had barely formed before they healed. Omo sneered and directly summoned 10 void hunters. 10 long swords wrapped in deep purple light films, and with the balance law activated, they instantly sliced through the giant's legs, leaving more than a dozen bottomless gashes. Omo watched the wounds before him flash wildly with purple light. Purple crystal fragments crashed to the ground, yet the wounds were healing at high speed. The void giant was completely enraged. It suddenly stomped the void, and a deep purple shockwave exploded outward, sending the 10 hunters flying directly and shattering their skeletons. Omo's eyes turned cold. "Your recovery's fast, huh?" The next second, a 10-meter giant eye appeared in midair, staring fixedly at the giant. The giant's movements instantly slowed, and even the purple light of its self-healing was suppressed. Omo waved a hand, opening the door to the soul space, and 100 hunters surged up like hungry wolves. With its self-healing and speed gone, the giant became a living target. Its arms were severed, its legs removed, and its chest cut open. In less than a minute, with a thunderous crash, the 100-meter giant was brutally dismantled into a pile of purple crystal fragments. Omo strode forward and grabbed the pulsing purple core. The core struggled violently, but he tightened his grip and poured in the power of star destruction. The core instantly fell silent. Once the core entered his body, the 6th-tier branch of the Calamity Talent Tree burst with blinding light, and its energy was drained dry. A new message appeared in his mind: Void Giant Skeleton, unlock condition. 10 void cores. Omo raised an eyebrow. 10 cores for a heavy-duty bulldozer production line? That's a massive profit. He turned to look toward the deeper ruins shrouded in darkness, greed igniting in his eyes. This mining area needs to keep going. Omer gave the order, and 100,000 void hunters scattered instantly like unleashed wild dogs. Search every void core. Don't leave a single purple light orb nest untouched. Once the command was given, the army went straight into full demolition mode. Surround, pin down, rip out. A whole combo executed so smoothly it was practically cheating. 10,000 hunters formed an iron bucket encirclement, frantically hacking with their balanced bone blades. The stalkers locked on with purple light. Omer smashed the light orb with a single punch and reached in to rip the core out. On the first day they advanced 800 kilometers. On the second, 1,500. By dusk on the third, they had already penetrated 2,000 kilometers deep. 23 large cores had piled up at his feet. That's enough. Omer immediately smashed the 10 largest and purest into the talent tree. Boom! The 6th-tier branch was completely lit, and the void giant was unlocked. A 50-meter-tall crystal giant stepped out of the void, and space itself collapsed. Omer nodded in satisfaction, but the next second his brows furrowed. The core in the giant's chest was slowly dimming. This thing was a gas guzzler, surviving entirely on void cores. The 13 cores left in his hand weren't nearly enough to feed it. Looks like I'll have to dig more. Just as he was about to push deeper, the Void Walker brought news. Deeper ahead there's a purple light mass 10 times larger, and it's surrounded by high-level monster guards. A pale blue underworld flame surged in Omer's eyes, and the corners of his mouth split into a bloodthirsty grin. That's not a mine. That's a vault. He ventured alone into the depths of the void, the air pressing down like mercury. Suddenly, the fog on his right exploded, and a purple armored monster the size of an elephant lunged straight at him. Omo swung his blade down in return. Clang! The short blade, Zhenda Hukou Fama, and his brows instantly furrowed. Omo hacked his blade into the monster's skull, but it got stuck in the middle and couldn't be pulled out. The monster's carapace was absurdly hard. Did its skin get thicker? Omo snorted coldly, and the dark blue starlight law poured into the blade. Break for me! Boom! The monster's head exploded into purple crystal powder, and the headless corpse fell to the ground. Before he could even catch his breath, a purple wyvern flew in from the sky and pounced straight at Omer's shoulders. Get down! Omer sheathed his blade, kicked off with his right leg, and shot up into the air. He grabbed the wyvern by the wrist, unleashed the monstrous strength of a level 120 being, swung it in a half-circle, and smashed it hard into the ground. Bang! Large sections of the wyvern's armor cracked apart. Omer stomped and broke its spine, and the monster turned into specks of light and vanished. Omer stared into the depths of the void, his brow tightly furrowed. The monsters on the outer edges could be killed in one slash, but now he had to finish them with several extra strikes. These guys have evolved. He came to a conclusion. Deep in the Voidland, this was no longer some primitive dump, but a breeding ground where only the hard-shelled and physically robust survived. Go any deeper, and there might be even more outrageous things. Omer stuffed the crystals from the ground into his pocket, his lips curling into a frenzied cold smile. It doesn't matter. The stronger the monsters, the more valuable the loot they drop. He continued pushing deeper in. For a full day, he went on a killing spree like a ghostly assassin, using both fists and blade to cut through the sea of monsters. Until the second day, a massive purple continent lay before him, floating in the void. Its surface was covered in purple crystals, and countless huge, high-level monsters patrolled across it. At the center of the continent stood a 1,000-meter-tall purple crystal tower, with a 100-meter giant purple core suspended at its peak, the energy fluctuations of which made one's scalp tingle. Omer's eyes lit up. This isn't a nest at all. It's clearly a super mining vein. He calculated the numbers. If he took the entire continent away as a package, the void cores would number in the thousands, and there would be more than enough to fully gear up all the Skeleton Kings in purple-grade equipment. We're getting rich. Omo drew his short blade, the tip pointing straight at the crystal tower. This territory? I'm taking the whole thing. He stepped onto the continent. Clack. The moment his foot landed, the crystal tower burst forth with blinding purple light, and a terrifying, tangible pressure crashed down like a hammer. The surrounding monsters all dropped flat to the ground, bowing in submission with roars. Omo took the brunt of it. His shoulders sank heavily, and cracks burst open in the crystal beneath his feet. Trying to crush me with your aura? Omo sneered, straightening his back without the slightest bend. He snapped his head up. The purple light was blinding, yet he stared fixedly at the top of the crystal tower. Before the 100-meter giant core, at some point, there was now a figure quietly floating in midair.